Mississippi until after Tuesday. And so even if the sun does come out Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, it's not going to do anything to help our efforts in melting and moving the ice off the roadways. So it could be a little bit this battle. Our crews are ready for the long haul. They're going to keep going out as much as they can. We got a good rotation working around the clock, letting their guys get rest, but it is going to be a long battle. And then we're being told that temperatures are going to dip again, possibly next weekend. So we're already looking way ahead and hoping that we are going to get some warmth on Wednesday to maybe rebound and reset everything and restock our supplies to continue this winter weather fight that we're in.
No question, David. We're already watching that in the Fox Forecast Center. That cold air reloading end of the week and into next weekend. We'll be right back at it. And as you said, your crew's working hard to keep those roads as safe as possible. But with the conditions you described, it's going to be treacherous in spots and at times. So if you don't have to be out on them, that's the best thing as we move forward through this next stretch. David Kenny, a public information officer with Mississippi DOT. Thanks for talking with us.
Thank you for having me.
Also going to be sprawling severe storms across the Deep South tomorrow night. So we have everything enriched in this storm, right? This big old storm system that we're watching. Severe weather does stay across the Deep South. We're watching the Gulf Coast mostly. Notice that you can hardly see off into the distance. That's a part of this story. Low visibility with some of these areas that are getting in on the winter aspect. But then you think about the severe weather that we're watching play out here as well. Notice that behind me we have Birmingham, Alabama. That's going to be one of the places that we watch into tomorrow, and especially across the south parts of Alabama that are under this level 2 out of 5 for severe weather. Here's the thing. We have some warm air coming in off of the Gulf that's going to add to the unstable atmosphere. Those winds drawing in that warm air out of the Gulf. So this is going to be an area where we actually watch the opportunity for wind shear to take shape. We can see some moderate wind shear, meaning that this supports the idea of severe weather as well as even supporting the idea or could lead to some tornadoes. When we have winds moving at different directions and speed within the atmosphere, that is going to be one of the top things that we watch kind of play out. Nonetheless, we could see some strong winds out of this too. We look at that kind of play out. Nonetheless, we could see some strong winds out of this too. We look at that wind threat right now, damaging winds over 60 miles per hour, set to push into some of these areas from Louisiana, New Orleans, Mobile, Alabama, back towards southern Georgia, Valdosta, and down towards Tallahassee. As we get into tomorrow, here's how things are going to play out. So it's going to be the latter half of the day. We have this level 2 out of 5-4 or tornado risk, meaning that any supercell that kind of pops up does have that opportunity to rotate, and we could see tornadoes as a result because of those winds that are crashing through. As we look at things, I think the main area that has a lot of the storm energy does happen to be southern Georgia, out towards southern Alabama, and into the panhandle of Florida. So this is an area that I want you to watch very closely over the next day or so for that severe weather threat, albeit we're talking about a massive winter storm.
Yeah, Kiana, so like, what are you guys talking about? It's plausible that you could have damaging winds in the southern part of Mississippi or an isolated spin-up tornado and an inch of ice in the northern part of the state. It's crazy to say, but it speaks to the dynamics of the storm. There's some cameras from up north, so folks are saying the same thing in the north. What are you guys talking about? It doesn't snow around these parts anymore until it does. And this storm will be bringing snow right up the I-95 corridor. So these cameras will look
experienced in about 8 years. But New York, whatever comes for it, this city is ready.
Yeah, that's the right point right there. It was 9 degrees at Central Park this morning, coldest morning in 3 years' time, and there's a renewed push of Arctic air that follows all the snow. But let's talk about what to expect as we move forward through the short term. You got the winter storm warnings up across the board, cold air that precedes the storm, and that's what we've been lacking in storms past that have ended up being kind of a bust as they've started as mixed precipitation and wrapped up with a little bit of snow. This one's going to flip the script and go backwards. It's going to start as this wallop of snow, maybe finish up as some sleet right at the end, and that process happens a little bit more quickly south to north. So DC, you see late morning hours, you're getting to some of those ice pellets, the sleet in the mix. A little bit later into the early afternoon, Philly, and then later into the evening, New York. I think Boston dodges it altogether. You keep this all snow, and it will be a whole lot of it. You see this forecast, this swath in through here. Maybe up toward 1.5 feet, Boston metro area. The ice stops somewhere about the mid-Atlantic. You get up toward the Delmarva Peninsula, but a place like Richmond, be on the lookout. You've got a mix of both snow and considerable ice in your forecast. That's going to make a mess. There you go, across the Boston metro. Some areas that may exceed 1.5 feet. Did want to show you Richmond quickly. Later on this evening into the overnight, you get that burst of snow. The ice moves in early part of the day tomorrow. All right, there's a live picture from Atlanta now. More than 2 million people across the metro area under a winter storm warning as sleet, freezing rain. They've got these alerts. Yeah, the ice storm warnings. We've got quarter, half an inch possible, depending on where you're at in the metro area. And somehow worse numbers headed north and east. We're going to highlight the many areas at risk for ice into the overnight. More Fox weather straight ahead. Stay with us.
So this is the deck everyone's talking about.
Everyone? The neighbors will notice. Decorators stand out. Here we go again.
Melania, rated PG.
Imagine your child not having a decent pair of shoes, socks, or a warm coat. Subaru and
Ring.com. There's a Harbor Freight store in your neighborhood where we sell hard-working tools that always work with any pro or DIY budget. You see, we treat neighbors like, well, neighbors. Harbor Freight, close by when you need us.
Welcome back to Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. This major winter storm spanning more than 2,300 miles, it's charging its way east, bringing everything with it. Freezing rain, sleet, and snow. We're watching all that right now on radar. OKC, they've had some of that snow, and still seeing some decent snow rates. 5 degrees. It feels like it's 11 below, and that's why we've been talking about this up the road in Tulsa with Mike Seidel, our storm specialist, that this would be powdery snow, very, very high liquid water to snow ratio. It's because of those temperatures. They're super cold, and that's the case across the northern tier of this. Look at what's going on down south. West Texas, you've got thunder sleet. I-35 corridor, flash of lightning right there. Thunder sleet, thunderstorms down across the lower Mississippi, southern parts of Louisiana, southern part of the state of Mississippi, all the while we could see areas in northern parts of the state exceed an inch of ice, destructive, potentially catastrophic icing going on across the northern part of the state. So north to south, major difference in the overall impacts of this dynamic storm. Roswell, New Mexico, Washington, D.C., 1,500 plus miles apart, both reporting snow. These zones in through here, we've been telling you about them all evening on Fox Weather. Both sides of the Red River up into Arkansas, both sides of the Mississippi, both sides of the Appalachians, all zones that the Weather Prediction Center is concerned about for considerable mixed precipitation and icing. So we'll be watching that through the overnight. These numbers are a huge problem. Those corridors up over 3/4 of an inch of ice. That's when trees and power lines come down and the power outages are widespread. Unfortunately, we're thinking that's going to be the case into the overnight hours and during the day tomorrow. That's why Fox Weather Model shows you this, that corridor of mixed precipitation, snow through the overnight, spreading its way up the I-95 corridor. Boston stays all snow. We do get a little sleet that mixes in up the I-95 south of there, and the south coast of Massachusetts, southern parts of Connecticut, Rhode Island, Cape Cod, the islands. That cuts down on the total sum. More of that Arctic air comes rushing in to follow. Place like New York, I don't think we go above freezing in what's left of the month of January. And we continue to track this powerful winter storm. The Northeast bracing for impact. This as we move into the overnight hours tonight.
Here and getting hit with a sandblaster of sorts. So it's windy, it is cold. We're still seeing some activity on the roadways. People trying to pull off potentially some last-minute preparations. People did have a full, sunny, yet cold day to do that here in D.C. You were mentioning potential power outages. I think that is the major concern here in Washington, the metro area that includes parts of Maryland, Northern Virginia. It's accessibility. People are not just preparing for tomorrow and kind of that scenic visual event we're going to get, but what it will lead to in the days to come afterwards if there are significant power disruptions. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, she did request the assistance of the National Guard, particularly their high clearance vehicles that can help make sure that first responders can still get around D.C. during this event tomorrow. As you know, the impacts of ice continue on throughout the week. A lot of people looking to Monday as a notable point of concern because you have a lot of infrastructure here in D.C. just really not meant to be equipped to handle prolonged cold, icy conditions. The metro system here, a lot of it is above ground, unlike other major cities in the Northeast. At a certain point, they have issues operating, so a lot of that can be shut down potentially. The metro system making no promises here. Also, the architecture. It's meant for aesthetics, for history, not for bearing the load that can be heavy with accumulated snow and ice. So there's lots of widespread concerns, but I think people here take it seriously. We saw a run on the supermarkets, particularly downtown, and for some reason Trader Joe's especially, there was a whole lot of activity online about why Trader Joe's had the empty shelves and people were going there, but people are taking it seriously, hunkering down. The mayor says don't go out tomorrow. They have to make sure they keep these roadways clear in case of emergency. When you look back at DC's history, if you go back to 2016, that was a decade ago, that's when we saw our last significant snow event that ended up paralyzing the city and area for multiple days. 20 plus inches came down in 2016. Major issues there because when you even look at the way that DC is set up, but it's not a grid system like many other big cities. It has all these diagonals, these circles that can lead to just kind of a log jam of the snow plows and where they push the material and the snowfall to. So DC, man, when it gets hit, people feel it, and people know that, and that's why they have been stocking up. They're prepared to ride this out inside their homes as long as their power will let them do so, Ian.
Yeah, Alex Kiana with me in studio says the line was long at the Trader Joe's. I did see that on social media because they have the best snacks. So fair enough. They did have the jingle jangle at Christmas, and that was a big problem. But as you said, great point. With that Arctic air rushing in, it is not going to be a quick trip back to business as usual, and folks got to plan accordingly. So hopefully they have the snacks in tow already. That's Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff. Thank you.
Trader Joe's snacks will get you through some things. Look at this store here. I mean, listen, the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, they have been getting ready for this storm, grabbing their essentials, grabbing, all of the things that they will need to get them through the next couple of days. This has the potential to be the biggest winter storm in a decade. We are expecting more than a foot of snow for most areas across the Northeast. Mid-Atlantic may also be seeing a lot of that snow, but it comes at a cost. We also see some ice dangers that are starting to increase here as well. So let's take a look at how things have been shaping up over the last hour or so. Snow is now being reported in Washington, D.C., very close to, say, the Delmarva Peninsula, northern neck of Virginia. Hasn't yet reached an area like Philadelphia, but that will be coming next in line. So we'll watch them all the way up to New York by this time overnight and into tomorrow. And then Boston, majority of your Sunday, will feature a lot of heavy snow. This is where we could see some of the heaviest snow. So we're looking north, we're looking west. New York City, out towards Boston, areas inland could see the heaviest snow. That sleet is going to be the culprit for those across the Mid-Atlantic, from about Richmond through Philadelphia. We could see icy conditions that will continue to increase over the next, say, couple of hours or so going into the start of tomorrow morning. So that is going to interfere with a lot of our totals farther south. New York, you're right on the cusp, could see up to a foot there. Boston, I'm checking you off at least a foot, could see possibly up to 2 feet. But Philadelphia, D.C., you have a better chance of seeing lighter totals, looking at the timing and all of the conditions at the same time. This is why, with that wintry mix, some of that sleet kind of sneaking in there with the warmer air as our low rises the coast, that's going to interfere with those totals as far south as D.C. So notice this, for Richmond, when we look at our ice forecast still to come, you actually see a lot of that brighter shading of pink. That's upwards of about a half an inch to at least 3/4 of an inch of ice. That could make for some really slick conditions, but also eat away at your snow totals. DC, you're not too far off, maybe a 1/4 of an inch to a half an inch, and even Philadelphia could see a 1/10 of an inch of ice as well. So these are a couple places that we'll watch closely. So afternoon hours come around, some of that warm air sneaks through with our low that's moving up the shoreline, and that can make for some slick conditions in the way of sleet. So that's going to be where that sleet comes in, that wintry mix comes in. Totals still look pretty impressive, up to a foot in Philadelphia. So we'll keep a close eye on things here.
Crews across the country, right here in Texas, working overtime to keep road hazards to a minimum. This is new video into Fox Weather, Texas DOT, as their plows out. That's Highway 287 in Wise County. So yeah, a lot of that going on. Everything that can be done. It's a massive effort. Right now, the biggest problem in Texas, power outages mounting eastern parts of the state. That's a result of the ice, and that's going to continue to rise across the many areas that we talked about of concern through the overnight and tomorrow. Louisiana's like almost 70,000 customers without power. Texas about 50. Mississippi, those numbers on the rise as well. Stick with Fox Weather throughout the storm. We will be on all night, riding it out with you as the storm progresses. Mike Emanuel from Fox News and our own Britta Murray, they're standing by. They're going to take the helm at midnight when the Fox News Channel and Fox Business audience will join us as well. That's starting at midnight. More Fox Weather straight ahead. Stay with us.
This is the Mercer Capital Court, powered by artificial intelligence.
I didn't hurt her. Bad things happen to good people.
Get results. Call Ted Lyon and Associates.
Grand Canyon University offered nearly $161 million in institutional scholarships to online students in 2024, in addition to federal grants and aid. See what scholarships you may qualify for. Find your purpose. Visit tcu.edu/myoffer.
You've got ideas, a new project, a renovation that's been waiting. Bauer gives you the power to build, fix, and upgrade at prices that deliver more for your dollar. Bauer, heavy duty guaranteed.
And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 a year.
Dodge Ram owner.
Do you want to play Wheel of Names? It tells you what you are.
Yeah, sure. What's my name?
You're a bitch.
Oh, wow.
That sucks. Do you want to play Wheel of...
Our Face ID technology sets a new standard for the market. It can recognize you in any single situation. For example, Amina can use our Face ID without removing her shiesty.
What's a shiesty?
It's an this works because our system scans your eyes. Sadly, unfortunately, this won't work for a lot of Asian users since we can't fully see their eyes. But we have figured out a solution to resolve the Asian eye problem. Introducing voice recognition. This is so funny. Hey guys, Nathan here. Now, I personally don't know any Asians, so I will be
Drives a car and hits a woman. Whose fault is it?
The man's fault, duh. Wrong.
What? How?
Yeah, I want to hear this. Why would a man be driving in the kitchen?
And drives a car and hits a woman.
Welcome back to Fox Weather, your winter storm HQ, as we're tracking this now sprawling storm. All kinds of wintry precipitation, the snow, some big numbers on the cold side of this, but much more problematic is this zone in through here. Now you see the blue shading, that's areas where at the surface, at the ground, those temperatures are at or below freezing. The issue isn't what's going on at the ground, although it's cold. It's what's happening aloft, that warm, moist air from the Pacific and the Gulf going right up and over that Arctic air mass and generating this complicated icing profile, and it's widespread. We showed you what's happening farther off to the west. You got ice storm warnings in the Appalachians, the Piedmont, Charlotte down to Columbia, Augusta to Atlanta, and to the opposite side of the Appalachians too. This is the concern. This is for ice still to come. So it doesn't include in some of the places where we've seen serious numbers already. That corridor that stretches across the Mississippi up into middle Tennessee, as far north as the Bluegrass now. That's been a bit of a tweak to this forecast. That icing forecast stretching a touch farther off to the north. Down into Atlanta, I think especially across northern parts of the metro, that's where we have the concern for areas exceeding about a quarter, maybe up to half an inch of ice. And it gets worse as you move farther north and east from there, right into that wedge of Arctic air leaking its way down the Appalachians. Going to be a wild day in Atlanta tomorrow. You wake up 6 a.m., temperatures are near freezing. That's freezing rain. You're on the plus side of the freezing mark as you warm up by lunchtime. Thunderstorms come through with that front second half of the day, and then the Arctic air flows in behind that, and your temperatures plummet. Some of that water on the ground freezes up, so be on the lookout for some sneaky poor travel conditions later on tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. Into the overnight hours, watch this coverage of freezing rain and sleet linger. We're stuck with this. We're not expecting it to clear the Mississippi River until some point after lunch. Welcome back to Fox Weather, your winter storm HQ. That's a look out in Nashville, 23 degrees. It feels like it's 14. A northeast wind 7 miles per hour. Still folks out and about on Broadway there. There always is in Nashville. Not even close to what a typical Saturday night would look like. So while we're zoning in on Nashville, ice has become a big concern. Those temperatures continue to dip. This is a brutal run for Middle Tennessee. We're joined now by the mayor of Nashville, Freddie O'Connell. Mayor, thank you for being here with us. You see scenes like that. I know your teams will be out and about trying to keep those roads as safe as possible. The message, please don't be out in that. But we're looking at this forecast. You're in this icing profile. It may be with you all the way through the afternoon, the first part of the evening. What are you expecting as we move forward through the next 24 hours?
Yeah, this is probably the most challenging period because we, started the morning with some light snow. I think we got, just over an inch at my house, and then calmed down for a minute, and then it has switched to sleet. And yes, I mean, we're worried about a combination of sleet and freezing rain. We've had precipitation pretty continuously into the evening here in Middle Tennessee, and that's when things start to get hazardous, when the glaze is not just on windshields and rearview mirrors, but starts to happen on trees. You're looking at branches bringing down not just power lines, but sometimes utility poles. You're looking at much more treacherous conditions on roadways, and so yes, you're exactly right. We do want motorists to generally steer clear of roadways. We've got our local plow crews out on snow routes. They're clearing primaries. If they get those clear, keep them clear, they move on to secondaries. So if people do need to be out and about, we absolutely recommend that people check out those snow routes, which we have up on our Nashville.gov website.
Mayor, we're showing the forecast there, and it has what I was mentioning. This go-around, Nashville's no stranger to ice storms, sure, but to get up above in parts of the metro, a half an inch, you enter into a different territory where this is increasingly destructive. Those power outages are more widespread and perhaps prolonged. City's been in a lucky spot to be in, great spot of big growth. Are you any concerned at all with folks that are maybe new, that they haven't been through not just an ice storm, but one of this magnitude, that they may not know what they're getting into here?
I think for us, if you're moving to Nashville from a place like California or coast where you might not get a lot of snow or ice, that's one thing. But we also get a lot of residents and new neighbors from places like Chicago, New York. And so people who are from the Northeast, the upper Midwest, this is not uncommon, and you can see from the map you guys have that this is also not something Nashville is uniquely experiencing right now. This winter storm is affecting a lot of communities, and I think we're okay because we also have our Tennessee Department of Transportation. The state is out there plowing interstates and highways, but I think the other part that's going to be a real difficulty here is that incredibly low, dangerously low temperatures are going to follow the precipitation, and so we're keeping an eye on that as well.
I wanted to ask you more about that, because that's not going to be fleeting at all. That's kind of stuck with you, and as you said, it's not unique. It's pretty much the eastern part of the country. We're watching the Arctic air reload. So if this does become a long duration power outage scenario, how do you pivot? How do you react to that, knowing that we're stuck with this for days and days?
Well, we're very lucky that we prepared. We're also in that stage as a city where we've had to be resilient many times over with not just winter storms, but floods and all different kinds of weather-related and other types of disasters. So our Office of Emergency Management has a very solid playbook at this point for these kinds of things. There are some things you just can't get completely in front of. We know it's going to get increasingly difficult to not just clear roadways initially, but keep them clear. And as you mentioned, the power outages are going to be a difficult part of this. But we've worked with our local utility, Nashville Electric Service. We're looking at scenarios to keep various facilities online if we need to go to generators or other kinds of things. OEM here is coordinated, though, across multiple departments. And so I think it's that preparedness, it's that type of collaboration we have, not just with first responders and kind of disaster preparedness, but our water company, our electric company. I mean, we're trying to make sure that all of them are resourced appropriately to keep the lights on, keep the water on. But we also have to have some measure of personal responsibility. We've recommended, for instance, that both residents and commercial properties keep a drip going in pipes to keep things from going through this deep freeze and causing bursts. So there's a lot of moving parts here.
Yeah, no question, and it's great advice right there. You said a lot of hard work, and the lead up to an event like this pays dividends during and after. So we frequently check in on that camera. We know Nashville is such a happening spot, at least for a little stretch here. Folks have to be safe. The mayor of Nashville, Freddie O'Connell, wishing you the best moving through this and beyond. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, let's talk about what happens beyond this. Areas getting hit by this powerful winter storm, they're already seeing the plunge in temperatures, but we could see more of that leading into next week. Cold weather alerts, they stretch from the plains into the northeast. Take a look at some of these videos just showing how cold it's been so far. I want you to look at this one. New York City got it bad this morning. Brooklyn This is a look at a fire hydrant that burst and the water actually froze. This video is courtesy of one of our producers here at Fox Weather. Central Park, it clocked the coldest morning in nearly 3 years. We started the day off with temperatures at 9 degrees. So it has been dangerously cold, not only across the Northeast, but across the plains, the Southeast, and across the upper Midwest. Everyone on, 2/3 of this country have been seeing the cold air. And unfortunately, it takes us right into next week. Notice this time frame through at least Monday morning for a lot of these places. 90 million Americans impacted by this cold air. We do have the potential to see over 100 records with low temperatures through the next couple of days. So we're looking at this well beyond the storm that we're talking about as this cold air keeps things cold, frigid for several areas. The South getting in on this cold, Oklahoma, Kansas, likely to break some records, but then you tackle on top of this the winds. That doesn't take much. 10 to 15 mile per hour winds can make an area like Oklahoma City feel like 12 below zero. So we have some significant cold stretching in for the South. This is going to be very unusual to a lot of folks over the next couple of days, going right into Monday morning. Here's some more of those records.
Right there in Boston, we're thinking it stays all snow. You go to the south coast of Massachusetts, some sleet mixing in. So we've got this sprawling winter storm warning up to about the latitude of Quebec City. Everybody in the entire region of the Northeast, except extreme northern Maine, feeling the influence of this. Area of low pressure that develops becomes more potent. It gets stronger. That starts pulling marine air from the Atlantic onshore, and that's part of the reason why we see a switchover. But unlike previous events, this is the reverse, where we've been waiting for cold air to catch up to the moisture, and we start with a mix, we go over to a little window of snow. This is actually a complete reverse of that. The cold air is here. If you've been outside today at all, you know that. So through the overnight, that snow rolls its way up the I-95 corridor, Washington, Baltimore, a switchover that happens sometime around lunchtime, immediately after that, middle of the afternoon for Philly, later into the day for New York. And there you go. I mentioned the south coast of Massachusetts, Cape Cod, the islands, the mix. But Boston stays snow, and so does most of New England away from the immediate coastline. So get comfortable, stay home, stay warm. Watch the Pats hopefully punch a ticket to the Super Bowl. We'll see. Got to get the job done out in Denver tomorrow. No snow game at Foxborough. There is the snow forecast. So, yeah, we could see places like Boston up close to 1.5 feet. Lesser totals, as I mentioned, along the immediate coastline. Some ice that makes its way maybe as far north as about the northern part of the Delmarva. That does it for this hour of Fox Weather. Stay with us throughout the night. We'll be with you riding this storm out as it progresses. Britta Merwin and Mike Emanuel, they're up after us starting at midnight. They're going to take you all the way through the overnight until our morning teams take over with more live coverage. Don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app to stay up to date with the latest forecast. You can track this storm on approach and as it moves through your area. More Fox Weather coming up after the break. Stay with us. If you don't love traveling by air, it may be because of one word, turbulence. But what causes it? Turbulence is the small-scale, chaotic motion of air, and a wide variety of weather factors can produce it. Let's talk about it. One type is thermal or convective turbulence. This happens when the sun heats up the surface, making the air there warmer and more buoyant. That parcel of air rises into and mixes with falling cooling air to create competing up and down forces on the aircraft. Wind shear, it's the change in speed or direction between two different air layers, and another usual suspect is frontal turbulence, where the edges of two large air masses collide, creating some bounce at that boundary. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. You can get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips on the Fox Weather app, or watch us anytime, anywhere on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
This is the Mercer Capital Court, powered by artificial intelligence.
I didn't hurt her.
LSU Online is designed to move with you, for you, when and where life happens.
Grand Canyon University offered nearly $161 million in institutional scholarships scholarships to online students in 2024, in addition to federal grants and aid. See what scholarships you may qualify for. Find your purpose. Visit tcu.edu/myoffer.
Massive and dangerous winter storm slamming into more than half the country. It brings snow, ice, sleet, and freezing rain. Americans facing dangerous conditions right outside their doorstep. I'm Britta Merwin.
Britta, great to be working with you. I'm Mike Emanuel. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. We're combining our resources to bring you every story of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
We cannot overstate the magnitude of this storm. We have more than 195 million Americans that are under some type of winter weather alert. It spans more than 2,300 miles across 40 states. You know, from the real origin of this whole debacle, when we saw this coming shape over the computer models to now, it really, unfortunately, is living up to the footprint that we thought it would.
In some places, ice will be a factor, other places, snow?
Yep, everything is being dished out. And the tough thing is we have some areas that are getting snow and ice, which complicates the scenario, especially in terms of safety.
All right, we have every angle of this storm covered tonight. Chelsea Torres is in Charlotte, North Carolina. Alexandria Hoff is awaiting snow in the nation's capital. And Brandy Campbell is in Oxford, Mississippi.
Let's start with Brandy. We're going to head down towards Mississippi in the heart of the biggest icing threat from the system. Brandy, how has the scene evolved during the day?
Well, guys, earlier this morning, we started off with sleet and quite a bit of it to where it looked like we might have had some snow, but then come early afternoon, it was all freezing rain, and it's pretty much all we have seen. So I want to show you some of the impacts that have built up over the day. As you take a look behind us here in the downtown area of Oxford, it's evident in the trees. You can see that just glaze all over the trees. It's kind of like a silver cast around it, obviously illuminated by the lights here, but we are seeing the ice accumulation. We're under an ice storm warning right now, and that lasts until Sunday evening around 6 p.m. Now, there's some dangers because of the ice. As we continue to pan, you can see the ice that is accumulating on the power lines, the utility lines, and if we get too much ice built up, it can cause those to fall down, to break, and cause power outages, and that's exactly what is happening across the state. We've gone past 10,000 outages here in Mississippi tonight, and it's continuing to rise. I'm seeing residents talk online about the outages, asking if they're seeing their lights flicker. Some folks saying they're seeing transformers blow tonight as well. So that's some of the developments. And as we continue to look down the roads, that's another big factor in the dangers that lie with an ice storm. Tonight, with temperatures dropping, the sun is not out anymore. This is going to allow what has fallen today to ice over. So it's going to be a big factor, and something that road crews are going to be responding to tomorrow as well. I was able to catch up with some of the locals here, getting the reactions to what we're dealing with. Take a listen.
Oh my gosh, this is like nothing I've ever seen before. We're from Florida, so this is blowing our minds right now.
Yes, our campus looks absolutely gorgeous.
Well, like being from Florida, we have a lot of hurricanes, so this is not unlike that. So we're stocked up, we're good. We're just kind of enjoying it right now while the weather's light, and we'll make sure to like take precautions when needed. I like that.
Yes, and neither of us drive, so we're gonna stay in our dorm and take it all in.
All right, it's late, so this is the time that people need to be indoors, because as you take a look at this, guys, this is all ice, and more of what's not frozen is going to look like this pretty soon, especially by daybreak in the morning. Back to you.
Wow, Brandy, when you get down to your perspective close to the ground, you can tell how hard the rain is coming down. I did want to ask you, obviously we can see the ice building up on the trees, we can see it on the power lines, on the, stop behind you, but...
Beginning to fall, the city is expecting this to be one of the biggest snowstorms in years. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is in Washington as the snow creeps in. Alex, when did you see the first flakes flying?
You know, Mike, it's really been within the hour, and they are these very fine little flakes at this time. We know that's probably not going to last as things begin to accumulate. Not seeing a whole lot on the ground so far, but we're still seeing people traveling at this time. We just saw somebody walk by with his bags maybe from Union Station. So people are still trying to finish up some last-minute preparations. Today being a sunny day with this storm kind of pushed back time-wise, people were able to use this for preparations. And I think the really positive thing we are seeing in the D.C. area is people are not just looking at this as a one-day event. They're looking at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and trying to prepare for the long haul in the event that this is a prolonged ice event, as it appears to be. People understand that power outages, I mean, that will be the significant factor in the potential devastation that this storm could provide to this area. So in talking to people, they've been making sure they have stocked up on goods, they have their water. An interesting thing in this area that a lot of people have been talking about is people can go to Trader Joe's. That's the big one, apparently, cleaning them out. But chicken, that's been flying off the shelves for some reason this year. But DC is a unique it's a unique place for trying to deal with this kind of weather. They've been, of course, putting that salt down, but this is not a grid system, so it's a hard city to try to plow in an effective manner. Also, the metro system, unlike other major cities, that is above ground in many parts. If you have more than 8 inches of snowfall, a lot of those lines will shut down or have significant delays, so people are looking ahead. When are they going to be able to get back to work, and what is in store for tomorrow as they prepare for this to be a long-haul event? It is an all-hands-on-deck situation. The mayor here in D.C. has requested support from the National Guard, especially their high-capacity vehicles, to help first responders get through this storm and make sure that they can respond to the calls they need as all this is coming down. Mike.
Alex, as we know, there are people from all over the country who move to Washington, D.C. Some of them are not very familiar with snow and ice, and it doesn't take much for panic to set in our nation's capital when you have a weather event like this.
You are so right about that, and that's been something on my mind. You have so many people here in town, these young professionals from Mississippi, maybe, from Texas, Florida, working for their congressmen or senators, and I think that's part of why this is an area that does take these kind of events seriously. They want to make sure they're prepared if they are not familiar with how to handle themselves. Luckily, a lot of those people aren't driving here, but it makes it hard to get around when you rely on the metro, and that is perhaps not operable in the days to come.
Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff, great job. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
This is a sprawling system. More than 40 states are feeling the impacts from the snow, ice, and dangerous cold. Britta, where are we seeing problems right now?
You know, the tough thing, especially for these locations that are down south, we just talked to Brandy Campbell in Mississippi, is that we have had a push of the initial storm, and it's followed by a lull, and now radar is starting to fill back in. And that second wallop is anticipated to be worse than what we just went through. So for a lot of folks that are down south, we're really just at the beginning. I know it feels exhausting. It feels like we've already been through so much, and we're starting to see the ice build up, but this second push is going to be that critical punch that just really does us in for the ice accumulation. And although there's a ton of anticipation for the snow that's going to happen later tonight and tomorrow for the Northeast, it is the ice that will be the calling card and probably the most dramatic part of this storm. Right now we have power outages that continue to climb across East Texas, North Louisiana, and into Mississippi. And in some of these more rural locations, of course, you have less resources, and it's very tough when the power goes out and you don't have a lot of help that is close by. So that's why there's been so much communication. I mean, gosh, Ken Graham, the director of National Weather Service, we talked to him just a couple days ago, stressing how he wanted folks to be prepared to be without resources and on their own for a whole week. And it's because of the ice. And there's the stretch. You know, 1,400 miles of ice reports that go from the Rio Grande Valley all the way through the southeast and push up into the Tennessee Valley. So to have this many reports out of the first wave, I mean, it makes you realize that the second wave is going to be the compounding effect, especially because it is happening when folks are sleeping. You know, Mike, people are going to wake up tomorrow morning and they're going to say, wow, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. And we're waiting the first flakes here in New York City.
Yeah, and that's going to take some time. I mean, when you look at radar, you see a lot of action between Oklahoma into the Ohio Valley. You know, we just talked to Alexandria. She's in Washington, D.C., and those little, small, tiny snowflakes, it's because the atmosphere is so cold. It takes a lot of time to moisten up the atmosphere, and then we'll start to see the snow come down. So until we get to that point for the Northeast, a lot of our focus is going to be across the Tennessee Valley, moving down into the deep south. Middle Tennessee is really starting to see the ice accumulate. The Predators had their game today. So it's tough. I mean, Dallas had a game as well. The Mavericks were playing. So it's really tough when you have this strong communication. We want you to stay off the roads. We want you to stay home. But then there are these big events that are going on that, of course, people want to be out.
My son in Charlottesville, Virginia, says the snow is sticking.
Good to know. And that ground truth, that's what's helping us. These observations are so critical, especially when it comes to winter precipitation. Charlotte, I know the camera just went out, but our eyes will be there. We do have a recorder coming out of Charlotte, because when you're dealing with an ice situation and it's such a complicated temperature profile vertically, you really need to know what it looks like, that ground truth down the ground. Am I seeing sleet? Am I seeing ice? Am I seeing rain? So, you know, with the wide stretch of how big our team is, that's how you're able to cover something like this.
We've got you covered all night. More than 140,000 people nationwide are without power right now as the winter storm pushes east through the southeast. More than 50 crashes reported in the city of Dallas on Saturday. Thankfully, none of those crashes were deadly. Dallas Public Schools already closed for Monday. The latest headlines from Fox Weather: the ice storm is not done yet in the great state of Texas. The Department of Transportation posting on X saying crews will be out treating roadways in the Lone Star State all throughout the night. Ice has been reported across 11 states in the past 12 hours, from Texas to Virginia. And in Connecticut, commercial vehicles like trucks, RVs, tractor trailers, tankers, and cars with trailers are not allowed to travel on limited access highways in the state starting at noon today. Fox Weather is here every step of the way throughout the storm. We are live 24/7 on air and online. Go to our website, foxweather.com, to get the latest news updates in real time. This storm is just getting started. Major East Coast cities are staring down the prospect of their biggest snowstorm in years. More than a foot of snow in the forecast across the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. Who's in the snow zone?
And before we head to break, travel issues mounting across our country at this hour. As we go into a new day tomorrow, I think a lot of Americans just will not be traveling, whether you are trying to get on the roads or trying to head to an airport. Mike and I are with you throughout the overnight, live on air through 6 a.m., and then we'll pass the baton to the next group. That's right, Fox Weather is holding your hand through the entirety of this storm with our continuous coverage. Stay with us here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition. with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Up to 50,000 cars added daily on Cars.com. Where to next?
New Haagen-Dazs Belgian waffle cones. Save the best for last. That's Dazs.
Turn heads in the totally redesigned Subaru Outback. Dog tested, dog approved.
I strip with strangers.
Breathe Right strips have spring-like bands that open your nose, instantly relieving nasal congestion, so every breath feels
You come around with your hands in your pockets saying, baby, I've been thinking too much. But hearts don't lie.
Nuri Protein Milkshakes. 30 grams of protein, unlimited grams of fun.
A massive winter storm is trekking across the country, bringing ice, snow, and freezing rain to more than 245 million Americans. That's a live look at Nashville, Tennessee, where I know a big concern is icing there. Welcome back to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. I'm Mike Emanuel. As the storm bears down on more than 40 states, we're seeing a number of snow and ice reports come into the newsroom. Fox Weather meteorologist Britta Merwin is in Weather Command with those reports.
Yeah, and it's really starting to stack up, especially the ice accumulations. When we start to accrete ice, more than a half an inch, you're talking about trees coming down and power lines struggling to deal with the weight. And unfortunately, that's where we're pushing the element. In fact, we've already had observations of almost an inch of ice in northern portions of Louisiana. We still have to get through a really long night and a really long day tomorrow. So here's sort of the top billboard. If you're wondering where we set the status report at this hour, top snow totals coming out of New Mexico, 13 inches of snow. They're kind of positioned on the original site of this storm as that low is coming out of Baja. Top sleet total, 5 inches of sleet. So if you're not too familiar with sleet and how it accumulates, think about a really nasty slushie. I mean, we usually like to eat slushies, but 5 inches of that on the ground, more than what you bargained for. Top total accumulation for ice. Right now, it's out of Louisiana. Northern portions of Louisiana has been very hard hit by this first wave of freezing rain. They're pushing 3/4 of an inch, and power outages, that number continues to climb. We're over 160,000 customers. It's very important to remember, and this is going to be critically important as we move forward, that when we talk about power outages, we're talking about number in terms of customers. So if you have 5 people in your house, you count as 1. This is a lot of Americans that have now lost power, and it is brutally cold outside and it will remain cold. We have temperatures across Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi that will be below freezing all the way through Tuesday afternoon. So to have these numbers, definitely concerning at this hour. Here's a look at the stretch of the storm. We still have action back out by the southwest. Thunderstorms that are popping up across parts of Arizona and New Mexico. That snow shield extends from Texas all the way up through the Midwest, pushing through the mid-Atlantic. We do have reports, thanks to Mike's family members, that the snow is sticking down on the ground in Virginia, and then down to the south, thunderstorms are rocking and rolling. That's an element that we'll get to. Severe weather, unfortunately, a part of this, and that's going to become a bigger part of this as we go into tomorrow. Let's focus on the freezing rain and the sleet. This is where we are accreting ice. And again, every facet of a winter storm is important. The snow is important. The severe weather is important. But ice, I call that the great equalizer, because it doesn't matter. You have a Ford 150, great for you. You're not going to be driving in the ice. You grew up in northern Michigan, awesome for you. You're also not going to be driving in the ice. It really doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the skill set. Ice is going to throw you into a very unsafe situation. And across Dallas, we have that working. We also have a little bit of lightning showing up. So we think about thunder snow. You can get thunder sleet as well. Let's move on to what's happening across Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, even into South Jersey. This is where the atmosphere is trying to moisten up. It has been brutally cold all day long across the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. If you were out with your kids, you probably felt that burn in the back of your throat. You only last about 5 minutes before somebody's crying, and then they're sad that they cried because their tears are freezing. It's that cold. And when it is that cold, the air is incredibly dry. And so when the snow starts falling way up ahead, which right now we're capturing on radar, think of that, radar shoots up into the sky, it actually starts to moisten up the atmosphere, and slowly and surely that whole vertical column will moisten up, and those snowflakes will actually get down to the ground. So that's the process that we're watching across the mid-Atlantic. We're starting to see those light snowflakes develop across Washington, D.C. Eventually, we'll start to really crank the snow machine. Moving down into parts of Virginia, south of D.C., we have multiple snow reports coming in. White Plains is up to 1/10 of an inch. So once we start to see that process happen, Mike, we see the moistening of the atmosphere, we can start stacking up the snow quickly. So, we're sitting a little bit past midnight. By the time we're at 3 a.m., we're going to see probably 2 inches of snow in some of these spots across the mid-Atlantic.
An active weather night ahead of us, Britta. Glad you're on duty.
Mm-hmm.
All right. A multi-vehicle crash in the icing conditions on Interstate 55 in southeastern Missouri. This pileup is near Marston, Missouri, not far from the Kentucky state line. Traffic was in a complete standstill on Saturday afternoon. Around 4:15 Central Time as blowing and drifting snow reduced visibility. The newest information from Fox Weather at this hour, Fort Worth police announcing they've responded to more than 150 weather-related calls from midnight to 8 p.m. on Saturday, including almost 60 crashes. Thunder sleet was reported in Texas and Oklahoma just minutes ago, and the Texas Department of Transportation posted on X saying crews will be out treating the roadways in the Lone Star State all throughout the night. And ice has been reported across 11 states in the past 12 hours, from Texas to Virginia. Our team is riding this storm out with you, and you can get the latest headlines as they come into our newsroom. Go to our website, foxweather.com.
This storm is making its way into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. It's going to be one of the biggest snowstorms in years for millions of folks that live up and down the 95 corridor. We have winter storm warnings that stretch across the Northeast from D.C. through Philadelphia into New York City and all the way up towards Boston. So there's been a lot of folks, I would say, over the last 5-10 years, depending on where you live, that have been saying, where's the snow? It used to snow all the time. Well, we're going to get exactly what we asked for. We are in for some big-time accumulations. Looking at the winter storm warnings, they stretch all the way up through northern Maine. We do have a winter storm watch. That's just a timing aspect for northern Maine. Eventually, that will flip over to a winter storm warning. So the entire region is blanketed in a winter storm warning. Guys, it's been a long time since we've seen that. I mean, the pure scale of this, the actual physical size of the storm, is truly massive. Sometimes you hear catchy words thrown across TV. You see them on social media. All of these words actually very accurately describe the situation that we find ourselves in. So let's talk about the snow. Obviously, the warning is up. We're prepared for the snow to move in. Your preparation should be done. We have snow being reported in Pittsburgh, not yet in Philadelphia. We're seeing it in D.C. By the way, we have live reports with a reporter in D.C., so stay with us if you want to see what it looks like outside your window. And Columbus, we have snow as well. Look at the temperatures. 5 degrees in Albany, -8 in Burlington. That's the actual air temperature right now in Vermont, -8. So when we have such cold air in place, this is really the precursor and the key to getting big snow in the Northeast. And this is one of the reasons why we have not seen a blockbuster storm in the Northeast, with exception of lake effect snow, because we haven't had that precursor of Arctic air timing just right for a storm to march right into it. And now it's time to pay the piper. It's all starting to line up. Now we are going to see some ice, and a big deal is going to be what's happening in New York City and Philadelphia. I say that because about 24 hours ago, it looked like it was going to be all snow for those two big metropolitan areas. But the kicker here is that we have the Atlantic Ocean. Water temps right now are in the 40s. All of that moisture is going to be slung into this Arctic air, and that warm air from the Atlantic will ride over that dense, cold Arctic air, and that's going to throw in a little bit of an ice combo. Once you go north of New York City, we're not going to see that big influence. It is going to be all snow. So the snow accumulations in Massachusetts, moving into New York State, the Catskills, you throw a little bit of elevation, that's where we're going to pump out probably 2 feet of snow as the maximum amount. As we take a look at the timing here, all the snow is starting to move in. By the time we wake up tomorrow morning, the Northeast is dealing with the snow, and we'll have to look out for that ice starting to push into Washington, D.C. Mike?
Britta, it's not just ice and snow we are worried about, it's also the bitter cold. Cold weather alerts stretch from the plains to the Northeast.
200 million people, by the way, dealing with the cold. So there's a look at the warnings. Again, an extreme cold warning. That's kind of that upper echelon, the most extreme warning that we can get from the National Weather Service office. And look at the stretch. I mean, it's pretty much the entire Lone Star State, all of Oklahoma, all of Arkansas, all of Louisiana, all of Mississippi. I mean, it's insane how many people are really locked up in very extreme temperatures, and that cold air, it sticks around all the way through the middle part of next week. I mean, a lot of Texans, they won't wake up to temperatures above freezing until we probably get to Wednesday morning. So if the power, utilize it. We're here to keep you safe. There's a look at the temperatures. That's the current wind chill. So Mike, that's another part of this. It's not just the cold air. It's also the fact that it's windy.
And we know they've had power grid problems in the great state of Texas, so that's something we'll be tracking throughout the storm, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of Texans, they rightfully so get very uncomfortable because they think about 2021. I lived through 2021, so trust me, I get it. That was a demand issue. ERCOT saying that they can deal with the demand, so hopefully we can keep the power on.
All right, Central Texas is no stranger to power outages, treacherous travel, and days of bitter cold. They are once again in the crosshairs. Joining us now is the Travis County, Texas Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, overseeing the response as conditions worsen. Andy, what's the situation right now there in Travis County?
Well, it's cold, it's sleeting. Thankfully, people seem to be staying off the roads, which we've been asking them to do all day. And thankfully, we've been preparing people for this all week. So we've had meetings with the city, with the state, with TDEM at the state, making sure that we have assets in place and really getting that message out that, man, this is Texas. We're not used to the cold. When the roads freeze, we don't know how to drive on them. People need to stay off those roads. It seems like that message is working pretty well tonight. It's 27 degrees right now, which for us is very cold, and the highways look pretty vacant right now. There's still some traffic, some truck traffic and things I was just seeing a minute ago, but overall, I think people are listening to us.
I worked at Fox 7 back in the day. I remember a lot of those elevated roadways would get icy, and it was kind of like bumper cars on the road. What are your biggest concerns as this weather event progresses?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that we want people to do right now, we've got power, we've got things like that, but we want people to stay off of the road. So a couple days out, we put brine on the roads, that kind of sticky stuff that hopefully is sticking on there now. And then we're actually going out as it's icing, and we're putting magnesium chloride on the intersections on the busier part. But that's not for people, normal people. That's for first responders if they have to get to somebody having a medical emergency, a fire, a thing like that. So our biggest fear right now is people getting onto the roads and creating problems for all of us. The EMS has already let people know that they're transporting people to the very closest hospital to where they pick them up. They're not driving across the county to get them to their hospital of preference. So really the critical thing is staying off the roads, letting first responders do their jobs.
I know Austin, Texas is the live music capital of the world. I'm curious what the scene looks like on 6th Street and some of the social parts of town at this hour.
Yeah, it's pretty empty. I've not been to 6th Street tonight, so I can't say for sure what 6th Street looks like, but my sense is from everybody at the EOC is that generally people are heating this morning. The freeze came on around dark tonight, so I think some people maybe were going to have dinner. A week ago had set a dinner plan with some friends for 7 o'clock. The restaurant called us earlier today saying that they were closed. So I think a lot of businesses are heating this. They're closing it. People are staying at home. We've been asking people to, wherever you are, find a safe place to stay, a warm place to stay, and please stay put. Earlier today, I went to visit the Central Texas Food Bank. I know y'all were talking about 2021 before. I became county judge about 3 months before Storm Uri hit us. And one of the things that happened is the Central Texas Food Bank did not have a backup generator. I actually had to go over there myself to turn off a water pipe because there was a big leak there, and that was a big problem. We've learned a lot in Central Texas since then. That Central Texas Food Bank now has a full generator to back up that entire facility so they can keep making food for the shelters that the city of Austin's providing. I think that has happened a lot across the city and the county. People have backup generators, but man, if ERCOT fails us, I think we're not going to be in a good place. So I hear from the governor, I hear from ERCOT that the grid, is holding steady, is looking good right now. But you asked me what the biggest fear is, and that would be losing power, because I think right now people are heeding our messages. They're at home, they're warm, but man, we don't want to see that power go out.
Travis County Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, thanks for joining us. God bless you and the great folks in Central Texas.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
We are covering the storm 24/7 all through the weekend. We are Fox, combining our resources between Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather to help keep you and your family safe and informed. Thanks to our viewers across all 3 networks for joining us.
We are truly with you every step of the way as the storm moves across our country. It's hitting the southern plains, the Tennessee Valley, and the Northeast at this hour, and it will continue to wallop our country all the way through tomorrow. We'll be with you the entire journey. Stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Every Texas parent deserves the freedom to choose the best education for their children. The new Education Freedom Accounts make that freedom a reality.
I'm Texas Comptroller Kelly Hancock. This new program helps families pay for private school tuition, tutoring, curriculum, and more.
You know what's best for your child.
And Education Freedom Accounts give you the funds to choose what's best.
All Texas students are eligible. Learn more at educationfreedom.texas.gov.
The industrial-grade products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Imagine your child not having a decent pair of shoes, socks, or a warm coat. Subaru and its retailers have provided critical items like these to over 1 million people in urgent need. Subaru, more than a car company.
Do your work, do your plan, do it up, do your best. Do it, do it, do it better, do it faster, do it smarter, do it again, do it. Up, up, do.
Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. A historic, sprawling winter storm is marching its way across our country, and the scope is truly immense. We have every element, snow and ice stretching from the southern plains all the way to New England. And all kinds of winter precip. I mean, you name it. Snow, ice, freezing rain. Welcome back to our special coverage and our continuing coverage here on Fox Weather. I'm Britta Merwin.
Britta, great to be working with you. I'm Mike Emanuel. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to our special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. We are combining our resources to bring you every angle of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
Yeah, that's the special thing about Fox Weather is that we have partners like you, and it's great to work together to keep all of America safe and ahead of this storm. Here's a look at the numbers. I mean, we got 40 plus states that are being impacted at this hour. So we're truly, just getting into it, folks. So we have a long stretch to get through. 240 million Americans are under some type of weather alert, and this storm stretches 2,300 miles.
Amazing. This is a sprawling system. More than 40 states are feeling the impacts from the snow, ice, and dangerous cold. Britta, where are we seeing problems right now?
Yeah, and right now, it's truly a loaded question, because what do you pick as the top priority? And really, there's so many spots that need attention. I want to spend a lot of time focusing on the ice, because that is truly going to be the largest problem, because you have a higher likelihood of losing power. We just talked to, Austin, Texas, and their concern is, can we keep the power on? Which right now looks like ERCOT's doing fine for our friends in the Lone Star State watching us at this hour. But once you have power loss, that's when it starts to get a little scary because of how cold the temperatures are. You worry about people trying to stay safe, trying to stay warm. But this is truly why there's been so much communication about keeping people at home and off the roads, is because we've had a first wave of nasty precip moving through, developing ice. We had a lull, and now the second wave has arrived. That is thunder sleet that is falling over parts of hill country right now. You can think about it just as a thunderstorm, but it's just a frozen version of that with sleet starting to accumulate. As we lift up into Arkansas, you can get a nice shot of Little Rock and Memphis, both dealing with accreting ice at this hour. Throughout central portions of Mississippi, large accumulations. I mean, we're talking about pushing it to 3/4 of an inch of ice, and we're not even halfway through the ice event for folks that live across the South. And that's what gets us to this, the power outage map. Numbers are continuing to climb. You can tell that Louisiana has now pushed into the red, meaning that we have 75% or 75%, of some counties dealing with power loss. And the temperatures, they're going to stay below freezing all the way through the middle part of next week. I mean, we'll be lucky next Tuesday afternoon to get above freezing for a couple hours. But then, Mike, we have another freeze that moves in Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So, a lot of these states have already canceled school for Monday. They're probably going to have to cancel for Tuesday and Wednesday just because the roads aren't going to be safe.
Kids will be happy.
The kids will be happy. Parents,
not so much.
I mean, Mike and I are parents too, so we get you. You have everybody balled up inside. There's only so much you can take before you start getting on each other's nerves. But take a deep breath. We're here to ride through it. We do want to get everybody updated, so we're going to move on to another spot, and that is across parts of North Carolina. So we got dangerous and potentially crippling conditions for the Carolinas. I mean, you're talking about this nasty combo. Heavy ice, snow, and then, of course, these frigid temperatures that could lead to more power loss. North Carolina is a state that we're very concerned about the hot topic of keeping that power on. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres is joining us from Charlotte. Chelsea, it's so good to see you. Hope that you're staying warm, taking all those preps yourself. But how are things in Charlotte right now? I mean, I have family that live outside of Charlotte. They've sort of been saying that we're waiting for it, we're waiting for it.
Yeah, Britta, that's kind of what it's been like really all day, just until the last hour is when we really started seeing some of this precipitation and some of this rain. Crews from the city or emergency management have said that this could be the most impactful winter storm that they've had in years. So you can imagine all hands on deck, not only just from now moving forward, but even for the past few days, and kind of give you an idea of what it's looking like out here. Because mind you, it's been pretty dry all day, but again, in the past hour, we really started getting some rain. And you can kind of see, if you can maybe even hear, it's getting a little bit more slick now on the sidewalks, but even then, not just there, but even on your cars, temperatures too. We have one of our crew vehicles right here, and I'll kind of scrape a little bit. Mind you, this is very light, but that just kind of gives you an idea just how cold it's already getting here, but then also that rain that's coming down, that really light precipitation that's already creating this icy effect. When we talk about those preps, I mean, even just this week, a lot of the city crews were saying they've already prepped and pre-treated more than 1,300 miles of roads here in this area. Not to mention, people really are heeding a lot of those warnings. Just kind of going around, we've seen a lot of these salt trucks driving through. We have a lot of plows that have been ready and prepared. Even a few blocks down where I'm staying, I've seen already some emergency and energy trucks that are ready to go. Even then, a lot of people really are doing what they can. We've seen that the grocery stores are starting to get wiped out of a lot of items, especially water, especially those non-perishable items, even propane. And for a lot of people that don't know, here in North Carolina, a lot of people do rely on propane or heating oil to stay warm. So if you imagine, if you have any kind of power outages, again, it's cold and people need everything they can to really stay warm. And when we talk about the ice and how dangerous it can be, city crews right now really are worried about the ice, more particularly. Even the lead arborist here in the city was talking about 1/4 of an inch on any of the tree limbs could break smaller limbs, but as soon as you get a little bit higher to about 1/2 an inch of ice on some of those tree limbs, that can really be crippling. And here's what she had to say about even just trees that may not be new trees but might be older and might have some rot.
If a tree has any kind of root issues, if it sits on there for a long period of time and we get winds, we could potentially get whole tree failures as well. When trees fall, they're under a lot of tension, and if you cut the wrong space, it may spring back in a weird way or roll. So it's really important to allow this cleanup to happen by professionals that are out there.
And Britta, she was talking about people wanting to go out and try to cut up some trees on their own. That's when she's saying, just stay home, let the professionals do it. We'll keep an eye on what's happening here in Charlotte, and we'll see you here in the next hour. Britta.
Yeah, stay warm out there, Chelsea. Thank you so much. That is Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres reporting live in Charlotte, North Carolina. As this storm makes its trek across the southeast, it will spread the crippling ice and snow. We're talking about millions of Americans that are going to have to face this behemoth head on. You're taking a live look at Oxford, Mississippi. We do have our Brandy Campbell stationed there, so stay with us. We'll give you sort of that ground truth of what's going on. But wow, well, this is probably the best perspective, Mike. Guys, can we go back to that camera shot really quick? Not to throw our producers off heels, but this is insane. This is why they're telling you to stay off the roads. There's no way you can drive on that.
Oh, looks treacherous, absolutely. Like a spin out waiting to happen.
Yeah, and you know, now that we're starting to see ice accretions in the state of Mississippi get above 1/2 an inch, it's only going to get worse. So very important for people to heed those warnings. And judging off that camera, I mean, you didn't see one car. So
thank God.
Sounds like people are doing their part of the job. So let's look at what's happening across the Southern Plains. Part of the issue here is that this was a 1-2 punch for the Southern Plains. So we had a lull this afternoon. Hopefully people didn't take that as an invitation to get on out, because it was very well advertised that this would be a 1-2 punch. But the second punch is more potent. So right now in Dallas, it's 17 degrees. It is pouring rain, but it's freezing on contact. And that's how we start to see some really large ice accumulations, is because it is so cold and we have so much moisture. But look at the temperature difference. In Houston, we're sitting in the mid-30s, which is cold, but above freezing. You're 20 degrees colder as you go up towards Dallas. So some wild variations that we're seeing across the South at this hour, and it's delivering a little bit of everything.
Ice storm warnings. For your safety, it is best to stay home during the storm and only travel in the case of emergency. But if you are on the road, leave room for snow plows to clear the way. You can hear those plows working on Saturday on I-269, DeSoto County, Mississippi. As of Saturday morning, the Mississippi Department of Transportation received reports of ice on roads, bridges, and overpasses, which can get really treacherous in 26 counties. The latest information coming into our newsroom, Fort Worth police say they responded to more than 150 weather-related calls between midnight and 8 p.m. on Saturday. including almost 60 crashes and almost 60 stranded drivers. Thunder sleet was reported in Texas and Oklahoma just minutes ago, and the Texas Department of Transportation posted on X saying crews will be out treating roads all through the night. Keep up with the latest headlines as they update in real time on our website, foxweather.com. We'll be right back after a short break.
From morning routines to weekend sidelines, when the temperature drops, bring the heat with Hot Hands, America's favorite warmer. Fast-acting, long-lasting warmth. Trusted coast to coast. Hot Hands. Available everywhere you shop.
Now in theaters.
You're charged with the murder of your wife.
I didn't hurt her.
Prove it.
Get in the chair. Go on the ride.
You must move from one piece of the puzzle to the next.
And try to solve the mystery in IMAX.
The clock is ticking.
Mercy. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
Find your next possibility on Cars.com. Where to next?
New salted caramel macadamia bar. That's Dawes.
I strip on sick days.
Breathe Right strips have spring-like bands that open your nose, instantly relieving nasal congestion. So every breath feels,
With our exclusive VIP experience at Kia Frisco, we'll make sure that every step of your car buying process is stress-free and hassle-free. This VIP experience includes white glove valet service. We'll bring the car to you. Remote signing. Our digital paperwork process is simple, easy, and safe. And your first year of maintenance is included with the purchase of any new Kia model. We're off the 121 at Hillcrest and Razor. From our highway to your driveway, be a VIP at Kia of Frisco.
More than 195 million Americans are under winter alerts as this massive winter storm bears down on most of the country. Let's take a live look at Louisville, Kentucky. One would bet that the ice may be a factor there as we track this storm all across the southeast up to the East Coast. Welcome back to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. I'm Mike Emanuel. As this storm bears down on more than 40 states, we're seeing a number of snow and ice reports come into the newsroom. Fox Weather meteorologist Britta Merwin is in the Weather Command with those reports. Hey, Britta.
Hey, Mike. You know, we've gotten to the point of the storm where it really comes down to nowcasting. Until you get into the heat of the moment, you're forecasting. You're looking at computer models. You're trying to get a sense of where features are going to pop up. But now we're in the heat of the moment, and you really start to depend on radar, but also ground truth observations, which is what makes our Fox Weather team so important. We have such a large stretch here that we have a lot of people out there providing those observations so we know exactly what's going on. Let's take you right to radar, show you what we have, because it's a huge stretch here, literally going from New Mexico and Arizona all the way to the East Coast. Couple things to point out. We do have a band of very intense snow that is starting to form. It's on the northern fringe of where we have the icing threat. That's where we could get really intense snow accumulations. So when you see the white popping up on radar, That's where you can pick up 2 inches of snow in a short amount of time. Of course, a big focus on our ice shield. That's where we're concerned about having power outages. And right now in North Carolina, we're crossing over that freezing rain. We're starting to accumulate the ice. And unfortunately, the fear, Mike, is that we could start to see a lot of power outages starting to stack up across North Carolina.
Britta, busy night ahead. Folks, we've got you covered. As this major winter storm brings the threat of significant ice accretion across Middle Tennessee, concerns are growing about power outages and prolonged cold.
Joining us now is the Executive Vice President at the Nashville Electric Service, Brent Baker. So good to see you. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for getting the message out.
Now, Brent, at this hour, what's really the largest concern for Nashville?
Yeah, for now is watching the weather come in. As that precipitation is coming in, whether it's going to freeze on the trees and on our lines is our biggest concern, and as we are prepared to respond as quickly as possible, but just how bad will it be overnight?
How widespread do you expect outages to be? And we're looking at a forecast with significant cold in the coming days. So how widespread do you fear those outages could be?
Yeah, of course, at this point, it's hard to determine just where it's going to be. It depends on the ice accumulation and the wind speeds as it develops. But as we've seen, that quarter to a half an inch is really a severe amount for utilities, and especially in this area. If the wind does start to add on to that, that could cause severe issues, and then the trees adding to that. So we're prepared with our crews to respond as quickly as possible. We've got a great community who's partnered with us to be as prepared as possible. And so as we get into this cold week, being able to get power restored quickly and be able to weather this extreme cold.
Now, Brent, sometimes the demand can be the issue, right? You've done all the prep, your infrastructure's holding together, but let's face it, we got brutally cold temperatures that are going to last for a long amount of time, so there's a lot of people that are cranking up the heat. How are we looking in Middle Tennessee for dealing with the demand and supply issue?
You bet, yes. So the Tennessee Valley Authority has added 2,000 megawatts in the last couple of years to prepare for weather like this, so we are more prepared than we have been in recent years. We still know we have to take precautions as the week unfolds and as the cold weather persists. So we will ask our customers from time to time to adjust thermostats down to a cooler temperature to be able to make it through some of those events.
Executive Vice President at the Nashville Electric Service, Brent Baker, our best to you and the good folks in Nashville. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And the storm, it's working its way all the way to the East Coast. In fact, at this hour, getting those first reports of snow accumulating in the state of Virginia. It's only going to be, a couple hours more before we start getting the reports of snowflakes across places like Philadelphia, New York City, and eventually all the way up to Boston. Now, the Northeast in general has been snow-starved, to be quite honest. Sure, if you live in lake-effect snow country, you've had your fair share of snow. In fact, this season, we are breaking record numbers off the shores of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. But the 95 corridor, we are way behind, and we have been for over 5 years. We're going to catch up for lost time with this storm. We have multiple spots here up and down the 95 corridor that will surpass 10 to 12 inches of snow. What could lower the snow totals is if we see that crossover to sleet and we get some ice mixing in. It looks like that could be a concern up to the I-80 corridor. So if you live north of Interstate 80, with exception of far coastal communities, like working out towards the Cape, maybe Providence, Rhode Island, you are going to stay all snow. But working towards the coast and south of I-80, we're going to get a big influence from the Atlantic Ocean. And right now, the water temperatures in the Atlantic are in the 40s. So I know it's brutally cold. We have that Arctic air in place, but you can't surpass that effect that the Atlantic gives. And we are going to see a mix over into some sleet and some ice. So that's why you see this big drop off. Look at south of New York. Snow totals 8 to 12 inches. It drops to 5 to 8 for Delaware. That's that influence from the Atlantic Ocean. Northern portions of New England moving into our elevated spots like the Catskills, the Green Mountains. That's where we're going to see well over 1.5 feet of snow. Here's a look at the timing. As we go throughout the overnight, we start to moisten up the atmosphere. That process takes a while. That's why we have these cute little snowflakes right now in D.C. They will transform into a not-so-cute form of snow, and we really will start to stack up the numbers here. As we wake up tomorrow morning, everybody's dealing with the snow. This is a look at tomorrow night, and it's still coming down. So we're not going to see everything taper off until we get into Monday morning. Once we go to about 11 o'clock, we're done. But then we have a brisk wind coming over the Great Lakes. That can lead to some snow squalls, depending on how much moisture we have working behind the system. But we will have to look out for that. Look at the temperatures here. Very cold behind the storm. that cold air is going to be staying in place. So whatever falls is going to be staying with us. It's very important that you do that work, that you get out and you start to shovel everything off. My best advice here, that is to get out a couple times to do some shoveling. In these areas across the Northeast where we know that we're going to get over 12 inches, you know, every 3 hours, every 4 hours, go out, do a little bit of a shovel action, because it's a lot easier on your body if you take shifts instead of waiting until it's all done, going out. That's where you get yourself into a tough situation. Well, this massive winter storm, it also is going to bring severe weather if we didn't have enough to track, right? And in the deep south, this is a huge threat, especially as we go into tomorrow. So this southerly component of this winter storm, that's where we're working with all that Gulf moisture. And because we do have a very vigorous jet, that's that fast-moving column of air way up by where the airplanes fly, it's going to combine into all the ingredients that we look out for when it comes to a severe weather potential. And this, unfortunately, is going to lead to the threat for tornadoes. There's so much twist in the atmosphere. That's really the top thing that we're concerned about. So for Sunday, we have a level 2 out of 5 heads up here that severe weather is possible. Our concern is that you start to get a lot of moisture coming in off the Gulf. That flow brings in these showers and these thunderstorms. They interact and they start to turn, and any rotating thunderstorm can lead to an isolated tornado. So again, I don't think we're going to see widespread severe weather reports, but definitely we have the concern here where we could see several tornadoes pop up. Here's a look at the fast winds aloft. Again, that is what these thunderstorms that are building vertically are exposed to. That's how you start to get them to twist and turn. In addition to that, you can have strong straight line winds. And if you have a wind gust of 95 miles per hour, it doesn't matter what direction it's coming from or if it's twisting or turning, it's going to cause damage. And along this powerful line of thunderstorms that we'll be moving through late morning through early afternoon, because these thunderstorms build vertically, Mike, they can grab onto those strong winds aloft, they throw them down to the ground, and that's how you get that strong straight line wind. So multiple threats here that you have to think about.
It's amazing. After working in Texas, I think of severe weather season as when the tornadoes start, but you're talking about severe weather season here with the Arctic cold.
Yeah, I mean, really, you can have everything locked up into these winter storms. So the timeline, it's taking us all the way through the afternoon and the evening. Once that cold front rolls through, your severe weather threat does drop. So it's a short window here, but you want to make sure that you pay attention to it. Also a good idea, in your safe spot, put coats, shoes, and flashlights. Once these thunderstorms roll through, it's cold. When they leave, you got to make sure that you bundle up the kiddos if you have to head out.
Great advice. You're watching special coverage of this massive winter storm as Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather combine our resources and expertise to keep you and your family safe. Thanks to our viewers across all 3 networks for joining us. We'll be right back.
I'll take one. Big one.
Morning, Mike.
No more gross cold medicine.
We all want you to feel better.
I want extra TV time or I'll walk.
Introducing the only children's medicated soft chew for multi-symptom relief. Try Mucinex Children's Mighty Chews in new cold and flu.
See what scholarships you may qualify for. Visit gcu.edu/myoffer.
Turn it up, make it loud. Amiguita, están hechas. Bátelo, gózalo, enciéndelo, pásalo, agítalo, tápalo, sacúdelo. Muévelo, bátelo, gózalo.
Turn up the flavor in every sip. Café Bustelo está aquí. New salted caramel macadamia. That's DOS.
Now, when you've got a family, every drive matters, from school drop-offs to weekend getaways. That's why we trust CarShield. When something breaks, they got you covered, so we can focus on what's important. It's not just about saving money on up to 5,000 parts and systems. It's about peace of mind, the time you save, and the memories you're going to make. With CarShield, every mile matters because it means more time together. Protect your car, protect your peace of mind, and call CarShield now.
dangerous winter storm slamming more than half of our country at this hour. Snow, ice, sleet, and freezing rain as Americans are facing some dangerous conditions on top of their doorsteps. I'm Britta Merlin.
And I'm Mike Emanuel. Great to be working with you, Britta. Thanks for joining us, and welcome to special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. We are combining our extensive resources to bring you every angle of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
Yeah, something only our Fox Weather, Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network partners can do for you. We can't really overstate the magnitude of this storm. I mean, physically, it's huge. It goes from the southwest all the way to the East Coast. So we have 195 million Americans that are under some type of winter weather alert. And it spans 2,300 miles across 40 states. That's a stretch there.
Wow, just massive, and glad we have so many folks out covering it and so many different viewpoints we can provide our viewers. This is a live look at Washington, D.C. Snowflakes are beginning to fall there at the United States Capitol. The city is expecting this to be one of the biggest snowstorms there in years. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is live in our nation's capital as snow creeps in. And Alex, when did you see those first flakes flying?
Hi, Mike. Yeah, I think it was somewhere between within the 11 p.m. hour, and we have this very glittering snowfall happening right now with some significant wind. But this might be the pretty time. You know, you kind of see it sparkling on the ground there. Things are going to get really fast. DC is no stranger to snow. We get that about every year, but typically when we do experience snowfall, the temperatures are just around the freezing point. We know it is going to be significantly colder than that this time around. So the main concern here is the ice buildup on the roadways, also in the trees, making them vulnerable to snapping. A lot of people I've talked to, their main concern is losing power. I mean, if you lose power and it is 18 degrees out, that becomes a very serious situation very fast. It's hard to get anywhere or for anybody to get to you. D.C. is a city with infrastructure that is really made to be able to handle harsh conditions, not extreme conditions. The metro system, unlike other northeastern cities, a lot of it's above ground. After a certain point in snowfall, about 8 inches, much of the metro will likely not be operational. This is a city that relies on mass transit because these roadways, even though we still see some people out here right now, I mean, this is going to be something where people just shouldn't be on the roads. D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser, she has requested the support of the National Guard, particularly their high clearance vehicles. She wants to make sure that first responders can still make it through once things really ramp up to people who will need assistance during the storm. Somebody who maybe loses power, has a health emergency during this time. So people around here, I think the general sentiment is that they are taking this seriously. We talked about last hour, Mike, a lot of people are from out of town. It's kind of a transient city. They are from places where they're not as familiar with these freezing temperatures and snowfall. So people have really spent the past couple of days gearing up for all of this and the groceries they're getting, the kind of stuff they're getting for their homes to keep prepared for this. So it's a serious weather event. People are taking it seriously. We're going to make sure that we keep you up to date as it all comes down, Mike.
Alex, your shot looks like a Christmas card. I'm wondering, are you getting any icing there on the sidewalk and on the road, or is it just the flakes?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is certainly slick. As we've seen, there's been a couple people, remember, there are still hospital workers, so there are some people who have to be out. I've seen a little bit of the turning of the wheels at this point, but it is that dusting. We don't expect it just to stay a dusting, though.
Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff. Alex, great to see you. Thanks very much. This is a sprawling system. More than 40 states are feeling the impacts from the snow, ice, and dangerous cold. Britta, where are we seeing the biggest problems at this hour?
Likely Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, where we're losing power. You know, that's our belt where we have already accreted a good amount of ice, and that's leading to the weight on the power lines, the trees that are coming down, and then, of course, we have power loss. So just focusing on the reports that are in regards to freezing rain, you can see a big cluster here across Texas, stretches up through parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, and now gets into North Carolina. So that whole stretch there, it's over 1,400 miles. I mean, that's a lot of folks that are dealing with freezing rain, and that's truly our largest concern when it comes to power loss, is where we're picking up on the ice. Let's isolate the Lone Star State going into Texas right now. We do have thunder sleet being reported on Interstate 45. Also, East Texas, we have some thunder freezing rain. That speaks to the intensity of what we're seeing in the atmosphere. So when you think about thunder, obviously you think about a thunderstorm, right? A more extreme type of rain. Same thing here. It's just the winter version. So when we start to see lightning popping up on radar, that's signifying that we have a little more oomph and a little more power to the atmosphere. Looking at the Shreveport area, we have 2.3 inches of accumulation. That is snow, but also we have ice that's mixing in. So in these areas where we have the ice building up, Mike, if you think about like an igloo, so you have the snow starting to creep up, but then you have the layer of ice on top of that. That is the nasty combination that we're going to see in so many of these cities that are along this belt.
Fascinating to watch. And you consider the great state of Texas being so large, and I saw Midland and Odessa out west has like 14 degrees, so it must be snow there predominantly, but then all these other complex weather systems elsewhere.
Well, and you have to think about the temperatures as you go up off the ground. So I think most of us, when we look at a weather map, we think kind of linear, right? But as a meteorologist, you have to think in the z-axis. You're going up above the ground. And right here, Columbia, South Carolina, great example. As you go up off the ground, you have a section of the atmosphere that's very mild, above 32. And we're not even talking just above freezing. We have temperatures in like the 40s above the ground when we're sitting in the teens at the ground. So that extreme difference, that's how we're getting the thunder being reported across the Lone Star State, across parts of Louisiana. But also, that's what's allowing for that huge accumulation of ice at the surface, is that big temperature difference right there. But, you know, that warm air, it goes right up over that cold air. You think about, you know, that old saying, warm air rises.
Right.
Well, it's actually not just a saying, it's actual physics. That's how our atmosphere works. And so that's what's allowing the ice to happen. That warm air is going up over the cold air, and then it falls down and then creates ice on the roads.
I knew this would be educational working with you.
There you go. Everybody can get a little meteorology degree if you're up with us tonight. Grab a cup of coffee. We have our extreme amount of caffeine as well. We're here with you through 6 a.m. But look at radar. I mean, it truly is a large sprawling system. You have to go back probably 5 to 8 years to take a look at a storm that crosses this many states. That snow belt is very important to bring up too. I know that we're putting a lot of emphasis on the ice, which is rightfully so. But if you look at the snow that is starting to accumulate just north of that ice belt, you start to see these signatures that pop up as a light white. So I'll just go in south of St. Louis here, around Paducah. You know, when you see all of that white over Carbondale moving over to Evansville, that's intense snow. We're talking about picking up more than an inch of snow per hour. So in these overnight hours, you're not going to go out and shovel. They're going to wake up, go outside, and have to deal with a lot.
We've got you covered.
And as we take a look at the southeast, let's head into Memphis, Tennessee. We got 17 degrees right now, a feel-like temperature of 6. It is brutally cold. This is a good perspective because it's kind of like the eagle eye. You can tell how slow those two cars are moving. Okay, so we got somebody coming over the overpass. This is a good sort of look of what happens here. They're driving slow, good recommendation there, but those overpasses, they ice so quickly. You got cold air below, cold air on top. Moving our cameras to Starksville, Mississippi, you can see the ice building up on the power lines. This is probably the best camera to look at because you can actually see the ice on the power lines itself.
You can see the slick roadway as well, so it's treacherous either way, whether it's the power lines and or on the roadway.
Yeah, you know, these are areas where people are being urged to stay off the roads. As we flip the camera to Oxford, Mississippi, which we do have a reporter station there, so if you're curious on what it looks like, you guys got some kids at Ole Miss, I'm sure you're talking to them, but we'll definitely give you that ground truth of what's happening. And looking at the roads, you can tell that they've done a good job clearing them, but let me tell you, you think that it's just pavement. It is ice. We have so much ice that is accumulated before sunset in Oxford. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it's going to be treacherous. And this is sort of a good angle because now you have the light kind of refracting off of the icy roads. A different angle, you might think that that's completely bone dry, but from this perspective, we can see the light shining off of the ice. And then, of course, you got the icicles that are forming on the camera lens.
Treacherous situation on the roadways there. Best advice, stay home, stay warm, and ride out the storm, right?
Absolutely. We're going to continue to stack up the ice as we work our way through the overnight. In fact, still to come, we have parts of Louisiana and Mississippi that could still pick up a half an inch of ice in the overnight hours. So we're going to have multiple spots that at the end of this will have over an inch of ice accretion. When you think about an inch of ice, you're talking about an immense amount of weight on power lines. There's no way we'll be able to keep on the power for everybody across the South.
All right, video shows a Tennessee Department of Transportation help truck driver pushing a driver back onto I-240 in Memphis on Saturday morning. Icy roads mean for dangerous driving conditions, it is best to stay in, get cozy, and wait out this storm from home. The latest headlines from Fox Weather: more than 175,000 power outages have been reported across the U.S., more than 70,000 of those in Louisiana. We are also closely monitoring central Texas and western Louisiana right now. There is a growing risk for freezing rain to leave a coating of ice on several cities north of I-10, including Austin, Killeen, and Lufkin. Also in Texas, Fort Worth police say they responded to more than 150 weather-related calls between midnight and 8 p.m. on Saturday, including nearly 60 crashes and almost 60 stranded drivers. This massive storm is just getting started. Major East Coast cities are staring down the prospect of the biggest snowstorm in years. More than a foot of snow in the forecast as you look live at our nation's capital, the United States Capitol building. Who's in the snow zone? Stay with us.
And before we head to break, travel issues are mounting at this hour. We have had more than 1,500 flight cancellations. Just checking the travel alert board right now. Most of those coming out of the Dallas area. As we take a look at the total cancellations, they're over 9,000. So we got some big time problems, folks. The power outage tracker also starting to grow, especially for states like Louisiana and Texas. We're with you throughout the night. Mike and I are on shift through 6 a.m., but then we pass the baton. We've been on air since the beginning of this storm. We'll stay on air through the end. Fox Weather is here with you every step of the way. We're live 24/7, on air and online. You can find out how to stream us by going to foxweather.tv. Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hey, Jen. Look, it's you. It's your pain and congestion. It's all there.
No, I beat my pain and congestion with new Mucinex Rapid and Clear.
Wait, what? Ah, time out, time out! Beat pain, congestion, and headaches. New Mucinex Rapid and Clear.
Hervez Chunky Salsa. Authentic. Bold. Flavor. Dip into Hervez Chunky Salsa. Mexican is Hervez.
Where else can you find limitless fields of powder, explore 7 legendary back bowls, and then ski into an après scene other villages can only dream of? Vail, like nothing on Earth. Plan your legendary escape today.
That kind of getting to where you need to be, that's what I hope to build in the community, and it's so needed.
Nuri Protein Milkshakes. 30 grams of protein, unlimited grams of fun.
You come around with your hands in your pockets and baby, I've been thinking too much. Good hearts don't lie.
It starts with a grill, but it becomes so much more. An extension of your home. Not just a weekend retreat, but an everyday getaway right in your backyard. New Age makes it possible with beautiful all-weather cabinetry, grills, and appliances that transform your backyard into a complete outdoor kitchen. Visit NewAgeProducts.com to book a free design consultation and create the outdoor living space you always wanted.
A massive winter storm is trekking across the country, bringing ice, snow, and freezing rain to more than 245 million Americans. That is a live look at Murray, Kentucky, where ice is obviously a big concern at this hour. You have worries about ice on power lines, potentially impacting power throughout those communities, and also ice potentially on roadways, which would be treacherous for drivers trying to get where they're trying to go. Welcome back to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. I'm Mike Emanuel. As this massive storm bears down on more than 40 states, we're seeing a number of snow and ice reports coming into the newsroom. Fox Weather meteorologist Britta Merwin is in Weather Command with those reports. Hi, Britta.
Hey, Mike. You know what? The numbers are starting to be concerning in regards to the power outage. The power outage numbers had gone up just by about 8,000 customers, and we checked in, 30 minutes ago on that number. So again, we're starting to see a huge increase in the amount of customers that are coming off the line, and that's a big concern, guys. It's brutally cold outside, so we want to make sure that this number does not continue to climb, and that's the thing that we're most scared about. Now, looking at the other numbers on this billboard, top snow report right now is 13 inches from New Mexico. The funny thing is, by the time we end this, like, let's say by the time we get to Monday afternoon, that's not even going to be close to the biggest number. Somebody across the Northeast is probably going to pop 2 feet of snow. And likely it's going to be up in the Catskills, up in the Green Mountains, a little bit of elevation, but we're going to see some big time numbers coming out of the Northeast. Top sleet accumulation, 5 inches in Arkansas. 5 inches of sleet. So if you're not too familiar with sleet and what it looks like when it accumulates, it's like you're building a really big slushy on your front lawn. I mean, it's nasty, it's icy, there's a lot of moisture content to it. It's extremely hard to shovel. So definitely some scary numbers when it comes to that. The ice, we have seen some areas, Mike, where the ice accretion is starting to approach 1 inch. We have a long night ahead of us. We're going to have freezing rain that continues all the way through tomorrow morning. That's going to lead to more power outages. Right now in Mississippi, which is one of the states that we're struggling the most with ice accretion, look at that jump up. I mean, gosh, we got to 11 p.m. and we're up to 30,000 customers without power.
That's upsetting when you consider the cold. Busy night ahead of us, Britta. We got folks at home covered. The newest information from Fox Weather, more than 175,000 power outages have now been reported across the U.S., more than 70,000 of those in Louisiana. We're also closely monitoring central Texas and western Louisiana right now. There's a growing risk for freezing rain to leave a coating of ice on several cities north of I-10, including Austin, Killeen, and Lufkin. Also in Texas, Fort Worth police say they responded to more than 150 weather-related calls between midnight and 8 p.m. on Saturday, including nearly 60 crashes and almost 60 stranded drivers. Is no stranger to power outages, treacherous travel, and days of bitter cold. They are once again in the crosshairs. Joining us now is the Travis County, Texas judge and director of emergency management, Andy Brown, overseeing the response as conditions worsen. Andy, what's the situation right now there in Travis County?
Well, it's cold, it's sleeting. Thankfully, people seem to be staying off the roads, which we've been asking them to do all day, and thankfully we've been preparing people for this all week. So we've had meetings with the city, with the state, with TDEM at the state, making sure that we have assets in place and really getting that message out that, man, this is Texas. We're not used to the cold. When the roads freeze, we don't know how to drive on them. People need to stay off those roads. It seems like that message is working pretty well tonight. It's 27 degrees right now, which for us is very cold. And the highways look pretty vacant right now. There's still some traffic, some truck traffic and things. I was just seeing a minute ago, but overall, I think people are listening to us.
I worked at Fox 7 back in the day. I remember a lot of those elevated roadways would get icy, and it was kind of like bumper cars on the road. What are your biggest concerns as this weather event progresses?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that we want people to do right now, we've got power, we've got things like that, but we want people to stay off of the road. So a couple days out, we put brine on the roads, that kind of sticky stuff that hopefully is sticking on there now. And then we're actually going out as it's icing and we're putting magnesium chloride on the intersections on the busier part. But that's not for people, normal people. That's for first responders if they have to get to somebody having a medical emergency, a fire, a thing like that. So our biggest fear right now is people getting onto the roads and creating problems for all of us. The EMS has already let people know that they're transporting people to the very closest hospital to where they picked them up. They're not driving across the county to get them to their hospital of preference. So really the critical thing is staying off the roads, letting first responders do their jobs.
I know Austin, Texas is the live music capital of the world. I'm curious what the scene looks like on 6th Street and some of these social parts of town at this hour.
Yeah, it's pretty empty. I've not been to 6th Street tonight, so I can't say for sure what 6th Street looks like, but my sense is from everybody at the EOC is that generally people are heating this morning. The freeze came on around dark tonight, so I think some people maybe were going to have dinner. A week ago had set a dinner plan with some friends for 7 o'clock. The restaurant called us earlier today saying that they were closed. So I think a lot of businesses are heating this. They're closing it. People are staying at home. We've been asking people to, wherever you are, find a safe place to stay, a warm place to stay, and please stay put. Earlier today, I went to visit the Central Texas Food Bank. I know y'all were talking about 2021 before. I became county judge about 3 months before Storm Uri hit us. And one of the things that happened is the Central Texas Food Bank did not have a backup generator. I actually had to go over there myself to turn off a water pipe because there was a big leak there, and that was a big problem. We've learned a lot in Central Texas since then. That Central Texas Food Bank now has a full generator to back up that entire facility so they can keep making food for the shelters that the city of Austin's providing. I think that has happened a lot across the city and the county. People have backup generators, but man, if ERCOT fails us, I think we're not going to be in a good place. So I hear from the governor, I hear from ERCOT that the grid, is holding steady, is looking good right now. But you asked me what the biggest fear is, and that would be losing power, because I think right now people are heeding our messages. They're at home, they're warm, but man, we don't want to see that power go out.
Travis County Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, thanks for joining us. God bless you and the great folks in Central Texas.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
And this storm is making its way all the way to the East Coast. I mean, we're talking more than 40 states here being impacted at this hour by this winter storm. And when we take a look at the Northeast, this is going to be one of the biggest snowstorms that many folks along the 95 corridor has felt in probably over 5 years. Longer for other folks. I mean, this is a big time snowstorm. And we've been in a huge snow drought for folks that live up and down the 95 corridor. All the snow has been locked up in lake effect country off the shores of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. So here's a look at radar right now. The snow's coming down in DC. Nothing being reported in Philly or New York yet, but the temperatures are there. We're in the teens. So what's happening right now is that all of that moisture is moving in, but also the vertical stacking of the atmosphere is starting to moisten up, allowing for that snow to actually reach the ground. This is what we're looking at. So this is the latest. If you're just checking in, again, this forecast continues to evolve. We've lowered those snow totals over the last 24 hours south of New York because we're going to unfortunately have ice mixing in. That lowers the amount of snow that we get in terms of accumulation, but it increases the impact. You throw in ice, it's a game changer. It's harder to keep the power on. The roads are going to be tougher to navigate. North of I-80, that's where we're going to stay all snow. We have over 1.5 feet of snow that's anticipated across parts of New York and northern New England. So some of our biggest snow totals will come out of Massachusetts, New York State, and then moving up through the Berkshires. Taking a look at the timing here, the overnight is when the snow builds in. So by tomorrow morning, most of the Northeast is dealing with snow. This is a snapshot at 10 a.m. It's getting all the way up into down East Maine. Look at D.C. and Richmond. Temperatures are brutally cold. We're in the teens to the low 20s, but we're dealing with freezing rain. Unfortunately, we're getting a lot of influence from the Atlantic. You can tell that we have rain out by the water. So again, because the track of the low, it's so close to the coastline, we're going to get influence from the Atlantic Ocean where water temps are in the 40s. So I know we got air temperatures in the teens, about 20 degrees. That's cold air, but that warm air is cutting in, and that's going to allow for those snowflakes to melt, and then they refreeze as they make contact with the ground. Let's talk about what's happening tomorrow night. We're still in it, folks. This is a long-duration marathon, not a sprint. That area of low pressure is right off the tri-state area of Jersey, Connecticut, New York. We got temperatures that are very cold. We do have 2 areas of low pressure. You can see another area of low pressure really in southern portions of Pennsylvania and West Virginia. So this is a complicated setup. We do have a little bit of a dry slot. Maybe that could lower some snow totals for the 95 corridor. Once we go into our Monday, we start to trail off, and by Monday afternoon, we're finally done. We will possibly see some lake effect snow on the backside, so please keep that in mind for folks in western New York and also parts of Pennsylvania. Here's the ice, and again, I-80 is kind of a good cutoff. If you live south of I-80, you have an opportunity to unfortunately have ice with the snow, especially parts of West Virginia and Virginia. I mean, gosh, Richmond could be dealing with several inches of snow, but on top of that, we could have a half an inch of ice. It's going to cause kind of this igloo effect where all of that snow is going to be encased in ice. So it's very important while you can during the day on Sunday, get out and try and do some snow removal, because if you wait, it's going to be covered in ice and it's going to be really hard to get it off because we stay below freezing for the Northeast all the way through next week. Looking at Richmond, just isolating the ice, and again, we will have snow under this ice. Richmond's looking at the potential of a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. The 95 corridor, Mike, it's so densely populated. When you think about a spot like Richmond, Virginia, getting possibly an inch of ice, just under an inch of ice, this is going to lead to huge power outage numbers across the state of Virginia, and North Carolina is probably going to be in the same spot.
Amazing. We will be tracking it all. We are covering this storm 24/7 all throughout this weekend. We are Fox, combining our resources between Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather to help keep you and your family safe and informed. Thanks to our viewers across all 3 networks for joining us.
We are with you every single step of the way. We have been live since the storm started. Mike and I are with you all the way through 6 a.m., and then our next team will take over. We will be by your side throughout the duration of the storm and after. We'll be right back. Stay with us here on Fox Weather.
Up to 50,000 cars are added daily on Cars.com. Where to next?
No more gross cold medicine.
We all want you to feel better.
I want extra teeny time or I'll walk.
Introducing the only children's medicated soft chew for multi-symptom relief. Try Mucinex Children's Mighty Chews in new cold and flu.
If I could call myself a champion, House Targaryen might take me in.
So Duncan the Tall. How good a night are you?
Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ. We have a historic and sprawling winter storm that is working its way across our country. And the scope is truly immense. I mean, we're talking New Mexico and Arizona all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. And it's bringing in snow and ice, severe thunderstorms. Everything is included from the Southern Plains all the way to New England. So when it comes to the snowy side of this, it's not just snow. We do have big concerns when it comes to freezing rain and the ice storm that is unleashing itself across the South. Thanks for staying with us. It is shortly after 1:30 here on the East Coast. Welcome to our special coverage. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Mike Emanuel. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business, and Fox Weather. We are combining our resources to bring you every story of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
Why have one network when you can get 3 networks? So we're here to keep you and your family safe. That's truly what our mission is here at Fox Weather. And we're so appreciative of our partners at Fox Business Network and Fox News Channel to allow us to broadcast tonight to do just that. So here's the status report. We kind of like to start the top of the hour, the mid part with this status report so you know what's going on. The top snow total is 13 inches. That's going to be a drop of a hat by the time we get the snow into the Northeast. We're looking for bigger numbers than that. But I really want to call your attention to the power outages. We checked in 15 minutes ago, and we were at 170-ish thousand customers. We're at 187,000 customers. So unfortunately, that trend going in the wrong direction. Let's get you outside. We'll give you a live look at Washington, D.C., where Mike came up from. We appreciate you so much. That's kind of a cool look at the Capitol with the lights going right into the snow.
That's the prettiest part of the storm.
Yes, if we can at least find a glimmer here, we're going to go for it.
Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is in our nation's capital as the snow has crept in. Alex, what's the latest there?
Yeah, we've seen rapid accumulation over the past 2 hours, and you guys were just talking about the Capitol. You know, during snow events, it's a popular sledding spot for children. You know, this just does not feel like the kind of system that will account for any of those kind of festivities. With these temperatures in the teens right now, we are in dangerous territory. Ice being the top concern, of course, snow as well, but you're talking about power outages as well. I mean, that is what people are really thinking about. You have this heavy, dense snow ice kind of combination leading to snapped trees, down power lines, and people with really significant mobility issues at that point. This is a commuter-heavy area. People rely on mass transit at a certain point. When it gets to about 8 inches of snow or below a certain temperature for a prolonged period of time, mass transit ceases to exist here. It's a very practical issue. I mean, someone like myself, I live in Virginia. There you take the bridge or you take the metro. That is above ground, unlike it is in other cities. So if that's not running, you can't get over the bridge because that would be freezing before anything else. I mean, you're stuck. So people here, when they've come to prepare for this, which they were able to do so yesterday with some sunshine, make it through the entire day of preparations, they're doing so not just for what they're going to be seeing later today as this builds up, not even tomorrow, but people are trying to prep for the week ahead, because if you are isolated inside of your home and it is 18 degrees outside, less with the wind chill, I mean, that is a serious issue. The mayor here, she has reached out to the National Guard for support and trying to help first responders getting around the city, because DC infrastructure, it's really not set up for extreme weather like this. You even think about the architecture here. You have a lot of these flat roofs that was designed to give a nod to history, to be very aesthetic. If you look back 100 years, 1922, there was a deadly ice storm. Almost 100 people died because a roof had collapsed due to the weight of ice. So this is not a storm that people should be taking lightly. I don't think people are here in this area. You have a lot of transplants from out of town, from places where it doesn't get this cold. And I think they have heeded the warnings, especially from what we've seen from some of the shopping videos and social media and people clearing out the shelves. People are preparing for several days, hunkered down here, hoping to ride this out safely and with power if possible.
Well, and Alex, I know our children are probably hoping for a snow day or two, but if the conditions are bone-chilling cold, they may not want to go outside, right?
No. I mean, I have a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old. They are going to be bugging my husband all day tomorrow, but it's too dangerous. You can't let a 1-year-old out in that. Yeah.
No, and so you have to resort to other things. As another mom, one thing that I used to do with our boys when we lived on the UP in Michigan was indoor bowling with toilet paper rolls. Let me tell you, they go for it every time. So text your husband, say get every toilet paper roll, because let's be honest, we all know what we did. We all went to the grocery store and we bought too much toilet paper that we didn't need. Start bowling in your hallway.
That sounds like fun. All right.
Love that. We'll try to do it before the Bluey. Yeah.
Fox News correspondent Alexandria Huff there in our nation's capital. Alex, great to see you. Thanks very much. This is a sprawling weather system. More than 40 states feeling the impact of snow, ice, and dangerous cold. Britta, where are we seeing problems that are getting your attention this hour?
Definitely the second wave of the ice. So for folks that live across the South, there was great insight into the forecast here that it would be a 1-2 punch. And I think that's something that we're really blessed with in this situation, is that we had really great data pumped into our computer models because the hurricane hunters, they flew multiple spots in the atmosphere kind of surrounding this system, and that raw data gave the computer models reality to latch onto. So it's not all the time as meteorologists and forecasters that we get to have a sweep of computer models that are giving us good output, and it's because we had good input. So a big nod to the hurricane hunters that went out and did that. But right now at this hour, we're starting to see that second wave, and that build-in is playing out exactly how the computer models were calling it to. And so now we're going to start to see the ice accretion really get out of hand. And in northern parts of Louisiana, our latest observations came in around 3/4 of an inch, but now we're truly in the overnight. And we are going to wake up tomorrow morning with multiple spots between Louisiana and Mississippi exceeding an inch of ice. I mean, when you think about an inch of ice, that's about that much. That's a huge amount of weight. We're going to have power lines that can't hold on to that weight, and they usually just snap. But also we have tree limbs that can snap and fall on top of the lines that are still holding their weight. Because of that, we have to be very concerned with those ice accretions, because of course it's all about keeping the power on. And without the power, things can get a little sketchy.
Since I don't have a scientific background, can I say accumulation instead of accretion?
Yes, go for it. Full permission on that one.
All right, I feel good about that.
So let's take you to a state where the ice accretion or accumulation is a large concern. We're going to take you to North Carolina. North Carolina is one of these spots that we're just getting into it. It's starting to really grab onto reality. We've done our preps. We have our own Chelsea Torres. She's out in Charlotte at this hour. Chelsea, we're going to bring you into the conversation. I've been talking to my family that lives outside of Charlotte. They were just sort of saying all evening, we're waiting for it. Is it coming? It's coming. I'm like, yeah, it's coming. So how are things looking now that we're around 1:30 in the morning Charlotte time?
Sure. I mean, I think people all day have been wondering that too. I've been seeing people go out to the grocery stores, all the department stores, trying to get their last bit of preps before they know that they have to hunker down through the night. But I'll tell you, a lot of the city officials have also been saying that this could be one of the most impactful winter storms that they've seen in years. As of right now, it's definitely frigid. We're having some precipitation come down, and it really just kind of looks like a mist, but it is putting a very thin layer of ice around on everything. But they tell you should not be on the roads, and a lot of people have really been heeding these warnings. Actually, we have a couple people that came from Florida. 6 hours they drove here, Cassandra and Brandon, and they came all the way up. They're supposed to go to New York, but their return flight got canceled. If you don't know, right now FlightAware is showing Charlotte Douglas is at the top right now for cancellations. Guys, you guys just drove up here. You're from Florida, so I'm sure you're probably not used to this frigid cold, but how are you thinking about what's happening right now?
It's insane, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely not what I'm used to.
No, we were so excited to go to New York, but they're getting, like, even worse. Like, so this is, like, the medium, not being in the heat, but then, like, being just, like ice, I guess. Like, I don't know.
And I saw you guys out here because they were sliding, trying to kind of slide a little bit on the sidewalk and having fun with it. How are you feeling right now? How cold is it to you?
It's pretty cold. You know, like there's not really much else to say. It's pretty damn cold.
Yeah, it's freezing. My cheeks are like so cold, but like I guess just standing here is making me feel a little warmer. I'm gonna tell myself that.
And did you guys expect it to be what it is right now? Are you expecting it to be worse? What have you heard so far?
Actually, we were expecting it to be a little worse. I thought it was gonna be like full on like just snowing, but just ice is like just as bad as it just snowing. It's freezing. So
yeah, I agree.
And guys, I hope you guys stay safe, stay warm, have fun, but good thing you guys are not on the roads. They actually just got in town, Britta and Mike, a few hours ago, so they definitely did exactly what they should have been doing by getting here as early as possible. Even Cassandra's mom is up here, kind of making sure that they're doing good. But I'll tell you guys what we're doing, and thank you guys so much for even being here, and enjoy your time in Charlotte for what it is, right? But again, you can see some of this precipitation coming down right now, but again, it really is just adding just a very thin layer of ice on the sidewalk. What we have seen is a lot of crews kind of going by, salt trucks mainly. We did see police go by. We're right here in the downtown area, right next to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. So guys, we'll keep you updated on exactly what we see, and if we see some more ice, especially accumulating on the tree limbs and even power lines, if that starts to happen. As of right now, there's just a few power outages in the county, just over 300, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that.
Chelsea, so funny that you mentioned their mom, because as you were having the conversation with them, that's the first thing I thought of. I was like, if their mom saw them, she'd be so upset. So we'll let them work that out off camera, but a few more layers are required.
Go home and bundle up.
Right? Chelsea, before we let you go, I did want to ask you about the other side of the state. You have done amazing work on all three of the networks that are airing our coverage right now in regards to Helene and Western North Carolina. They're obviously going to be impacted by this in a different way. Through your contacts and the extensive work that you have done covering the recovery efforts in Western North Carolina, what have you heard out in the mountains?
Yeah, I know that as of right now, people are just doing everything they can to prep, and I think they're a little bit more prepared when it comes to being out in the mountains, because they get the snow pretty regularly. They have all of their crews out there. Even just months ago, I was up in Boone, and they had quite a bit of snow, so plows were already going through. So they're definitely more prepared when it comes to that. But, you know, I mentioned earlier how even propane was kind of running out and running low. And in a lot of these mountain areas, in these rural towns, a lot of people really rely on either propane to heat their homes or the heating oil. And so right after Helene, a lot of that infrastructure was completely gone, and they really relied on that mainly from nonprofits, from communities that were able to bring that to them for a lot of those people that could not go out and drive further to try to find that. So that's kind of one thing that a lot of people are looking at, is if these power outages happen, what can happen, how will they be able to heat their homes and stay safe. But I'll tell you, I learned a lot last year covering people that were out here in the mountains right before the big winter spells came. They were telling me use hay bales around their mobile homes, around their tents to keep insulation. Even one girl, she was young 20s, she was living in a tent at the time. She said put two tents together, one tent inside the other one, and that'll help kind of keep it insulated in the warmth. Fortunately, right now, a lot of those people are in some type of temporary housing or full-time home. But again, it just kind of goes to show they're very resilient and they know what to do, especially when they don't have a lot of those resources.
We will hope and pray for the best. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres, thank you very much for the update. Here's the latest information coming into our newsroom. Dangerous travel conditions right now across Texas. Roads are coated with sleet and ice, and the slick roads will stay until well after the sun comes up, possibly even tomorrow and the day after that. The storm is really slamming the south. A 1,300-mile stretch of freezing rain reports coming in from Austin to Raleigh on Saturday. We're also closely monitoring central Texas and western Louisiana right now. There is a growing risk for more freezing rain to leave a coat of ice on several cities north of I-10, including Austin, Killeen, and Lufkin. And on top of that, more than 175,000 power outages have now been reported across the U.S. with bone-chilling temperatures, more than 70,000 of those power losses in Louisiana. We are getting in tons of new images from you at home. This one is from Anthony in Jeffersonville, Indiana. That image there, seeing the snow coming down, a coating on the cars and a coating on the roadways. We also have one from Keegan in Canyon Lake, Texas. You can see not much sticking there so far, but it is very early in the process. And one more from Dana in Farmville, Virginia. Thank you for sending your videos. Keep them coming. You can see some accumulation there, and that's how you can share it. If you see it, share it with Fox Weather. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit us online at foxweather.com/connect to send us your weather photos and videos. Fox Weather is 24/7 live throughout this storm, making sure you have the information to stay safe through the ice and snow. And even if you lose power, you can always watch us on the Fox Weather app. It is free to download wherever you get your apps. We will be right back after a short break.
Audien Hearing. Hearing for everyone.
If I could call myself a champion, House Targaryen might take me in.
So, Sir Duncan the Tall. How good a knight are you?
Yeah, you can teledoc that. From smart scales and expert coaching to personalized nutrition plans and more. You can teledoc that. Get started today at teledochealth.com.
More than 195 million Americans are under winter storm alerts as this massive winter storm bears down on most of the country. That is a live look at West Plains, Missouri, where it's hard to tell whether the precipitation is sticking, but if I'm listening to my partner here, Britta, it's probably the big concern would be ice. Welcome back to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. I'm Mike Emanuel. As the storm bears down on more than 40 states, we're seeing a number of snow and ice reports come into the newsroom. My colleague Britta Merwin is in Weather Command with those reports. Britta?
Yes, and it is the ice that we're really concerned about. Of course, a huge snow belt, but when you look at concerns with power outages, it is much easier to keep the power on if you're just dealing with snow. Let's give you a wide shot of the storm. It's truly huge. I mean, we're talking about still picking up on snow across parts of Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado. That's the backside of the storm. But it goes all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. We're stretching about 2,000 miles here at this point. As you take a look at the southern part of this, we are starting to see a lot of lightning. We were anticipating a big component here with an upper level jet. I know that sounds very fancy, but all it really comes down to is powerful winds that are way up above the ground. And when those winds start to really skyrocket, you get some impressive weather. I always say if you got a jet above, party upstairs, it gets crazy downstairs. And unfortunately, when that comes in the form of weather, we start to pick up on the lightning, which represents the intensity of what's going on in the atmosphere. It is coming in a frozen version, though. So we have lightning with sleet, we have lightning with freezing rain, and ice that is starting to stack up. San Antonio, the last couple hours, has been reporting some light freezing rain. Make sure that you look out for those overpasses. There's been a lot of communication in Texas about staying off the roads. Certainly recommend that, as right now we have just about a tenth of an inch being reported on the roadways across San Antonio.
Britta, in many ways, we're in the early chapters of this big storm. We'll have it covered.
And as we have it covered, let's head to the Northeast. This is a part of our country that is still kind of bracing for the storm to start. I gotta tell you, we're based in the Northeast. We're based in New York City. So all of us have seen people go out to the grocery store. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it is here. We already have snow being reported in D.C. We got live reports throughout the overnight. So if you're just joining us on the Fox Business Network, on Fox News Channel, on Fox Weather, that's right, all three networks keeping you and your family safe during the storm. You're going to get those live reports from D.C. As we take a look at what we are anticipating, we are really going to pump some huge numbers out of New England. Really looks like that's going to be the focus because that's where we stay with all cold air. You'll notice south of New York, if you've been watching this forecast evolve here on Fox Weather, we've been lowering those snow totals, still significant. I mean, parts of Delaware and South Jersey could still see over 6 inches of snow. But the reason why the overall forecast in those areas have come down over the last couple days is because of the influence from the Atlantic. It now appears that this area of low pressure is going to be so close to the coast that we're going to be fighting that influence from the Atlantic. Water temperatures right now are in the 40s, and that's going to ride over that Arctic cold air. Looking at New York City, the surrounding areas, an easy 8 to 12 inches as you go off towards northwest Jersey, lower Hudson Valley. Then you have elevation at play. You also have the colder air with the positioning of the low. So in those locations, you are going to see well over a foot of snow. Let's talk about New York and the timing. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it's here. Temperatures are in the teens. It is cold, it is blustery. We're going to have a big thump of snow that continues through about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the bulk of the accumulation. As we get into dinner time, 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow, we start to work in that influence from the Atlantic. It's 20 degrees, so it's cold at the surface, but we have warm air aloft, and that allows for that changeover to an icy mix. Really important for folks that live in Jersey, on Long Island, New York City, all 5 boroughs. Try and get some of the snow off of your front yard, off of your driveway, the sidewalks, by about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Because if you are in these areas where we're going to cross over to freezing rain, it's going to encase itself like an igloo. So think about the Jersey Shore. Think about Long Island. These are places where you really need to do a little bit of hard work before you cross over to freezing rain. Everything ends by Monday morning. Schools are going to be closed, folks. Guarantee you. So get ready for the long haul. I think all of us kind of assume that, but looking at the forecast verifying, we're going to be in that type of a setup. 15 degrees. That's all we get in New York City by Monday afternoon. So everything that is on the ground is going to stay on the ground. It's going to have to be removed. So when you look at the road conditions, it might take all of Monday to plow everything out, to get the salt down, to get the ice off of some of these roads. We're anticipating less than a tenth of an inch of ice, but in a place like New York City, that is enough to cause some big-time issues. So please make sure that you're incredibly safe as we take a look at these big impacts of snow and ice reaching into big metropolitan areas in the Northeast. Well, this massive winter storm, it also is going to bring severe weather if we didn't have enough to track, right? And in the Deep South, this is a huge threat, especially as we go into tomorrow. So the southerly component of this winter storm, that's where we're working with all that Gulf moisture. And because we do have a very vigorous jet, that's a fast-moving column of air way up by where the airplanes fly, it's going to combine into all the ingredients that we look out for when it comes to a severe weather potential. And this, unfortunately, is going to lead to the threat for tornadoes. There's so much twist in the atmosphere. That's really the top thing that we're concerned about. So for Sunday, we have a level 2 out of 5 heads up here that severe weather is possible. Our concern is that you start to get a lot of moisture coming in off the Gulf. That flow brings in these showers and these thunderstorms. They interact and they start to turn, and any rotating thunderstorm can lead to an isolated tornado. So again, I don't think we're going to see widespread severe weather reports, but definitely we have the concern here where we could see several tornadoes pop up. Here's a look at the fast winds aloft. Again, that is what these thunderstorms that are building vertically are exposed to. That's how you start to get them to twist and turn. In addition to that, you can have strong straight line winds. And if you have a wind gust of 95 miles per hour, it doesn't matter what direction it's coming from or if it's twisting or turning, it's going to cause damage. And along this powerful line of thunderstorms that we'll be moving through late morning through early afternoon, because these thunderstorms build vertically, Mike, they can grab onto those strong winds aloft, they throw them down to the ground, and that's how you get that strong straight line wind. So multiple threats here that you have to think about.
It's amazing. After working in Texas, I think of severe weather season as when the tornadoes start, but
Yeah.
you're talking about severe weather season here with the Arctic cold.
Yeah, I mean, really, you can have everything locked up into these winter storms. So the timeline, it's taking us all the way through the afternoon and the evening. Once that cold front rolls through, your severe weather threat does drop. So it's a short window here, but you want to make sure that you pay attention to it. Also a good idea, in your safe spot, put coats, shoes, and flashlights. Once these thunderstorms roll through, it's cold. When they leave, you got to make sure that you bundle up the kiddos if you have to head out.
Great advice. You're watching special coverage of this massive winter storm as Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather combine our resources and expertise to keep you and your family safe. Thanks to our viewers across all three networks for joining us. We'll be right back.
The biggest mistake when someone is first released from jail after posting bond on a DWI is not calling an attorney immediately. The time limit on requesting a hearing on whether or not your driver's license is going to be suspended often has started the day of your arrest. If you wait, you may have missed your opportunity to request a hearing and fight the suspension. And we win a great deal of those suspension hearings where people don't lose their license at all. We're a client first firm. We are always looking out for our clients.
A wide range of professional-grade products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Jen. Look, it's you. It's your pain and congestion. It's all there.
No, I beat my pain and congestion with new Mucinex Rapid and Clear.
Wait, what? Ah, time out! Time out!
Beat pain, congestion, and headaches. New Mucinex Rapid and Clear.
Cutter, there's definitely personalized, custom in the community, and it's so needed.
PartsView, your marine parts and outboard superstore. PartsView offers a wide variety of boat parts and boat accessories, shop oil change kits, service kits, and much more for Yamaha, Mercury, Mercruiser, and Suzuki outboard engines. PartsView offers resources created and compiled to help you become a routine maintenance master, as well as a free video library with maintenance tips from a pro. PartsView, your marine parts and outboard superstore.
And dangerous winter storm. It is slamming our country. We got snow, ice, sleet, and freezing rain that really takes us from the southwest all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. So we have Americans that are facing some dangerous conditions right on their doorstep. I'm Britta Merwin.
We've got them covered. I'm Mike Emanuel in from Washington. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and of course Fox Weather. We are combining our massive resources to bring you every aspect of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
And we cannot overstate the magnitude of the system. I mean, when you just look at the physical footprint, we haven't seen a storm physically this large in a long time. And that's translating to big time numbers. I mean, we got 195 million Americans that are under some type of winter weather alert. And the physical span of the storm, it's 2,300 miles covering 40 states.
And as you've been talking about the nature of the different aspects of weather, it's really fascinating.
Yeah, you're going to come away from this with a minor in meteorology, Mike. We definitely appreciate having you here. I mean, this is your stomping grounds, D.C. I have to say the Capitol does look very pretty, but from an inside perspective, I don't think I'd want to be out in it.
Exactly right. Well, our friend is out there in it. Snowflakes are beginning to fall. The city is expecting this to be one of the biggest snowstorms in years, and our intrepid Alexandria Hoff is in our nation's capital with the snow. And Alex, what's the latest at this hour?
Well, first of all, I certainly do not have a degree, but my face is freezing up. But I have covered my fair share of storms. This one does feel a bit different. You can see that the snowfall is continuing. There are these very fine flakes, and Britta, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's an indication of just how cold it is outside. And D.C., the region actually includes Maryland, Northern Virginia. You know, it's equipped for harsh weather, but really not extreme weather and the kind of ice accumulation that a lot of people are really most fearful of in this storm. The salt trucks, they were out yesterday putting that salt down with the brine, doing the best they can to try and cut down on just how slick these roadways are going to be. Of course, no one is advised to be out on them, and there's really only so much you can do. You know, the ice, that can't be overstated. You guys were talking about the magnitude of this, but in a region like this, you have so many above ground power lines, and a branch comes crashing down, and there goes your power. That becomes a very serious situation very quickly when temperatures are in the teens. Now, Mayor Muriel Bowser, she requested support from the National Guard and helping get some of their high clearance vehicles out to be present during this storm to help first responders get to where they need to go during this. And in speaking with some people who were passing through D.C. yesterday, there is a lot of concern for people who have to be out in this weather or don't have another choice. Listen.
People who need to work, I pray for, because there's especially our service workers, firemen, ambulance, doctors. We're going to need them definitely in this time.
I am worried though about the homeless people here and the unhoused, and I really hope that they can find a safe place somewhere warm tonight. And
yeah, luckily I have not seen any individuals who appear to have no other option than out in the street at this time. It would be very, very harsh to be out here for more than just a couple of minutes at a time. And you know, when it comes to how much snowfall this region gets on a given year, it's usually about a foot for the entire season. We've already had a little bit this year, but for these events that will get close to that in just one single session here, that comes about once every decade, which makes sense because back in 2016, there was a pretty incredible storm. 20 plus inches came down, but that led to a paralysis of much of the greater D.C. region for several days. Federal, local officials, they are hoping that that is not the case this time, but of course these temperatures are not rising at any time soon. Britta, Mike.
And that's the scary thing, is that we probably won't face the same type of accumulation that we saw in 2016, but that's because we're going to have ice mix in. I mean, we're seeing snow right now, but by the time we get through tomorrow, eventually D.C. is going to have some sort of sleet and freezing rain mixing in, which brings in a whole nother flavor of danger as we go into tomorrow. I did want to ask you, Alex, I mean, you guys are so great at what you do. I don't think people at home realize how hard it is to even speak when it's cold. But you give our viewers a little bit of perspective of what it feels like to your body to be exposed to temperatures in the teens, because it is that benchmark where it just really gets uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't take more than 3 or 4 minutes, and you can have gloves. You get the top of the line, the ones lined on the inside. inside, waterproof, but there's really not much you can do to stop that redness and that numbness in your fingertips. Your face after a certain point becomes numb, and as we were talking about last hour, kids will want to get outside in this. This is simply not safe for that to happen. I was talking just a couple minutes ago. I had done a series of cold weather, snow coverage events over the course of a pretty short amount of time a couple years ago. My eyes were severely damaged by that just because of the abrasiveness of this kind of weather. So it's serious.
All right, Alex, go inside, get a cup of tea. We appreciate your reporting, doing a great job as always.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's important for people to think about that. You know, we're out there telling the story so you guys can see it. But if you're exposed to it for too long, I mean, our reporters are pros, and they go in with a lot of thought behind this. So make sure that you're reducing that time outside.
This is a sprawling system. More than 40 states are feeling the impacts of snow, ice, dangerous cold. Britta, what's concerning you this hour?
I think really the second punch of ice that is coming for the southern states. We're starting to see the freezing rain and that ice line get farther down to the south in the Lone Star State. This is Denton, up in the Metroplex, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Great shot from Texas Women, so it gives you that elevated look. But look at the roads right here. They are completely covered in snow. You don't see that too often in Texas. So that's your indicator that you can't be out there. You're going to start slipping and sliding and all of that. But there's been a lot of good communication in the Lone Star State to stay off the roads. And from this shot, you can tell that we don't see one single soul out there. It's about midnight Central Time, so we typically would start to see more folks that are out there. So nice to see that nobody's out there. Austin, you guys are reporting freezing rain. We have thunder with freezing rain in Shreveport right now, 21 degrees. And we're starting to notice more lightning pop up in the southern part of this winter storm. That's a true indicator of the instability and also the power to this. All day we've been talking about this low-level jet. If you're watching Ian Oliver and Kiana Lewis, they were the shift before Mike and I took the baton. They were doing a great job talking about where this was going to go. And now we're starting to see it in real time. And when you see features like lightning pop up, it means that you're really starting to crank all the energy out of the atmosphere. You get more impressive accumulation of whatever's falling, so the freezing rain coming down at a quicker rate, the snow coming down at a quicker rate when you have lightning present, and that means that you're going to accumulate it at a quicker pace. And when you're trying to keep the roads clear for first responders and the power on, that's not what you want to see. And we knew that we were going to see it, but again, we're in that nowcasting element where we're seeing these things take shape on radar, and it's concerning because now we're seeing the reality of what our forecast was calling for. Here's the power outage numbers. Big struggles for East Texas, North Louisiana, Mississippi. On the good side of this, we haven't seen more states go down, but unfortunately, the numbers are growing in these locations. We had a lot of concern for central Mississippi and northern Louisiana and East Texas ahead of this, and now we're starting to see the numbers spike. Between 11 p.m. and midnight in Mississippi, we almost doubled our numbers. And Mike, these are areas that are rural. Sure, you get into Oxford, a little more people because we have the university there, but these are locations where the power is going to go out. It's going to be really tough to get it back on. And it's going to stay cold all the way through the middle part of next week for Mississippi. As we zoom on into Memphis, we also have that critical division there, snow off to the northwest. We have sleet and ice down to the south. That stretch on Interstate 55, I won't even touch it. I mean, you really just got to hunker down. Let's move up to the north. Mike, you see the white just north of Paducah?
Yep.
Intense snow.
In places where people aren't necessarily used to major snow accumulation, and certainly not ice.
No, for sure. St. Louis, we're getting snow reports from St. Louis, over 5 inches of snow. So when you see these signatures on radar, it's translating to big-time numbers.
You mentioned Oxford. There's a look at it.
Yeah, you can barely see anything because of the ice on the lens. In some of these shots, though, we can see, you know, the conditions on the road, and they are just covered in ice. We have our Brandy Campbell in Oxford. Her shot where he came down for the day, we're allowing her crew to get some very important rest working these long hours. But she comes up tomorrow. I think we're going to see a really scary reality for Oxford, where we could see over an inch of ice that has formed across northwest portions of Mississippi. Looking at the wide stretch here, the ice belt, I'm just sort of circle it right here for you guys so you can get an idea of it. I mean, what a difference. You're 27 degrees in Nashville, 44 degrees in Huntsville. So that warm air is quite literally riding over that cold air. And when we're going through the overnight hours, you don't think about the temperatures increasing. I mean, it's counterintuitive, right? You're like, no, it's nighttime. It should be the coldest time of the day. But we have this extreme jet that I was talking about. Those are fast moving winds way up above the ground. And it's so extreme that it's really picking up all of this warm, moist air from the Gulf, and it's just shoving it right into the gut of this storm. And that's what's creating that critical vertical profile, allowing for that nasty ice accumulation. Now, for Huntsville, you guys are on the positive side of this story. Seeing you at 44, you guys are going to do really well tonight. I mean, I really think we're going to be able to keep most of North Alabama on the rain side. Unfortunately, you can't take it away. Someone's going to be on the bad side of it, and that means that Middle Tennessee is going to have to deal with the ice accumulation.
Fascinating. We will be tracking it every hour because this is the early phase of the storm. I bet
We're really just beginning for many of these spots.
when we're here tomorrow night, it'll be a totally different story. The latest headlines from Fox Weather: travel conditions are very dangerous across Texas. Roads coated with sleet and ice right now. And that's a live look at Dallas. That's after more than 100 crashes were reported in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex on Saturday. Roads will stay slick until well after the sun comes up, possibly even all day tomorrow. But it's the Northeast where we're seeing the most flight disruptions. According to FlightAware, more than 6,500 flights into and out of the Northeast were canceled today. That's more than 70% of all flights canceled in the U.S. And just in, freezing rain reaches Columbia, South Carolina, and snow teams have been deployed in our nation's capital, plowing the roads. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is asking folks to only travel if absolutely necessary and give trucks treating the roads plenty of space. This storm is just getting started. Major East Coast cities are staring down the prospect of the biggest snowstorm in years. More than a foot of snow in the forecast across the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. Who's in the snow zone?
And before we head to break, let's touch on travel across our country. The cancellations over 9,500. The states of Texas and Louisiana, those power outage numbers continue to climb. In fact, we just surpassed 200,000 customers in our country without power, most of them from Texas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. So the numbers are going in the wrong direction, my friends, but we're here to get you through it. If you're lucky enough to still have power across the South, make sure you download the Fox Weather app. It is completely free, and even if you lose power and you can't get us on the TV, guess what? You have our coverage, which is continuing overnight in the palm of your hand. Stay with us here on Fox Weather. If you want to find out how to stream us, go to foxweather.tv, and that's the team that we have to keep you and your family safe. We are stretching from, the Southwest all the way to the east. Stay with us here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Where if you have an injury or ailment in the community, and it's so needed.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max together for $19.99 a month.
Fascinating. Then let's go get my wife.
Charged, clear.
So it begins.
It's the ultimate bundle for an unbelievable price.
breaking news at this hour. Power outages across the country have surpassed 200,000. Mississippi's power outages doubled, and Tennessee has now surpassed 10,000 power outages. It is also dangerously cold. That is a live look at Roanoke, Virginia, where presumably ice is a factor and some snow accumulation. We will track it in the hours ahead. Welcome back to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. I'm Mike Emanuel. As the storm bears down on more than 40 states, we're seeing a number of snow and ice reports come into the newsroom. Fox Weather meteorologist Britta Merwin is in Weather Command with those reports. Britta?
Yeah, and we're definitely seeing a concern when it comes to Middle Tennessee. The amount of snow and ice is starting to lead to power outages, especially southeast of Nashville. So we have 30% of White County in Tennessee reporting power loss. Those numbers are continuing to trend up. And keep in mind, temperatures are brutally cold, and they're going to stay cold all the way through the beginning of next week. So having the power off this early in the game is a concern, because keep in mind, linemen can't get up and get the infrastructure rebuilt until the storm passes. So the sooner you come offline, the longer you are going to have without power. And with this type of cold, you're really going to have to keep you and your family safe. Good suggestion if you're watching us on your phone, you've lost power, you can't get us on TV anymore, put some blankets over the window. You want to try and insulate and keep in the heat as long as you can. We're seeing some of our power numbers double every hour, so many of you haven't had power loss for that long. You want to try and keep in the heat as long as you can. Let's take a look at Middle Tennessee, some of the accumulations. Freezing rain, we've had 1/10 of an inch, so again, that leads to the ice accretion that's continuing to grow across Middle Tennessee. That report coming in just southeast of Nashville. Up to the northwest part of the state, moving into Kentucky, that's where you quickly transition to snow. Looking at the ice reports out of Tennessee, Gatlinburg is up to 2/10 of an inch. So again, once we start getting closer to 1/4 of an inch, which is where we're approaching right now, Mike, that's when we tend to see the power kick off. And so this is the evidence, right? The evidence marker, the ground truth showing that we're going in the wrong direction for Middle Tennessee.
And news is happening, Britta. We will keep track for all the folks at home and keep them safe.
Well, the dangerous and potentially crippling ice storm, it stretches away from Tennessee. We're very concerned about the Carolinas.
Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres joins us now from Charlotte. Chelsea, you've seen on and off freezing rain. How's the situation on the ground at this hour?
Well, I have to tell you, I'm a little surprised because I'm actually seeing quite a few more drivers on the road. This is one thing that all city, local, state officials were telling people, do not get on the roads. So you can kind of see right here, we have some cars that are coming by, but you can already tell the roads are getting pretty slick. Of course, there's a lot of the salt that a lot of the crews were out here pre-treating the past few days, and they said that what they're going to be doing is they're going to have crews on standby. You can see that car right there has their hazards on. Again, so we're already seeing some precipitation come down. It almost looks like a mist. But when we look at what we have right now, again, power outages are also going to be very important. Last I checked for Duke Energy here in the Carolinas, well over 300 already in the Charlotte area for power outages. And one thing is that the crews, the Charlotte Department of Transportation mentioned that if there is that ice and infrastructure, you could see some power outages which would affect the signals. Here's what he had to say about that.
One of our biggest concerns is that not only that our infrastructure and the ice will combat each other and potentially fail from the weight, but also all the trees that we're dealing with in Tree City are going to potentially create issues and take out our signal infrastructure.
Now, Britt and Mike, we have not seen any accumulation of ice yet on either tree limbs, branches. Really, it's just a very thin layer of that ice, almost like a creme brulee type crispy layer on top of the vehicles right now. And on the roadways, we do hear a lot of sirens going off at the moment. So we'll have to kind of see, and really we're just keeping an eye out to see kind of how this weather progresses here in the Charlotte area. Britta, Mike.
Let's hope the ice stays minimal. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres, thanks very much for the update.
Well, let's head a little bit farther to the north of where Chelsea is. We're giving you a live look at D.C. and New York City. These are areas where, man, the cameras are going to look very different coming up tomorrow. So if you're sort of checking in before you go to bed, you know, take a look at this, and as you wake up, you can do the comparison. Currently on radar, we got snow falling in D.C. So far, Philadelphia not reporting snow. New York City, you're just to the north of the belt. But in Philadelphia, I want to point out, if you're looking at radar, it looks like it's snowing, but it's slowly getting its act together. So when it's this bitterly cold, right now it's 19 degrees in Philadelphia, that air is very dry. So it actually takes a while for the snow to reach the ground. It's actually evaporating. We're waiting for that column of air vertically to moisten up. So you can tell that we have plenty of radar data showing snow, but I guarantee you Philadelphia to the Jersey Shore, nothing's fallen just yet, but it quickly will. So now that we see it on radar, it's just a matter of time before we get enough moisture to reach down to the ground. Let's talk snow totals. New York City is a good divider line. From New York down to the south, across the Jersey Shore, Delaware, Maryland, we're going to have an influence from the Atlantic where we will have lower snow totals because you're going to have ice. I know it's the last thing you guys want to hear. It's the last thing I want to say because ice is not going to be a good thing. North of New York, bigger snow totals because we do not have to deal with the mixing. The only exception is coastal areas of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, down East Maine. You naturally are going to get a little bit of ice, but enough cold air to produce some big time numbers. So as we take a look at the evolution, as we get closer to daylight, we're all going to be dealing with snow, with exception of DC to the south. A pause clock at 10 a.m. in case people are sleeping in. 21 degrees in DC, but we're covered in pink. So that's the influence from the Atlantic. There's the area of low pressure. It's tracking directly on the shoreline. And that means that we're opening up to that onshore flow where water temperatures are in the 40s. All of that's getting infused into the center of that area of low pressure, which means that we're going to have the mixing. That's going to allow for the ice formation. As we go into tomorrow night, we start to dry out from Philadelphia down to the south. We're probably going to see a dry slot form at that point. That also can limit your snow totals. Notice north of New York, we don't deal with the dry slot, and we also don't have to deal with the influence from the Atlantic. That's how we're going to end up with possibly 2 feet of snow across parts of northern New England. As we get into Monday night, we're starting to taper off on the snow, but look at these temperatures. 15 degrees in Albany, 20 degrees in Philadelphia, 8 and 6 Pittsburgh and Cleveland. So it's going to get colder behind the storm. We'll get a taste of those single-digit temperatures even on the 95 corridor. Here's a look at the ice portion of this. Again, from New York City down south, we're going to see some ice mixed in. Please be careful. Once you go into Maryland and Virginia, it's a true ice situation, Mike, that there's enough ice where we could be dealing with power outages and really dangerous road conditions.
Good advice, folks. Stay home. It is not just snow and ice we are worried about. It is also the bitter cold.
200 million people, by the way, dealing with the cold. So there's a look at the warnings. Again, extreme cold warning, that's kind of that upper echelon, the most extreme warning that we can get from the National Weather Service office. And look at the stretch. I mean, it's pretty much the entire Lone Star State, all of Oklahoma, all of Arkansas, all of Louisiana, all of Mississippi. I mean, it's insane how many people are really locked up in very extreme temperatures, and that cold air, it sticks around all the way through the middle part of next week. I mean, a lot of Texans, they won't wake up to temperatures above freezing until we probably get to Wednesday morning. So if the power goes out, you're going to have to keep you and your family safe and warm in this type of a situation. If you're watching us and you're lucky enough to have power, keep your phone charged. And if you are watching us on the Fox Business Network, on Fox News Channel, folks, we have a free app. Download it because you can watch our coverage even when the power goes out. That's the power of having a streaming weather service as your best friend here. So utilize it. We're here to keep you safe. There's a look at the temperatures. That's the current wind chill. So, Mike, that's another part of this. It's not just the cold air. It's also the fact that it's windy.
And we know they've had power grid problems in the great state of Texas, so that's something we'll be tracking throughout the storm, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of Texans, they rightfully so get very uncomfortable because they think about 2021. I lived through 2021, so trust me, I get it. That was a demand issue. ERCOT saying that they can deal with the demand, so hopefully we can keep the power on.
The latest information from Fox Weather, we just brought you this breaking news a few minutes ago. We have now more than 200,000 power outages across the United States, and now freezing rain has reached the Midlands of South Carolina. 2 separate reports now of freezing rain, glazing surfaces in Columbia, South Carolina, and snow teams have been deployed in our nation's capital, plowing the roads. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is asking folks to only travel if absolutely necessary and give those trucks working on the roads plenty of space. We are covering the storm 24/7 all through the weekend. We are Fox, combining our resources between Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather to help keep you and your family safe and informed. Thanks to our viewers across all three networks for joining us.
We are with you every step of the way as the storm continues to plow its way across the country. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
When the temperature drops, America brings the heat with Hot Hands, America's favorite warmer.
Serious injury, wrongful death?
And you need strong lawyers to represent you.
Call 800-10-LION.
We live for the moment. Whether across the world or right across the table, we live to be there. Meet a new way to experience CNN.
Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. We have a historic and sprawling winter storm that is working its way across our country. And the scope of this storm is truly immense. I mean, we have snow, we have ice, and it stretches from the southern plains all the way to New England. So let's talk about the snow, the ice, the freezing rain as it really commands our attention. Welcome back to our special coverage here on Fox Weather, Fox Business Network, and also Fox News Channel. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Mike Emanuel. Thank you for joining us. Great to be working with you. Welcome to our special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. We are combining our resources to bring you every aspect of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
So here's the storm by the numbers, where we sit at this hour. We got 13 inches as our top snow total. That's out of the state of New Mexico. And believe it or not, I mean, Mike, by the time we get to Monday afternoon, 13 inches will feel like a small number. I mean, we're going to pump out some big-time snow totals in New England.
Because it probably hasn't even started here in New York City, so this storm is just getting started in so many ways.
Yes, it truly is. Let's take a look at D.C. If you're just sitting by a window frame, it looks real pretty. but man, it is cold, it is blustery, and we have snow.
The nation's capital expecting this to be one of the biggest snowstorms in years there. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is there on the sidewalk. And Alex, how you holding up?
I feel like I'm retreating further and further into my coat and inside of my hat, but we are holding it down right now. You know, the people I've been talking to here in D.C. and in Northern Virginia say they have been preparing not just for what is going to come today and tomorrow, but potentially days after, as this has shifted from a heavy snow event, which of course there is still snow you're seeing coming down now, but more focused on an ice emergency, of which, you know, this could be considered coming up. That has increased the concern with heavy ice that leads to down tree branches, power lines coming down. And when temperatures are in the teens and a person loses power inside their home, I mean, that becomes a very serious situation very, very quickly. So a lot of people really tried to stock up in the ways that they could to prepare for having to be isolated for a significant period of time, because when it is this icy, when there's enough accumulation, mass transit, it doesn't run as it normally does. So people are concerned about getting stuck, and I think people here in D.C. have really been taking it seriously. The salting, the brining that was done yesterday, that has paved way now for the plowing that is taking place. D.C. is pretty strict about getting your cars off the road to leave room for that. We've learned over 150 cars have been relocated, which is a pretty pleasant way of saying they've been towed because they've been blocking these snow plows. Mayor Muriel Bowser, she has requested support from the National Guard, mainly their high clearance vehicles, to help first responders get around the city during this snow emergency. And she said, you know, really, if you don't have to be out, please don't be. Here's the mayor.
There are people who have to get to their jobs at hospitals and at grocery stores and senior facilities. So there are people who need to be moving and others that could spend a Sunday at home. And so we would recommend that.
Certainly. So, you know, just a couple minutes ago, we saw a woman out here. She was walking with her dog trying to get to her hotel. I think she said she'd been driving for 18 hours. She had to get back here for whatever reason. So people do have these kind of circumstances. I do want to point out something rather interesting. D.C., it's not fully equipped for this kind of extreme weather, and there's actually logistical challenges to it. It's not set up like a grid system like many other northeastern cities. So plowing on these diagonal roads that lead to circles, that can lead to real pileup. So it's a challenge to get snow out of the way very quickly. DC also has a high homeless rate per capita. Less total numbers than other cities, but that's been a concern for officials here as well, as making sure that they are housed in these kind of conditions, as people are really concerned about this chill. It's blustery out here at this point. It's a very fine kind of snow that's accumulated a good bit over the past 3 hours since this started, but this snow emergency, it pushes through till 4 a.m. on Monday. Britta, Mike.
Alex, it strikes me we've got a whole lot of people in the Trump administration who are from the great state of Florida, the House speakers from Louisiana, the House majority leaders from Louisiana. And so you have a lot of folks who come in from all over the country to work for the administration, or they're members of Congress who are not familiar with severe winter weather. What about that concern?
Yeah, I think that's such a good point, because it's not just at the highest levels of government. You have staffers who have come in to support their local members of Congress, Senate, and this is a transplant-heavy town who relies significantly on mass transit. But I think that really lends itself to how seriously it feels like the city is taking this event. If you're unfamiliar with this kind of cold and snow, you're less likely to get behind the wheel of a car and think you can make it through. So I think this is why we saw a lot of the shelves clear out earlier in the week. People who know their limits with this stuff and want to play it safe.
Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff there in the shadow of the United States Capitol. Thanks very much. This is a sprawling system. More than 40 states are feeling the impact from the snow, ice, and dangerous cold. Britta, where are you seeing problems at this hour?
Unfortunately, a lot of states. I mean, the stretch is big, as we mentioned. The Lone Star State, we're starting to see more people report freezing rain and sleet. In fact, that line is now getting into southeast Texas. Houston itself is still reporting rain, but our suburbs are reporting freezing rain and lightning at that. So when you start to see lightning on the southern portion of this storm, it really represents the intensity of what's happening. There's a little more instability. And if you're watching our coverage earlier today on Fox Weather with Ian Oliver and Kiana Lewis, they were talking about the imminent approach of this low-level jet, which for our weather enthusiasts that join us on Fox Weather every day, and maybe a few of you watching us on Fox Business and the Fox News channel will sort of jump into this as well. You know, it's impressive to see these dynamics at play. And when we talk about a low-level jet, that's very strong winds that are above the ground. And when it's crazy upstairs, it gets crazy downstairs. That's the most basic way of taking a look at a jet. So that lightning is representing that process that we were anticipating is now starting to happen. It does mean that you're going to have more intense freezing rain. You're going to have more intense snow that is falling every hour, and also more intense rain. We have spots in Mississippi that have 1 to 2 inches of rain happening right now. You can see that. They're only 100 miles away from where the ice is starting to accumulate. Northern parts of Mississippi, Starksville, they have 1/4 of an inch of ice. Inverness has 1/2 inch of ice. So, Mike, already we're starting to see the crippling ice formation across the south. And a lot of our power numbers are doubling every hour in response to the fact that the ice is starting to build up as well.
And that's scary because the power could be out for an extended period of time.
Absolutely. Live look at Louisville. Mike, this is where we have all snow.
Well, and that's a good thing because when you consider it with ice, at least with snow, you can handle yourself if you have to get out and get somewhere.
And it's easier to get off the road.
Right, exactly.
I mean, any day I would take 12 inches of snow over 5 inches of snow with a little bit of ice mixed in. You can see how fluffy those snowflakes are. Alex was talking about that in DC, how it's so cold. It does change the type of snow that you pick up. So here's a wide look at the southeast. It does represent everything, the snow, the ice, and yes, the thunderstorms. We have a lot of thunderstorms right now in central portions of Mississippi. One thing I want to point out is specifically for Huntsville, checked in with their National Weather Service office, and they also have confirmed that the surge of warm air from the Gulf is really progressing far to the north.
Wow.
Huntsville picked up, 1/100 of an inch of ice, and now they're all rain. This is a saving grace for northern Alabama. That means that through the overnight, they're going to do really well. So a lot of residents are probably going to wake up in northern Alabama, look out their window and say, wow, we could have been far worse. Unfortunately, what we were anticipating for northwest Mississippi and, middle Tennessee, it's pretty much working out exactly how we thought it would. I mean, we definitely are picking up some big ice numbers.
49 degrees in Montgomery must feel like almost spring compared to the rest of the country.
Yes, and, also kind of similar to Huntsville. I mean, the state of Alabama is looking really good at this hour in comparison to its neighbors in Mississippi.
Let's hope that continues. The newest information from Fox Weather at this hour, we have more than 2,000 miles, of accumulating snow. Reports coming in from Arizona to Maryland, and unfortunately, we now have more than 200,000 power outages across the United States. Now, freezing rain has reached the Midlands of South Carolina. 2 separate reports of freezing rain glazing surfaces in Columbia, South Carolina. And snow teams have been deployed in our nation's capital, plowing the roads. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is asking folks to only travel if absolutely necessary and give those plow trucks working around the clock plenty of space. We are getting in tons of new images from you at home. This one is from Michael in Oakland, Maryland. Looks like snow coming down pretty good at this hour. We thank Michael for that video there.
And let's move on to Texas. This is from Chris. He actually remarked that he heard thunder snow, and we verified it on radar as well. But look at that thud. When you got that thunder and lightning, it's coming down at a good clip.
All right, another one from David in Columbus, Indiana. Looks like the snow is sticking pretty well there. A variety of angles there, thanks to David in Columbus.
And one more, we got Andrew from Hendersonville, North Carolina. This is actually some of the first visual reports we have received from North Carolina of the ice starting to accumulate. Unfortunately, we have a lot more on your way, Andrew, but we appreciate that ground truth such a large help in us telling the story. And we invite you to also help us tell the story. Take out your phone right now. I want you to scan that QR code. See it, share it. It's a great way for us to get your images and videos on air on all three of our networks. We're on this for Fox Business Network, Fox News Channel, and of course here at Fox Weather. Make sure you visit foxweather.com/connect so you can be part of the story.
Fox Weather is live 24/7 throughout this massive storm. Make sure you have the information to stay safe through the ice and snow. And even if you lose power, you can always watch us on the Fox Weather app. It's free to download wherever you get your apps. We will be right back after a short break.
For the ones working to make every day a little sweeter, there's Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That kind of getting to where you need to be, that's what I hope to build in the community, and it's so needed.
Is no stranger to power outages, treacherous travel, and days of bitter cold. They are once again in the crosshairs. Joining us now is the Travis County, Texas Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, overseeing the response as conditions worsen. Andy, what's the situation right now there in Travis County?
Well, it's cold, it's sleeting. Thankfully, people seem to be staying off the roads, which we've been asking them to do all day, and thankfully we've been preparing people for this all week. So we've had meetings with the city, with the state, with TDEM at the state, making sure that we have assets in place and really getting that message out that, man, this is Texas. We're not used to the cold. When the roads freeze, we don't know how to drive on them. People need to stay off those roads. It seems like that message is working pretty well tonight. It's 27 degrees right now, which for us is very cold. And the highways look pretty vacant right now. There's still some traffic, some truck traffic and things I was just seeing a minute ago, but overall, I think people are listening to us.
I worked at Fox 7 back in the day. I remember a lot of those elevated roadways would get icy, and it was kind of like bumper cars on the road. What are your biggest concerns as this weather event progresses?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that we want people to do right now, we've got power, we've got things like that, but we want people to stay off of the road. So a couple days out, we put brine on the roads, that kind of sticky stuff that hopefully is sticking on there now. And then we're actually going out as it's icing, and we're putting magnesium chloride on the intersections on the busier part. But that's not for people, normal people. That's for first responders if they have to get to somebody having a medical emergency, a fire, a thing like that. So our biggest fear right now is people getting onto the roads and creating problems for all of us. The EMS has already let people know that they're transporting people to the very closest hospital to where they pick them up. They're not driving across the county to get them to their hospital of preference. So really the critical thing is staying off the roads, letting first responders do their jobs.
I know Austin, Texas is the live music capital of the world. I'm curious what the scene looks like on 6th Street and some of the social parts of town at this hour.
Yeah, it's pretty empty. I've not been to 6th Street tonight, so I can't say for sure what 6th Street looks like, but my sense is from everybody at the EOC is that generally people are heating this morning. The freeze came on around dark tonight, so I think some people maybe were going to have dinner. A week ago had set a dinner plan with some friends for 7 o'clock. The restaurant called us earlier today saying that they were closed. So I think a lot of businesses are heating this. They're closing it. People are staying at home. We've been asking people to, wherever you are, find a safe place to stay, a warm place to stay, and please stay put. Earlier today, I went to visit the Central Texas Food Bank. I know y'all were talking about 2021 before. I became county judge about 3 months before Storm Uri hit us. And one of the things that happened is the Central Texas Food Bank did not have a backup generator. I actually had to go over there myself to turn off a water pipe because there was a big leak there, and that was a big problem. We've learned a lot in Central Texas since then. That Central Texas Food Bank now has a full generator to back up that entire facility so they can keep making food for the shelters that the city of Austin's providing. I think that has happened a lot across the city and the county. People have backup generators, but man, if ERCOT fails us, I think we're not going to be in a good place. So I hear from the governor, I hear from ERCOT that the grid, is holding steady, is looking good right now. But you asked me what the biggest fear is, and that would be losing power, because I think right now people are heeding our messages. They're at home, they're warm, but man, we don't want to see that power go out.
Travis County Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, thanks for joining us. God bless you and the great folks in Central Texas.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
And as we have it covered, let's head to the Northeast. This is a part of our country that is still kind of bracing for the storm to start. I gotta tell you, we're based in the Northeast. We're based in New York City. So all of us have seen people go out to the grocery store. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it is here. We already have snow being reported in D.C. We got live reports throughout the overnight. So if you're just joining us on the Fox Business Network, on Fox News Channel, on Fox Weather, that's right, all 3 networks keeping you and your family safe during the storm, you're going to get those live reports from D.C. As we take a look at what we are anticipating, we are really going to pump some huge numbers out of New England. Really looks like that's going to be the focus, because that's where we stay with all cold air. You'll notice south of New York, if you've been watching this forecast evolve here on Fox Weather, we've been lowering those snow totals, still significant. I mean, parts of Delaware and South Jersey could still see over 6 inches of snow. But the reason why the overall forecast in those areas have come down over the last couple days is because of the influence from the Atlantic. It now appears that this area of low pressure is going to be so close to the coast that we're going to be fighting that influence from the Atlantic. Water temperatures right now are in the 40s, and that's going to ride over that Arctic cold air. Looking at New York City, the surrounding areas, an easy 8 to 12 inches as you go off towards northwest Jersey, lower Hudson Valley. Then you have elevation at play. You also have the colder air with the positioning of the low. So in those locations, you are going to see well over a foot of snow. Let's talk about New York and the timing. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it's here. Temperatures are in the teens. It is cold, it is blustery. We're going to have a big thump of snow that continues through about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the bulk of the accumulation. as we get into dinner time, 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow, we start to work in that influence from the Atlantic. It's 20 degrees, so it's cold at the surface, but we have warm air aloft, and that allows for that changeover to an icy mix. Really important for folks that live in Jersey, on Long Island, New York City, all 5 boroughs. Try and get some of the snow off of your front yard, off of your driveway, the sidewalks, by about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Because if you are in these areas where we're going to cross over to freezing rain, it's going to encase itself like an igloo. So think about the Jersey Shore. Think about Long Island. These are places where you really need to do a little bit of hard work before you cross over to freezing rain. Everything ends by Monday morning. Schools are going to be closed, folks. Guarantee you. So get ready for the long haul. I think all of us kind of assume that, but looking at the forecast verifying, we're going to be in that type of a setup. 15 degrees. That's all we get in New York City by Monday afternoon. So everything that is on the ground is going to stay on the ground. It's going to have to be removed. So when you look at the road conditions, it might take all of Monday to plow everything out, to get the salt down, to get the ice off of some of these roads. We're anticipating less than 1/10 of an inch of ice, but in a place like New York City, that is enough to cause some big-time issues. So please make sure that you're incredibly safe as we take a look at these big impacts of snow and ice reaching into big metropolitan areas in the Northeast. Well, this massive winter storm, it also is going to bring severe weather if we didn't have enough to track, right? And in the Deep South, this is a huge threat, especially as we go into tomorrow. So this southerly component of this winter storm, that's where we're working with all that Gulf moisture. And because we do have a very vigorous jet, that's a fast-moving column of air way up by where the airplanes fly, it's going to combine into all the ingredients that we look out for when it comes to a severe weather potential. And this, unfortunately, is going to lead to the threat for tornadoes. There's so much twist in the atmosphere. That's really the top thing that we're concerned about. So for Sunday, we have a level 2 out of 5 heads up here that severe weather is possible. Our concern is that you start to get a lot of moisture coming in off the Gulf. That flow brings in these showers and these thunderstorms. They interact and they start to turn, and any rotating thunderstorm can lead to an isolated tornado. So again, I don't think we're going to see widespread severe weather reports, but definitely we have the concern here where we could see several tornadoes pop up. Here's a look at the fast winds aloft. Again, that is what these thunderstorms that are building vertically are exposed to. That's how you start to get them to twist and turn. In addition to that, you can have strong straight line winds. And if you have a wind gust of 95 miles per hour, it doesn't matter what direction it's coming from or if it's twisting or turning, it's going to cause damage. And along this powerful line of thunderstorms that we'll be moving through late morning through early afternoon, because these thunderstorms build vertically, Mike, they can grab onto those strong winds aloft, they throw them down to the ground, and that's how you get that strong straight line wind. So multiple threats here that you have to think about.
It's amazing. After working in Texas, I think of severe weather season as when the tornadoes start, but
Yeah.
you're talking about severe weather season here with the Arctic cold.
Yeah, I mean, really, you can have everything locked up into these winter storms. So the timeline, it's taking us all the way through the afternoon and the evening. Once that cold front rolls through, your severe weather threat does drop. So it's a short window here, but you want to make sure that you pay attention to it. Also a good idea in your safe spot, put coats, shoes, and flashlights. Once these thunderstorms roll through, it's cold. When they leave, you got to make sure that you bundle up the kiddos if you have to head out.
Great advice. You're watching special coverage of this massive winter storm as Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather combine our resources and expertise to keep you and your family safe. Thanks to our viewers across all 3 networks for joining us. We'll be right back.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather, for all seasons, for all America.
If this is not a blizzard, I don't know what is, guys. This wind is roaring right now off of Lake Erie.
The wind chill's down in the upper teens. Remember, we're in southern Louisiana.
It's a big one. This is definitely a big storm. The wind reducing visibility.
Well, we may have to have a little bit of a race.
It is downright Arctic.
This is something we'll be watching for you, not just through the weekend, but into early next week, right here on Fox Weather. A storm you want to keep tabs on.
Hassle. Serious injury, wrongful death?
And you need strong lawyers to represent you.
Call 800-10-LION.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps users log small wins, track their mood, reflect on past entries, and see how far they've come. It's fully functional, and I didn't write a single line of code. You start by describing your idea, what you want it to do, the features, the look and feel. Now watch Base do its magic. Designing the interface, building the database, wiring the logic. It's like asking a team of engineers, designers, and product managers to create your vision instantly. Once you have your first version, you just keep going. I add dark mode, polish the transitions, and make sure it works smoothly across devices. The best part? I can just stay in flow. No blockers, no switching tools, just building. So start with your idea. Base44 does the rest.
A massive and dangerous winter storm is slamming more than half of our country at this hour. Snow, ice, sleet, and freezing rain, you name it, it is falling from the sky. And breaking news, folks, we got 3/4 of an inch of ice accretion in Hall Summit, Louisiana. So northern Louisiana really starting to stack on the ice. Thank you for staying with us. It is 3 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm Britta Merwin.
I'll go with the word accumulation since I'm not the science guy, but
Works just the same.
all right. Well, I'm Mike Emanuel. Thank you for joining us and welcome to our special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. We are combining our resources to bring you every aspect of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
Yeah, why have the power of one network when you get the whole Fox family behind you? We really can't stress this enough. The magnitude of this storm system is massive. I mean, look at the stretch here. It covers over 40 states, 2,300 miles. That equals 195 million Americans that are under some type of winter weather alert in these overnight hours.
And this is a live look at Washington, D.C., where it actually looks pretty at this hour. Snowflakes coming down on our U.S. Capitol building. The city expecting this to be one of the biggest snowstorms in years. Fox correspondent Alexandria Hoff is in our nation's capital. And Alex, what's the latest at this hour?
You know, Mike, there is this general sentiment. I kind of felt it yesterday and certainly this morning that the region is on the verge of potential paralysis and that people have to take seriously what is now already here. I mean, we started seeing the snowfall come down around 11:30. It's increased in intensity, still these very small, fine flakes, speaking to just how cold it is out here. There's also significant wind making it feel kind of like sandpaper on your face. And the salting, the brining, that was all done yesterday. Now the plows are already out. Want to make sure there's lots of room for those here in the nation's capital. DC's mayor, she has asked for the support of the National Guard to make sure that first responders can make it through these roadways that are already challenging. We've seen a couple drivers kind of still pumping by at this time, and this is slippery stuff already, just about 2.5 hours into this. And, you know, people who we had spoken to kind of before this all broke out, they were already nervous about those who have no other choice but to face the elements one way or the other. Take a listen.
People who need to work, I pray for, because there's especially our service workers, firemen, ambulance, doctors. We're going to need them definitely in this time.
I am worried, though, about the homeless people here and the unhoused, and I really hope that they can find a safe place somewhere warm tonight. And
I mean, certainly so, and DC does have a high homeless population per capita. But when we look at how this has kind of developed, people had been looking at this storm as a potential really heavy snow event. And while there is still snow, obviously, this has made a shift towards a more ice-heavy situation, and that is far more dangerous and has stoked the fear of many people, rightfully so. In preparations that we've seen Northern Virginia, D.C., Maryland, people are really trying to prepare for the long haul. They had a good full day yesterday to do so, but they know that with ice that will develop, because it has no ability to melt with temperatures in the teens, that will lead to tree branches down, power outages. And when your power goes out and it is 18 degrees outside with a wind chill of I don't even know what it is, I mean, that is a serious situation. There's also mobility issues. Washington, D.C., it can handle harsh weather. Extreme weather, though, it really wasn't built for. Even the public transit system, a lot of it is above ground. So at a certain point when it comes to snowfall, over 8 inches, and maybe even cold, too, those just can't run anymore. So people are nervous about being stuck in place for a prolonged period of time. This snow emergency, this winter weather warning, it lasts through 4 a.m. on Monday, but really people in this region are looking days beyond that, trying to figure out just how they're going to last through it and do so safely. Britta, Mike.
Alex, I don't know how to break this to you. While we've been showing our audience it's 15 degrees in Washington, the wind chill is 4 degrees. Have you noticed a change as the hours go by?
Well, I could have predicted that much, I think. Yeah, no, I have. Actually, before you came to me, the way I was standing out here was like this. It kind of looked like a peekaboo game, but that's with the wind chill. I mean, I just wanted to block it from my face, so I get it.
Well, you are a mom, so peekaboo in this case is also practical. Nice
Yes.
job with the skills.
It is. It comes naturally.
Alex, thank you so much. This is a sprawling storm system. More than 40 states feeling the impacts from the snow, ice, and dangerous cold. Britta, what are you seeing in terms of major problems at this hour?
Yeah, you know, we have a two-sided storm right here. Folks in the Northeast are kind of waiting, when's the snow going to come? I mean, we saw it in D.C., so we're already there. Philadelphia, finally registering flakes. New York, it's not going to be that long. So at the onset of this, you're going to see reports on radar. You can see it right here. I mean, we look like we have snow in New York. What's happening is this air is so cold and dry that it takes a little while for the vertical column, all the air above where we're standing, to moisten up. So it is snowing. It's just snowing way upstairs. I mean, if you're in one of these big buildings in New York City, maybe a 40-floor skyscraper, you're probably seeing snowflakes up on the 44th floor. In fact, one of us should run up to the cafe. It's obviously closed, but you'd probably see snowflakes up there. Eventually, we'll get it down to the ground, and then it's off to the races. And because it is cold, Mike, we can stack up a lot of snow. I mean, we talked to Alex, and she was saying last hour that she saw that the accumulation was actually picking up in intensity. When you have such cold air in place ahead of a storm, once you moisten up the atmosphere and those snowflakes actually get down to the ground, you can start stacking up snow quickly.
Oh boy. So here we go.
Yeah, so here we go. Here's some new snow reports, by the way, coming in from western parts of Virginia. Bridgewater, 2 inches. Roanoke Airport, 3 inches of snow. So far for this part of Virginia, we're all snow. It is going to be a different story for the 95 corridor. Richmond looks to get a dangerous combination of probably over 6 inches of snow and ice on top of that.
The ice is the scary part.
Yes.
You can deal with snow. Make a snowman, clear your driveway. The
ice is a totally different
dangerous.
scenario. Yeah, and one to avoid. In the southeast, of course, we're going to be battling the ice storm. Let's go ahead and take you outside, give you a little look-see. One car driving on by in this shot. Yeah, you got to be really, really careful out there if you are going to be venturing out. You can tell how there's like a little sheen on these icy roads. Meanwhile, as we flip the perspective, we do have a little more snow on these roads. These images courtesy of TDOT. So we're in Tennessee out there. But Interstate 40, you can tell it is covered in snow and not looking too good. That 18-wheeler, though, doing okay. They're on an elevated surface of I-40, so that's the spot that you would really look out for some slick driving conditions. So here's a wide snap of radar. I do have to pass along for our friends in Alabama. You guys can take a big sigh of relief. This is great news for Alabama. Huntsville picked up about 1/100 of an inch of ice before we started getting this low-level jet surging the warm air from the Gulf up to the north. And just looking at this radar image, I can tell you, Alabama, you guys are going to do really well tonight, which is huge. I wish we could say the same for Mississippi, but northwest Mississippi is really struggling. We're approaching an inch of ice accretion, not only in northwest Mississippi, but northern portions of Louisiana. As we take a look at Middle Tennessee, complicated setup here because you can tell that we are getting a surge of that mild air from northern parts of Alabama. It's going to come down to elevation being at play and where those ground temperatures are. Nashville, it's 28 degrees. So you're definitely getting some ice that's building up on the roads. North Carolina, complicated setup for this state. I mean, gosh, we have a lot of ice that's going to be building up, but we still have enough cold air in Raleigh right now that reporting snow. Charlotte, it's different. We got a little bit of warm air right above the surface, and although it is bitterly cold at the surface, that's allowing for the ice to build up. I think our reporter said it best. Mike, we were talking to Chelsea Torres earlier today when she said creme brulee. And we've all ordered that, right? You have the crack with the back of your spoon.
A thin shell.
A thin shell. Unfortunately, that thin shell is going to turn into a thick shell.
Which gets dangerous on the roadway.
Certainly does. So here's a look at where we're going. We'll pause the clock 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Look at how that warm air extends up to the north. So we are accreting a lot of ice in Tennessee, but this rain is going to move in and melt some of this ice. This is why they've been asking you guys to stay off the roads, because Mother Nature is actually going to hand us a solid. We're going to get some good karma out there across parts of Tennessee. If you can just hold tight as we go throughout tomorrow morning, we'll cross over to rain. That will melt some of the ice on its own. But then behind it, it gets bitterly cold. What happens Monday morning? I mean, gosh, when these temperatures drop to the teens, look at Montgomery, 25 degrees. Naturally, with this cold air, it is dry. That will allow for some evaporation. But if any rain is left on the ground, Monday morning, we're going to have a flash freeze. So although the storm is gone by Monday, we're probably still going to have a lot of travel disruptions because of ice forming on the ground. There's a look at the snow still to come across Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Looking at some big-time snow totals for the Northeast.
Here are the latest headlines from Fox Weather. Just in, Oklahoma City has posted a new daily snow total record. 4.4 inches of snow fell at Gage Airport Saturday. That breaks a record set almost 80 years ago, 4 inches in 1948. Plus, we just got our New top ice report at the top of the hour, 3/4 of an inch measured in northern Louisiana. Also, the number of power outages in the U.S. has now surpassed 200,000. More than 40,000 of those outages are in the state of Mississippi. Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell caught a transformer flash on camera in Oxford and says she saw neighborhoods in the dark. This storm is just getting started. Major East Coast cities are staring down the prospect of their biggest snowstorm in years. More than a foot of snow in the forecast across the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. Who's in the snow zone?
And before we head to break, an update on travel. The conditions are going downhill, folks. According to our partners at FlightAware, 94% of flights at Newark LaGuardia's airport have been disrupted at this hour. 94%. So we're not going anywhere today, folks. We're going to snuggle in and get you through this. Fox Weather is here with you every step of the way. We've been live since the beginning of the storm, and we will stay on air live with our continuing coverage through the end. There is a look at the stretch of our team. We got you covered. Broadcasting on every one of our networks, Fox Weather, Fox Business Network, and also the Fox News Channel. Stay with us here. Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. We'll be right back.
What is it you do?
Software development. This guy's a ghost. He never leaves DNA, and he's not working alone.
We're good at this.
Yeah. Crime 101. Rated R. Only beat us to be 13.
What? What is it? Mozzarella stick. Fried mozzarella. There's marinara everywhere.
Monday.com, the opposite of any work platform we tried in the past. We tried other work management platforms, not naming names. They all suck. Monday, total opposite. It didn't just work, it spread. And people became Monday evangelists. And you know why? Because people actually liked using it. It's not a chore. It's intuitive. You don't have to force anyone. They're on board. You can really see that Monday care about their user. The user is king. You can create workflows yourselves, no IT, no admins. And that's why we love it. There's no roadblocks. Everything can just be done instantly. We have people creating workflows and showing them off around the company. They take pride in it. I know it sounds like a commercial, but honestly, I never expected it to have this much influence.
This winter storm is already creating huge travel issues. FlightAware is reporting that 94% of flights at LaGuardia Airport in New York City are facing some kind of disruption. We are looking live at Queens, New York, where New York City is awaiting its first snowflakes from the storm. A pretty picture there on your screen of a football stadium. It looks like Was that where the Mets play? I don't know. We're close to the airport there at LaGuardia. It's a little bit early in the morning for me to figure out which ballpark that is.
Is it morning or night? You know, it's kind of that dark hour where it's both.
Good point. All right, welcome back to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. I'm Mike Emanuel. As this storm bears down on more than 40 states, we're seeing a number of snow and ice reports come into the newsroom. Fox Weather meteorologist Britta Merwin is in Weather Command with those reports. Hello, Britta.
Hello, good morning or good evening. You know, no judgment here. We're all family folks. You know, a lot of folks that are joining us from the Northeast, it's about 3:15 Eastern time. They might be wondering where the snow is in New York City. It is quickly approaching, guys. In fact, if you're in a skyscraper, you got an apartment way up high, awesome, by the way. You probably have a great view. Probably seeing the snowflakes, too. Takes a little bit of time when the air is this cold and this dry for it to moisten up. In Philadelphia, that process took about 45 minutes to an hour, but now we're reporting light snow at the airport. 18 degrees, by the way, in Philadelphia. So New York City sitting at 13 is just a matter of time that we start to get those observations. By the way, if you're joining us in New York City, you're having trouble sleeping, if you're seeing the snowflakes, take a video, take a photo. Go to foxweather.com/connect. and we can show your photo and video on air. Help us tell the story here. Here's how big this storm is. I mean, it goes from the southwest all the way to the east coast. Let's focus in down south. Look at all these lightning strikes. We have 42 lightning strikes across the south, most of it happening where we have frozen precipitation, that being sleet or freezing rain. We are now getting reports of freezing rain and sleet within the Houston metropolitan area, not downtown, but in our surrounding suburbs. So there's been a lot of communication about keeping people off the roads across Texas. This is why. Northern parts of Louisiana, right in this zone, we have reports of over 3/4 of an inch of ice just north of the I-20 corridor. We also have lightning strikes there. So when we see the lightning, Mike, that is showing us how much intensity is in the atmosphere. And we're definitely getting more intense rain, more intense freezing rain, which means a lot more ice building up.
Britta, lots of developments happening. We will have folks at home covered every step of the way. That's a live look at Oxford, Mississippi, home of the Ole Miss Rebels. And you can see a very icy scene on the roadways there. Look at those icicles, too, to add to the impact in terms of what our eyes picking up. Really looks like a rough night on the roads in Oxford.
Oxford's been the only live camera shots that we have seen that we haven't seen one car. It has actually been shocking how many cars we've seen out in Tennessee, how many cars we've even seen out in Dallas. All these shots in Oxford, completely just crickets, but what you can see is all of the ice. A lot of ice building up.
Smart folks staying off the roads.
Absolutely. That's what they asked you to do, so I'm glad to see that people are following the rules. Let's go ahead and take you to other parts of the southeast where we're also battling with snow and ice. It's a live look at Louisville where we are on the snow side. In fact, most of Kentucky is just dealing with snow. I know it's tough to get a lot of snow, but let me tell you, you'd rather have a foot of snow than been dealing with ice mixed into this awful equation here. So at least for Louisville, right now it's all snow. We are starting to see some freezing rain being reported in southern parts of Kentucky. I'm just now looking at the observations out of London, a little bit farther away from Louisville. There's a good shot of the snow-covered roads in Louisville. And there she is. There's Chelsea Torres. We're going to bring in Chelsea because we have her up. She's in Charlotte. Chelsea, I mean, we can see by the expression on your face that conditions have really deteriorated since the last time we checked in.
Yeah, Britta, Mike, stark difference from the last time you saw me. I mean, already, let's just kind of look around what we have here. Look at the ground. Already you can see, and you can actually hear it too, the crackling of the sleet that's coming down. But check out the street. This just happened within the last 45 minutes. I mean, I can make a mark right here in the ground for some Fox weather, and it's kind of crunchy. But that kind of gives you an idea. You know, we did talk to some people earlier. They were really surprised. They weren't really sure exactly how cold it was going to get. But what we've noticed so far is that now this sleet is really starting to ramp up. And again, it's been kind of a slow trickle through the night. It started around 11 p.m., a little bit of precipitation. Then it was getting cold. We noticed a very small icy layer on the cars and just on surfaces. And now we're really starting to see. And I want to show you also a little bit some of the trees. You can't really tell yet. But on some of these trees, there's a very thin layer of ice. And we actually had heard from the lead arborist here in the city of Charlotte, and she had mentioned that if you have just even a quarter of an inch on some limbs, that's when you'll start seeing some break. But as soon as you get to half an inch of some of that ice that's really accumulating, that's when you'll definitely see larger limbs break. But this is what she had to say on what could happen if you even have older trees that start to see more ice, but then you get some of those winds that mix in.
If a tree has any kind of root issues, if it sits on there for a long period of time and we get winds, we could potentially get whole tree failures as well. When trees fall, they're under a lot of tension, and if you cut the wrong space, it may spring back in a weird way or roll. So it's really important to allow this cleanup to happen by professionals that are out there.
And another thing, Britta, Mike, you guys mentioned how in Oxford, not a car in sight. Well, here we're still seeing people drive around, just kind of take in the sights, mostly crew vehicles, but I have seen quite a few people just driving around. So again, if there's one thing that people need to do, it's just really stay off the roads here in the Charlotte area. Britta, Mike?
The data me says nothing good happens after 3 a.m. Go home, folks. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres doing a great job. Thanks very much.
Good advice. I like it. So the storm, it is continuing to push farther into the northeast. We're starting to get the snow stacking up in D.C. We have reports of snow in Philadelphia. And if you pull out your Fox weather app, you're going to see snow on radar in New York. Has not yet been recorded at the sites, but we're starting to get that process underway. Keep in mind, it is brutally cold, and that Arctic air is very dry, and it's been substantial and in place across the Northeast now for well than 48 hours. So it takes a little bit of time for the atmosphere to literally, get the moisture back into it. And as that process takes place, the snow really starts to build in. It's going to get all the way down to the ground. So we'll watch New York. It's just a matter of time. Probably by the time we get to 4 o'clock in the morning, we'll have reports of snow at JFK, LaGuardia, and at Central Park as well. We got snow in Pittsburgh, snow up into Detroit. Look at how cold those temperatures are. We are starting to see some freezing rain sneak into Charleston, West Virginia, closer to Charleston. But temperatures are in the teens. So it's interesting to see how far north that mild air is trying to work its way in. There's a tight look at the 95 corridor. Again, places like D.C. are going to work in some sleet and some freezing rain as we get into tomorrow. That's why we have lower snow totals for folks that live in Maryland and Virginia, even working your way up into the Jersey Shore. But we're still going to pull off a good 6 inches of snow highlighted in pink. North of New York, that's where we're all snow. We're going to stack up some big-time snow in areas where we don't have that influence from the Atlantic. Up the 95 corridor, working your way up into the New York Thruway, we're going to be seeing maybe over 1.5 feet of snow. So here's the process as we go throughout daybreak. Notice that we have this area of low pressure that's just hugging the coastline. That's the deal breaker. That's how we know we're going to have a lot of mixing in our coastal communities. By 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, D.C. still is cold at 21 degrees, but we're going to switch over to freezing rain. So in areas where we've stacked up some snow and freezing rain on top of it, we're going to have what I call the igloo effect. Guys, you got to go out there and try and get some of this snow off once we have daybreak, because once the freezing rain comes in, it's going to case everything in ice. Philadelphia, the time frame for that looks to be around 11 o'clock in the morning. So again, once the sun is up, get out there and try and do some snow removal. As we go into tomorrow night, we still have snow, a dry spot starting to form over the 95 corridor. That can also impact our snow totals. But no matter how you slice it, Mike, we are looking at big-time impacts for the Northeast. We don't even have dry air over the Northeast until we go into very, very later half of Monday afternoon.
Long way to go. It is not just snow and ice that we are worried about. It's also the bitter cold. Cold weather alerts stretch from the plains to the northeast.
And as we take a look at those cold weather alerts, it amounts to a lot of Americans. 2 million Americans dealing with this Arctic air. We have cold weather warnings that are in place for a lot of Americans. That's kind of that upper echelon warning, that extreme cold weather warning. It's highlighted in pink on our map, but look at how many states. We have Texas, Oklahoma, all of Arkansas, all of Louisiana, all of Mississippi, and then parts of Illinois and also Alabama. I I mean, these are areas where we're talking you can be outside for like 5 minutes. Then you got to call it. If you're exposed to that type of cold for too long, you can have frostbite, you can have hypothermia. That's why there's been such a big push to really get people into safer locations where they can stay warm. This also is concerning because in a lot of these states we're having significant power loss, and that is going to lead to a lot of folks that are having to keep their families warm for a prolonged amount of time with very cold air in place. This is an interesting map. It's our wind chill map, so obviously highlighting the wind and the cold. I mean, right now it feels like -1 degrees in San Angelo, Texas.
Unreal.
Yeah, it is unreal. That's a lot of cold air.
Oklahoma City, -14.
Yeah, but then compared to this, Baton Rouge, 50 degrees. So we have this massive push of mild air that's literally going over that cold and dense air, and that's how we end up with ice. I mean, the fact that we're at 50 degrees in Baton Rouge and in Houston right now, we're below freezing.
In Lubbock, Texas, -7 wind chill. Yikes.
Yeah, brutally cold stuff, folks. So we're going to continue to track all the snow and ice.
That's a live look at Philadelphia, and we are tracking the latest weather information for you from Fox Weather. Britta just mentioned it. Snow has been reported in Philadelphia. Plus, Missouri State Patrol, Highway Patrol troopers have responded to more than 600 weather-related calls, including 120 crashes. That's as of 9 p.m. Saturday. But roads are still slick now. Plus, we just learned 94% of flights have been disrupted already today at LaGuardia Airport here in New York City. More than 875 cancellations. JFK Airport also in major travel trouble. More than 80% of flights disrupted for JFK, having a huge impact to the traveling public all over this country. We are covering the storm 24/7 all throughout the weekend. We are Fox, combining our resources between Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather to help keep you and your families safe and informed. Thanks to our viewers across all 3 networks for joining us.
We are with you every step of the way. We've been live since the storm started, and we're going to stay with you through the duration of this storm. Stay with us here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
See where Whoop can take you. Flav City's all-in-one smoothies. 25 grams of protein, 10 grams of collagen, functional mushrooms, and real fruit. Always fantastical flavor with real ingredients. And you know real when you taste it. Flav City.
is your Winter Storm HQ. We have a historic and sprawling winter storm that's really working its way across the east, stretches all the way to the southern plains. And the scope of the system, it's truly immense. With snow and ice that stretches all the way to New England, we got everything, even freezing rain.
All kinds of storm coverage, all kinds of precipitation. Is really comprehensive.
Welcome back to our special coverage. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Mike Emanuel. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to our special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and of course Fox Weather. We are combining our resources to bring you every aspect of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
So here's the storm by the numbers, sort of the status report as of this hour. We have our largest snow total out of New Mexico with 13 inches. That's going to be far surpassed by anything that develops in the Northeast. We're just still not yet at that step of the storm. Biggest concern, though, is the power outages. We're up to 250,000 people without power. That's a lot of people. And actually, I should correct myself. Those are customers. So one customer might represent an apartment complex. I mean, you got to represent that those are customers, and we could have far more Americans without power when you really put it in perspective. Let's take you outside, show you what it looks like. We're going to head to D.C., where we have snowflakes flying at 3 o'clock in the morning. You start to slur your words a little bit. That's okay. But there you have it. It is a snowy scene above the Capitol.
And our colleague Alexandria Hoff is out there on the sidewalk with the snow. Alex, how are things at this hour?
Okay, so, Britta, you had just said snowflakes are falling down. And yes, there's snow coming down. I'm so curious about kind of the makeup of this snow and just how cold it is outside and how it's impacting it. Because I'm looking down at it here. I mean, there's almost, it won't stick together. And it literally almost looks like small shards of glass or something. And it feels that way when it's hitting your face with the wind chill that is coming pretty significantly. This snowfall began probably around 11:30 when we really saw it starting to come down. Accumulation pretty significant since then, but mainly intensity. It is the cold that people are really going to be feeling when they wake up tomorrow, when they try to look out their door. It's not a situation they're going to want to walk into. So this snow emergency that is taking place, this winter weather emergency, it's going to be in place here in the D.C. area until 4 a.m. on Monday. The salt, the brine that's already been put onto the streets, that all happened yesterday. Plows are already out now. At the beginning of our shift, which was really last night, we saw some people still kind of scooting around, getting to where they need to be. At this hour, we are just seeing the plows, just seeing police. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, she had requested support from the National Guard to help first responders get to where they need to go in case of this accumulation and ice gets to the point where police need help, ambulances need help getting to people. So she's requested that. She also in a press conference said, seriously, for today, do not get out if you don't need to be.
There are people who have to get to their jobs at hospitals and at grocery stores and senior facilities. So there are people who need to be moving and others that could spend a Sunday at home. And so we would recommend that.
Yeah, and certainly so. And while we are seeing snow, and that's the visual, and it is really the ice that is of major concern. You guys were talking about power outages, and that is a front of mind for everybody here in this area. We've been discussing earlier this morning about how many people in the D.C. area, Northern Virginia, Maryland included, are transplants. So they are maybe not so experienced with weather like this. D.C. is not that experienced with weather like this. It can handle harsh weather, not really extreme weather. But when you have that ice buildup, which is now what has shifted in this, it went from a snow event to an ice event, that brings down tree branches. It brings down the power lines, like you were talking about elsewhere in the country. People are bracing for that because if you are in your home for an extended period of time without heat and it is 18 degrees, wind chill lower than that, that is a very serious situation. People prepared, hopefully, looking towards a couple days ahead, and trying to figure out when they'd be able to get movable again, because DC, unlike other northeastern cities, a lot of their public transportation, the metro, is above ground. That is not operational at a certain point when it comes to snowfall, maybe even cold too. So yeah, the transportation issues, they could persist. We will see. Hopefully people have prepared for an extended event, and hopefully it doesn't become an emergency for them. Guys.
Alex, the trusty Fox Weather app says it's 3 degrees, wind chill, so please go back inside. Thank you very much for your report.
I will. Thank you. You can tell she feels every bit of that 3 degrees of a wind chill.
This is a sprawling system. More than 40 states are feeling the impacts from snow, ice, and dangerous cold. Britta, where are we seeing the biggest problems at this hour?
Almost 40 states. I mean, it truly is such a big scope here. I want to start things off with a new live look into Ohio. This is really focusing on the snow element, but this is the top of one of the buildings at The Ohio State. And, you know, we don't have observations yet from Columbus, but you can tell, I mean, this is a big chunk of snow there.
Oh, yeah.
I would say over 6 inches. Perspective is hard to tell because you don't know where the camera is, but you can tell the entire campus is covered in snow. So some big time snow accumulation happening on the northern side of this. As we take a look at what's happening really across Ohio, you can tell that we have areas of white showing up on radar. Those are areas where our snow rates are pretty impressive, how much snow we're getting per hour. So in some locations, we probably are stacking up 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour. Moving down into the south, we work our way into the ice belt. Austin to Shreveport, big time ice accumulation happening right now. We actually have a ton of thunder freezing rain occurring in southeast Texas, and thunderstorms rolling through Houston right now. So for folks in, you know, southeast Texas, it's just like 1:30 in the morning, you're hearing rumble after rumble after rumble, and you're dealing with freezing rain and also rain across southeast Texas.
They're probably saying, what in the heck is happening? The newest information from Fox Weather, Britta just mentioned it. Snow has been reported in Philadelphia. Plus, Missouri State Highway Patrol reports troopers have responded to more than 600 weather-related calls, including 120 crashes, and that was as of 9 p.m. Saturday. But roads are still slick now. Plus, we just learned 94% of flights have been disrupted already today at LaGuardia Airport here in New York City. More than 875 cancellations. JFK Airport also in major travel trouble. More than 80% of flights disrupted for JFK. We are getting in tons of new images from you at home. This is one from Kayla in beautiful Austin, Texas. You can see some accumulation of snow that was taken around 10:30 p.m. Central Time. So it's been a while. Be interesting to see what the accumulation looks like now.
And we also have this in from Sky, who is visiting in D.C. Imagine that. You show up to the nation's capital to walk the mall and maybe see a couple museums. Well, Sky got a different version of her vacay. Look at the snow falling.
Then there's Kim, who fired up the grill during the storm in St. Louis. That
yes.
Looks great. Way to make the best of the situation. Get out there, put the coat on, get the grill going, some burgers, steaks, wherever you like. Well done, Kim.
I feel like only St. Louis would do that. Let's go to Pamela. She lives in Dallas. Look at that cute little dog. Got to get on out, get a little exercise, a dusting of snow. Pamela, we appreciate you sending in your video from Dallas.
And a caring parent, put the coat on the dog, so there you go. Thank you all for sending in your videos. Keep them coming.
Yeah, you can really help tell the story. If you see it, share it. Join us here at Fox Weather. Take out your phone right now and scan that QR code on your screen, or visit us online, foxweather.com/connect, to send us your weather photos and videos.
Fox Weather is live 24/7 throughout this storm. Make sure you have the information to stay safe through the ice and snow. And even if you lose power, you can always watch us on the Fox Weather app. It is free to download wherever you get your apps. We will be right back after a short break.
Hello, I'm here to extend the coverage of the Davis Family Wi-Fi to Den.
You're here just in time, champ. Gonna be a busy season.
Holy smokes, they just cheered for my Wi-Fi.
That was for the touchdown.
To be recognized so early,
It was the touchdown.
spring, you can protect your home from anywhere.
New year, better water for your family. Aquasana water filters reduce contaminants from every tap. Let cleaner, healthier water flow. Visit aquasana.com today.
Welcome back to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. I'm Mike Emanuel. As this massive winter storm bears down on more than 40 states, we're seeing a number of snow and ice reports come into the newsroom. Let's bring in my co-host, Britta Merwin.
Yeah, we're just starting to see the ice really build up. I mean, several areas probably are surpassing an inch. Part of the struggle with these overnight hours is, of course, people go to sleep.
Yeah.
So sometimes some of the biggest accumulations happen while we're sleeping, and that's likely what we're seeing across parts of northern Louisiana, but also Texas. It's really interesting, the radar returns that we're getting in Texas right now. We're officially getting freezing rain in southeast Texas, which is taking a little bit of time to build in. So there's the wide scope. As we take a look at the overall setup here and why we're seeing the freezing rain and the ice building up, is this warm air from the Gulf. So as we take a look at the jet stream and where we're seeing the freezing line, this black line represents where we have freezing temperatures about a mile off the ground. So all of that yellow and red are strong winds off the ground that are drawing up this warm, moist air from the Gulf. And what happens is that warm, moist air goes over that cold, dense Arctic air, and that allows for the freezing rain to really set up, and then you're off to the races. It just starts to build up, and that's what we're seeing happen right now. So if we can take you on a little radar tour here across the South and show you what we're dealing with at this hour. Northern parts of Louisiana is where we've seen the largest accumulation of ice. We're sitting at probably about an inch. Shreveport, dangerous road conditions. You can tell that we have a lot of lightning mixed up in this, and that is really representing the true intensity of the storm. So we're pumping out more freezing rain in terms of accumulation in these areas where we have the lightning present. Let's take a look at southeast Texas. We're getting a little bit of everything. I mean, downtown Houston, we got thunderstorms. Our northwest suburbs, we have freezing rain, and that's leading to ice accumulation in our northwest suburbs. As we move up into parts of Mississippi, man, it's just been pouring. And this is liquid rain. We're getting about 1 to 2 inches of rain across parts of central Mississippi right now. So such different facets that we're tracking across the South, but the ice the largest concern.
Is no stranger to power outages, treacherous travel, and days of bitter cold. They are once again in the crosshairs. Joining us now is the Travis County, Texas Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, overseeing the response as conditions worsen. Andy, what's the situation right now there in Travis County?
Well, it's cold, it's sleeting. Thankfully, people seem to be staying off the roads, which we've been asking them to do all day. And thankfully, we've been preparing people for this all week. So we've had meetings with the city, with the state, with TDEM at the state, making sure that we have assets in place and really getting that message out that, man, this is Texas. We're not used to the cold. When the roads freeze, we don't know how to drive on them. People need to stay off those roads. It seems like that message is working pretty well tonight. It's 27 degrees right now, which for us is very cold, and the highways look pretty vacant right now. There's still some traffic, some truck traffic and things. I was just seeing a minute ago, but overall, I think people are listening to us.
I worked at Fox 7 back in the day. I remember a lot of those elevated roadways would get icy, and it was kind of like bumper cars on the road. What are your biggest concerns as this weather event progresses?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that we want people to do right now, we've got power, we've got things like that, but we want people to stay off of the road. So a couple days out, we put brine on the roads, that kind of sticky stuff that hopefully is sticking on there now. And then we're actually going out as it's icing, and we're putting magnesium chloride on the intersections on the busier part. But that's not for people, normal people. That's for first responders if they have to get to somebody having a medical emergency, a fire, a thing like that. So our biggest fear right now is people getting onto the roads and creating problems for all of us. The EMS has already let people know that they're transporting people to the very closest hospital to where they picked them up. They're not driving across the county to get them to their hospital of preference. So really the critical thing is staying off the roads, letting first responders do their jobs.
I know Austin, Texas is the live music capital of the world. I'm curious what the scene looks like on 6th Street and some of the social parts of town at this hour.
Yeah, it's pretty empty. I've not been to 6th Street tonight, so I can't say for sure what 6th Street looks like, but my sense is from everybody at the EOC is that generally people are heating this morning. The freeze came on around dark tonight, so I think some people maybe were going to have dinner. A week ago had set a dinner plan with some friends for 7 o'clock. The restaurant called us earlier today saying that they were closed. So I think a lot of businesses are heeding this. They're closing it. People are staying at home. We've been asking people to, wherever you are, find a safe place to stay, a warm place to stay, and please stay put. Earlier today, I went to visit the Central Texas Food Bank. I know y'all were talking about 2021 before. I became county judge about 3 months before Storm Uri hit us. And one of the things that happened is the Central Texas Food Bank did not have a backup generator. I actually had to go over there myself to turn off a water pipe because there was a big leak there, and that was a big problem. We've learned a lot in Central Texas since then. That Central Texas Food Bank now has a full generator to back up that entire facility so they can keep making food for the shelters that the city of Austin's providing. I think that has happened a lot across the city and the county. People have backup generators, but man, if ERCOT fails us, I think we're not going to be in a good place. So I hear from the governor, I hear from ERCOT that the grid, is holding steady, is looking good right now. But you asked me what the biggest fear is, and that would be losing power, because I think right now people are heeding our messages. They're at home, they're warm, but man, we don't want to see that power go out.
Travis County Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, thanks for joining us. God bless you and the great folks in Central Texas.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
And as we have it covered, let's head to the Northeast. This is a part of our country that is still kind of bracing for the storm to start. I gotta tell you, we're based in the Northeast. We're based in New York City. So all of us have seen people go out to the grocery store. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it is here. We already have snow being reported in D.C. We got live reports throughout the overnight. So if you're just joining us on the Fox Business Network, on Fox News Channel, on Fox Weather, that's right, all three networks keeping you and your family safe during the storm, you're going to get those live reports from D.C. As we take a look at what we are anticipating, we are really going to pump some huge numbers out of New England. Really looks like that's going to be the focus, because that's where we stay with all cold air. You'll notice south of New York, if you've been watching this forecast evolve here on Fox Weather, we've been lowering those snow totals, still significant. I mean, parts of Delaware and South Jersey could still see over 6 inches of snow. But the reason why the overall forecast in those areas have come down over the last couple days is because of the influence from the Atlantic. It now appears that this area of low pressure is going to be so close to the coast that we're going to be fighting that influence from the Atlantic. Water temperatures right now are in the 40s, and that's going to ride over that Arctic cold air. Looking at New York City, the surrounding areas, an easy 8 to 12 inches as you go off towards northwest Jersey, lower Hudson Valley. Then you have elevation at play. You also have the colder air with the positioning of the low. So in those locations, you are going to see well over a foot of snow. Let's talk about New York and the timing. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it's here. Temperatures are in the teens. It is cold, it is blustery. We're going to have a big thump of snow that continues through about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the bulk of the accumulation. As we get into dinner time, 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow, we start to work in that influence from the Atlantic. It's 20 degrees, so it's cold at the surface, but we have warm air aloft, and that allows for that changeover to an icy mix. Really important for folks that live in Jersey, on Long Island, New York City, all 5 boroughs. Try and get some of the snow off of your front yard, off of your driveway, the sidewalks, by about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Because if you are in these areas where we're going to cross over to freezing rain, it's going to encase itself like an igloo. So think about the Jersey Shore. Think about Long Island. These are places where you really need to do a little bit of hard work before you cross over to freezing rain. Everything ends by Monday morning. Schools are going to be closed, folks. Guarantee you. So get ready for the long haul. I think all of us kind of assume that, but looking at the forecast verifying, we're going to be in that type of a setup. 15 degrees. That's all we get in New York City by Monday afternoon. So everything that is on the ground is going to stay on the ground. It's going to have to be removed. So when you look at the road conditions, it might take all of Monday to plow everything out, to get the salt down, to get the ice off of some of these roads. We're anticipating less than 1/10 of an inch of ice, but in a place like New York City, that is enough to cause some big-time issues. So please make sure that you're incredibly safe as we take a look at these big impacts of snow and ice reaching into big metropolitan areas in the Northeast. Well, this massive winter storm, it also is going to bring severe weather if we didn't have enough to track, right? And in the Deep South, this is a huge threat, especially as we go into tomorrow. So the southerly component of this winter storm, that's where we're working with all that Gulf moisture. And because we do have a very vigorous jet, that's a fast-moving column of air way up by where the airplanes fly, it's going to combine into all the ingredients that we look out for when it comes to a severe weather potential. And this, unfortunately, is going to lead to the threat for tornadoes. There's so much twist in the atmosphere. That's really the top thing that we're concerned about. So for Sunday, we have a level 2 out of 5. Heads up here that severe weather is possible. Our concern is that you start to get a lot of moisture coming in off the Gulf. That flow brings in these showers and these thunderstorms. They interact and they start to turn, and any rotating thunderstorm can lead to an isolated tornado. So again, I don't think we're going to see widespread severe weather reports, but definitely we have the concern here where we could see several tornadoes pop up. Here's a look at the fast winds aloft. Again, that is what these thunderstorms that are building vertically are exposed to. That's how you start to get them to twist and turn. In addition to that, you can have strong straight line winds. And if you have a wind gust of 95 miles per hour, it doesn't matter what direction it's coming from or if it's twisting or turning, it's going to cause damage. And along this powerful line of thunderstorms that we'll be moving through late morning through early afternoon, because these thunderstorms build vertically, Mike, they can grab onto those strong winds aloft, they throw them down to the ground, and that's how you get that strong straight line wind. So multiple threats here that you have to think about.
It's amazing. After working in Texas, I think of severe weather season as when the tornadoes start, but
Yeah.
you're talking about severe weather season here with the Arctic cold.
Yeah, I mean, really, you can have everything locked up into these winter storms. So the timeline, it's taking us all the way through the afternoon and the evening. Once that cold front rolls through, your severe weather threat does drop. So it's a short window here, but you want to make sure that you pay attention to it. Also a good idea in your safe spot, put coats, shoes, and flashlights. Once these thunderstorms roll through, it's cold. When they leave, you got to make sure that you bundle up the kiddos if you have to head out.
Great advice. You're watching special coverage of this massive winter storm as Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather combine our resources and expertise to keep you and your family safe. Thanks to our viewers across all 3 networks for joining us. We'll be right back.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ. Fox Weather for all seasons, for all America.
Bad things happen to good people.
Get results. Call Ted Lyon and Associates.
Now serving Jinx, your dog's one-way ticket to culinary paradise. Bone broth, high-protein toppers, I'm listening. All at an affordable price. At Jinx, we've got the makings of the best bowl for your best friend.
We continue to track the historic and massive storm that is working its way across our country at this hour. That's a live look at Arnold, Missouri, with snow coming on down. We have so many facets to this storm: snow, ice, and of course, freezing rain. Thank you for staying with us for our continuing coverage here on Fox Weather. I'm Britta Merwin.
Britta, great to be working with you.
Good to
I'm Mike
see you.
Emanuel in from D.C. Thank you for joining us and welcome to our special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. We are combining our resources to bring you every aspect of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
And we cannot really overstate the magnitude of this storm. I mean, the physical footprint is huge. We're talking about over 40 states, 2,300 miles, 195 million Americans under some type of winter weather alert.
Let's take a live look at Washington, D.C. Snowflakes there. Oh, look at that. That's a pretty good shot. The
very different than the last time we checked in.
United States Capitol building getting swarmed by snowflakes at this hour. Folks there in our nation's capital expecting it to be one of the biggest snowstorms in years. Fox correspondent Alexandria Hoff is live in our nation's capital. And Alex, it looks like things have really picked up.
Yeah, and definitely the wind has picked up, guys. Yeah, like I said earlier, it's these very fine bits of snow that have been coming down since around 11:30. They almost feel like little shards of glass or sand against you, but it's really just goes to show how cold it is out here. They're not able to expand, fluff up like we see in some of those more jovial snowstorms. And the D.C. area, you know, we are no stranger to snowfall, but typically when that happens, it's when temperatures are at or around freezing. Now, we are significantly below that at this point, making the top concern, prolonged concern, ice. The salt and brine trucks, they were out all yesterday, but today the plows are out. They've been moving for the past couple of hours, where a snow emergency here in the district is actually in place until 9:30 a.m. Tuesday morning. Mayor Muriel Bowser, she had asked the National Guard for support in helping to get first responders around the city during this storm. We have talked a lot this morning about public transit. This is a very commuter-heavy town. A lot of people rely on it, but at certain points, some of it, you know, really can't be utilized in the way it normally would. We know that there are, I think, 24 bus routes that are going to continue operation for as long as they can, and those would be aimed at getting personnel to hospitals. If you're working there, they need to get certain people to work, certainly so. But when it comes to this ice, I mean, where people have been preparing, and luckily they have been, is in trying to deal with a situation where, let's say, the ice builds up in a tree in your neighborhood, it knocks down a branch, knocks out the power. What do you do at that point? How do you sustain inside your home? Because when it is in the teens outside, a wind chill below that, if you don't have heat in your home, it becomes a very dangerous situation. So luckily, from the people I've talked to, they have kind of foreseen this. The coverage has been great, guys. So people have understood the seriousness of an event like this. We're looking around now, still seeing a couple cars on the road, but sparsely at this point. There are people who definitely still need to get to work. So there is that. But yeah, D.C., it's a city that can handle harsh weather, not really extreme weather. That's not what it was built for. Its metro system, part of it's above ground. A lot of people wondering how long they're going to have to stay in place and how long they can do so safely. Guys.
Alex, I have a bit of good news for you. The wind chill has inched up to 4 degrees, but it's dumping buckets of snow on you, so I'm not sure what the breakdown is of good news to bad news.
Yeah, it's all about the direction, and I will add, you know, you can see the Capitol behind me. Mike, you know this. During snowstorms, kids love to go sledding there. It's like a really iconic place to do that. I don't foresee this to be the kind of snow event where anybody would want to go sledding outside. I don't.
Well, we'll see if the parents get tired enough of their kids being around the house.
That might change perspective.
I know, that's true.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff, great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this is a massive storm. More than 40 states are feeling the impacts from the snow, ice, and dangerous cold. Britta, where are you seeing the biggest problems this hour?
You know, we're starting to really see some interesting things happen across Southeast Texas. I'm a little, you know, biased, I'll give it that. Everybody knows that I spent a lot of time in Houston. But, I mean, we're seeing just a lightning show develop across Southeast Texas. This is a facet of the storm that is a little more amped than what we were anticipating forecast-wise. So that's the interesting part about getting to this part of the weather story. We're in nowcasting now. Up until yesterday, it's all about the computer models pumping out what they feel is going to take place. But once you're in the event, you're watching radar trends and really driving your forecast based off of the conditions that you're seeing unfold and the radar trends that are setting up. So it's very interesting to see all this lightning across the south. Let's head up to the snow belt first. We got some solid snow totals here. Benton, Illinois, 9 inches. Parts of Ohio coming in at 4.5. So the snow rates, how much snow we're getting per hour, pretty intense. We're easily getting over 1 inch of snow per hour in some of these locations. Now, as we continue to look at some other reports coming in from across the area, we move on down to South Carolina. This is our first report of an incident on the roads. Hopefully, no injuries. We don't have reports of what occurred, but we do have a report that an vehicle has overturned on Interstate 26. It's interesting, Mike, because when you take a look at the radar returns, it's just one little blip. You know, we've barely had anything falling from the sky in South Carolina, but this represents the importance of really slowing it down.
Yeah, it could lull people into a sense of, oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
It can be very dangerous.
The danger's still there. Speaking of Texas, let's go there. We have some freezing rain being reported in San Antonio, some snow also being reported in San Antonio. You got to be really careful here. Tomball, which is a suburb north of downtown Houston, they are reporting freezing rain. So Southeast Texas is this wild setup where half of the region is dealing with frozen precipitation, the other half is dealing with a very cold rain and rumbles of thunder. But conditions getting really tough. This is interesting, Mike. We go over to Del Rio, right on the border, and we have sleet being reported in Del Rio. You know, just a handful of times you can say you've seen that. Right now, 3/100ths of an inch of accumulation.
I'd be curious to know when San Antonio last had measurable snow. That's considered pretty like South Texas.
Pretty far south. Last year we had a wallop of a snowstorm for the I-10 corridor, so we did get some reports of snow then. But, you know, to your point, it does not happen that often. I was born in San Antonio. I can tell you, never heard a story from my childhood where my parents were talking about snow in it. There's a look at the lightning. That really is the most impressive thing in the radar trends right now that I've noticed over the last hour is that prolific uptick. This is that low-level jet that we've been talking about here on Fox Weather. If you're watching our coverage with Ian Oliver and Kiana Lewis yesterday evening, they were the ones anticipating this stage of the storm. We're the ones seeing this stage of the storm. For parts of Mississippi and Alabama, it's all about rain. Quick note to end on, Alabama's looking really good. We are getting more rain than ice. And ice storm warnings are up, so not everyone is as lucky as northern Alabama. And you guessed it, you start to pick up ice and the power starts to go out. And that is causing a really, really tricky situation for a lot of folks that are across the southeast.
Pretty shot of Nashville, Tennessee. It looks gorgeous, but you just don't know what's happening on the roads from that angle.
I was so surprised yesterday in the evening. We had a lot of live shots out of Nashville. One of our reporters is stationed there. We'll check in with them throughout the day, so stay with us. But there was a lot of people. And granted, it's a destination city, and also the Preds had a game yesterday. That doesn't help. I mean, people are going to come out and they're going to watch hockey when you have it happening. But Middle Tennessee is really having a tough time in the overnight. I mean, you can see all this pink, all this purple. That's the ice picking up. For Nashville, though, I mean, we might get really lucky here, Mike. Starting to get a little bit of dry air, but also you're seeing some green show up on radar, indicating that that warm nose is, yes, in fact, getting into Middle Tennessee. So we have stacked up some accumulating ice, but you can tell right here, you see these yellows and these reds. Those are the upper level winds pushing that warm air up to the north. So the fact that we're seeing that trend on radar, that mix over to rain, the rain does melt the ice. So if we can be effective at that process for Middle Tennessee, they're going to wake up with fewer issues. So Mother Nature's doing its thing. It's working in the favor of folks that live in Middle Tennessee, so fingers crossed we can get more rain in.
You know, Nashville's known for bachelorette parties, so maybe the bride said the show needs to go on.
Maybe. Well, whatever it is, it's working, so we'll go with it. Impressive to see how far north that mile there is working. You can tell that it is also helping out with middle parts of Mississippi. We were picking up on a lot of ice. Now we're picking up on rumbles of thunder. Unfortunately, it's not going to impact folks in northern Louisiana. You guys are staying on the ice side, and that's likely where we'll see the largest ice accumulations. Atlanta, you guys were a downtown metropolitan area that we were really focusing on and hoping that that warm nose would get liquid rain in instead of ice. It hasn't happened yet. Doesn't mean that's not going to happen. I mean, we've seen the transition for Middle Tennessee. We've seen the transition for northern Alabama. Fingers crossed we can make it happen for Atlanta. The tough part is this is the coldest part of the day that we're approaching. So it's a little harder to work with this. Also in Atlanta, in fact, if we can just go a little bit wider on the radar, guys, for Atlanta, if you can go back to that, North Georgia gets a little affected by what we called cold air damming. I'm not saying a bad word, so don't tell on me. But we have this cold air that comes down the side of the Appalachians. That's what you can see right there.
Yes.
And likely that's contributing to what Atlanta's going through. I think that's completely it. It's the cold air damming. It's really hard to battle that. But we'll watch this battle. I mean, on radar, we truly are seeing the battle between that warm nose trying to work in from the Gulf and that cold air being wrapped around the base of the Appalachians, kind of damming down into lower elevations. So this is a real fight for Atlanta. We got to get the ice out of there, but right now it's still accumulating.
We've also been talking about massive flight cancellations at LaGuardia, Kennedy. Atlanta's got one of the busiest airports in the world, if not the busiest. And so if the weather's significantly bad there, that could have a tremendous impact.
This is why news outlets were saying, don't count on flying anywhere in our country on Sunday. I mean, you take out the Northeast airports, you take out Atlanta, you take out Nashville, it's going to be really hard for the airlines to get it together today. We'll have to play catch up early this week.
Great points. The newest information from Fox Weather: sleet has been reported near the Texas-Mexico border in the city of Del Rio in southwestern Texas. That's a rarity. More than 250,000 power outages have been reported across the country at this hour. Mississippi also surpassing Louisiana as the state with the most customers without power. More than 77,000 outages, and that's just one customer. It could be a family of 5 or even more in a particular home suffering without power at this point. Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell shot this video of a transformer blowing earlier this morning in Oxford. Now, right now, the Northeast is getting its first snowflakes. Snow has been reported in Philadelphia heading up the I-95 corridor. The storm is just getting started. Major East Coast cities are staring down the prospect of the biggest snowstorm in years. More than a foot of snow in the forecast across the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. So who's in the snow zone?
And before we head to break, we got some travel issues that are continuing to mount across our country. And according to our partners at FlightAware, 94% of flights out of Newark LaGuardia's airport have been disrupted because of this weather. So it's going to be a far stretch here, folks, where we are really taking a hit. We also are noticing that those power outage numbers continue to climb. Hardest hit states are Mississippi, Texas, and Louisiana, but Tennessee riding on the coattails. So unfortunately, that's a trend going in the wrong direction. Stay with us here on Fox Weather. We are with you throughout the duration of the storm. We've been live since the beginning. We're going to continue to be live through the whole storm and after. Make sure you check us out at foxweather.tv to find out how to stream us. We are broadcasting live on Fox Weather, Fox Business Network, and the Fox News Channel. Stay with us here. We'll be right back.
Let's take a live look into the city of brotherly love. Philadelphia getting its first flakes from this winter storm this morning. That's a pretty shot. You don't have a good sense of what it's like on the pavement there. Hopefully not icing, hopefully just some pretty flakes. Welcome back to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. I'm Mike Emanuel. Let's bring back my co-host, Britta Merwin. She is in Weather Command with those reports, Britta.
Yeah, I want to head right down to the Lone Star State. So we're starting to see a lot of action in South Texas and also Southeast Texas. We'll head to San Antonio first, where we have multiple reports of freezing rain, but also reports of tree damage. We have enough ice that is accreting that we're starting to get some tree limbs to break. So that does concern us with power outages. So far, Texas's numbers, they're up there, but a lot of that power loss is outside of San Antonio. We'll continue to track the conditions out of Bexar County. Now, as we move on to other parts of Texas, I want to go up towards the Austin area, where we have had freezing rain for a couple hours now. We currently have 5/100ths of an inch, but at the airport, we have 1/10 of an inch. That's a lot of ice that is building up in Austin, so likely we're going to continue to see the power outages. Let's move on to the Houston area. Houston is really divided here. Katy up towards Spring, our northwest suburbs, complete icy situation. So the Katy Freeway, the Northwest Freeway, not safe to travel at this point. Meanwhile, from Houston out towards Baytown to the eastern side of the town, we have plain rain. So that cold air is really trying to infiltrate and push against that warm moist air coming in from the Gulf across southeast Texas. Conroe, that is a big suburb of Houston up to the north. Some people would consider a suburb, some others would not. I won't digress into that whole debate. But whether you feel or not, you are a suburb or not, you do have freezing rain in Conroe. So be very, very careful. That drive up Interstate 45, it's a no-go. Which there's been a lot of communication about just staying off the roads. So hopefully people will be heeding those warnings. Of course, it being the overnight, that's helpful as well. Now, as we take a look at conditions outside of the Houston metropolitan area, we are tracking a lot of lightning across the south. That's probably the biggest radar trend that's been surprising, Mike. We were calling for the potential of thunder snow in some of our southern cities and thunder sleet, thunder freezing rain, but 77 lightning strikes? I mean, that's a lot. This is overplayed compared to what the computer's models were showing. And Mike, my biggest concern is that tomorrow we have a tornado threat across the south. So if we're already pumping this much instability before we get to that potential, I don't know. We might be seeing a lot more severe weather out of this winter storm than what was anticipated.
Really scary, icy roads and lots of precipitation, and if you have to deal with tornadoes,
yeah,
I'd help those folks. All right, Britta, thank you. The dangerous and potentially crippling winter storm is spreading across the southeast into the Carolinas. Fox News Media multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres joins us live now from Charlotte. Chelsea, what's the latest there?
Hi, Mike. Well, we can definitely still see and hear some of that sleet coming down. I want to see if we can try to zoom into this. Dan, you let me know if it's even possible. The cool thing about sleet when it comes down is it kind of bounces off of your hand, and so it might be bouncing off a little bit, might be really hard to tell, but the thing is you hear it, it's like a little crackle, almost like when you're pouring sprinkles onto a cake or cupcake. That's exactly what it sounds right now. Now, as for the ground, there's still people out driving around, but you can see that it's really starting to give a coat, and underneath it, it's pretty icy and slick. So there's that really thin layer of ice and then all of this sleet that's just coating on top of it. We've seen quite a few people still driving around. One woman actually just stopped asking for directions because her phone was dead, and the way that she was going was on the interstate where it already looked like there could be some sort of traffic built up, or maybe it's just really bad on that area right now. Now, interestingly enough, a lot of officials have also been saying that they believe the impact of this winter storm is going to be the worst that they've seen in years. They even mentioned Hurricane Helene. If we remember, that was only about a year and a half ago, more to the western part of the region, but they said ever since Helene happened, they realized you cannot take anything for granted. So a lot of officials have been talking about just making sure that they're preparing for the worst, getting things ready. They know that the ice is really the biggest concern here, and of course the roadways and trees. Now, we did talk to some people that drove all the way up from Florida just a few hours ago. They said they drove 6 hours to get here. They just kind of wanted to take the vacation and see what it was like, what was going on, before they even tried to go a little further north, and this is what they had to say.
It's insane, actually.
Yeah, it's
It's definitely not what I'm used to.
No, we were so excited to go to New York, but they're getting like even worse. Like, so this is like the medium, not being in the heat, but then like being just like, I guess ice.
Britta, Mike, I mean, being in Florida heat right now doesn't sound so bad, now does it? At least out here right now, it is fairly quiet. I haven't seen too many people walking around, but it's the drivers that I keep seeing every few minutes that has me a little worried. So, of course, we'll be keeping an eye out and see what's happening, and we'll keep you updated next time around.
Yeah, at 4:22 in the morning, I'd recommend staying off the roads. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres, thanks very much for the update.
And the storm is making its way to the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. We got snowflakes being reported in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, we've been checking in with D.C. all night, and they have had snow. In fact, we have some suburbs of D.C. reporting over 2 inches of accumulation thus far. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar around New York City. A lot of anticipation for those first snowflakes. And it does take some time. I mean, looking at radar, you would say, hey, it's snowing in New York. Well, it's snowing way upstairs, you know, if you're on top of a skyscraper. But it takes a long time to moisten up the atmosphere. We actually watched this process in real time for Philadelphia. It took a good 45 minutes to an hour for the actual atmosphere to become moist enough for those snowflakes to make it all the way down to the ground. So we'll get there eventually in New York. We got a lot more to get through. We have that mild air pushing up from the south. It's all the way into West Virginia. So unfortunately, West Virginia now getting ice on top of the snow that they have accumulated. Now for the Northeast, and actually for the whole storm, the biggest snow totals out of this whole storm will come from the Northeast. We're going to easily get 1.5 feet of snow up the New York Thruway. Parts of New England will also be some big ticket items, but notice that south of New York we have a stark drop off. That's because we're going to have some mixing, some sleet, some freezing rain. This area of low pressure is going to hug the coastline, and that's going to slice our snow totals in half south of Interstate 80. So this is what it's going to look like as we go throughout the morning. That warm air continues to push up from the south. By 10 o'clock in the morning, D.C. is not getting snow. It's getting freezing rain. And that means that snow is going to be encased like an igloo with ice on top of that. Philadelphia, your crossover is around 11 o'clock in the morning. New York City, your crossover is around lunchtime. So all those spots are going to have that transition, which will lower the overall snow totals. You'll also notice as we go, later tonight into early Wednesday morning or Tuesday morning, pardon me. Now I'm getting my days mixed up. It's hard when you work an overnight shift. You guys got to give me a little bit of a break. But as we get to Monday at midnight, I'll just stick to the timestamp, we're going to have a dry slot develop, and that also can attribute to some lower snow totals. So basically, if you're north of New York, everything's in line for you to be a big snowmaker. South of New York, these features, like the mixing in of rain, freezing rain and sleet, and also that dry air trying to intrude the system, it's going to lower our snow totals. Ice will be a part of this, especially for Philadelphia. I think the icing in New York is going to be really minimal, less than 1/10 of an inch by far. But from Philadelphia south on Interstate 95, we're going to be working with a lot of ice. I mean, Richmond could have 3/4 of an inch. That's a huge amount of ice, a lot of weight on the power lines. We're going to see a lot of power loss for the state of Virginia. And this is all falling on top of snow that has accumulated during the overnight hours. So again, it's important to get out and try and remove it while you can, because it is going to come to a very tricky spot where we have a lot of ice building up on top of snow. It's going to be hard to get rid of it. Mike, the freezing temperatures, this Arctic air, it's in the Northeast all the way through next week. So what we have, we're going to have to deal with.
Oh boy. Pretty picture of the White House there. And now we're taking a look at Dedham, Massachusetts, where we expect that it's going to take a little time for the snow to get started there, but undoubtedly they will get a pounding at some point. It's not just snow and ice that we are worried about. It is also the bitter cold. Cold weather alerts stretch from the plains to the Northeast, with nearly 200 million under cold weather alerts.
And these cold temperatures, I mean, we're talking cold. Get this, Alliance, Nebraska yesterday, the coldest temperature was negative 26 degrees.
Yikes.
Actual air temperature. Thank you, Michael Guy, for that stat, by the way, one of our meteorologists behind the scenes here at Fox Weather. We truly have a big team. I know you're watching me and Mike, but we got a lot of people here working very hard to keep you and your family safe. And with these cold weather warnings in place, you have to limit the time that you are outside. It just really comes down to that. When you're dealing with that much wind, that much cold, it's not safe to be out. And we're going to feel this across the Northeast. Keep in mind that every region has a different trigger item, so to speak, for the wind and cold. In Florida, 30 degrees is cold. If you're in Minnesota, you can handle a little more cold. So even if you don't see your particular state highlighted here, Mike, I think it's important for folks just to take it. If you're underneath the storm, it's cold enough and you need to make sure that you're staying inside. But look at these wind chills, which does account for the wind. Minot, North Dakota, it felt like negative 44. You're talking frostbite in like 5 minutes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's really, really tough stuff. And we're going to keep this Arctic air in place because when we have winter storms move through, they kind of act like an unlocking mechanism, like you're opening up doors for more cold Canadian Arctic air to move in. And so once this storm goes by, we get another shot of cold air. And quite honestly, the overall weather pattern looks cold all the way through, the beginning of February. Let's talk about forecasted lows for tomorrow morning. 23 degrees in Houston. Now, thankfully, we're dry at this point. Big critical item. But it's 23 degrees in Houston, 12 degrees in Dallas. So all of the snow and ice that is accumulated in the Lone Star State is certainly going to still be there. We're going to have to get rid of it.
Eye-popping numbers there. Just into Fox weather, freezing rain has arrived in Atlanta. Crews were out prepping the roads yesterday in the Atlanta metro area. The city forecast to receive up to 1/4 inch of ice. Dangerous on the roads. Sleet has been reported near the Texas-Mexico border in the city of Del Rio in southwestern Texas. Multiple winter weather reports out of San Antonio as well in the early morning hours of today. Plus, more than 250,000 power outages have been reported across the U.S., Mississippi surpassing Louisiana as the state with the most customers without power, more than 77,000 outages in Mississippi. Fox weather correspondent Brandy Campbell shot this video of a transformer blowing earlier this morning in Oxford. And just in, Mississippi utility company Oxford Utilities just announced it is ceasing operations amid dangerous work conditions. So they're going to be delayed in terms of restoring power. They'll be up working when they get some daylight. The company posting on X, trees are popping and falling all around our workers in the buckets, and we can't clear the lines due to continuous limbs falling. That is certainly understandable. Keep them safe. We are covering the storm 24/7 all through the weekend. We are Fox, combining our resources between Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather to help keep you and your family safe and informed. Our thanks to our viewers across all 3 networks for joining us.
And we are with you through every step of this storm. We haven't gone off air yet. We started at the beginning and we are with you through the end. Stay with us here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Let me...
Flav City's all-in-one smoothies. 25 grams of protein, 10 grams of collagen, functional mushrooms, and real fruit. Always fantastical flavor with real ingredients. And you know real when you taste it. Flav City.
Weather is your Winter Storm HQ as we track the historic and sprawling winter storm that is working its way across our country. When you look at the scope, the footprint, so to speak, of this storm, it is immense. And it is walloping our country with snow and ice from the southern plains all the way through New England. And we truly are seeing everything from thunder sleet to thunder snow, freezing rain, ice accumulations. It's a tough one. Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us for our special coverage of this winter storm. I'm Britta Merwin.
Britta, great to be working with you for this historic storm. I'm Mike Emanuel. Thanks for joining us, and welcome to our special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. We are combining our resources to bring you every aspect of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
Yeah, looking at the storm by the numbers, probably the most concerning number is the top power outages. We are pushing towards 300,000 customers. Keep in mind, one customer can be an apartment complex. So we are truly looking at a lot of people that are going to wake up in the dark with Arctic air in place and bitter cold temperatures. And the kicker here is that the power won't go on for a long time. I mean, we just heard from Mississippi that they're not able to get the cherry pickers up there to work on the lines until the conditions are safer. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside in D.C. The snow has been falling for quite some time and it's beginning to really take shape. I mean, we're expecting one of the biggest snowstorms that they've seen in years.
On the positive side, that's a gorgeous shot of the White House in the middle of the storm. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is live in our nation's capital. Alex, what's the latest from your viewpoint?
My viewpoint has kind of gone away, guys. We had a beautiful shot of the Capitol behind me, but the way that these conditions have changed since I first got out here, I think my first live shot was 10 p.m. Don't know what that noise is. It was 10 p.m. and it was a kind of a crisp evening. At that point, no precipitation. Started coming along around 11:30. And, since then, it's just intensified. The wind is coming in. The wind chill has dropped its temperature. And, so we've been watching these snow plows. They've started up the salting, the brining. That all took place yesterday. So there's already an effort to get these roads in as decent of shape as possible. We know at this point, just outside of D.C., 2.2 inches so far of snowfall. And it's this really almost light, compact, little tiny tiny snowflakes. They're not those fat, kind of very wet ones. It's because of how cold it is here. And the most alarming thing for people who would be waking up, tuning in right now, is hearing about those power outages elsewhere. Because that's the top concern, the fact that this is going to be such a major ice event. And people are thinking about the power of their home. If a tree branch comes down, knocks that out, and it is a wind chill at 11 degrees outside, say, I mean, that's a very dangerous situation. There's also transportation issues. We know that there are several bus lines running to help people, critical workers, get to hospitals and whatnot. The National Guard was called in to support police as they want to get around the city during this event. But things like the metro, that could be a challenging thing to try to rely on during something like this because it is above ground in ways it's not in other major cities. People are looking at this and hopefully they have prepared for it to be a multi-day event. There's so many questions on when people will simply be able to be movable again, guys.
I am alarmed, Alex, to see a couple of cars pass by you at 4:36 in the morning. Right. I'm also struck by the snow coming down at that rate. Whether Washington National, Reagan National Airport, and or Dulles will be able to fly planes because it doesn't look like that storm's letting up anytime soon.
Right, I saw a post from somebody, they got in on a 10:30 flight, and I haven't heard about any since then. I can't imagine, especially with these wind gusts, that anyone would be coming in. It's certainly a possibility. But yeah, we have seen some cars coming through, and really for the time of day too, that's pretty rare. Maybe people getting back into town trying to hunker down, but the mayor was very direct. If you don't need to be out, if you're not one of these critical workers, don't risk this. I mean, this is not something you want to plan.
Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff doing a fantastic job. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
This is a sprawling system. More than 40 states are feeling the impacts from the snow, ice, and dangerous colds. All right, Britta, what are you most worried about this hour?
Looking at Atlanta. Atlanta's one of those spots that we were kind of hoping that we could see a benefit from this warm, moist air that is visually stirred up and moving up from the Gulf, but we just can't quite get there. Temperatures are still below freezing at the surface. As we pull up a live look, this is from Georgia Tech. It looks like rain, right? I mean, if you just ignore the data that we're showing you, you'd say, oh, it's raining in Atlanta. But it's 31 degrees. The feeling temperature, by the way, 24. So it's brutal. It really feels uncomfortable across Atlanta at this hour. So please be careful. The road's certainly not safe. As we take a look at where we are seeing the benefit from that surge of mild air, Atlanta is so close. We already have pretty much all rain for the state of Alabama. Northern Alabama is going to wake up and go, we are so lucky. They had a little bit of ice accumulation in Huntsville, crossed over to rain. That little 1/100th of an inch is probably already gone with the rain that they've picked up. But notice how cold it is and how we have, you know, all of that frozen precipitation extending. The reason why Atlanta is still dealing with freezing rain is we're just not able to overcome the cold air damming. That's when you have cold air that sinks down the side of the Appalachians, and because it's so cold and dense, it nestles up against the bottom of those mountains, and those hills extend all the way into North Georgia, so it's kind of bleeding down into northern portions of Georgia, and Atlanta just can't kick it. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully as we go through the day, we'll eventually cross over into a happier scenario. Second thing I want to talk about is the lightning. Guys, it's crazy, and this is a part of the forecast, Mike, that is kind of outpacing what we thought. We were not anticipating to have 87 lightning strikes. We did have mention of rumbles of thunder with frozen precipitation, but we are getting a ton of lightning between Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. And it just makes me wonder what's going to happen later this morning when severe weather mixes in.
We will follow that. Just into Fox weather. Freezing rain has arrived in Atlanta. There's a live look at DeKalb County. Forgive me, not a live look. Crews were out prepping the roads yesterday in the Atlanta metro area. The city forecast to receive up to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Freezing rain moves into Harris County, Texas, which includes the city of Houston. The National Weather Service out of Houston says they've got multiple reports of freezing rain in the past 15 to 20 minutes. Mississippi utility company Oxford Utilities announcing it is stopping work to restore power for the night. The company says at least 2,200 customers are without power right now in Oxford, Mississippi, but conditions are just too dangerous for crews to be working in the dark. The company posting on X, trees are popping and falling all around our workers in the buckets, and we can't clear the lines due to continuous limbs falling. We'll be right back after a short break.
See where Wood can take you.
A wide range of professional-grade products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When a rocket scientist discovered Astroglide, with its stellar, long-lasting glide, he gave humans a better way to explore right here on Earth. Discover the #1 water-based liquid lube, Astroglide. Explore more.
our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. Freezing rain has arrived in Atlanta. I am Mike Emanuel with meteorologist Britta Merwin. And Britta, what is the ice threat looking like across the southeast?
Yeah, I was just checking in with the National Weather Service office out of Atlanta. They are stating that they're expecting 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch of ice, possibly local higher amounts in the metropolitan area. And that's because that wedge of cold air is just so stubborn. It is a problem. It's causing more issues than anticipated. So not great news coming in from the National Weather Service office out of Atlanta this morning. There's a wide scope. You can see that blob of pink right over Atlanta. So tough time there. When they talk about the wedge, they're talking about this slug of cold air that gets sunk down against the side of the Appalachians and it pushes into North Georgia. So that's what's causing the issues this morning for Atlanta. It just looks to be a more present feature that unfortunately looks like it's going to be persisting through the afternoon. What will happen is the cold front will roll through and that will eventually erode some of that wedge. Also at the same time, we're watching this mild air move in from the Gulf. That's been the saving grace for Alabama. So it's tough because folks in Atlanta are going to wake up to bad news. Folks in Alabama are going to wake up to good news. I mean, they have definitely fared better this morning thanks to that warm air. You'll notice that we have a ton of lightning locked up in this scenario. That's a feature that's a little more impressive than what we were originally thinking. In fact, parts of Texas and Louisiana picking up over 75 lightning strikes in just a short amount of time. Severe weather is a concern later this morning.
Is no stranger to power outages, treacherous travel, and days of bitter cold. They are once again in the crosshairs. Joining us now is the Travis County, Texas judge and director of emergency management, Andy Brown, overseeing the response as conditions worsen. Andy, what's the situation right now there in Travis County?
Well, it's cold, it's sleeting. Thankfully, people seem to be staying off the roads, which we've been asking them to do all day, and thankfully we've been preparing people for this all week. So we've had meetings with the city, with the state, with TDEM at the state, making sure that we have assets in place and really getting that message out that, man, this is Texas. We're not used to the cold. When the roads freeze, we don't know how to drive on them. People need to stay off those roads. It seems like that message is working pretty well tonight. It's 27 degrees right now, which for us is very cold. And the highways look pretty vacant right now. There's still some traffic, some truck traffic and things I was just seeing a minute ago. But overall, I think people are listening to us.
I worked at Fox 7 back in the day. I remember a lot of those elevated roadways would get icy, and it was kind of like bumper cars on the road. What are your biggest concerns as this weather event progresses?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that we want people to do right now, we've got power, we've got things like that, but we want people to stay off of the road. So a couple days out, we put brine on the roads, that kind of sticky stuff that hopefully is sticking on there now. And then we're actually going out as it's icing and we're putting magnesium chloride on the intersections on the busier part. But that's not for people, normal people. That's for first responders if they have to get to somebody having a medical emergency, a fire, a thing like that. So our biggest fear right now is people getting onto the roads and creating problems for all of us. The EMS has already let people know that they're transporting people to the very closest hospital to where they pick them up. They're not driving across the county to get them to their hospital of preference. So really the critical thing is staying off the roads, letting first responders do their jobs.
I know Austin, Texas is the live music capital of the world. I'm curious what the scene looks like on 6th Street and some of the social parts of town at this hour.
Yeah, it's pretty empty. I've not been to 6th Street tonight, so I can't say for sure what 6th Street looks like, but my sense is from everybody at the EOC is that generally people are heating this morning. The freeze came on around dark tonight, so I think some people maybe were going to have dinner. A week ago had set a dinner plan with some friends for 7 o'clock. The restaurant called us earlier today saying that they were closed. So I think a lot of businesses are heeding this. They're closing it. People are staying at home. We've been asking people to, wherever you are, find a safe place to stay, a warm place to stay, and please stay put. Earlier today, I went to visit the Central Texas Food Bank. I know y'all were talking about 2021 before. I became county judge about 3 months before Storm Uri hit us. And one of the things that happened is the Central Texas Food Bank did not have a backup generator. I actually had to go over there myself to turn off a water pipe because there was a big leak there, and that was a big problem. we've learned a lot in Central Texas since then. That Central Texas Food Bank now has a full generator to back up that entire facility so they can keep making food for the shelters that the city of Austin's providing. I think that has happened a lot across the city and the county. People have backup generators, but man, if ERCOT fails us, I think we're not going to be in a good place. So I hear from the governor, I hear from ERCOT that the grid, is holding steady, is looking good right now. But you asked me what the biggest fear is, and that would be losing power, because I think right now people are heeding our messages. They're at home, they're warm, but man, we don't want to see that power go out.
Travis County Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, thanks for joining us. God bless you and the great folks in Central Texas.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
And as we have it covered, let's head to the Northeast. This is a part of our country that is still kind of bracing for the storm to start. I gotta tell you, we're based in the Northeast. We're based in New York City. So all of us have seen people go out to the grocery store. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it is here. We already have snow being reported in D.C. We got live reports throughout the overnight. So if you're just joining us on the Fox Business Network, on Fox News Channel, on Fox Weather, that's right, all three networks keeping you and your family safe during the storm, you're going to get those live reports from D.C. As we take a look at what we are anticipating, we are really going to pump some huge numbers out of New England. Really looks like that's going to be the focus, because that's where we stay with all cold air. You'll notice south of New York, if you've been watching this forecast evolve here on Fox Weather, we've been lowering those snow totals, still significant. I mean, parts of Delaware and South Jersey could still see over 6 inches of snow. But the reason why the overall forecast in those areas have come down over the last couple days is because of the influence from the Atlantic. It now appears that this area of low pressure is going to be so close to the coast that we're going to be fighting that influence from the Atlantic. Water temperatures right now are in the 40s, and that's going to ride over that Arctic cold air. Looking at New York City, the surrounding areas, an easy 8 to 12 inches as you go off towards northwest Jersey, lower Hudson Valley. Then you have elevation at play. You also have the colder air with the positioning of the low. So in those locations, you are going to see well over a foot of snow. Let's talk about New York and the timing. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it's here. Temperatures are in the teens. It is cold. It is blustery. We're going to have a big thump of snow that continues through about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the bulk of the accumulation. As we get into dinner time, 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow, we start to work in that influence from the Atlantic. It's 20 degrees, so it's cold at the surface, but we have warm air aloft, and that allows for that changeover to an icy mix. Really important for folks that live in Jersey, on Long Island, New York City, all 5 boroughs. Try and get some of the snow off of your front yard, off of your driveway, the sidewalks, by about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Because if you are in these areas where we're going to cross over to freezing rain, it's going to encase itself like an igloo. So think about the Jersey Shore. Think about Long Island. These are places where you really need to do a little bit of hard work before you cross over to freezing rain. Everything ends by Monday morning. Schools are going to be closed, folks. Guarantee you. So get ready for the long haul. I think all of us kind of assume that, but looking at the forecast verifying, we're going to be in that type of a setup. 15 degrees. That's all we get in New York City by Monday afternoon. So everything that is on the ground is going to stay on the ground. It's going to have to be removed. So when you look at the road conditions, it might take all of Monday to plow everything out, to get the salt down, to get the ice off of some of these roads. We're anticipating less than 1/10 of an inch of ice, but in a place like New York City, that is enough to cause some big time issues. So please make sure that you're incredibly safe as we take a look at these big impacts of snow and ice reaching into big metropolitan areas in the Northeast. Well, this massive winter storm, it also is going to bring severe weather if we didn't have enough to track, right? And in the deep south, this is a huge threat, especially as we go into tomorrow. So the southerly component of this winter storm, that's where we're working with all that Gulf moisture. And because we do have a very vigorous jet, that's a fast-moving column of air way up by where the airplanes fly, it's going to combine into all the ingredients that we look out for when it comes to a severe weather potential. And this, unfortunately, is going to lead to the threat for tornadoes. There's so much twist in the atmosphere. That's really the top thing that we're concerned about. So for Sunday, we have a level 2 out of 5. Heads up here that severe weather is possible. Our concern is that you start to get a lot of moisture coming in off the Gulf. That flow brings in these showers and these thunderstorms. They interact and they start to turn, and any rotating thunderstorm can lead to an isolated tornado. So again, I don't think we're going to see widespread severe weather reports, but definitely we have the concern here where we could see several tornadoes pop up. Here's a look at the fast winds aloft. Again, that is what these thunderstorms that are building vertically are exposed to. That's how you start to get them to twist and turn. In addition to that, you can have strong straight line winds. And if you have a wind gust of 95 miles per hour, it doesn't matter what direction it's coming from or if it's twisting or turning, it's going to cause damage. And along this powerful line of thunderstorms that we'll be moving through late morning through early afternoon, because these thunderstorms build vertically, Mike, they can grab onto those strong winds aloft, they throw them down to the ground, and that's how you get that strong straight line wind. So multiple threats here that you have to think about.
It's amazing. After working in Texas, I think of severe weather season as when the tornadoes start, but you're talking about severe weather season here with the Arctic cold.
Yeah, I mean, really, you can have everything locked up into these winter storms. So the timeline, it's taking us all the way through the afternoon and the evening. Once that cold front rolls through, your severe weather threat does drop. So it's a short window here, but you want to make sure that you pay attention to it. Also a good idea, in your safe spot, put coats, shoes, and flashlights. Once these thunderstorms roll through, it's cold. When they leave, you got to make sure that you bundle up the kiddos if you have to head out.
Great advice. You're watching special coverage of this massive winter storm as Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather combine our resources and expertise to keep you and your family safe. Thanks to our viewers across all three networks for joining us. We'll be right back.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather, for all seasons, for all America.
College shouldn't bury you in debt. WGU makes higher education affordable.
Come around with your hands in your pockets and baby, I've been thinking too much. But hearts don't lie.
News and Fox Business. We're joining you on all three networks. We've been with you throughout the overnight. New York City is seeing its first snowflakes. That's right. It's happening right now in the Big Apple.
Great anticipation here in the Big Apple for when that snow would arrive and just how much they'll get.
Yeah. Now, as we continue to work our way through this morning, conditions are going to go downhill pretty quick for the Northeast. By the way, 90% of flights to and from LaGuardia, New York, have been disrupted. And regardless of how much snow we get in the Big Apple, guess what? Public schools will not have a snow day. We've heard from the mayor there will be e-learning on Monday no matter how much snow we get. I'll hold my comments.
Oh, boy.
I'm Britta Merwin. Thanks for staying with us throughout the overnight. Now I think we can officially say morning time, right?
Yeah, sure. 5 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time. It's morning.
Hey, we made it through the overnight.
Giddy up.
You guys made it through the overnight.
And I'm Mike Emanuel. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. We are combining our resources to bring you every aspect of this massive storm from Texas all the way up the East Coast.
And depending on where you have spent the overnight, the urgency is very different. Here in the Northeast, we've been anticipating the onset of the snow. It's been a real tough overnight for folks that are outside the Northeast. Let's talk about the South. Almost every state is dealing with some type of winter weather. And this storm, by the way, it stretches 2,300 miles. That means over 190 million Americans are locked up in this mess.
40-plus states impacted. We have every angle of the storm covered tonight. Chelsea Torres is in Charlotte, North Carolina. Alexandria Hoff is seeing snow in our nation's capital. And Bain Froney is in Dallas, Texas this morning.
So let's go ahead and take some video from Dallas. Yes, it is one of the states that is dealing with an epic ice threat, and a state that those flyovers, they completely shut down when ice starts to accumulate.
Fox Weather meteorologist Bain Froney is in Dallas with the latest on the ground. Good morning, Bain.
Hey, good morning, you guys. It is chilly here in Texas. Right now, we have temperatures in the teens, right around 14. But let me tell you, it feels like we are in the single digits. It feels like 2 degrees right now. And that's all thanks to the wind that's now moving in behind this system that rolled on through. And all right, let's talk about it a bit, because behind me, you can see all of this white stuff. Now, it does look like snow, but in reality, this is mostly all sleet. We got nearly or over an inch of sleet throughout the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Some spots getting even more than that over the past 2 days. I mean, it has just been an impactful storm here throughout the Lone Star State. On top of this, too, I mean, we're dealing with some freezing rain that's going to be underneath all of this sleet. Now, I kind of want to point out and take a look at how this actually feels, because this is a lot of sleet that we've been dealing with over the past couple of hours. We had a little bit of a lull that headed into the afternoon just yesterday, so a lot of folks were actually heading out on the roads. I mean, all they really saw was a little bit of that wet road conditions, and then things took a turn as we moved into your Saturday afternoon, and all we saw was sleet coming down for hours and hours. This continued into the overnight, and now here we are this morning, and the roads are just completely covered. Now, I will say, it is currently 4 a.m. here, so not as many people will be on the roads this early, but I think a lot of folks, once they wake up, they will definitely be staying home. That is for sure. We saw a couple of cars trying to make this scary journey onto this roadway. We're just outside of our hotel because we were going to make an attempt to get on these roads. Just incredibly dangerous conditions. And of course, it's not just us here in Dallas, even farther south, areas into Austin and Houston, now dealing with that impactful freezing rain at this point. So we're going to be watching out for that. That wintry mix continues on for just a little bit longer here as the system continues to track towards the east and heading up towards the northeast where you guys are at. But of course, now the main story here in Texas is the cold. Those temperatures are brutal. They are going to continue to stay nice and cold for days on end. We are expecting this to continue into Monday and Tuesday. And while it's chilly, it's hard to be out here. The main story behind that is all the stuff that you see on the ground. It has no way to freeze. I mean, no way to unfreeze, I should say. Nowhere to melt. I mean, but at this point, we are expecting all of these conditions to stick around for some time. Now, the Dallas Emergency Management Director was speaking on all of these road conditions and keeping people safe. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We at the city are prepared for continued continued deteriorating travel conditions, sustained freezing temperatures, and any need for ongoing response operations over the next several days. Transportation and Public Works crews are actively treating bridges, overpasses, and any identified trouble spots. We will continue those operations 24 hours a day.
And you know, aside from the city of Dallas treating roadways, TxDOT has roughly 5,000 crew members out responding statewide. We've seen them out and about already for, the past couple of days that we've been out here salting and brining and prepping the roads, and now getting out and hopefully clearing those roadways as we continue to move throughout the next couple of days. This is going to be a tough threat, though, for a lot of folks throughout Texas. The main message here is stay home. Dallas Public Schools, they have already had school canceled for tomorrow, so folks are not going to be out there. Those children are going to be staying home, hopefully comfortable in their bed, staying nice and cozy. But you guys, it is going to be a chilly next couple of days for the Lone Star State. I'll send it back to you.
Oh.
Bain, bundle up. Fox Weather meteorologist Bain Ferroni reporting live in Dallas. Thanks for the update.
This is a live look at Washington, D.C. Snowflakes are falling. The city's expecting this to be one of the biggest snowstorms to hit our nation's capital in years. Fox correspondent Alexandria Hoff is in our nation's capital. And Alex, what's the latest at this hour?
Well, this hour being 5 a.m. East Coast time, Mike, this is the time that we were really anticipating the intensity to be highest, at least of this morning, in terms of snowfall. And that is definitely the case. How this has transitioned from when I got out here, which is around 10 p.m. until now. It literally has been night and day. But the focus here in the D.C. area isn't necessarily snow. We know that the model kind of shifted. And that is now brought in this being a more ice-heavy event. That becomes far more concerning for many in this area. The D.C. snow emergency, this alone is going to persist until 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday. So many of the people I talked to here in D.C. and Northern Virginia who've been preparing for this, luckily, they have been doing so with the mindset of, let me make sure my family is okay for the next couple of days. Because when ice is a major factor, you can have those tree branches come down, knock out power lines. And when it is this cold, temperatures in the teens, wind chills much lower, and you're in a home without power or heat, that is a serious situation. On top of that, while DC can handle harsh weather and snowfall, it was pretty rare for them to city officials to have to handle a snowfall situation where it's not around 32 degrees. That would be typical. This is much lower than that. So a lot of the infrastructure wasn't made to sustain this easily, at least. Think just, for example, the way the streets are set up. It's not the grid system that most northeastern cities have. You have these diagonal roads. You have the roundabouts, the circles. That can lead to some issues plowing in a timely manner. Obviously, city officials doing their best here and across the bridge of Virginia, Maryland as well. A bit of a different story. Here in D.C., you also have transportation issues. So if you are stuck in a place, how do you get out? How do you move around? D.C.'s metro system, a lot of it is above ground in contrast to some other northeastern cities. And when conditions are such where either there's a whole lot of snowfall, over 8 inches, certain lines won't be running. So people here are really taking a look at the next couple of days ahead. Hopefully they have prepared. Yesterday was a bit elongated in the time period that people were able to prepare for this storm. Hopefully people took advantage of that. We aren't seeing much traffic out here. A couple occasional cars, though, which I still find to be surprising, just given how slick this is. Like, walking around on your feet, this is very fine snow, almost like I've been saying, like little shards of glass or something, showing how cold it is, really. But when you walk around, just the pavement is so slick. I can't imagine driving around. I will add one more thing. Mayor Muriel Bowser, she has requested the National Guard assist first responders to make sure that they can use some of their vehicles, their Guard vehicles, to help them get around to situations that could arise during a serious event like this. Like Fred.
With wind chill at 3 degrees, Alexandria Hoff, we encourage you to go back inside. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
This sprawling storm is trekking across the country. We're learning 9 inches of snow has been reported in Benton, Illinois. Britta, where are we seeing problems at this hour?
I mean, we just saw a big issue in D.C. The visibility behind Alex's live shot has continued to deteriorate, and this is another good example. Typically, you see a big old monument in the middle of this live shot, so you can tell that the visibility is tanking, and that shows a little bit of that wind element. Looking at the snow totals that are just now starting to come in from the D.C. area, Potomac is up to 2.2 inches. We've also seen that moving out towards Woolsey, and then Front Royal is coming in at 3 inches, and we still have a lot of snow to get through. And unfortunately for DC, we'll see a crossover to freezing rain and ice situation after this snow falls. So I know it's early, but it is a good idea in the next couple hours to try and go out and remove some of this snow, because we're going to get ice on top of that. We've already seen that ice pick up in intensity. It's just now reaching into Charleston, West Virginia, and it is starting to creep up into the state of Virginia from North Carolina. Richmond could see maybe 3/4 of an inch of ice on top of the snow that fell overnight. So important to take this time this morning to do a little bit of hard work. I know it's tough, but you want to do that. Meanwhile, taking a look at the southern part of this, we have a ton of lightning, 92.
Renting a car for your next family road trip on the Turo app means extra fun, extra friends, and extra love. For all of life's extras, rent on the Turo app.
Louisiana, all of which are above 75,000 customers. And keep in mind, one customer can be an entire apartment complex. I mean, we have a lot of Americans, more than 500,000 people are probably waking up in the dark with freezing conditions. And Mike, that cold air is not going anywhere.
We are in for the long haul. Freezing rain has arrived in Atlanta. New video shows the conditions in Gainesville, Georgia, northeast of Atlanta. The city is forecast to receive up to 1/4 inch of ice. Freezing rains also moved into Harris County, Texas, which includes the city of Houston. The National Weather Service out of Houston says they've gotten multiple reports of freezing rain in the past 15 to 20 minutes. Right now, more than 80,000 people in Texas are without power. Plus, Mississippi utility company Oxford Utilities just announced it is stopping work to restore power for the night. The company says at least 2,200 customers are without power right now in Oxford, Mississippi alone, but conditions are too dangerous for crews to be working in the dark. The company posting on X, quote, trees are popping and falling all around our workers in the buckets, and we can't clear the lines due to continuous limbs falling. Dangerous situation there. We'll be right back after a short break. news across Fox Weather, Fox News, and Fox Business. New York City is seeing its first flakes as the massive winter storm hones in on the Big Apple. We are just barely starting to see them under the streetlights, but it's happening. Let's bring in meteorologist Britta Merwin. She is in Weather Command. Britta, it's here.
It is here, and for folks who live across the Northeast, it kind of confirms the time frame of how long it's taking the atmosphere to fight that dry Arctic air. Philadelphia took about 45 minutes for the snowflakes to reach the ground once we saw them on radar. 45 minutes to about an hour for New York City. So eventually we all get there, and officially, yes, we have snow in New York. It's the beginning of a long stretch of intense weather. So let's go and take you onto radar. I'm actually going to back things up because I kind of got a little too excited to punch past that. There's a look at the snow totals for D.C. Now we have the snow coming up into New York, and the official reports are coming in at JFK, the Battery, which is the south part of Manhattan, and Newark. So LaGuardia right now not reporting the snowflakes, but they are reporting that more than 90% of the flights have been disrupted because of the weather that's moving in. Okay, let's go to the wide scope here. You can tell that we do have, yes, some frozen precipitation getting up into Charleston, West Virginia. This is that warm, mild air that's pushing in from the south, and eventually this will even get into Virginia and, yes, moving closer to New York. So this is a trend that's going to continue. London, Kentucky, you guys saw some snow. Now you're starting to see the freezing rain on top of it. It kind of creates an igloo effect. So for folks that have gotten snow overnight, it is kind of important that you get out and you try and get rid of some of that snow. Of course, in a safe manner. It is brutally cold, but you don't want to encase that snow in ice. Moving down into the border of North Carolina and Tennessee, we got that nasty combo. I mean, we got a little bit of rain moving over to freezing rain, so this is where we're going to pick up the ice. Charlotte has been a tough one overnight. We do have a report coming in from Charlotte, so you can stay with us this morning here on Fox Weather. But they are really waking up to just this thin glaze of nastiness. It's like a crunch effect that's developed on the streets. Let's move down into the south. This is good news, bad news. Alabama, good news. North Georgia, bad news. So I'll give you the bad news first. Atlanta, you guys are really being impacted by this wedge of cold air that banks up against the Appalachians and then kind of bleeds into the Atlanta metropolitan area. It's a more pronounced wedge of cold air than anticipated. The National Weather Service office letting us know that they're probably going to have to stay until the afternoon to really erode that. But for parts of Alabama, I mean, this is great news. Huntsville did pick up on about a 1/100th of an inch of ice, Mike, and now that mild air has eroded that and pushed in, and so Alabama is going to wake up to better road conditions. We are picking up on some pretty impressive rain totals. I mean, 2 to 3 inches of rain over the past 6 hours for parts of Mississippi. So there's a pronounced kind of severe element that will eventually unfold. We have a lot of lightning strikes across the south that will continue to expand.
Britta, a long day ahead of us for folks in the path of that storm. The dangerous and potentially crippling winter storm is spreading across the southeast into the Carolinas. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres joins us now from Charlotte. Chelsea, you've seen on and off freezing rain. How's the situation on the ground there right now?
Well, Britta had it right when she said it was crunchy and a glaze, and I just saw a truck go by putting some treatment down, so at least we know crews are still working. As we see all of the sleet really come down, it's almost like tiny little pellets hitting your face if you kind of turn in the right direction. But to see just how crunchy it is on the ground, you can see how this layer has truly created quite the coat. And then if we move over here even to the grass, again, crunchy. And you mentioned that glaze. Well, now we're starting to see some of that glaze kind of push up on the tree limbs here. Now, we learned also that if we have about 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulating on some limbs, it can break off some twigs. If you have up to about 1/2 an inch of ice, that's when it can really damage the bigger limbs and branches on these trees. One arborist here in the city of Charlotte did mention of what you should not be doing, what you should be aware of if you do see any downed trees.
Really important that if people see a tree down, it might be your first instinct to go inspect it and see what's happening, but you don't know if there's any utility lines involved, so it's really important to leave those trees alone.
All right, so here you can already see some plows out, just kind of checking out. We had already heard from officials here in the area that they were going to be having crews 24/7, constantly monitoring the roadways, the major roadways, the thoroughfares. That's what they're really focused on, just to make sure that not only they can get on these roadways, but also emergency crews. One thing that the emergency management chief had actually said is that typically they see about 200 to 400 calls any given day, and with winter storms like this, they're expecting 3 to 4 times that. And then also, I wanted to mention, we're staying near a hotel right now, and I've seen, the one thing that I've seen consistent is a lot of people leaving with their suitcases, and I've wanted to run out and go talk to them, but every single time an Uber or a taxi comes and pick them up, which is interesting because right now the Charlotte Douglas Airport is #1 on the list for FlightAware for cancellations across the country, and power outages are also starting to go up as well. Right now, they're about over 2,300 just in the Carolinas. Most of that is about northeast of where I'm standing, and then also west of Asheville. So we're definitely seeing things pick up in this area, and of course, Roberta and Mike will continue to monitor it for you guys. Back to you.
Chelsea Torres doing a great job. Thanks so much.
We got some video into Fox weather. It's a dog having fun in the snow in Roseville, Ohio. You know what? Sometimes there's a little bit of happiness and magic to be found in snow, and on really tough, moments, you got to give yourself a little bit of happy mixed up in there. But here's a look at that pup.
Dog's having a good time. Ohio's another state that is feeling the wrath of this winter storm. The entire state is covered by a winter storm warning. Morgan Peterson of the Hamilton County, Ohio Emergency Management. Hamilton County is home to Cincinnati. And Morgan, how's the initial response to the storm going?
Good morning. We've seen some snow overnight. Road crews have been out clearing the roads. We have been monitoring the storm as well. However, the biggest amount of snow we expect today. So we're going to continue to do those actions throughout the day.
And Morgan, some of the top reports out of Ohio, kind of central Ohio, are coming in around 6 inches of snow. What's sort of been the biggest struggle that you guys have noticed overnight?
I would say is just as the snow continues to fall, continuing to keep roads clear. Public Works agencies are focusing on the main thoroughfares, so it's really important that people stay at home as much as possible.
Do you feel like folks in your area are heeding the warnings and staying home?
I do. I think leading up to the event, there were a lot of preparedness actions were taken, so people were hearing what to do. And then we also started promoting, oftentimes communities have a notification system so people can hear if there are any travel restrictions in place. So the most important thing to do is heed the advice of local officials in your area.
Now, eventually, Morgan, we're going to get on the other side of this. The snow is going to come to an end, but that bitter cold air, that's not coming to an end. So what are we thinking in terms of being able to get crews out there safely, given how cold it is, to clear the roads? Are we thinking that you're going to be in the position to re-enter, functional life on Monday?
I would say as the week progresses, more and more things will open, even as the bitter cold continues. However, with that, people need to minimize exposure outside. So if you do have to be outside, wearing those layers. Any part of your extremity, your nose, your hands, your toes, those are all at greater risk. So be aware of the signs of frostbite and hypothermia. One other big factor is making sure pets are kept indoors during this time. So limiting their exposure as well.
Morgan Peterson of the Hamilton County, Ohio Emergency Management. We know how busy you are. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And the storm continues to push up into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, and there you have it. Snow in New York, and it has been snowing in D.C. for quite some time now. It is brutally cold, very similar to what we're seeing across the rest of the nation. I mean, right now in New York, we have temperatures in the teens. So the snow is going to start to stack up and stack up efficiently now that we have it actually falling across the New York City area. Here's a look at radar snow over the city. This takes you on to Queens and Brooklyn, and then you can see out towards Northwest Jersey as well, where it's snowing in Newark. We do have a push of mild air coming up from the south that was anticipated. So in West Virginia, we've seen that crossover. So if you're just waking up, sort of checking in on the status, that part of the forecast is still panning out. You'll also see that we have some mixing going on in coastal areas of North Carolina and Virginia. That area of low pressure is forming pretty much on the coastline, and so that's going to allow for a mixing effect. And we'll even start to see some mixed precipitation, sleet, and maybe even some freezing rain move into Delaware, parts of Maryland, and also New Jersey. That's why the snow totals are a little wonky. You see how there's a big drop-off south of New York City? Still substantial snow. I mean, parts of Monmouth County, Jersey Shore will see well over a foot of snow. But then you start to see it really chop down as you work your way closer to D.C., where in D.C. we'll probably get about maybe 3 to 5 inches of snow. It's all that presence of that mild Atlantic air that's going to get sucked up into the storm. We don't have that north of New York, so New York State, New England, those will be our big ticket snow totals where we'll easily see over 12 inches of snow. So here's the timing here. You can see that mixed precipitation starting to stretch up to the north. There's a look at that area of low pressure literally hugging the coastline. So again, it's tracking closer to the coast than some of the computer models were showing, which is why we're going to see that crossover even for parts of New York. In fact, this morning computer model run showing rain on the Jersey Shore by later tonight. If that happens, of course, that's going to go on top of the snowpack that we have. As we fast forward into Monday afternoon, that's when we get rid of all of the precipitation, but then that cold air really sinks in. We're in the upper 20s for the 95 corridor, but by 4 o'clock on Monday, take a look at western New York, Ohio, single-digit temperatures. Mike, that second batch of Arctic air, it's going to move in big time. So unfortunately, you know, the storm passes, but then we kind of have a storm of itself, not so much with what's falling from the sky, but with those cold temperatures really reestablishing themselves.
Oh, right, exactly right. Freezing rains now happening in Atlanta. Video shows the conditions in Gainesville, Georgia, northeast of Atlanta. The city is forecast to receive up to 1/4 of an inch of ice. Freezing rain has also moved into Harris County, Texas, which includes the city of Houston. National Weather Service out of Houston says they've got multiple reports of freezing rain in the past hour or so. Right now, more than 80,000 people in Texas are without power. Over in Mississippi, the company Oxford Utilities announced it is stopping work to restore power for now. The company says at least 2,200 customers are without power right now in Oxford, but conditions are too dangerous for crews to be working in the dark. The company posting on X, quote, "Trees are popping and falling all around our workers in the buckets, and we cannot clear the lines due to continuous limbs falling." It sounds like a smart move. We are covering this storm 24/7 all through the weekend. We are Fox, combining our resources between Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather to help keep you and your family safe and informed. Thanks to our viewers across all 3 networks for joining us.
And we are with you every single step along the way. We have been live since the storm started across the southern plains, and we're going to be with you through the end as it continues to push through New England. We'll be right back. Please stay with us here on Fox Weather.
At CC's Pizza, you get all this, all for $9.99.
At Olive Garden, we're all about more craveable classics and more made-from-scratch sauces, which begs the question, what could possibly be next?
How about delivery?
Olive Garden now delivers, only at olivegarden.com.
Come with us as the Mississippi takes you below the surface, where you will explore the world's great waterways. Let the rivers sweep you to the treasures hidden along the ocean's vast shores, then ride swift currents down to its darkest depths. It's a fantastical journey you'll never forget, and it all starts here. Are you ready to take a ride?
your Winter Storm HQ. The snow has finally arrived in New York City, and there's plenty more to come. Just a reminder, the city's students will not have a snow day on Monday, no matter how much snow we get. We already learned that from the mayor. I'll hold my comments to myself.
Sounds like a bah humbug to me.
Yeah, kind of agree. Welcome back, though. You're watching our special coverage here on Fox Weather. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Mike Emanuel. Great to be working with you. You've been a trooper all night. Thanks for joining us, and welcome to special coverage on Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather. Of course, we are combining our resources to bring you every aspect of this massive storm, from Texas to Tennessee, all the way up the East Coast past New York.
Here's the storm by the numbers, and this number, the most important. We have now reached over 300,000 customers without power. One customer can represent a whole household, a whole apartment complex. So we can easily say that we have 500,000 Americans at least that are now in the dark and in the cold. And they could be out of power for quite some time. The top ice accumulation, by the way, is 3/4 of an inch. But one of the struggles in these overnight hours is that there's only so many observations that we can get. Make sure that you stay with us over the next couple hours. The next crew, we're going to hand off the baton at 6 a.m., me and Mike, and they will get flooded with new information. So you want to make sure that you're staying close to your TV, because this is the next couple hours that everything kind of changes. People wake up and they realize, whoa, this is what happened overnight. And I think Mississippi and Louisiana are going to wake up to a scary reality. Let's go ahead and take you outside, shall we? We'll take a live look at D.C. It's been snowing for quite some time. In fact, we have reports of over 2 inches of snow on the ground. And unfortunately, this is a spot where we'll get a little bit of ice as well.
Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff is live in our nation's capital. Alex, what's the latest this morning?
Hey there, yeah. So the ice you mentioned, that's really the concern. Although we are seeing a whole lot of this snowfall that started around 11:30 p.m. I had a very lovely shower at the Capitol behind me. That has deteriorated along with conditions out here. And of course, the D.C. area is no stranger to snowfall, but typically when we do have snow, it is around the freezing mark. This is significantly lower than that. So a lot of these concerns are sparked by really what happens at that point when it is this cold, when you start having trees that are built up with ice snapping down, hitting those power lines and cutting off power to somebody. In a home where, you know, your heat is cut off and it is 18 degrees outside with the wind chill even lower than that, that becomes a serious situation very quickly. There's also transportation issues at that point too. So we've been watching as the snow plows have been out all night. As soon as it got to be about an inch here in D.C., 2 inches in Virginia, that's when they start doing their work. They did the salt and the brine yesterday. Here in D.C., they're working on the major roadways first. They were telling residents, you know, you're going to not see probably your street addressed until they get those handled. They want to make sure these first responders can get around during this time. And it's been about a decade since D.C. has seen a really monumental snowstorm. Not that snow is necessarily going to be the biggest factor in issues today and throughout the next couple of days, but it was back in 2016. There was 20 plus inches of snow that essentially paralyzed the area for days. City and federal officials do not want to see that happen here in the nation's capital. Clearly, in this case, though, we likely have lower temperatures than a decade ago. So it's that ice. It is the concern about the elderly, those who are homeless. The city has a large homeless per capita population that's sparking a lot of concerns because it is icy out here, guys. I was talking about kind of the way these snowflakes are hardly flakes. They're kind of these little icy pellets, which speaks to, I think, just how cold it is outside. Mike, Britta.
Alexandria Hoff, you've been a total trooper all night into this morning.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. This is a massive sprawling system. More than 40 states feeling the impacts from snow, ice, dangerous cold. Britta, where are your biggest trouble spots right now?
You know, we're going to focus on the Northeast because that's where we're finally getting into it. It's the next phase of this storm. It's been a tough night for folks that live across the South. And for folks that live in the Northeast, we're just starting to get a feel of what is still ahead. Pittsburgh, we got snow out there. Temperatures are brutal. It is 13 with a feel like temperature of 0. And if you think it's cold now, just wait. I mean, the cold air behind this storm is really going to knock your socks off. Let's go ahead and take a look at radar. You can see that line of white right there pushing up to the north, right into Newcastle. It's these little fine radar trends that we can point out that really represent where we have these little items that get out of hand. So when you see that white, it's showing that intense burst of snow and also a little bit of a wind element too. A couple snow reports to come out of the Pittsburgh area, about 2-3 inches of snow, and we're just at the beginning. I mean, we're going to tout some pretty big snow totals that come out of the Northeast when we're all said and done. As we take a look at the wide picture, we still have snow falling in New Mexico, which for them, it's a great story. They have a snow deficit, but man, what is unfolding across the South is just unimaginable. It's really tough stuff. We have sleet, we have freezing rain. Look at all those lightning strikes. We have over 115 lightning strikes. That's a part of this that definitely is overperforming per the forecast. We have so much freezing rain and sleet that is happening with lightning right now in southeast Texas over Houston. We have this nasty combination. Downtown, we have rumbles of thunder and intense bursts of rain. But then surrounding downtown, we have all these reports of freezing rain. So we're seeing that in our north suburbs or west suburbs right now in Katy, Texas. We might even have some wet snowflakes trying to mix in. So this is definitely a tough morning for folks that live in southeast Texas. Right now, current time, 4:40 in the morning. Freezing rain being reported in the city. This is up in Waller County, so up on the Northwest Freeway. But definitely multiple reports of freezing rain over the last couple hours, so that's going to start to accumulate the ice. As we move up into East Texas, that's where we've had freezing rain all night long. So accumulation's much higher in East Texas and also in parts of Louisiana. Rural locations in Mississippi, it's been a very, very tough night. Jackson's kind of like Houston, riding that border of where we have rain. For Alabama, Mike, that's probably the best news to end on.
Yes.
Alabama's done really well. We had some light icing in Huntsville, but we've had significant rain that has continued. So we're getting that benefit of being above freezing in Alabama this morning.
We are getting tons of new images from folks at home. This one is from Chris in Medina, Ohio. Look at that. All right.
Big
it's
old
sticking there.
snowflakes.
Yeah.
Top snow totals in Ohio, 5 to 6 inches so far.
Pretty scenes at this hour.
Yeah, let's take you to Texas. Oh, he even put in a ruler. Look at that. My eyes are too tired to read it, but I believe it. Oh, this is actually Stephanie. So Stephanie lives in Frisco.
Frisco, sure. Up north.
Wow, and she's like fluffing the snow, and we got a pretty fluffy accumulation right there. Again, my eyes are way too tired to see the number, but Stephanie, we appreciate you taking the extra step and showing us the consistency as well.
Frisco up north of Dallas. This one's from Adriana in Shelbyville, Kentucky. Looks like snow is sticking there, but kind of dark. A little hard to tell exactly what's happening on the ground there.
And one more, we got Eli sledding in Texas. Wow, that's quite the sled. What?
Is he going down the interstate? What is that?
I don't know what is going on in this video, but I'm actually quite impressed. That is quite a sled. He's got like skis put on a toboggan.
Thank you all for sending in your videos. Keep them coming.
Yeah, we want you to take out your phone right now, scan that QR code, see it, share it. You can help us tell the story. That ground truth is so important as a meteorologist. It lets us know exactly what you guys are seeing. You can also go to foxweather.com/connect.
Fox Weather is live 24/7 throughout the storm, making sure you have the information to stay safe through the ice and snow. And even if you lose power, you can always watch us on the Fox Weather app.
Muddy, what is it you do?
Software development.
This guy's a ghost. He never leaves DNA, and he's not working alone.
We're good at this.
Yeah. Crime 101, rated R, only PSW 13.
At CC's Pizza, my buffet is bussin'. There's always fresh dough coming hot out this oven. From mac and cheese pizza to cinnamon bliss. All for $9.99. It's giving chef's kiss. CC's, the best pizza value anywhere.
to our special coverage on Fox News, Fox Weather, and Fox Business. Freezing rain has arrived in Atlanta. I'm Mike Emanuel with meteorologist Britta Merwin. And Britta, what is the ice threat looking like across the southeast?
It's been really hard for folks that live in Louisiana, East Texas, Mississippi. Let's go right into Atlanta. We do have some freezing rain reports, especially in our northern suburbs. We're going to have live reports throughout the day here on Fox Weather, so make sure that you stay tuned in and locked in. But we've had 0.2 of an inch of freezing rain, so the ice accretion is going to be an issue for the Atlanta metropolitan area. Unfortunately, that cold air just very present, and we're not able to kick it. As we move up into Nashville, almost 0.5 inch of accretion here. We have reports of more than 6,000 customers without power with very brutally cold air in place. So Middle Tennessee really struggling through the overnight into this morning.
Is no stranger to power outages, treacherous travel, and days of bitter cold. They are once again in the crosshairs. Joining us now is the Travis County, Texas Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, overseeing the response as conditions worsen. Andy, what's the situation right now there in Travis County?
Well, it's cold, it's sleeting. Thankfully, people seem to be staying off the roads, which we've been asking them to do all day, and thankfully we've been preparing people for this all week. So we've had meetings with the city, with the state, with TDEM at the state, making sure that we have assets in place and really getting that message out that, man, this is Texas. We're not used to the cold. When the roads freeze, we don't know how to drive on them. People need to stay off those roads. It seems like that message is working pretty well tonight. It's 27 degrees right now, which for us is very cold, and the highways look pretty vacant right now. There's still some traffic, some truck traffic and things I was just seeing a minute ago, but overall, I think people are listening to us.
I worked at Fox 7 back in the day. I remember a lot of those elevated roadways would get icy, and it was kind of like bumper cars on the road. What are your biggest concerns as this weather event progresses?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that we want people to do right now, we've got power, we've got things like that, but we want people to stay off of the road. So a couple days out, we put brine on the roads, that kind of sticky stuff that hopefully is sticking on there now. And then we're actually going out as it's icing, and we're putting magnesium chloride on the intersections on the busier part. But that's not for people, normal people. That's for first responders if they have to get to somebody having a medical emergency, a fire, a thing like that. So our biggest fear right now is people getting onto the roads and creating problems for all of us. The EMS has already let people know that they're transporting people to the very closest hospital to where they pick them up. They're not driving across the county to get them to their hospital of preference. So really the critical thing is staying off the roads, letting first responders do their jobs.
I know Austin, Texas is the live music capital of the world. I'm curious what the scene looks like on 6th Street and some of the social parts of town at this hour.
Yeah, it's pretty empty. I've not been to 6th Street tonight, so I can't say for sure what 6th Street looks like, but my sense is from everybody at the EOC is that generally people are heating this morning. The freeze came on around dark tonight, so I think some people maybe were going to have dinner. A week ago had set a dinner plan with some friends for 7 o'clock. The restaurant called us earlier today saying that they were closed. So I think a lot of businesses are heating this. They're closing it. People are staying at home. We've been asking people to, wherever you are, find a safe place to stay, a warm place to stay, and please stay put. Earlier today, I went to visit the Central Texas Food Bank. I know y'all were talking about 2021 before. I became county judge about 3 months before Storm Uri hit us. And one of the things that happened is the Central Texas Food Bank did not have a backup generator. I actually had to go over there myself to turn off a water pipe because there was a big leak there, and that was a big problem. We've learned a lot in Central Texas since then. That Central Texas Food Bank now has a full generator to back up that entire facility so they can keep making food for the shelters that the city of Austin's providing. I think that has happened a lot across the city and the county. People have backup generators, but man, if ERCOT fails us, I think we're not going to be in a good place. So I hear from the governor, I hear from ERCOT that the grid, is holding steady, is looking good right now. But you asked me what the biggest fear is, and that would be losing power, because I think right now people are heeding our messages. They're at home, they're warm, but man, we don't want to see that power go out.
Travis County Judge and Director of Emergency Management, Andy Brown, thanks for joining us. God bless you and the great folks in Central Texas.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
And as we have it covered, let's head to the Northeast. This is a part of our country that is still kind of bracing for the storm to start. I gotta tell you, we're based in the Northeast. We're based in New York City. So all of us have seen people go out to the grocery store. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it is here. We already have snow being reported in D.C. We got live reports throughout the overnight. So if you're just joining us on the Fox Business Network, on Fox News Channel, on Fox Weather, that's right, all three networks keeping you and your family safe during the storm, you're going to get those live reports from D.C. As we take a look at what we are anticipating, we are really going to pump some huge numbers out of New England. Really looks like that's going to be the focus because that's where we stay with all cold air. You'll notice south of New York, if you've been watching this forecast evolve here on Fox Weather, we've been lowering those snow totals, still significant. I mean, parts of Delaware and South Jersey could still see over 6 inches of snow. But the reason why the overall forecast in those areas have come down over the last couple days is because of the influence from the Atlantic. It now appears that this area of low pressure is going to be so close to the coast that we're going to be fighting that influence from the Atlantic. Water temperatures right now are in the 40s, and that's going to ride over that Arctic cold air. Looking at New York City, the surrounding areas, an easy 8 to 12 inches as you go off towards northwest Jersey, lower Hudson Valley. Then you have elevation at play. You also have the colder air with the positioning of the low. So in those locations, you are going to see well over a foot of snow. Let's talk about New York and the timing. As we wake up tomorrow morning, it's here. Temperatures are in the teens. It is cold, it is blustery. We're going to have a big thump of snow that continues through about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the bulk of the accumulation. As we get into dinner time, 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow, we start to work in that influence from the Atlantic. It's 20 degrees, so it's cold at the surface, but we have warm air aloft, and that allows for that changeover to an icy mix. Really important for folks that live in Jersey, on Long Island, New York City, all 5 boroughs. Try and get some of the snow off of your front yard, off of your driveway, the sidewalks, by about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Because if you are in these areas where we're going to cross over to freezing rain, it's going to encase itself like an igloo. So think about the Jersey Shore. Think about Long Island. These are places where you really need to do a little bit of hard work before you cross over to freezing rain. Everything ends by Monday morning. Schools are going to be closed, folks. Guarantee you. So get ready for the long haul. I think all of us kind of assume that, but looking at the forecast verifying, we're going to be in that type of a setup. 15 degrees. That's all we get in New York City by Monday afternoon. So everything that is on the ground is going to stay on the ground. It's going to have to be removed. So when you look at the road conditions, it might take all of Monday to plow everything out, to get the salt down, to get the ice off of some of these roads. We're anticipating less than 1/10 of an inch of ice, but in a place like New York City, that is enough to cause some big-time issues. So please make sure that you're incredibly safe as we take a look at these big impacts of snow and ice reaching into big metropolitan areas in the Northeast. Well, this massive winter storm, it also is going to bring severe weather if we didn't have enough to track, right? And in the Deep South, this is a huge threat, especially as we go into tomorrow. So this southerly component of this winter storm, that's where we're working with all that Gulf moisture. And because we do have a very vigorous jet, that's a fast-moving column of air way up by where the airplanes fly, it's going to combine into all the ingredients that we look out for when it comes to a severe weather potential. And this, unfortunately, is going to lead to the threat for tornadoes. There's so much twist in the atmosphere. That's really the top thing that we're concerned about. So for Sunday, we have a level 2 out of 5 heads up here that severe weather is possible. Our concern is that you start to get a lot of moisture coming in off the Gulf. That flow brings in these showers and these thunderstorms. They interact and they start to turn, and any rotating thunderstorm can lead to an isolated tornado. So again, I don't think we're going to see widespread severe weather reports, but definitely we have the concern here where we could see several tornadoes pop up. Here's a look at the fast winds aloft. Again, that is what these thunderstorms that are building vertically are exposed to. That's how you start to get them to twist and turn. In addition to that, you can have strong straight line winds. And if you have a wind gust of 95 miles per hour, it doesn't matter what direction it's coming from or if it's twisting or turning, it's going to cause damage. And along this powerful line of thunderstorms that we'll be moving through late morning through early afternoon, because these thunderstorms build vertically, Mike, they can grab onto those strong winds aloft, they throw them down to the ground, and that's how you get that strong straight line wind. So multiple threats here that you have to think about.
It's amazing. After working in Texas, I think of severe weather season as when the tornadoes start, but
Yeah.
you're talking about severe weather season here with the Arctic cold.
Yeah, I mean, really, you can have everything locked up into these winter storms. So the timeline, it's taking us all the way through the afternoon and the evening. Once that cold front rolls through, your severe weather threat does drop. So it's a short window here, but you want to make sure that you pay attention to it. Also a good idea in your safe spot, put coats, shoes, and flashlights. Once these thunderstorms roll through, it's cold. When they leave, you got to make sure that you bundle up the kiddos if you have to head out.
Great advice. You're watching special coverage of this massive winter storm as Fox News Channel, Fox Business Network, and Fox Weather combine our resources and expertise to keep you and your family safe. Thanks to our viewers across all three networks for joining us. We'll be right back.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ, Fox Weather, for all seasons, for all America.
At CC's Pizza, you get all this, all for $9.99.
High adventure and family fun bring non-stop excitement as winter heats up in Reno, Tahoe. Carve a path through pristine powder, then warm to the neon glow of downtown, where shows, museums, and dining keep the energy amped. In a city where natural beauty meets vibrant culture, you're never far from the action. Epic outdoors, endless experiences. Discover no limits at visitrenotahoe.com.
Scammers demand payment with gift cards. Don't share codes or personal details.
Let New Age products transform your garage into an area of your home you can be proud of. Modular steel cabinets let you pick and choose the storage solutions to keep your garage organized. With overhead racks and shelving, slat wall, workstations, and flooring that let you create a showroom garage to call your own. Designed for DIY installation, all you need is one weekend to take your garage from unusable to unbelievable. Visit us at newageproducts.com.
joining us. We're coming to you both on Fox Weather and Fox Business. Welcome inside Studio W. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres. Fox Weather's 24/7 coverage of this major winter storm, it continues. We're about 48 hours in, those impacts beginning in the plains, the southern plains, on Friday. And we still have to get through the rest of today and into tomorrow.
Honestly, as advertised, this system developing, moving through the southern Rockies, still a pretty significant swath of snow that we have extending from Texas and now moving into the Northeast. So we focus on Baltimore. After dumping some snow and ice across the southern plains on Saturday, this winter storm, it's now targeting the Northeast. And we've got significant snow about to move in. If we haven't seen it in the Northeast yet, you soon will. 21 states under emergency declarations as this storm is moving through the country. Power outages are climbing this morning, checking in on those numbers, and we are looking at this storm collectively at numbers around 300,000. Most of the outages coming in the hard-hit states of Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Hate to see even one person without power, because the Arctic blast that we have behind this front is significant, and those numbers are expected to climb. So being ready for a system like this does require some preparations, also assuming that we will lose some power. So here we go. Winter storm warnings. They remain in effect from New Mexico all the way into Maine. Bangor, Boston, New York City, D.C., and Richmond. This system is still pretty sprawling, Marissa. And looking at some of those top ice reports, we've got snow reports, we've got sleet reports. Let's start with the dangerous stuff first. Hall Summit, Louisiana, in extreme northwestern Louisiana, picking up 3/4 of an inch of ice.
Yeah, the biggest report, and a big number at that. To have 3/4 of an inch in ice can be incredibly dangerous. Yeah. It heightens that risk for power outages. It heightens that risk for falling trees, fallen branches. It's just very dangerous. And you know, I think a lot of that ice, so you can see a very apparent and obvious stretch of where we're getting more of that freezing rain and ice threat.
A narrow corridor. The sleet reports, folks, this isn't snow. Almost a half a foot, Point Cedar. Can you imagine that? Just all these sleet pellets that you have all over the ground. Sleet has a beat. It's frozen before it reaches the surface. You've had 2 to 3 inches of sleet accumulations in Oklahoma. The current view of it, we're going to be diving into this, but we still have that snow. Watch for that final blast of snow to move through Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Tulsa. We also have snow continuing in St. Louis, but I think the focus is going to remain in the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, because that's where this storm is heading.
Yeah, everything's shifting off to the east and to the north. Let's go ahead and take it into our nation's capital this morning. We have a look into Washington, D.C. This historic winter storm now impacting D.C. Still dark. We're still waiting for the sun to come up, but noticing the temperature is 16 degrees, feeling colder than that because of the wind, and the snow, it is falling. It's been falling now for a little bit, and we have that winter storm warning that will remain in place through tomorrow morning.
Well, before the sun's up, we have Fox Weather correspondent Katie Burns. She is in our nation's capital. Katie, from the looks of that Capitol live shot, does look like it's snowing. What are you seeing on the ground?
We're definitely getting some snow. We have a little cover above me trying to keep us somewhat dry, but the flakes that we're seeing so far, very thin flakes, though a lot of them, and that's reducing visibility already. You can see behind me, typically you'd be able to see the Capitol building. That's disappeared. We've got a truck moving through right now with a plow on the front of it. We know across the city, the Department of Public Works, they have at least 300 pieces of equipment out. They plan to at the height of this storm, which really is the window that we're in right now. You can see the streets have yet to be plowed at this corner, really around the Capitol Hill area. So we're waiting for that to happen, but we know that really the snow has ramped up in the overnight hours, and not a lot of people out and about right now because of the conditions and because of simply the time of day. Most people are likely in bed, and officials have warned people to stay off the roads from starting last night through Monday morning because of these conditions. So that's really the messaging from officials. The mayor, Muriel Bowser, made a comment in the recent days warning people that, you know, stay off the road so people who are essential workers have the space to get to where they're going.
There are people who have to get to their jobs at hospitals and at grocery stores and senior facilities. So there are people who need to be moving and others that could spend a Sunday at home. And so we would recommend that.
And that sounds like that's the plan for most people. I spoke with a lot of locals yesterday who said they went out, got their snacks, they have enough to get them through the next few days, not going anywhere. But really, more concern is growing about what the next few days could look like, because not only is it the snow that officials are worried about, but they're warning people to prepare for days of power outages, because at some point we're going to see this snow transition over to sleet here in DC. Haven't seen that just yet, but then the temperatures are plummeting in the next few days, and we're going to be in dangerous cold, and anything that's left over on the ground could ice over, weighing down power lines, tree limbs. Another good reminder that if you're in the Northeast right now, you're seeing the weather, you're going to want to stay up on top of cleaning this up, because it's going to freeze up and harden and get even harder to work with. And you know what? We have crews all over the place covering this storm. Mike Seidel is one of our best. He's over in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where I believe they're seeing snow as well too right now, right, Mike?
Yes, indeed, Katie. Good morning. Welcome to the storm that's going to move into D.C., New York, and Philly and Boston later on today. Meanwhile, here, we're still snowing here. It started snowing here Friday night. Here it is Sunday morning. Now, it's been an on and off. And yesterday, officially, believe it or not, only 2.6 inches of snow, but that was good enough to break the record of 2 inches. We had observer reports, co-op observer reports around the area of upwards of 4 to 5 inches. The record today is 2.7. I know we've broken that because overnight we've had another 4 to 5 inches of snow where I'm standing on the south side of downtown Tulsa. And look at the roads. This particular road, this intersection here at 61st and South Yale has not been plowed yet. There is, I stand corrected, there is one lane that's been plowed over there on Yale, but boy, they've got a lot of cleanup to go, and it's still snowing. Let's show you the current radar, and we'll see the bands coming in from the south and west. It's still snowing back west and south of Oklahoma City this morning, so we're in the snow probably for about another 4 hours, and that means we're going to get another 1 to 3 inches because it's so cold. Right now, 6 degrees at the airport. The wind chill is 12 below zero. Although right here where we're standing, the wind is basically calm, so our wind chill is not quite that cold, but the airport is out north and west of town, north and east of town rather, and it's a little bit more open and catch more of that wind. So we've got some additional snow. The winter storm warning goes into this afternoon, and then it's all about the cold weather. Yesterday's high, get this, 13 degrees. Yes, another record, a record low max, meaning the coldest high temperature of the day, and it's rare that it doesn't get to 20 or better in the winter here in Tulsa. The average high today is 50 degrees, so keep that in mind. Today's temperatures, well, we set another record. Today's record low max is 18. We're probably going to get up to about 20 or 21, and then a couple of cold mornings ahead. Tomorrow morning, 5, that's a new record low, and then about 5 on Tuesday morning, and then we warm up a little bit. By Tuesday or Wednesday, we should get above freezing before another shot of cold air comes in here later in the week, as our highs on Thursday will struggle to get to freezing. So the bottom line is we have a lot of snow around, no ice, so the power outages here in Oklahoma have been very, very low. About 2,000 customers this morning. That's out of a power base of about 2 million customers. A couple of counties in the southeast part of the state have all of those power outages. And then we just wait for it to melt a little bit as we get into the first part of the week with temperatures, again, cracking freezing on Tuesday, but the sunshine will help things once they get these roads plowed and throw down a little salt. And we'll keep you updated here this morning at a very cold Tulsa, Oklahoma. Back to you.
It's rough, right, when you've got that cold weather as well. And I think, too, as you mentioned, Mike, I mean, even once we see the snow stop, I mean, it is going to be challenging to break through some of that ice, because we don't really get above freezing till the middle part of the week. And then each time overnight, you fall back to below freezing.
Yeah, look at this. I'm able to get, with my boots, I'm able to scrape down to the asphalt and concrete. So that's a good thing, because it has been so cold. We had no melting yesterday or a refreeze overnight. So if they can get out here and give a good scrape to these roadways, with sunshine tomorrow, they'll melt off and dry up. But I have a strong suspicion that school is not going to be open here tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's my gut, based on what we see here and being in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Trust that
Even
gut.
in places up north, you got 10 to 12 inches of snow and school is closed.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes, but the snow continues to add up this morning.
pretty much everywhere this storm tracks, you're going to see school be impacted as we head into Monday. But appreciate that, Mike, out of there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the snow is falling. Temperatures are very, very cold this morning. Thanks, Mike.
Colder in Tulsa right now than it is in New York City. Wild to see this Arctic air just move on in. Somerset, Pennsylvania, with that temperature of 5 degrees. It feels like right now of -7. Dedham, Massachusetts, as we are waiting on that snow to arrive. We have the entire Northeast, as well as New England, under a winter storm warning. And we are watching those temperatures, checking in on those dew points too. The dew point's an indication of when that snow will start. The onset of the snow, it's already begun in New York City, 11 degrees, 15 in Philadelphia, and it's almost as if you step up as you work south. D.C., where Katie Byrne was, checking in with the temperature of 16 degrees. It is cold, and boy, is there a slug of moisture, folks, to move on in. We're going to see it. Here's those winter storm warnings, I guess with a couple of counties, Marissa, in extreme northern Maine, where they're dealing actually with some bitterly cold temperatures, brutal wind chills that we have there. But yeah, wanted to take a tour. This is the radar as we have that shield of moisture, Williamsport to New York City. Boston, not yet, but soon.
Soon. I think it has been really interesting to watch, at least a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, that moisture moving off to the northeast, but the dew points have been so low, it's been taking a moment for the entire profile to start to saturate. But we did witness those flakes falling in New York, though they were light. Philadelphia with some of that, and it's going to fill in gradually throughout the day.
I tell you, the ground's like the tundra because it's well below freezing, a lot of salt, and a lot of these cities showing that. But with the air so cold, that snow is just not melting. It's blowing and drifting, even the lightest of wind. We have the snow moving through Fort Wayne and Cleveland. I mean, there is just so much moisture to work through. This is an all-day event. It's going to be moving into the Northeast. We even have pockets through parts of the Carolinas where we have been dealing with some isolated power outages there this morning. A bit of a mix between sleet and snow. Wondering once we get this coastal low to form, we probably will get a punch of some warmer air, so there could be some dangerous ice along the 95 corridor later this afternoon. So we'll be keeping close tabs on it. We are, though, looking live, and we've got our storm trackers out this morning. It's difficult to see in Westminster, Maryland this morning with a temperature of just 0 degrees. Look at that snow falling. It's almost as if the North Pole has arrived in the lower 48. Let's head out to our exclusive storm tracker, Brandon Kopic. He is just outside of Cincinnati, Ohio, in the town of Florence, Kentucky, where hard to see what he's got going on, but certainly based on his location, I bet there's some sleet, a little bit of freezing rain, even some snow. We have our eyes on the ground. We'll bring you much more. Weather Command Weekend returns after the break.
Vale, like nothing on Earth. Claim your legendary escape today.
Wake up with sunlight streaming in. Smiles greet you at every turn. Your favorite flavors await. Enjoy, it's always on the menu. Celebrating life's finest moments.
When the temperature drops, America brings the heat with Hot Hands, America's favorite warmer.
coverage of this winter storm continues on this Sunday morning, and it has arrived in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, continuing to watch this thing move east, eventually going to gain some additional energy and moisture from the Atlantic. A coastal low is going to bring some significant accumulations to cities like our nation's capital. What we're looking at from the perspective of right now, we're anticipating another 3 to 5 inches of snow before that snow transitions to a little bit of ice. Could be really a dangerous situation in our nation's capital, especially if we get a little bit of that ice freezing rain to accrete. Farther north in Philadelphia, more than a half a foot, that's possible, as temperatures are going to remain solidly in the teens all day long as we head into the afternoon too. 1.5 million people, at least in Philadelphia, under that winter storm warning. We continue up the I-95 corridor, and we're focused on New York City. Snow already breaking out this morning. We are expecting, given the dynamics of this system, that transition in the Big Apple to occur. But look at the numbers. We're thinking 6 to 12 inches in New York, and finally Boston. This could very well be where we have the jackpot snow, as much as 2 feet possible. There's going to be some small mesoscale features that we have to watch for where we get those enhanced bands of snow. But if that does happen in Boston, one of the largest snows we could see in close to about 10 years. And then up in Portland, Maine, 12 to 18 inches of snow possible there. Far too cold for that mid-level warm nose to get in. So no ice we're expecting in Maine. But look at those temperatures, Marissa. -2, 4, 5, 7 degrees by 11.
Yeah, really tough to be outside, right? Whether you're battling the snow or the very, very cold temperatures. Let's go ahead and take a look at the screen. We have 2 looks for you. One out of downtown Dallas. That is what you have to the left side of the screen. To the right side, a look at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. DFW, where the National Weather Service says about 1 to 2 inches of sleet was tallied up there. It's been a rough go of it for the Lone Star State, especially for the northern part of the state, because of this winter storm that began to unfold on Friday. We are still watching for the potential for power outages and even more airline cancellations in Texas. Want to take it to the ground? We have Fox Weather meteorologist Bane Froney, who's in Dallas. Bane has been with you every step of the way, Dallas, watching this weather story unfold. We're nearing the end, Bane. The light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully whatever precip we get for the rest of the morning should be just snow. But that sleet total, 1 to 2 inches, that's an icy ground.
Oh, a very impressive amount of sleet that we're seeing here. Everything that you see behind me, the majority of it is actually just sleet, which, you know, areas like you mentioned there, Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, reaching up to close to 2 inches of sleet alone. Now, I have my handy-dandy Fox Weather ruler here, and I do want to try and attempt a measurement, but I will say the ground, it's pretty frozen, so let's see if we can even get a measurement going on. Let's try. Let's attempt, see if I can use my muscles. Yeah, it's really hard to even get into the ground. Hang on, I'm going to dig it out a little bit. We've got about 1 inch here in the downtown Dallas area, but probably areas a little bit farther to the north, getting just a little bit more than that. Like, again, at the airport, they're a little bit farther up to the north than us, about by 20 minutes. So, looking at the precipitation that we're dealing with right now, Marissa and Steven, currently it's snow, but about 20 minutes ago, we were still feeling a little bit of that sleet coming down, but it has definitely transitioned to more of those lighter snowflakes moving on in. Now, I will say, too, as we move throughout the next couple of hours, we are expecting these roadways, these conditions to just be treacherous. I mean, folks are attempting to be driving on them, but would not recommend. We have seen a couple of people braving the streets already early this morning. You can see a couple of cars moving on through at this point, but we did see a couple of snowplows as well, trying to clear up these streets, and that is the main focus as we continue throughout the rest of this weekend. Now we're just getting into the cleanup and trying to make sure people are safe and also getting power back on, because nearly 100,000 people in the Lone Star State alone are without power as we wake up this morning. And it is a frigid morning at that. Temperatures right now, we are in the teens, potentially even around 11 degrees currently. But the feel-like temperatures, they are in the single digits. We could end up seeing those feel-like temperatures dropping into the negatives later on this morning as well. The winds have been picking up as we've been standing out here doing some live shots. So with these winds coming through, this is also going to be a little bit of a danger, especially for spots that have been dealing with freezing rain. And speaking of, it's still not done here in the Lone Star State. A little bit farther south, like near Austin and Houston, there's still getting some of that freezing precip at this point. So still dealing with those really rough conditions even farther south. Now, I will say this, for our areas in the south, farther south than Dallas, maybe getting a little bit luckier when it comes to those temperatures later on this week. We could see that thawing happening a little bit quicker for those folks, so maybe not stuck in the ice for too long. But the roads today will be tough. But here in Dallas and up to the north, the cold air, it stays for a while. Again, today it's going to be frigid, temperatures in the teens and the low 20s, and even moving into tomorrow and Tuesday, the cold air, it sticks around for quite some time. We even have gotten, some areas that could potentially see Wednesday and into Thursday where those temperatures still remain below freezing. So it's going to be a cold couple of days here in Texas. But like you said, you guys, we have a little bit of snow coming down, but the precip is going to start letting up a little bit here as we move throughout the next couple of hours. I'll send it back to you guys in New York.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bane, I feel like with this storm, especially for Texas, and a lot of the areas that are being impacted, you could say a 1-2 punch, but there's that third punch of the prolonged cold. And I think the biggest challenge, especially for northeast Texas, where a lot of those outages are, is to get those temperatures above freezing and allowing utility crews to get out there and do the work they need to do. But appreciate that update out of Dallas this morning. It's been a tough weekend for sure. Meteorologist Bane Frohney in Dallas. We'll be checking in with Bane later as well.
I'd like to say it's a light at the end of the tunnel, but that cold air is going to be around. Let's head over to Augusta, Georgia, Athens, Georgia. It's the Southeast and the Carolinas that remain our focus this morning. Notably, in North Carolina, let's bring in Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres joining us now from Charlotte, seeing some of that ice accrete.
I mean, this could be one of the more dangerous spots to be. We've seen that accretion already in different spots, I guess, in the Mississippi Valley, Chelsea. Now we're looking in through North Carolina. Charlotte could be in the bullseye for some of that freezing rain as we get further into the morning.
Yeah, and it's mostly been this sleet that we've been seeing come down. It kind of just bounces right off. And if you don't know, the sleet is just tiny little pellets. It feels and sounds like crackling sprinkles as it's bouncing off of everything. And it's kind of been an ebb and flow, Marissa and Steven. It comes in like this, a little bit of a wave, and then it'll slow down for a little bit. But you can see there's still people that are out driving around. This is one thing that officials did not want. They did not want people out driving around today. Actually, I did speak to an Uber driver who stopped because we're right near a hotel, and people have been leaving with all of their luggage. Right now, Charlotte Douglas is the #1 hotel for some of the biggest cancellations, most cancellations right now in the country. The Uber driver didn't want to go on camera, but he said really the airport's been pretty slow, which, makes sense. But he said he wasn't too worried about driving right now. I'll show you kind of what it's looking like. Now, again, crews really did pre-treat as much as they could, and then the sleet really started coming in, kind of giving that white, milky type coating over it. Crews have now come back a few times here, putting down a bunch of this salt, these big rocks you can see all right here. So this is helping kind of break up a lot of what almost seems like this icy glaze that was over the street. But other than that, this is kind of the extent that we've seen. Even on the trees and the limbs, it's been a very thin glaze. We have not seen that ice accumulation yet kind of grow. So that's something that we're definitely watching here. Marissa, Steven?
Telling you what, when we look at that profile, I was just checking in on the airport, Chelsea, and light ice pellets, light snow, and some mist. And whenever there's a report of mist, those are likely super cooled water droplets. So anything that's accreting on will cause a bit of a light glaze, and that would be dangerous, no doubt about it. Cold stuff.
Yeah. We'll be paying attention. I know, Chelsea, you're going to be with us throughout the morning, and a lot of telling this story is checking in on each location, because each hour that goes by, things are going to be changing. So, Chelsea, appreciate that out of Charlotte, North Carolina. We do have a check, by the way, at some of the ice totals so far. And when you look at this out of Oxford, Mississippi, this has been one of those spots that's really been suffering from that ice threat. This was captured by Fox Weather's Randy Campbell, who was out in Oxford earlier this morning. Those power flashes you're seeing, actually due to the weight of that ice, all of that ice that accreted on some of those power lines, weighing it down. Over half a foot of snow that's already reported in portions of the plains, along with ice up to 3/4 of an inch in some spots. 3/4 of an inch, by the way, it's what we call crippling. It's so heavy that it just weighs down trees, it weighs down power lines, and it could be very dangerous just trying to get out and definitely not able to get traction right, whether you're walking or you're on the road. In terms of some of the stats, those #1 right now, rankings coming in for snow, sleet, and ice, it's out of New Mexico, southwest. So we saw the storm begin to emerge and take shape out of the southwest as we got into Friday and into Saturday, and over a foot of snow that's reported in New Mexico, in the central part of the state. In terms of sleet, that's also an incredible stat. 5 inches of just sleet in Arkansas. That was in Point Cedar. And you can kind of follow right here that line of where we had the rain-snow line and where it's more of an icier mix as opposed to just snow or just rain. You have a lot of outages out there, a lot of these coming into Texas and Mississippi, areas like Louisiana that have been dealing with the ice, and that top ice total, as I mentioned, out of Louisiana, northwest Louisiana, at 3/4 of an inch. This is another look at some of the sleet. We talked about Dallas, by the way. That was reporting about 1 to 2 inches of sleet into DFW, but across Arkansas, it's been more of an icier mix. And even when you look at the power outages this morning, again, Texas and through Louisiana and Mississippi, we've seen those outages grow quite a bit in the overnight, early morning hours, and we could see more states get added to that as we monitor that freezing rain potential further into this afternoon.
Important to note, too, where we have those top ice accretion numbers, where that power outage remains the highest this morning. Fox Weather, we're your Winter Storm HQ, our 24/7 coverage of the strongest winter storm so far this season. It continues, and we are streaming live on all your favorite platforms throughout the day. This winter storm, it's just beginning to crank in the mid-Atlantic, Northeast, and eventually New England. We have much more Fox Weather after the break. I'll take one.
Morning, big one. Morning, Mike.
At Olive Garden, we've spent years perfecting every cheesy twirl and saucy swirl. So where do we go from here?
I don't know. Delivery?
Olive Garden now delivers. Only at olivegarden.com.
So this is the deck everyone's talking about.
Everyone? The neighbors will notice. Decorators stand out.
Every Texas parent deserves the freedom to choose the best education for their children. The new Education Freedom Accounts make that freedom a reality.
I'm Texas Comptroller Kelly Hancock. This new program helps families pay for private school tuition, tutoring, curriculum, and more.
You know what's best for your child.
And Education Freedom Accounts give you the funds to choose what's best.
All Texas students are eligible. Learn more at educationfreedom.texas.gov.
It's the bottom of the hour. We are back here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, and tracking this winter storm extending from the southern Rockies all the way into New England, really coming together as we expected. The alerts are still up from New Mexico, clear into Maine, where we have winter storm warnings as well as winter weather advisories. But of course, that dangerous ice, an ice storm playing out in northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, as well as Tennessee. We are looking at this trough in the mid layers of the atmosphere, and this is an important component, especially for people living in the plains. It's finally on the move. This is going to shift east as we head into the afternoon. As a result, we're going to see an area of low pressure form off the coast, and that's what's going to crank and bring some big time snow as well as sleet to the 95 corridor. With all of this moving, that's opening the door for some Arctic air that's going to sink south and really invade the southern plains. Yes, it's already cold, but this cold that'll come behind the system going to have some staying power for the first few days of next week. Here's the moisture. We've got lightning detected, in addition to the sleet and maybe even some freezing rain in parts of northern Louisiana, northwestern Mississippi into Tennessee, and then that snow finally reaching New York and several cities along the 95 corridor. We're going to time this out real quickly. The backside of the snow, this band, don't sleep on a deformation band. This trough of warm air aloft could really enhance some of the snow totals from Chicago down to St. Louis into the northern Ozarks in Missouri. We'll pay attention to that. Meanwhile, this slug of moisture, Marissa, going to continue to spread. I think we see a transition from snow to sleet into D.C., New York, perhaps Boston. Boston looking to fare better, though, maybe mostly snow as we head into the afternoon and those evening hours.
Yeah, the track of that coastal low really critical, right, in terms of where we could get some of that mixing for portions of the I-95 later into today. Into our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the snow's been falling there for already a few hours, 16 degrees, so you've got the brutal cold, some gusty winds, and that snow that's been falling in D.C. since earlier this morning. That winter storm warning, it remains in place through tomorrow morning.
Fox weather correspondent Katie Byrne is joining us again from D.C. Katie, we're looking at when that transition to all sleet could occur. For the moment, it remains snow, right?
Yeah, still snow, very thin flakes that almost look like shards of glass when you see it on your glove. But we are feeling those winds pick up. You might be able to notice that. I've noticed that in the last 15 minutes or so. The winds are certainly stronger. It's sending that snow down at an angle, and certainly visibility has dropped down a lot today compared with yesterday now that we have all the snow coming down. It may be thin, but there are a lot of flakes. You can see that visibility dropping behind me because typically you're able to make out the Capitol building right beyond really this traffic light, and you can't see it at all. There looks to be a car here at the stop sign. We can watch and see how they fare once they try to make their way down this road, which looks like maybe has had a pass or maybe one pass from a plow at one point, but snow covered completely. You can't see any pavement. So definitely dicey conditions out here and really not a lot of people out and about whatsoever. It looks like they're able to make their way through nice and easy, but people definitely taking it slow. Officials have actually warned people to stay off the road starting last night all the way through Monday morning, and this is really across the DMV region. There's growing concern about the days after the snow ends, that not only will it be the snowfall that will be impactful, but days of power outages could be what's next, because after the snow moves out, we have dangerous cold temperatures that will set in and could ice over any leftovers, so freezing any of the snow that's on the ground after the active snowfall moves out, and then weighing down tree limbs, power lines, making for just really dicey conditions and testing the grid here, which has been doing well so far. I checked up on outages to see how we were doing here in the Northeast. Really not too many outages. They're primarily in the South. When you look at the outages right now, we have hundreds of thousands without power across places like Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, but this is a massive storm, and we are only just really starting to feel the effects in the overnight hours here in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic region. So now is when we're really going to be focused on what these impacts could look like for us, and as the sun comes up, if there does end up being more people on the roads, could that lead to more problems too? We'll keep you posted on everything we see on the ground, but for now, very quiet, not a lot of people outside this morning as that snow comes down and, whoa, the wind picks up.
It's almost as if I was going to ask Katie how the wind was, because we've had reports, there's reports at the airports, visibility is down to about a half a mile. It's one of two things.
Yeah.
You got blowing and drifting snow, or those snow rates are increasing, and that's leading to reduced visibilities. How are the winds? Is this just a recent development?
It is a recent development.
Yeah.
I didn't notice this a half hour ago, so just really in the last 15 minutes I'm noticing those winds, and it's certainly, when you're facing the snow head on, you feel it because those flakes come right flying into your face. And I did mention they look like shards of glass. They kind of feel like it too.
I feel like it too, I'd imagine. I mean, you got temperatures in the double digits, single digits. It's getting cold. All right, Fox weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C. for us. Appreciate that update.
Yeah, we appreciate you standing out there, Katie, telling us what it is, well, like to be out in the elements as everyone hopefully is staying home and safe and out of the ice. It is all hands on deck here in New York City as this historic winter storm, this powerful winter storm makes its way now into the Big Apple. The first flakes flying in the city earlier this morning, right around 5 o'clock, and accumulating very quickly. It is very cold. The ground, the surface, it is very cold. So it's going to accumulate very quickly. And because it is so dry, this is going to be a more powdery type snow. Once we see that influence off of the Atlantic, that will likely change for New York City. But it is going to be a long morning and into the afternoon, and we could get some pretty intense snowfall rates. Noting right now where you have the blue is where we're locked into just that snowfall. Katie's in Washington, D.C., so right about here, just to the south in Fairfax and in Charlottesville, reporting more of that sleet. So there is this warmer air trying to push its way just above the surface and make things a little bit more complicated for that profile. You have also still that freezing rain potential further to the south and to the west, even some of the lightning. So a very dynamic situation, but working up the I-95 corridor, look at that wall of moisture. This is well above the surface, and it's taking a little bit for the atmosphere to saturate. So while we're getting the snow to fall, it is so dry out that a lot of it is evaporating before it can make it to the surface, but it's gradually saturating the atmosphere, and it is now making it to the surface in New York, and we're going to see that across Long Island, further into Westchester County, New York, and eventually further into Connecticut. There is a statement, Stephen, from the Storm Prediction Center, what they call mesoscale discussions, talking about within the next 3 hours some snowfall rates that could be around 1 inch per hour that will be possible within this zone here. We've made it a little bit of a darker blue. D.C., Pittsburgh included in that, Philly, New York City, portions of I-80 across Pennsylvania. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, the fact that we've got this snow initially, I think this is when our big totals for New York and Boston, D.C. will add up. I should say New York and Philly, not Boston being so the whole time. But this is going to be the snowmaker out of this entire storm, I think.
Agreed. And I think, we could, in fact, I wouldn't doubt getting more intense snowfall rates over 1 inch per hour, maybe 2 inches per hour, depending on where that heavy band sets up, that more intense band. But already noticing out of the Washington, D.C. area, pulled up a couple of storm reports. Centerville talking about 5 inches of snow already this morning, and Woodstock 4 inches before things get icy.
It's everywhere, isn't it?
It's everywhere.
If you live east of the Rockies, it's not the snow and the freezing rain, it's the cold. And because it's everywhere, flights will be disrupted. Look at the total U.S. cancellations. Thousands of flights have been canceled nationwide, and as we're looking at where it's the worst, a live look in Philadelphia, really hard to gauge, but at least on our map, it's Charlotte and Atlanta that have the top cancellations, but Chicago, Dallas, Los Angeles, all dealing with significant delays. We've got ground delays, ground stops in effect, plenty of travel woes, which began on Friday. They continue on this Sunday. Much more ahead.
I'm Fox Weather's Ian Oliver. Are you ready to be a step ahead of the competition this football season? We've got you covered with our exclusive ROE, or Risk of Weather Impact. And this season, it's all tuned up, dialed in for football. The ROE takes all of the important aspects of the forecast and combines them into a single metric to represent the overall impact on the game. Temperature, precipitation, and wind, these are all scored based on the latest Fox Weather forecast and weighted based on our historical analysis of how different weather conditions impact the game. The ROE then averages them together to give a total score from 0 to 10. That score is then classified from 0 to high. The ROE automatically updates in real time based on the latest forecast. So stay tuned to Fox Weather to make sure that you have that competitive edge. For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
And speaking of that ROE, it's finally NFL Conference Championship weekend. We've got 4 teams, 2 games. Important games, too. The Patriots, they've made their way to Mile High City. and that's where the Broncos will be playing them later this afternoon into the evening. Could be one of the coldest games of the season that we've seen, certainly in Denver. Denver, so far this season, has been quite warm, but what timing? So we're looking at what's going to play out. Not only will it be cold, we got a chance of some snow when the Patriots and the Broncos kick off. This is later this afternoon, 3 o'clock. Wind's going to be something that we follow, but those temperatures, having a higher ROE, that's 7.1, gives an indication of those temperatures going to be a bit cold at Empower Field. Here are those temperatures. We'll see how long that game goes, but it's possible 5, 6 o'clock we could see that snow moving in. How about the other game? In Lumen Field, that's Seattle, Washington, as the Rams and the Seahawks. Later tonight, after the Broncos-Pats game, look at what's going to play out. Honestly, Seattle, a much better setup when we consider what we possibly could see. That wind impact not going to be a huge deal. How about the temperature impact? Also, looks fine. That max ROE of just 0.9, low end on the ROE. Temperatures in the low to mid 40s, maybe 39 degrees or so by 9 p.m. We'll see. Looks as if, though, if it's between the two, Seattle and Denver, Mother Nature is certainly going to have more of an issue in the Mile High City.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under negative 50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together. It is a Fox Weather Alert as we navigate this early Sunday morning. Welcome back into Weather Command Weekend. I'm Marissa Torres. We've got this nationwide storm really crippling travel. It's been a challenge throughout the weekend. We are almost out of the woods, but we got to get through the rest of today and into Monday. And even then, because the cold lingers, the problems could too. Whether you're taking to the roads, the interstates, or even some of the airports, which have been incredibly disrupted because of this winter storm. Nearly 10,000 flights, in fact, canceled nationwide today. You talk about what's happening now. There's a lot of red on the map when you look at airports from Dallas, which I know was a big problem over the weekend, still is this morning, to Atlanta, Chicago, to Minneapolis even, but all the way to New York City, those New York City area airports. Now, planes are flying, but not so much in the path of this winter storm. That ice is a big problem, not to mention the snow that is going to be increasing in intensity as it creeps further up the I-95 in the northeast and reduces visibility. So for that reason, and even some of the winds, a lot of flights have already been canceled. Look at all of the red on the map that goes from Philadelphia, the New York City area airports, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Albany, all the way up into Boston and Bangor, Maine, because we're eventually going to see this system exit out of the Northeast, out of Maine by the time we get into tomorrow. You talk about some of the delays and cancellations. This is going to be into and out of these airports, noting that Boston already has about 700 flights that have been canceled. Similar situation out of New York, JFK International, Philadelphia, Baltimore, a lot of canceled flights into and out of these airports, less delays. I think a lot of folks were given that heads up that if they wanted to switch their flight, they could, to hopefully help ease some of the issues at the airports the day of. When you look at what's happening out of the New York City area airports, we've had the snow filling in since about 5 o'clock this morning, and it's expected to pick up in intensity as we get further into the morning. Visibility isn't so bad, but it's at about 1.25 miles. That cloud base at 1,300 feet. That'll likely be lowering as we get further into the day. And noting that the misery index, this is what's interesting. The misery index is at an extreme. Rarely do we have it at an extreme, but that is because of how the weather is impacting actual travel into the New York City metro. So a lot of canceled flights. In fact, what was it? You said, Stephen, JFK or LaGuardia? LaGuardia at 95% of canceled flights. So that's into and out of the airport. It's just going to be a tough day. And when you see the airports that are obviously having this reaction to the weather picture,
the roads are going to be really rough as well. And please remember, sleet is icy, but it gives you a little bit more traction than even freezing rain. Freezing rain, it's like being out on an ice rink. Pretty sure I saw one of the Mets out of a local station in the Dallas-Fort Worth area ice skating. On the cement. So that gives you an idea. You can't really ice skate on sleet. So this is a look right now into Dallas, by the way. You have a lot of canceled flights, especially out of Dallas-Fort Worth. I know out of DFW, the National Weather Service talked about 1 to 2 inches of accumulating sleet. We are on the back edge of the storm in Dallas, but you do have a ground stop there at DFW, not at Dallas Love. But I promise you, both are having big issues this morning, Stephen. So beginning Friday, we're 48 hours into it, and we have another, I don't know, would you say 36 to go?
36. Well, if you consider the cold, Marissa, we're talking about the next 72.
Yeah, even longer.
We got cold weather watches in effect until Tuesday, so this Arctic blast is going to become the weather headline. Already is for a lot of people. This was Nashville yesterday. Looked like a snow globe, at least momentarily, before that ice moved on in. We had some freezing rain briefly, but then it transitioned to mostly sleet. That's what Music City has been dealing with. But yeah, this cold, it's expansive. We have cold weather warnings, watches and warnings. I guess we'll call them extreme cold warnings, right? Technically, that's the term, that extend from North Dakota all the way to, well, El Paso, close to El Paso, where we have the cold weather advisory. It's all encompassing. I know this shows through Monday morning, which most of these will expire then, but take, for example, places like Cincinnati, Ohio. We've got a cold weather watch for Tuesday morning. So there's an expansion to this cold weather that is going to be around for the first couple of days of next week. But it's very cold. I mean, by the numbers, I don't have to tell anybody, if you're living east of the Rockies, you feel it, even along the Rockies, as we saw in Denver, 7 degrees in Detroit, Sault Ste. Marie, 0, New York City, 10. Wind chills. I've never seen St. Louis at negative 19. That's significant. Chicago, negative 20. We've got negative 31 up in Minneapolis, too. You look at the type of air that we're dealing with here, and it goes without saying, but you've got that exposed skin, frost nip within a few minutes, frost bite, less than 30 if you're negative 30 or colder.
I checked in. I have family in the Twin Cities in Minneapolis. The air temperature was around 15 below zero. I think that was last week or the weekend. Yeah. Are you okay? Michigan, family there too. It is brutally cold out. And, you know, for that reason, we have a lot of cities that have opened warming shelters. Anybody who needs access to warmth. And I guess the big concern too is when you consider the cold that's really spread out east of the Rockies, to lose power could be incredibly dangerous. To not be able to heat your home.
That's so true. And taking those precautions, because people who are suffering with this ice storm right now through the deep south, it's possible that power could be out for a few days. And speaking of the south, the high temperature departures, we're likely going to see low temperatures, new low temperatures set. Given the time of year, here late January, early February, several record lows are possible. This Arctic air is only assisted by what's on the ground. We've seen Bain in Dallas, Mike Seidel in Tulsa. There is a fresh snowpack. Even if it's sleet, kind of works the same. It's ice, right?
Yeah.
So you deal with that, and that's going to keep those temperatures, especially with clear skies, which will move in by perhaps later tonight. Those temperatures will really have no problem plummeting. And by the looks of it, we'll continue with this northwest flow. This pattern is going to maintain itself. Houston has had some freezing rain already this morning. Probably not going to warm much above freezing, but at least we'll get above freezing.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of schools, if they haven't been closed because of the snow, they're closed because of the cold air. I will say, on the lighter side of the cold temperatures, if you're able to get out safely, there's a lot of cold weather experiments you can do.
Yes, sir.
There are things you could freeze. We filled water balloons.
Filled water balloons.
And we put them outside to create ice globes. I get to check on them maybe today if I make it home.
Low bubbles, freeze some pasta.
You can freeze some pasta, freeze clothes. Whatever it is, if you do it, take a photo of it and send us your photos. Snow, ice, we want to see all of it again, but do so safely. Scan the QR code on your screen that we have right there, or you can visit foxweather.com/connect. That's foxweather.com/connect. We've been loving what you've been sharing with us, so we so appreciate it as we continue to tell this weather story that's impacting so many of you. Keep it here. More Weather Command coming up after this break.
Truvia, a better way to sweep.
Flip that.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
We're back here on Weather Command Weekend. Marissa Torres, Stephen Morgan here, as well as some photos being sent in, as well as videos from people across the country. You see the locator there in the top left, and where this is coming from. The Hoosier State, Marissa.
Oh, they just got a big national championship win, the Hoosier State.
And now they're getting win for snow.
Out of Indiana there. Look at the snow piling up. This one's out of Butler. Is this also out of Indiana, guys? Okay, so make sure, I love all of you for sending in those photos, but what really helps us tell the story is if you put the state too. This is out of Pennsylvania. That was out of Palmerton, Stephen.
Palmerton. Looks like that snow was falling. You know, the snow is always the better stuff to take pictures of, because when it starts sleeting, a lot of people get grumpy. Or maybe I'm just speaking for myself.
I can relate. Texas with the pool in the distance, and very cold, very cold. And look at that, out of Tennessee. That's out of Hampshire, Tennessee. Hampshire, I'm gonna go with Hampshire, Tennessee. How the ice just accretes around. It can be so beautiful on the branches, but so dangerous.
Here's some Long Island. We also have that QR code. You can scan that and send your photos or videos. Real easy to do. You see it on your screen, but we've got the moisture moving into the Northeast too. We'll see. We've been saying it too all week, Marissa, that it's possible the highest snow totals come out of the Northeast.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for the Northeast. Foxweather.com/connect, by the way, I think is another way if you can't scan the barcode. If you're like me and you're like,
oh yeah.
Trying to zoom into
also, it's
the
very
screen.
early, so.
So early. As you get that, don't spill your coffee as you do that. I spilled mine already this morning. It's been a long morning.
That's all you did? That's fine.
No, I also spilled sugar.
Did you?
All over the rug.
That's the problem.
What else are we getting today? We're getting some totals, and not just that, we're now able to kind of rank the totals in terms of the top totals. This is interesting. Out of New Mexico, the top total over a foot there. And I think what it does is it reminds us that this has origins back to the Southwest, that Pacific moisture, and then an enhancement off of the Gulf, but over a foot in central New Mexico.
We need a storm track like this for the Southern Rockies to pick up the moisture. That's been one of those untold stories. They're dealing with a significant deficit, so this has been helpful, but that's about the only piece of good news to come from the storm. The sleet, my gosh, that's not snow. If you're in, is Elm Fork, Arkansas, 5 inches, but ice total, this would be freezing rain. So this is how things accrete, like that picture we saw out of Tennessee, onto elevated surfaces, branches, 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, and when you look at the power outages, it really is falling in a place where the freezing rain has been the biggest threat. Just because the weight of that ice and the power lines, they can't handle it. This is a look at the weather alerts that we have. They're going to fall back from southwest to northeast following that storm. Dallas, you're nearing the end of it, and we'll see more of the northeast get in on it, but not exiting the overall system until Monday as we wait for that coastal low to develop.
There's the dip. Arctic air, there's that ridge of high pressure. You can almost see it where it's at in the U.S., but that dip is finally shifting east. The reason why we've had this prolonged winter storm has been because that trough has been parked out near California, but as it moves east, center stage is going to be parts of the mid-Atlantic and the northeast.
So buckle up. We'll be with you every step of the way. A long way to go still. Another hour of Weather Command this weekend straight ahead on Fox Weather and also the Fox Business Network.
Let me... Sis Edmund in love? It can only be PRTG.
At CC's Pizza, you get all this, all for $9.99.
A little cold never hurt anyone. If you ask me, it actually makes everything a little more awesome. Okay, almost everything. Beavis Bend Cabin Country. Pack those puffy clothes and get here already.
Well-being isn't about big goals. It's about the small, conscious choices we make each day to nourish and care for ourselves, our loved ones, and the earth around us. Made with certified clean, high-quality ingredients, delicious and organic macro bars make it easier than ever to honor your intentions. Trust what you eat, love how you feel. Go Macro.
This is a Fox Weather Alert, a record-breaking winter storm unfolding as we speak, with dozens of records perhaps in jeopardy today. 240 million Americans impacted this morning. This storm stretching more than 2,300 miles. We got more than 40 states in total that will ultimately see some impacts. We've had significant icing, we've had significant snow, and also a ton of sleet. As a result, a lot of customers without power right now, sitting at just north of 400,000 customers. When we look at some of the numbers, whether that is freezing rain, 3/4 of an inch in northwestern Louisiana, that corridor of where we're seeing the highest power outages right now extends from North Texas into northern Louisiana and parts of Mississippi as well as Tennessee. 13 inches. That appears to be the top storm total from a snow perspective out of Bonita Lake, New Mexico. So some elevation at play here as that area of low pressure in this system out west has really been able to dig in. But I guarantee you, Bonita Lake is not going to be the place that takes the top total. I think parts of the Northeast and New England could very well be dealing with some higher totals as this storm begins to wrap up. Our coverage 24/7 continues. We have a live look here in Baltimore, Maryland. We've got the snow moving through Baltimore, our nation's capital. We are waiting on maybe that sleet to make some sort of transition to, well, what we wouldn't really like with this system. If we could make it all snow, I think that there'd be a lot more happy people. But the sleet is going to be associated with this area of low pressure, which is ultimately going to develop. 21 states, they're under emergency declarations as this storm is moving through country. East of the Rockies is where we're seeing the significant impacts. From a perspective of storm impacts, there are several facets. The snow continues to fall. One thing to know, it does look like we've got some dry air trying to punch into this system moving into North Texas, but there still is a little bit of snow that we'll have to follow as that band tries to move and work with its surface low. Elsewhere, we've got storms along the Gulf Coast. We've got freezing rain, sleet, and snow in the Appalachians. Even some of that cold air that's been damming farther to the south. Atlanta getting in on a really messy mixed bag, Marissa. The winter storm warnings that we have in effect, they extend all the way from Maine down to Texas, but that ice storm has always been the significant element here that we've been worried about, and certainly materializing when you look at the number of people without power.
Yeah, I'd say you have the immediate threat of just the dangers of what ice brings on the ground, on the steps outside of your home, the increased risk for power outages, and the prolonged cold of not being able to have access to heat. When you look at the top ice reports out of Louisiana, out of Oklahoma, out of Texas, this is where we're seeing a lot of those outages, a direct result of that ice that's been accreting for the past several hours since yesterday.
And you can really look at Arkansas. Farther north you head, it's more snow. The farther south you head, it's that freezing rain concern. The power outages, you see that. A new update just within the past few minutes from 429,000 to now 477,000. We're approaching 500,000 customers without power. And then we have the sleet. Sleep much better when you look at the potential of us dealing with power outages. But nonetheless, as this system continues to move off to the east, it's got a long story and journey ahead of it because the 95 corridor are going to be impacted later today.
Yeah, we want to take it back into the Northeast. We'll take a look into Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. That's been seeing the snow fall for a few hours now. It is accumulating and very quickly. Washington, D.C., by the way, could have some of those more intense snowfall rates. Visibility already a little bit reduced. In fact, not far from D.C., Stephen showed the camera out of Baltimore, where they're even reporting not just heavy snow, but freezing fog as well. So a long day to go, and even some of that snow is the risk for mixing in with some sleet.
Yeah, we'll see that. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne is outside in the elements. I know the snow's rough, but Katie, with that wind picking up, a temperature in the teens, I'm sure it feels much closer to zero.
It feels bitter cold out here, and it was the same yesterday, but certainly worse today with the actual conditions here. Of course, then you end up wet, and it gets even colder when that happens. But we've noticed the winds absolutely picking up here in D.C. A plow just passed by, making sure that this street behind me, right in front of essentially the Capitol, is clear for folks who may need to get around today. Of course, officials are warning people, though, to stay off the roads if you're not an essential worker through Monday. There's another plow making its way through right in front of the Capitol building, which you can't even make out right now because of the reduced visibility. So that's a combination of things. The active snowfall, which, by the way, the flakes that we have been seeing consistently all morning, very thin, very icy flakes, but just a lot of them at once. So that's reducing visibility combined with the winds. And then, all of those factors just make for dicey conditions outside. Most of the morning now, we haven't been able to make out the Capitol building in the distance there. And most of the morning, the streets have been snow covered up until that plow just made that pass. And we're starting to see some pavement here as I think we're getting into the daylight hours. The sun will be coming up soon. Maybe the expectation is that more people will be on the roads, though the warning is to stay off of them because of the conditions out here. We've been talking to people across the region about this storm, what their thoughts are, how they prepared. Many tell me that they were among all of those who were at the grocery stores emptying the shelves, and they plan on just staying in because they say it really doesn't take much snow to cause problems on the roads in D.C.
People don't know how to handle 2 inches of snow in the DMV area, and it's not that hard. It's really not. You just gotta hold your wheel steady when you're driving if there's ice.
Yeah, good advice to people who may have to be out today, but of course the warning is to stay off the roads, as officials are warning people too to prepare for days of outages, because even after the snow moves out, we'll have dangerously cold temperatures set in, and that could weigh down any of the leftover snow that freezes up and weighs down power lines, tree limbs, things of that nature. We're already seeing outages in places in the south. We have a number of outages across Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi at this hour, and we have crews all over the place covering the storm, including our own Mike Seidel, who's in Tulsa, Oklahoma this morning with some snow still coming down there. Mike?
Yes, and I'm a little jealous there of you, Katie, in D.C. I just saw Reagan National at 7 a.m. a few minutes ago reporting another inch in the past hour and now 3 inches on the ground. So it's snowing pretty good there in the nation's capital. Just a matter of how much sleet gets in there and cuts down on the what could be more snowfall totals, but a good storm, nice and cold there. It is cold here, actually colder than D.C. Right now here in Tulsa, we're at 6 degrees above zero, and our wind chills have been hovering about 10 below zero. There's a little bit of wind, not a howling wind. Boy, if we had a howling wind this morning, this snow would be blowing everywhere. This is just pure powder. You can see that. It's pixie dust. And so thankfully we don't have wind gusts 30, 35 miles per hour. But look at the roadways. One pass up Yale there on the left. We've not seen any plows in about the hour and a half we've been out here. So it's tough to get around. You got to slow down. Let me show you what it looked like driving to get some breakfast this morning. And you can see the roadways are snow-packed. You can't see the asphalt, but as I showed you earlier, I can scrape the snow down to the asphalt and concrete with my boot. That's a good thing. We didn't have any melting yesterday, so we didn't have any refreezing overnight, so there's not a layer of ice under the snow. And there's the plowing going on, the Bobcats. I can hear the beep, beep, beep as they back up here across the area, and all these parking lots are trying to get them cleared out. I suspect maybe a few more businesses will try to open today. I'm not sure. Yesterday was just a handful of restaurants, and again, the gas stations were open for, you can get your snacks and your gas in those areas. But the snow's still flying on the radar. You can see we still have a little bit more coming in from the south and west, another band. By the way, Oklahoma City set a record snowfall yesterday of 4.6 inches. We did only 2.6 or 2.4 officially, but many areas reported about 4 inches. And overnight, we've had another 4 to 6 inches of snow. Another inch or two will fall. This is going to end here by the end of the morning hours. 10, 11 o'clock, we'll be done with the snow. Today's high about 20. The record low max today is 18. So we have a shot. Yesterday, we broke the record low max. The high was only 13 degrees. That is 37 degrees below average. And the next couple of mornings are going to be cold. Down around 5 tomorrow morning. That's a record low. The record stands right now at 7. 5 on Tuesday morning. We'll get above freezing on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then another shot of Arctic air comes in, and it gets cold again for a day. It does moderate by the weekend back above 40 degrees. Power outages, not a real threat here. We had all snow, not sticking to the trees and power lines. There's a couple thousand customers way down in southeast Oklahoma without power, but that's on a power base of over 2 million. So this morning, we're looking pretty good here as far as power goes, but it is bone chilly cold, and it is going to stay that way today with highs again today, about 30 degrees below average. So very little melting today, unless we can get some sun this afternoon, but it doesn't look very likely as the snow continues to fly here at this intersection.
I was going to ask Mike before we let you go. I know we're pressed for time. That band out to your west, it looks impressive. That could drop some decent snow. You watching that thing?
I'm watching it. You know I'm watching it because that's our last hope to get close to the record. I still don't think we're going to hit the record of 14.0, the all-time snowstorm record, because the airport yesterday only had about 2.5 inches. I was kind of surprised. It'll be interesting to see how much they measured overnight. I'm going to keep checking to see if we have any local co-op totals that have come in recently. We didn't have any as about 45 minutes ago. Get you the latest as we come back with you in about an hour here on Fox Weather.
Yeah, that as a kid,
enjoy the snow in Midtown, by the way.
I watched that.
I've been watching the snow in Midtown this morning.
Yeah, that's been happening. Right as we were coming in, starting to see those flakes fly.
Very gentle flakes. All right, well, we're rooting for maybe a little bit more for the kids that are going to be out of school anyway as we head into Monday, as long as everybody can be safe. Mike, appreciate you, everything you're doing out there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We'll check in with you in the next hour. In the meantime, New York City.
Speaking of what Seidel was talking about there, New York City, Midtown Manhattan, we have the lights up. It's just a winter wonderland for now, but pretty soon it's going to be a sleet storm. If you're up early, enjoy the flakes in the Northeast and even parts of the Mid-Atlantic. Air cold enough, but this is and has been advertised as the opportunity that people along the 95 corridor have to get in on the significant snow. Just look at those temperatures, though. My goodness. Single digits. 29 degrees now in Charleston, West Virginia, as we're getting reports of some freezing rain. That's concerning the entire state of West Virginia, that and several others under winter storm warnings, as this is a wide impact storm. This has been the focus with that precip shield moving in. What we're dealing with, there's some forcing in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. It's going to squeeze out additional moisture. We could really see some significant snow rates over the next couple of hours. 1 inch per hour will be possible. There was talk, Marissa, that this could be maybe 2-3 inches an hour, but it looks like right now 1 inch is good, and we'll see how long that lasts. That's going to be what really determines who sees more snow, I think, out of this whole event until that coastal low begins to crank and affect parts of New England.
Yeah, this is a little bit more manageable from Philly to New York, but with the more enhanced snowfall rates further into the day, I would expect there to be reduced visibility. So any last-minute errands that you do have in these cities, do it now. It's only going to deteriorate as you get further into the morning as it heads up towards Boston and Maine. Filling in the Mitten of Michigan, they don't want any more snow. This has been an area the Great Lakes are freezing up. Erie has a lot more ice coverage, but this isn't lake effect. You know, this is just an
optic scale, right?
Yeah, and it's taking over part of the Ohio Valley.
There's a lot of moisture that we have to get through, and we'll watch to see how things develop. Pay attention to just off the coast of the Carolinas. That's going to be where this energy is transferred, and then we will start to see additional snow and sleet for the 95 corridor. Until then, that slug of moisture moving on through Westminster, Maryland. There we are, a temperature of 0 degrees. It does look like a tundra, right, but with snow, and we've got more snow falling. Exclusive storm tracker Brandon Kopic, he has been out crossing the Ohio River into the state of Ohio. He's in Monroe, Ohio, as that snow continues to fall. In fact, where Brandon's at, one of the more intense bursts of snow that we're dealing with. Not a lot of people on the roads, which is good. He's been helping someone out of the snow who was stuck on the highway. Not great conditions, but we are going to be keeping tabs on that. Much more straight ahead.
Buddy.
It's kickoff time.
Are we still waiting on that homemade guac? Let's go to the sideline.
Flag! Send in the pro.
Holy guacamole.
Where else can you find limitless fields of powder, explore 7 legendary back bowls, and then ski into an après scene other villages can only dream of? Vail, like nothing on Earth. Plan your legendary escape today.
Shake it time and make it go and get yourself a whistle and blow.
You about us, we got now.
We're switching to Scribe for onboarding. Everyone, get Scribe, do the process, share your guide.
Weather Command, it is a Fox Weather Alert as we continue to track this winter storm racing its way across America. We have a twin look for you, downtown Dallas on the right side of your screen there, with some of the sleet that built up and even some of the snow over the past 24, 48 hours or so. And then to the left side, you have a look into Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, where we had about 1 to 2 inches of sleet that was recorded there. Either way, it's been a historic storm for so many states across the country that have been dealing with it. We're still waiting for that potential for outages, but Dallas, you are nearing the end of the, well, what's been a really tumultuous road.
What a rough ride it was. Meteorologist Bane Froney has been there riding it out in Dallas, checking in. Bane, I know those temperatures are cold, and I hate to say it, but we could have some of the coldest air to come as this storm exits.
Yeah, exactly, Stephen. Marissa, it is cold here, and it's potentially going to get even colder as we move throughout the rest of this morning. We could actually see those wind chills heading into the negatives as we move throughout the next few hours. Right now, we're sitting in the teens, in the low teens, currently about 13 degrees right now where we're at in Dallas, and the feel-like temperatures are in the single digits. It is cold out here, but of course, we got to talk about it. Look at all of the white stuff that's sitting just behind me. This, I know it looks a lot like snow, but is actually mostly sleet. We got a good inch of sleet that fell here in the downtown Dallas area. Like you had mentioned there, Marissa, 1 to 2 inches over in the Dallas-Fort Worth airport is what they were recording just in the past 24 hours. So it has been an intense storm for us. I kind of want to take you back into what we experienced over the past 24 hours. When I was standing out here at this time yesterday, these streets, fine. Nothing was out here. It was hardly even raining. And then the cold rain came, then the freezing rain, then the sleet, then we got snow, and then the sleet continued on and off throughout the entirety of the day yesterday and overnight. Now we have a little bit of more of that lighter snow falling currently here in downtown Dallas. But I do want to touch on this because this is the most impactful part of the storm. It is the power outages. As of right now, throughout the entire country, nearly 500,000 people are without power. Of those, over 100,000 are here in the Lone Star State, dealing with the powerless conditions. It's a scary situation for a lot of folks, especially with these very dangerously cold temperatures that we're dealing with. It's not going to go away anytime soon. We are expecting these temperatures to remain frigid today, tomorrow, into Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday is when we could start to see those temperatures trying to climb above freezing. But at this point, folks without power may have to sit for a while because, I mean, you know, TxDOT is working tirelessly to get folks that power back. And of course, the roads are going to be treacherous. Trying to get out anywhere is very, very difficult. We've been seeing some brave souls trying to get on the roadways right now, hopefully having some four-wheel drive because it is slippery out there. Even already kind of walking around on the sidewalks here, we've been slipping and sliding ourselves. But as we move throughout the next few days, we are expecting those temperatures to eventually climb and hopefully thaw out. Now, moving a little bit farther south from us here in Dallas, near Austin, as well as into Houston, right now they're still in the thick of it, still dealing with some of those freezing rain conditions currently. And the good news about being a little bit farther south from us here in Dallas is that those temperatures, they'll get a little bit warmer slightly quicker. So they might not be in that, as treacherous conditions, as dangerous conditions for as long, but it's still going to be a very, very impactful system, obviously, as it continues to track more towards the east, you guys. So we still have a ways to go when it comes to the cold. And also, I mean, these roads, you guys, don't plan on driving on them anytime soon if you are in the Texas area. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is so important as you monitor storms like this because it's going to be different for everybody. As you mentioned, Houston reporting more of the freezing rain. In terms of the consistency where you are, it's a little bit crunchier, right? It's not that nice fluffy snow that we've seen fall in areas to the north.
No, exactly. I'll come over here. I'll show you guys a little bit what we're dealing with right now. I mean, this is kind of crazy because I can't even really pick up the sleet because it's so frozen because the temperatures are so cold. But if you look a little bit closer, I mean, you can see all of these little ice crystals. And this has been the consistency for pretty much everything that we see on the ground. Maybe a little bit of those that snow trying to stick now. But, I mean, mostly just sleet. And honestly, you guys, I've never seen this much sleet in my life, let alone here in Texas. So, a very, very impactful and dangerous system that has moved in. It's, again, sticking around for quite some time. So, folks here need to get used to this, the sleet look at this point.
Hate to say it, that's a winter storm in North Texas right there. Yeah. My sister-in-law sent me pictures of my nieces doing sleet angels street. Can you imagine?
Their little hearts.
If only they could do the snowbane.
Yeah. Yeah, don't challenge
right? I know. I was gonna say maybe I should do a sleet angel. Maybe next
Sun's
hour.
not up, not
That's
yet.
right.
We got 24 hours to go.
Yeah, we got a long way to go. Bane, awesome job out there. You know, it is cold, it is icy, so the best thing you can do is stay at home and stay in that warmth of your home, and hopefully still have power. We'll be checking in with Bane throughout the morning.
We also have more ice to come. This is Jasper, Alabama. I don't think the temperature is 0 there in Jasper. I think that temperature is wrong, so discount that, but I think the city is correct. So yeah, we won't look at the temperatures, the current conditions on that top banner, because I don't think that that's accurate. But I will say we've got several cities in the southeast that are dealing with some ice, some sleet, more than just that, even maybe a little bit of snow. Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres joining us now from Charlotte.
Yeah, talking about a very different setup that we're seeing in portions of North Carolina. For Charlotte, Chelsea, it's really more so about the freezing rain, but I know even for Charlotte, it's not just one type of precip, it's a little bit of everything.
It's a mix of everything. It's so interesting. I walked over here across the street and you can see it just feels very slushy of whatever this is. A mix of what is this? Sleet and perhaps that freezing rain. You know, I'll kind of take you back a little bit to last night, because now this morning we're starting to finally see some people walk around. We have some police crews over here that are just kind of posting up, but people are walking what look like they might be going to work, or they had coffee in hand in their backpacks. But last night people were out here, when people were out here, these were dry roads, right? Dry roads. It was really just cold all day on Saturday. Then just before midnight, some mist, very, very light rain was coming through. And then throughout the morning, really since midnight up until now, it was kind of just this harder, peltier type sleet, this very small pellets that felt like sprinkles. It would kind of pelt your face a little bit. And I'll kind of show you this tree here, because we've been showing this a little bit here all morning. You can kind of see a very thin layer of glaze across it, kind of like a glaze that you would see on a cake or some sort, a Texas sheet cake, if you will. I'm all about the desserts today. And really, I mean, this is kind of the extent that we've seen. We haven't seen too much of that ice accumulation on any of these twigs. Even the power outages here in the Carolinas through Duke Energy is showing just about 1,600 throughout most of North Carolina, a little bit of South Carolina. So relatively, that's pretty solid so far. It seems like most of those power outages are in the northeast of Charlotte and kind of west of Asheville. That's where we're seeing these. But I mean, really, this is the extent of what we're seeing. It almost looks like a light powder snow too. And earlier too, throughout the night, it was like a layer of ice underneath all of this. And then, I mean, it's very, very light, very powdery, very crunchy. But you can't really do anything with it. So this is kind of what we're dealing with. And again, all night, people have been driving through this. We've been seeing some people go to the airport. I asked one couple where they were heading off to. They said they were supposed to go to Cancun from Dallas, I believe, and then they got turned around. Now they're supposed to go to Pittsburgh and then Chicago to Springfield. So people are getting turned around all over, and now we're just kind of seeing what will happen as this continues to come down. It's not really letting up, and it's not really coming down really hard. Marissa, Steven?
At 10 degrees, too.
I know. It's like a chapter book, right? And as we get further into the morning, we're going to see the evolution and the impacts. But for right now, I guess holding steady, though it is icy and it is cold, and it's just all in all not a good day to be outside. Chelsea, thank you. Chelsea's also going to be with us throughout the morning as we have this extended coverage to monitor this winter storm.
Expanded 24/7. Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. Our coverage of the strongest winter storm of the season continues. We are streaming this morning on all your favorite platforms. Unique to Fox Weather, we are free. You just have to find us. And if you need to tell people how to find us, foxweather.tv. That will take you to our source. This winter storm just beginning to crank in the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, and eventually New England, where we could be dealing with up to 2 feet of snow. More Fox Weather after the break.
LSU Online is designed to move with you, for you, when and where life happens.
Back here on Fox Weather, this winter storm, it's expansive, stretching more than 2,000 miles, affecting a lot of big cities. As a result, you see the numbers there, more than 9,000 flights already canceled this morning with about 590 en route. We are watching conditions at the big airport hubs across the country because navigating today will likely be a hassle. Those delays and cancellations, Marissa, starting all the way back on Friday and very well could reach a fever pitch today.
Yeah, going to be a long day ahead, especially when it comes to that travel potential. Pilot and meteorologist JP Dice is going to hang out with us. He's joining us this morning. Hey there. Hey there, JP. All right. If you tried to fly yesterday, especially out of Texas, out of Dallas, more than likely you were canceled. We have issues that we're going to see expand all the way into the Northeast as we go further into the day. But even when the storm ends, how much longer could we expect to see some fallout as a result of this winter system?
Well, you know, after the precipitation ends, we're still looking at some unbelievably cold temperatures, so you're still going to be dealing with icy ramps, icy runways, and trying to get all of the infrastructure at the airports back into operation. So you could be looking at several days at some of the major hubs. Also, the domino effect from all of the delays and cancellations that we've had not only today, but yesterday and what we'll likely see tomorrow. Bottom line, today, there's a good chance you're not going to get where you need to get. And even if you got there, what are you going to do? Because it's going to be hard to even get around some of these cities.
I'm looking at this list. Active airport events by the Federal Aviation Administration, JP Dice. I've never seen so many closures. Now, I know it's happened in the past, but what do you make of that? I mean, there is a difference of being, you know, under a ground stop, a ground delay, but then you have airport closures.
Yeah, well, their runways shut down. At Dallas, all 6 runways are closed right now. And you have multiple runways closed in Atlanta and Charlotte at the moment. You've got big delays in Chicago. This is going to get worse for the Northeast. And what you're seeing with those closures, it's the airport and the airport administration and all of their people there to try to get these runways open, get things cleaned up. That takes time. Plus, on top of that, you're going to be dealing with airplanes that have to be de-iced. That also slows things down. And then the ongoing weather. You have low visibility. You have high winds. You have snowy runways. That keeps airplanes out, or it really reduces the capacity of the air traffic control system.
Yeah, I imagine that, you know, a lot of times, I think the airlines have gotten a lot better in terms of if we know there's going to be significant weather impact, they'll notify a lot of the flyers and say, hey, this is coming. You have a flight that day. Would you like to change it? But when you're in the moment and you haven't changed your flight, it's really tough, right, with weather, because essentially it's up to the passenger to find that accommodation and, I guess more importantly, pay for that extra night at the hotel or whatever it may be.
Yeah, and this was one of those weekends that I know some people just have to travel, but we kind of saw this thing coming for days. Big, historic winter storm that really, if you could have avoided any kind of travel so you didn't get stuck somewhere, this would have been the weekend to do that. But we know how it goes. You get your phone, and then you start getting those delays, and the delays, and delays, and then it finally says that flight canceled. And then you're stuck, and then you have to end up scrambling for a place to stay, as well as everybody else scrambling for a place to stay.
Yeah, those rooms can fill up real quickly. I know, JP, Marissa had mentioned, in addition to being a pilot, you're a meteorologist. I'm wondering, through the context of flights today, the Northeast, that corridor, going to be messy. When it comes to air travel, is sleet or snow better? Does it matter?
Snow's better. Snow's really not a huge deal. It starts when you start dealing with freezing rain and ice buildup. That's the problem. The icy runways, and you can easily not only just landing or taking off, but even just operating around the airport. You can slide across ramps. The brakes on the airplanes don't work very well, or if an airplane's being pushed back from a gate, sometimes the tug can't have traction, or you try to stop the airplane and it just keeps going. So that is a problem. Airlines look at that and they just kind of, hey, we're not gonna mess with this because there's too much of a safety factor there. So they just, based on their operations and their limits and how they work, they're just not going to move during all this because there's too much of a threat for something bad to happen.
Yeah, JP, real quick, because I know we're running out of time. We put our cars in the garage so they don't get iced over. because otherwise you can't open your door. Planes, I mean, that's a process too, right? They have to get the ice off of these planes.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, airline aircraft stay outside. There's no big hangars unless there's a maintenance event going on. Corporate aircraft, private airplanes, a lot of times those end up in hangars. That de-ice process takes time. And then if the airplane has to wait, is being delayed because of air traffic, you got a lot of planes taking off, you have to de-ice it again. There's holdover times for that de-icing fluid. So, yeah, it's a mess. It's a problem. It slows everything down. And it's going to take a couple of days at the very least to get the whole air traffic system flowing again. These major hubs are just being hammered today. The ones that have not been hammered are about to be later today.
Yeah, it's something that we're going to be watching. But as you had mentioned, well forecasted. We talked about it. We knew it was going to happen. So hopefully those who needed to make adjustments did. But we know the inevitability that it is going to affect someone or millions of someone. Pilot and meteorologist JP Dice, thanks for joining us early this morning on Fox Weather. Appreciate it.
You bet, guys.
All right, let's go ahead and take it into our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., that's been dealing with the snow for a few hours now at least. This is a historic winter storm from southwest to northeast. We've continued to see records fall, whether it's in regards to historic snowfall, sleet, or, well, some of the rain, believe it or not, to the south. But in D.C., we keep that winter storm warning into tomorrow morning.
And we also keep Katie Byrne every hour, every half hour. She's joining us again from D.C. Katie, we're watching where that sleet line, where that mixing line is. It's still to your south, but as far as the snow goes, are you beginning to see anything a little bit more than snow?
I don't think so just yet. It still feels like snow, but it's got a pellet consistency to it. It's hard, it's icy, and that could be just because of the cold temperatures we're dealing with. But cleanup is really underway at this point because of the fact that we finally have some daylight here to show you a little bit more about what the conditions look like in the nation's capital. We have at least 3 inches on the ground here, so already seeing a good amount of snow, and certainly a plowable snow at this point. Crews said that they were holding out until we had 2 inches on the ground to get out there and start plowing the snow, but they did do a lot of pre-treating here in DC. The Department of Public Works, they actually started brining the roads on Thursday night. So then they came in with the salt yesterday. We actually saw some trucks pass by us a few times with salt dropping down on the streets, and now is when we are in plow territory because of all the snow that you see on the ground that has at times reduced visibility around us. We've been watching buildings disappear in the distance because of just the rate of snowfall we've been getting. Looks like things have improved a little bit, and I want to say maybe I am starting to see a bit of a changeover, but it's hard to say. It really just does feel like pellet consistency as folks, I think, try to keep up with this, because we know that once we get into the aftermath of the actual snowfall, we're going to be in several days of very, very cold temperatures, and that's going to make this snow really hard to work with when it comes to cleanup, because anything you see here that's left over will ice over, and then that could also weigh down power lines, tree limbs, things like that. But for now, the priority is keeping people off the roads, and the mayor here in D.C., Muriel Bowser, really asked that anyone who's not an essential worker just stays away so that people who do have to get to work are able to do it safely.
There are people who have to get to their jobs at hospitals and at grocery stores and senior facilities. So there are people who need to be moving, and others that could spend a Sunday at home. And so we would recommend that.
It does sound like that's the plan for a lot of folks that I've met so far in the city. Many people tell me they went, got their groceries, and they're planning to be at home for potentially a number of days because of the fear of those outages. And now that I've been telling you we've got a little bit of a changeover maybe happening, I definitely feel that that's the case, because I can hear the difference in the precip that's falling at this point. It was lighter, less noisy 5 minutes ago. Then now we have a little tent nearby, and I can hear the pellets kind of raining down. So I think we are officially in that changeover right now.
Yeah, just you don't have, when snow is falling, it looks a little bit more gentle, kind of like how you can see behind us in our graphic. But with you, Katie, it does look like it's just raining. It's heavier, right? There's a lot more moisture packed into that. And, very well forecasted storm. And I think what we're seeing across a lot of these cities, businesses are closing. They want people off the road, and a long day ahead. with that cold and with that ice. Katie, appreciate you. I know it hasn't been the easiest standing out in the elements, but making it look easy, my friend. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C. this morning.
All right, we've got some breaking news, too. Tracking power outages across the country, and we've now eclipsed 500,000. More than 500,000 customers across the country without power. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee taking the brunt of it, and specifically, there's a pretty narrow corridor of freezing rain. It's northeast Texas, extreme northern Louisiana, western Mississippi in the northern parts of the state, and southwestern Tennessee. Our coverage of this winter storm continues 24/7. Right through the storm, we're back after this.
I'm Fox Weather's Ian Oliver. Are you ready to be a step ahead of the competition this football season? We've got you covered with our exclusive ROE, or risk of weather impact. And this season, it's all tuned up, dialed in for football. The ROE takes all of the important aspects of the forecast and combines them into a single metric to represent the overall impact on the game. Temperature, precipitation, and wind, these are all scored based on the latest Fox Weather forecast and weighted based on our historical analysis of how different weather conditions impact the game. The ROE then averages them together to give a total score from 0 to 10. That score is then classified from 0 to high. The ROE automatically updates in real time based on the latest forecast. So stay tuned to Fox Weather to make sure that you have that competitive edge. For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
We're back here on Fox Weather, continuing to track this winter storm, and the snow has started falling in the Big Apple. Central Park so far officially reporting 0.8 of an inch, and crews out there on Times Square wiping down the first few flakes or trying to shovel that off. We have much more on the way, several inches of snow expected. In fact, we could see anywhere between 6 and upwards of 12 inches. In addition to the snow, the disruptions at New York City airports adding up to over 95% of flights have been disrupted at LaGuardia Airport in New York City. We're taking a broad look at the radar, and you see where that snow is falling, extending all the way from St. Louis, still getting in on some significant snow down south into Oklahoma and extreme northern Texas, a little closer to Texoma. That's right along the Red River. In the meantime, we've got some storms working through Louisiana. There's a severe threat, a developing severe weather threat that we're going to have later today through parts of Alabama, Georgia, as well as Florida. But no doubt the heaviest snow and the bulk of this moisture beginning to move into and along the 95 corridor. It's there where we've actually had the temperatures remain cold. But our Katie Byrne in D.C. already talking about some of that mixing, some of that sleet ongoing. So it's something that we'll pay attention to, of course, throughout the morning. All of this snow and sleet, freezing rain and rain going to be lifting to the north as we'll see things wind down later this afternoon in St. Louis. The focus will be the 95 corridor with some significant snow, several inches possible.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
It is a Fox Weather Alert this morning. Welcome back into Weather Command Weekend. I'm Marissa Torres, and what you were looking at is a live look from Brandon Kopic, one of our exclusive storm trackers that is out there in Ohio, in Middletown, Ohio, which is not too far from Cincinnati. The roads are snow covered. In fact, there's really not much in terms of tire marks, I'm sure, from maybe the very few people that were out there this morning. It looks like plows haven't quite gotten to this part of the road. I know he was on an interstate earlier, so I'm not sure if this is an interstate or one of the side roads. Either way, it's snow covered. You can't see where the lines are, where the markings are. It makes it a lot harder to stay in your lane. Not to mention the roads are going to be slippery, but at least for Cincinnati, we're not worried about an ice threat. This is just a snow event for much of Ohio. We've seen a lot of that snow overtake the Ohio Valley, and it is spreading off into the northeast. For travel, specifically travel, it is going to be a very difficult day, not just on the roads and interstates, but for anybody that was trying to get somewhere by plane. If you haven't changed that flight already, perhaps you're flying in from the west into the northeast, you could be disrupted. You could have delays or you could have cancellations. The northeast is really going to struggle. All red for all of the airports. LaGuardia, where, by the way, we are already seeing over half an inch being recorded in the New York City area airport. Central Park, 0.8 of an inch is what's been reported there. So it is quickly accumulating, and we're getting into some of the heavier snow. Boston, you will have mainly snow today. It looks like an all-snow event for Boston, but that doesn't mean it's going to be any better. You are likely going to have a lot more delays that come down the line, even as we get into tomorrow, as we see things start to taper off into Monday. That's a look into, there's one plane right there. That is one plane flying, it looks like, away and out of the northeast, which is surprising. Most planes aren't flying in the cloud base. It is lowered now to 900 feet. And noticing for the misery index, it is at an extreme, which is rare. We don't really see it at that point, but no surprise here. None of this is surprising. A very well forecasted system. So when we see the delays and the cancellations, these are both into and out of the area airports.
Cold weather watch is in effect until Tuesday, so this Arctic blast is going to become the weather headline. Already is for a lot of people. This was naturally yesterday. Looked like a snow globe, at least momentarily, before that ice moved on in. We had some freezing rain briefly, but then it transitioned to mostly sleet. That's what Music City has been dealing with. But yeah, this cold, it's expansive. We have cold weather warnings, watches and warnings. I guess we'll call them extreme cold warnings, right? Technically, that's the term, that extend from North Dakota all the way to, well, El Paso, close to El Paso, where we have the cold weather advisory. It's all encompassing. I know this shows through Monday morning, which most of these will expire then, but take, for example, places like Cincinnati, Ohio. We've got a cold weather watch for Tuesday morning. So there's an expansion to this cold weather that is going to be around for the first couple of days of next week. But it's very cold. I mean, by the numbers, I don't have to tell anybody. If you're living east of the Rockies, you feel it, even along the Rockies, as we saw in Denver, 7 degrees in Detroit, Sault Ste. Marie, 0, New York City, 10 wind chills. I've never seen St. Louis at negative 19. That's significant. Chicago, negative 20. We've got negative 31 up in Minneapolis, too. You look at the type of air that we're dealing with here, and it goes without saying, but you've got that exposed skin, frost nip within a few minutes, frost bite, less than 30 if you're negative 30 or colder.
I checked in. I have family in the Twin Cities in Minneapolis. The air temperature was around 15 below zero. I think that was last week or the weekend. Yeah. Are you okay? Michigan, family there too. It is brutally cold out. And, you know, for that reason, we have a lot of cities that have opened warming shelters. Anybody who needs access to warmth. And I guess the big concern too is when you consider the cold that's really spread out east of the Rockies, to lose power could be incredibly dangerous. To not be able to heat your home.
It's so true. And taking those precautions, because people who are suffering with this ice storm right now through the deep south, it's possible that power could be out for a few days. And speaking of the south, the high temperature departures, we're likely going to see low temperatures, new low temperatures set. Given the time of year, here late January, early February, several record lows are possible. This Arctic air is only assisted by what's on the ground. We've seen Bain in Dallas, Mike Seidel in Tulsa. There is a fresh snowpack. Even if it's sleet, it kind of works the same. It's ice, right?
Yeah.
So you deal with that, and that's going to keep those temperatures, especially with clear skies, which will move in by perhaps later tonight. Those temperatures will really have no problem plummeting. And by the looks of it, we'll continue with this northwest flow. This pattern is going to maintain itself. Houston has had some freezing rain already this morning. Probably not going to warm much above freezing, but at least we'll get above freezing.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of schools, if they haven't been closed because of the snow, they're closed because of the cold air. I will say, on the lighter side of the cold temperatures, if you're able to get out safely, there's a lot of cold weather experiments you can do.
Yes, sir.
The things you could freeze. We filled water balloons.
Filled water balloons.
And we put them outside to create ice floats. I get to check on them maybe today if I make it home.
Little bubbles, freeze some pasta.
You can freeze some pasta, freeze clothes. Whatever it is, if you do it, take a photo of it and send us your photos. Snow, ice, we want to see all of it again, but do so safely. Scan the QR code on your screen that we have right there, or you can visit foxweather.com/connect. That's foxweather.com/connect. We've been loving what you've been sharing with us, so we so appreciate it as we continue to tell this weather story that's impacting so many of you. Keep it here. More Weather Command coming up after this break.
Vale, like nothing on Earth. Plan your legendary escape today.
Fox Weather, sorry, did I steal your words?
No,
Fox Weather Alert here on Weather Command Weekend. We're taking a look at some of the photos, videos that you've sent in to us here at Fox Weather. This one is out of Buffalo, New York, with some of the snow falling down there. Buffalo has seen quite a bit of snow, especially into the south towns. But anytime you can put a video to it, you can see just how snowy it is.
And we're looking at Pennsylvania, too. Newport, Pennsylvania. This shows you, sent in by Katie, looks like. We saw plenty of snow there before that transition occurred. West Virginia
West Virginia, take me home. Country
road.
Just don't be on those roads today, folks, okay? That's into New Albany, Ohio. Appreciate the city and the state. Ohio, across the Ohio Valley, really, we're seeing that snow take over.
The dogs love it. This is in Indiana, the Hoosier state, and the dog's name, we're told, is Gator. Is that correct? loving that fresh powder that's been falling through Indiana.
Oh, this is Zoe. So first we had Gator, now we have Zoe out of Wheeling, West Virginia. Oh, look at how pretty she is. Maybe like a heel or mix, I don't know. She's enjoying it.
Maybe creating some of that fresh yellow snow.
Some fresh yellow snow, just don't eat it. And here out of Macedonia, Illinois, a little boy that is seeing snow for the first time. And not just any snow, that's some deep snow.
You got some plowable ones there, buddy. The QR code, you can scan it if you're able to. Upload your pictures or videos. We've been getting a lot in. Appreciate that. You can also go to foxweather.com/connect in order to upload those images if you do want to do that. We'd love to see it because truly this storm's given us everything but the kitchen sink this morning. Speaking of, we got an alert system that's lit up this morning.
Wild to see closed airports.
So many.
Depending on where you are, in the smaller airports, not the big metros, but still, anytime you have an impactful system, it's just easier for these airports to shut down since they don't have any flights, and it's easier to keep all the staff at home. The reach of this system, I think, has also been very, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, coming out of New Mexico, and we'll see these alerts taper from southwest to northeast, but from New Mexico to Maine, and for some of you, you still have a day to go until you see things improve.
And one of those top lines that we had on our alert system, power outages, the bulk of them coming from Texas, Louisiana, into Mississippi and Tennessee. There's our dip. So we've put on these streamlines. You see, this is about 10,000 feet up in the atmosphere. And whenever you have a dip like this, that always means inclement weather downwind. So you get this ability to rise air vertically on the eastern side of this trough. And as this whole trough shifts east today, we're going to see the weather will go from bad to worse along the eastern seaboard, as we've seen it through the plains, since about Friday.
Yeah, it's that divergence a lot that's especially going to aid in some of the intense snowfall rates, especially for the northeast. But that really tight area between the snow, the colder, more Arctic air, and some of the warmer, more moisture-packed air coming up out of the south has led to what has become a very dangerous situation. As you mentioned, Louisiana, Mississippi, we're seeing those outages really expand across Tennessee. As you can see, where more of an icing threat is starting to push in from the west.
Crazy when you look at upstairs. This is at 5,000 feet. We've got temperatures in the blue that's below freezing, in the green, that turquoise, closer to teal, that's above freezing. That's why we have that ice mixture. But anything from St. Louis down to Tulsa, even Dallas, any precip that we're seeing, maybe a couple of sleet pellets, but it's largely snow.
Yeah, this is a very dynamic system. I mean, there's even the risk for some intense thunderstorms for portions of the Gulf Coast. So we'll be breaking down all the hazards, lightning already and thunder coming out of the Mississippi Valley. We'll follow it through the rest of the morning into the day, and tomorrow, keep it here. Fox Weather continues after this.
¿Quién es Herdes?
Here we go again.
Melania, rated PG. Walk until there's only one of you left.
This is walk or die.
Keep on, the prize awaits.
It's the top of the hour here on Fox Weather. I'm meteorologist Stephen Morgan. We begin with a Fox Weather alert as our winter storm has turned record-breaking. We have this significant ice and snowstorm with more than 240 million Americans getting impacted. This storm stretches more than 2,300 miles. We have more than 40 states in all that will be affected, the majority of them already feeling it. This significant ice storm that we've seen play out, including parts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee as a result. Big-time power outages. We're tracking more than 500,000 customers without power, and that number has been rising throughout the morning, and we'll be watching that happen. The problem with the power outages, as we've been advertising and telling you about, it's cold on the backside of this system as we've seen that Arctic air release down through the plains from St. Louis to Tulsa. We have snow, a live report coming up momentarily out of Tulsa as well as Dallas. Memphis, we've been on that line between snow and sleet. In the meantime, farther to the east, we've got the moisture spreading through. I'm not sure if we can loop this, folks, but the fact is we've got some significant weather that we're dealing with. All of this moisture is pushing into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. We're going to see several inches, if not maybe a couple of feet of snow before this is all said and done. We are taking a look at some snow. Not sure where this is falling. Where's the deal? This is somewhere. I mean, we've got 40 states to pick from. All right, Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia. of all the states, this one's not a state, but District of Columbia. We'll see that snow maybe make a transition to some sleet. In fact, I think that last hour we started seeing that happen.
Are they on? They are sledding, okay, or on flotation devices.
Well,
Here's the thing: they're in the road, though. Are they in the road? You know, it's one of those things where you want to be able to enjoy it and have fun, but you got to be safe and be smart. I think too, when I see people walking on the road, if a car comes by and they lose control.
Yeah, dangerous, right?
But at the same time, yeah, enjoy.
Be aware of your surroundings. You know, if you have that hat up because it's so cold, kind of have some tunnel vision. You can't see your periphery as well. Sprawling storm. It looks as if things are beginning to wrap up, or at least trying to wrap up in Texas. We still have some energy through the Rockies, the southern Rockies, but all of this pushing farther to the east. Philadelphia, D.C., even into New York City. This has to be updated. We've now got more than 500,000 people without power. We're also watching this developing tornado threat along the Gulf Coast. That's going to be happening later today, but you see the moisture. Speaking of storms, quite a bit of convection today with this system, right?
Yeah, a lot. You're probably hearing the thunder. Certainly got the lightning stretching out of Louisiana all the way into almost northern Alabama. But where that pink is lining up is where we've seen those outages increase over the past couple of hours. Snow over St. Louis, over the Arches, not a lot, but all the way down towards I-44, you have that lingering band over Springfield, and a nice little cutoff.
Yeah, right.
Cutting through Kentucky and West Virginia there.
This Ohio River right there, straddling between Cincinnati up into Pittsburgh. We've seen some significant snow. In fact, our Corey Gherkin is in or near Cincinnati. We were looking at his shot, and you see it there. Oh, this is Brandon Kopic. My bad. Snow accumulating pretty quickly on his windshield. I mean, you look at that and you see the snowflakes accumulating. It's probably just a matter of time before that windshield is blanketed. But hopefully he's got the defroster going.
I thought I noticed a crack earlier on Brandon's windshield, which was more than likely maybe from severe chasing.
Yeah, because he also tracks hail.
Yeah, because he also tracks hail. Yeah. We're going to say the snow.
I was just going to say those daily records.
Yeah, impressive. The daily records of snowfall coming out of Kansas City, OKC, St. Louis, over 3.5 inches in spots. In terms of our nation's capital, we're seeing the snow accumulate there. It's been snowing since before the sun even came up, but no doubt it is cold. It's 16 degrees. The winds have been picking up a little bit as well. And we have that winter storm warning for D.C. If you're wondering in timing, that warning goes through tomorrow morning, but the rest of today is going to be a challenge.
Eager to get on the ground, Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne, because Katie, that transition we were talking last hour, beginning to change, wondering what you're feeling now. Is it sleet?
We've been in the sleet now, and it hurts when you're facing it. It's coming down at an angle in this direction, but we have a plow making their way through the city right now. We're on Capitol Hill. We've got the Capitol building just beyond us across the street. And then we've noticed these plows making their way through on some of the downtown streets here. So we thought we'd go for a walk and see what some of the other street corners look like. It's been pretty busy this morning. You can see people are out trying to clear snow. We've had people out shoveling. Then, of course, some people have some more heavy-duty equipment, and anything is going to help with something like this. And the main thing, I think, is people want to get on top of it because they know with this sleet mixing in, it's just going to make everything heavier, crunchier, harder to work with. So the earlier you can get out, clean off your car, clear off your sidewalk or your path to your house, that's going to really help out, I think, as we get into colder temperatures now. And officials have been really warning about that. If anything, almost pushing that more than anything else, that there's this fear, growing concern that we could have days of power outages because of these cold temperatures that we're going to be dealing with in the coming days. So as soon as the snow moves out, we still have some issues present for many communities across the country. This is a massive storm that's already led to thousands, hundreds of thousands of outages in the South. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi in the lead for outages this morning. We've also seen that storm move through other states before making its way to the Mid-Atlantic where we are. We're now, of course, this is where all the travel trouble is going to be today. We're looking at the FlightAware Missouri map, and D.C., New York City, that's where the most cancellations are at this hour. You can see a lot of trouble spots out there compared with Dallas yesterday being the big winner, unfortunately, when it comes to the travel troubles. But on the ground right now, not too many people out and about. I see a bus across the street here. It looks like they aren't on the move at the moment, but I think many people heeding those warnings to stay home and not get out and about in these conditions because of how rough it is, and because of the fact that, it is a weekend, so maybe most people have the day off and they are able to hunker down and stay out of the conditions and off the roads, which officials are urging people to do that through tomorrow morning. They are hoping people who are not essential workers just stay home, have their snacks, and just enjoy this from their windows, guys.
Okay, thanks. We'll do that.
And you know what? We have crews all over the place. It's hard for me to keep up, Every half hour, I'm forgetting where I am. I'm forgetting what I'm doing. But Mike Seidel, he understands. He's over in Tulsa, Oklahoma, talking all about the same conditions that he's feeling. But I know you're a little jealous that we've got some decent snow over here.
Yes, but now, as you mentioned, it's mixing with sleet. So there goes the 1 inch per hour snowfall totals. Reagan National, by the way, Katie, just came in with another inch between 7 and 8. So 4 inches on the ground, and we'll see if we can make it to 6 or 7. Sleet really cuts down and hinders that snowfall forecast and has been known to bust forecast, meaning the forecast doesn't verify. Here we're verified. We're going to end up with 8 to 10 inches. We expected 8 to 12. We thought yesterday we could set the all-time record. That remains to be seen, but I don't think that's going to happen. As the snow winds down, we've got cars driving slowly up these hills in Tulsa. Yes, Tulsa has hills. In fact, the highest point in town is just over 1,000 feet. But again, downtown is 700 because we've moved away from the Mississippi Valley heading towards the Rockies. Roads this morning, snow-packed, snow-covered. We've been out here for about 3 hours and we have not seen a snowplow. This is not a negative comment. I'm just saying they're working. We've seen them in other parts of town. When I was driving to breakfast, you could see that. Take a look at the snowfall coming down about an hour ago. This is the heaviest snow we've had this morning. Bigger flakes, a little band came through. But that basically is the last band. And I was kind of surprised how many cars are out here at about 6 or 6:30 this morning on a Sunday morning with a bitter cold and the snow coming down. But there are folks out here trying to get around and trying to make it to where they have to go. I don't see any of the usual places that would open early. For instance, give a plug over there to Starbucks. I can't tell if they've opened, but it may be very likely another day where a lot of places that are normally open on Sunday are shut, and I'm almost confident that schools are not going to be open tomorrow, or at least for students to come into schools. Meanwhile, plowing this morning, the Bobcats going through the parking lots, the roadway on the way to breakfast this morning. You all saw that here on Fox Weather. And so we deal with the cold now. It is still 6 at the airport. Wind chill is 11 below zero. Winds are running at about 12 to 15 miles an hour. Not quite as breezy right here. We've got some protection from the buildings and the trees. But what you'll notice about the trees, do you see anything on that tree? Nah. No snow, no ice. That's a good thing. So the snow's so powdery, it's like pixie dust, that it just You know, it just doesn't stick to anything. So power outages in Oklahoma, they're all in the southeastern part of the state, way down there in the corner. And only 2,000 versus a system-wide, statewide total of about 2 million customers. By the way, the airport has more cancellations today, not surprising. So far, departures at Tulsa International, just checked, 58 departures canceled. That's about 30% of their total schedule today. So check ahead. Tomorrow will be a much better day as the sun comes out. But again, it stays cold. Highs tomorrow only about 30 versus a high of 50 on average. Tuesday, we will get above freezing for a few hours. Another shot of Arctic air comes in later in the week, but it's not going to be as extreme as this one. This is unbelievable. Yesterday, Stephen and Melanie, we broke the record low max. It was 15. The high yesterday was only 13 degrees, which is colder than the average high today in International Falls, which is 16. Back to you.
The icebox.
The icebox of the United States. Yeah, and I think, you know, you want the warming, but getting the warming during the day melts it down a little bit, only for it to refreeze overnight when you do drop below freezing. So I don't know. What are you going to do? We got to get through this week, and at least most people do have their power on this morning, Mike, as they try to navigate the rest of the day. Well, we still have a couple hours with you. What was that?
Yeah, they've got to get the snow off these roads today, so if there is any melting, and it's certainly tomorrow, because tomorrow they'll melt, even though the temperature's not getting above freezing with sunshine, and then melt and dry off. That's what you usually see in anywhere, especially up north. They salt, they plow, one day of sunshine, even if it's cold, and the roads melt and dry off, but then you still have all the side streets that don't get plowed, all the slush on the corners. So it's going to be a while. This snow's going to be around at least in the next weekend when we finally get back to 40 degrees.
All right, well, they're wrapping us because they've got that Emmy music going on. We'll be right back here on Weather Command Weekend. Thanks, Mike.
Here we go again.
Melania, Woody PG.
I strip on sick days.
Breathe Right strips have spring-like bands that open your nose, instantly relieving nasal congestion, so every breath feels
Truvia, a better way to sweep.
here on Fox Weather as well as Fox Business and tracking this winter storm moving through the United States. East of the Rockies, you're likely feeling it or experiencing it, whether that be record-breaking cold or significant snow and ice. It's a big storm, and it's beginning to move. This is what it's going to be looking like, that future track, paying attention to several cities along the 95 corridor, including Washington, D.C., where we are just now getting some reports of freezing rain in D.C., which would add to this total, between a quarter and a half an inch of ice possible, in addition to 1 to 3 inches more of snow. Farther north along the 95 corridor, it's Philadelphia. And you see how that snow right now will be changing to some freezing rain, sleet, and possibly with incredibly warm air aloft, we'll be very close to seeing some of that rain. And then also New York City. That's the other city that we're paying attention to, which similarly will deal with a mixed bag of precipitation. 8 to 12 inches of snow possible in New York City, with maybe about 1/10 of an inch. That temperature at the surface, while important, arguably the more important temperature today is at about 5,000 to 10,000 feet, given the precip type. Finally, into Boston, southern New England, which very well could have the jackpot if you're hoping for the most snow. And this is going to linger into Monday as well. This is going to be a story that doesn't end even on Monday. 18 to 24 inches of snow, more than 600,000 people. Marissa, 16 degrees in snow. I know it's snow, but that's cold.
Yeah, and if you're trying to get out there and clearing the snow from the sidewalks and from the stairs, it's tough to be outside. As you take a look at your screen, we've got a couple of images for you. We've got to the right, we have a look into Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, where the sleet's been piling up over the past day or so, around 2 inches, I think, at the airport, DFW. And then to the left side of your screen, just to look into downtown Dallas. Roads are going to be a little crunchy because of the sleet, but likely a little slippery as well. Power outages, not so bad in Dallas, but the northeastern part of the state, out of Dallas to the east, where it's been more of a freezing rain event. That's where we've seen those outages be quite problematic. We have Fox Weather meteorologist Bane Frony. Bane has been parked in Dallas for a few days now. The evolution of this storm, very notable, Bane, because what started as rain initially coming out of Friday has now ended with some of that sleet making the roads, like as I can see behind you, they look white coated with just snow, but hasn't been just snow.
No, definitely not. Honestly, most of it, Marissa, is actually sleet. It's all ice. Take a look at this. Okay, here's my Fox weather ruler. We do have all of this ice, this sleet. Measuring it here is really tough, just because it is so frozen over. We're getting about an inch measurement here in the Dallas downtown area. But there were areas over in the Dallas-Fort Worth airport where they've actually, reported a little bit more than that, closer to 2 inches of sleet alone. Now, right now, we're dealing with some of that light precipitation currently. It's snow. We did have a little bit of sleet just a little bit earlier this morning. But for the most part, we are expecting this to kind of die down throughout the rest of the day. I mean, we are dealing with these bitterly cold temperatures. Currently 13 degrees right now here in Dallas. I mean, it feels like 0. I mean, the winds have been howling already this morning. We are expecting those wind chills to potentially hit the negatives as we move throughout the rest of this morning as well. I do kind of want to point out what's going on behind me too. I mean, you can see some cars, they are attempting to be on the roads. It's not recommended. It is a really tough go of things, and we've been seeing some cars trying to make it out there, but they've been going very slow, which is what we want. We don't want people on the roadways, but if you do have to get out, take it as slow as possible. Be extra careful out there. On top of this too, I mean, obviously it's chilly out here. We've been dealing with these very cold temperatures. They are going to remain for a while, which means everything that we see on the roadways, it's going to stick around through the middle of the work week. It won't probably get to above freezing temperatures until Wednesday and into Thursday. But of course, TxDOT is working tirelessly to help get those roads cleared out as we move throughout the rest of this weekend. But it's those power outages that can be so dangerous with these cold temperatures. I mean, local utility companies have been tirelessly working, trying to get the power back on for a lot of folks. Take a listen to this.
We've assembled literally an army to address the winter needs that we're going to have in the next 24 to 48 hours. Please, please, please stay off those roads. We don't want you to be impacted. We don't want you to be not safe. And we certainly don't want you impacting the infrastructure that brings electricity or gas to any of our customers.
I mean, over 500,000 people throughout the country are dealing with power outages right now. Here in Texas alone, over 120,000 people are without power. So a scary situation because of these bitterly cold temperatures, but of course, officials are working tirelessly trying to make it safe for everyone here. And I mean, as we move throughout the next few days, the cold sticks around for a little bit. The good news is, like I said before, the precipitation, it dies down. It's starting to move more towards the east and the northeast up towards you guys. So you have your work cut out for you over into New York. I know that's for sure. I'll send it back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, it looked like, Dallas is going to be one of those bigger metros that's on the tail end of everything. Maybe another shot at some very light snow on the back end of this. But for the most part, we're going to see things quiet down, and then it's just a concern, as you mentioned, of some of the cold that sticks around. Appreciate that update. Fox Weather meteorologist Bane Frohney out of Dallas, Fort Worth for us. We'll check in with Bane in the next hour.
From Texas to the Carolinas, this storm is sprawling Annapolis, Maryland, where we look live this morning, spreading through the southeast and the Carolinas. It is in North Carolina, where Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres is joining us from Charlotte.
Hi there. Yeah, good morning. It's kind of interesting. People are now starting to wake up. You can see we even have little pups that are all covered up and trying to make sure that they stay warm in this weather. It's been pretty much of a mix. We've seen a little bit of sleet, definitely, and it almost seems like there's snow coming down. I'll kind of grab a little bit of this, but it's even really hard to grab, and it's just, you can't really make anything out of that. But I will tell you, I did meet a neighbor here. I say neighbor because he kind of lives over in the area where I live, which is in Belmont. It's west of Charlotte, and I'm here with Josh Julian. Josh, thank you for chatting with me this morning. We were talking a little bit, and you mentioned how you came to this hotel to stay here because you were just, you weren't sure if you were going to lose any power. What did you do to prepare for this winter storm?
Well, a lot of ice, stuffed it in the refrigerator so I didn't lose my food, and then booked a reservation at the hotel so we made sure we had power for our 4-month-old baby.
And you told me also that you think it's going to get worse. Why do you say that?
Well, the weather reports, and better to safe than sorry, right? So I feel like at the hotel we had the generator here and the power, the food, and so it's a little safe.
What have you noticed before in the past when it comes to these kind of winter storms? Have you experienced anything like this in this area before?
We have. We lost power a few years back to the winter storm, and currently a lot of the limbs in the Belmont area have not been taken care of the last couple of years, and so I think that it's perfect signs that we're going to have some power outages.
Josh, thank you for chatting with me. I hope you're safe. I hope the 4-month-old is also doing good and staying warm. And guys, I have to tell you, I mean, that's kind of one of the biggest concerns for a lot of officials also is that ice accumulation getting onto those tree limbs. We haven't seen too much of that accumulation. We had heard from the lead arborist here in Charlotte that even a 1/4 of an inch could actually break some of those smaller branches. And once you get it to a 1/2 an inch, then that's when those bigger branches will begin to break. But at least in this area, again, it's really just been a light glaze on a lot of these trees and this crunchy kind of mix of sleet and I guess freezing rain, a little bit of snow, a little bit of layer of an ice under there. So that's kind of what we're seeing. Of course, we'll keep an update with you guys right here on Fox Weather.
Sometimes
Marissa, Stephen.
Really hard to distinguish, Chelsea, and you can testify to this since you're out there, but a lot of the reports that we're getting, it's a mix of the sleet and the snow because it's been flip-flopping depending on the temperature profile. Either way, it's crunchier as opposed to being really slippery like freezing rain. So I do think it's better between the two, but we'll be monitoring it throughout the day because it's going to be a really messy day, especially across Charlotte, North Carolina. Chelsea Torres in Charlotte. Thank you. So the power outages are a problem, right? This is something Bane had mentioned when she talked to us out of Dallas, but look at Texas as well as Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana. Outages are climbing, and now we also have that yellow shaded over Kentucky. So we're really seeing some I guess, big growth when it comes to those outages. Nashville is on the list there, where we're seeing the outages as a result of some of that freezing rain, that icier circumstance that is now playing out at the surface. I'm noticing the temperatures right at freezing, so it could be a little bit of both with just some of the rain, but depending on where it's falling, it's getting really icy. Did it look like it was glazing over those trees?
Maybe.
It's hard to tell sometimes where you get that. It did, right? So what's happening is you get ice accretion. So you get super cooled water temperatures and the raindrops that are around freezing, near freezing. And as soon as they hit that ice that's already accumulated, it freezes.
Freezes
it adds
on
to it.
contact,
Yeah,
right.
and it gets really heavy. And so
sleet total. Oh, you're looking at the
there's a
number.
lot of big numbers here. What
That's the biggest number.
Well, yeah, outages are now around over 640,000. We're looking at the sleet total.
Can you imagine that? Maybe there's a little bit of snow.
That's a combo of snow and sleet.
Yeah.
It's getting really tough to measure and differentiate between the difference. What's interesting too, the top ice total. It's not 3 inches of just ice.
No.
It's
also
a combo of snow, ice, snow, freezing rain, as well as sleet.
Speaks though to how much moisture this system had to work with. High end numbers when we consider what the mid levels of the atmosphere had to offer as that shallow Arctic air mass, and we still have more to come. Look at Nashville. It's messy. It's real nasty. And given those temperatures, right, real close to freezing, that's going to be some freezing rain. Look at that shot right now in Nashville. So what we're seeing is perhaps the beginnings of something that could be real dangerous if you're in the city of Nashville. That temperature, if it would rise just a degree or two, that would really help. But a nasty setup right now for the Music City.
Yeah, right in the middle of that switchover. Classes are going to be canceled for sure. I'm sure Vanderbilt kids are already at home. Not to mention it is Sunday.
We are your Storm HQ, 24/7. Our coverage, it's ongoing. The strongest winter storm of the season. It continues, and we're streaming live on all your favorite platforms. With it just beginning to crank in the Mid-Atlantic, Northeast, and eventually New England, I think some of these snow totals might be eye-popping for some. More Fox weather after the break.
This is a hot flash. This is a not flash. This is a hot flash. This is not. If you have hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, ask about Veoza, the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms due to menopause, so you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza reduces the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about more not flashes with hormone-free Veoza. Visit Veoza.com.
With Plan B, we control our future.
Plan B is backup birth control that helps prevent pregnancy before it starts.
Get it in store or order for same-day delivery or pickup.
Together, we've got this.
I'm Katie Ledecky. As a gold medalist and world record holder, I'm at my best in here. But I also want the best in here. And that means only Eggland's Best Eggs. They provide lots of winning nutrition. And they always cook up so fresh tasting and delicious. Eggland's Best.
Winter. The only season you can't see a go-ahead home run. Can't witness a filthy strikeout.
Holy moly!
Can't even experience a walk-off.
That ball is history!
And you're reminded there really are only 2 seasons. Winter and baseball.
How about that?
So how do you win your winter? You get ready for baseball. Single game tickets now on sale. All for Texas.
It's bottom of the hour. We are back here on Weather Command Weekend and watching this winter storm continue to move through. And it's about to really crank into overdrive as we look at the focus for the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, and New England. Winter storm warnings, though, expand all the way from New Mexico and Texas into Massachusetts. as well as Maine, as we're expecting several inches, if not a couple of feet of snow. Now, as a result of this storm, we've had that warmer side, and that's produced some freezing rain, some sleet. In addition, of course, to some snow is the backside of that snow now. You see that line there. Out ahead of it, though, right in Middle Tennessee, we got a nasty situation evolving in the town of Nashville, in the city of Nashville. Temperatures in the low 30s, flirting with freezing, just a little bit below, and that's creating a perfect setup for freezing rain. But we also have through the mid-Atlantic that happening too. Dulles and Reagan airports in D.C. both reporting a sleet and snow mix, as that air is cold enough, even through the mid-levels, that some of that moisture is freezing before it reaches the surface, which is the saving grace, because if this was an ice storm in D.C., it'd be messy. Norfolk, Virginia looks like it's all rain as those temperatures are a little bit warmer, but meanwhile, all along the 95 corridor, we're dealing with snow, and that will remain the case as this moisture has to eventually all shift off to the east, as this whole system, which has been parked out over the southern Rockies, is beginning to exit into the plains and eventually will be moving out of here. But until then, we've got the showers, whether that be some significant storms, perhaps some severe weather through the Gulf Coast today, snow still in St. Louis this afternoon, and then all of this pushing into the Northeast, New York City down to D.C. It does look like while we see the snow now, Marissa, we're going to have that transition to some sleet. Hopefully not freezing rain, it'll just be mostly sleet.
Yeah, sleet we can handle a little bit better than that freezing rain. But speaking of Washington, D.C., taking a live look right now into the nation's capital, at the Capitol building there, 16 degrees. Winds have been picking up just a little bit. Either way, it is very cold outside. The question is, what are we getting? Are we getting the snow? Are we getting the sleet? And it seems like sleet has been more so an occurrence coming out of, since the sun came up. It seems like we've been able to make that switch.
Really a dynamic system, though. Looking at the visibility at the U.S. Capitol, that's been fluctuating. Katie Byrne is joining us from D.C. I don't know, a little bit of sleet and snow, does that work for where you're at? That's what the airport's reporting.
It's sleet and it hurts very, very badly. I can't think of another storm I've covered where I've felt this type of sharp pain on my face from just the consistency of what's falling from the air. We've got just essentially balls of ice coming at us and just coming right on top of the snow we have. At least just how deep it is in some of the unplowed areas. It came down initially very thin, very light, but still had an icy kind of consistency overnight. But now you're starting to see those balls of ice mix in on top. So that sleet switchover happened in the last hour or so. We've got the Capitol here across the street. Visibility's improved. This is definitely better than a couple hours ago where you could barely make out, or really not make out, the Capitol building at all compared to where we were standing, which is right around this very location. We wanted to get a sense of what the sidewalks and the streets were looking like, just because now the sun is up and now we're starting to see what these impacts look like here. You can see the snow on the side of the sidewalks that haven't been plowed. The streets have been plowed a number of times, but still hard to see pavement out there. Looks like we have some emergency vehicles making their way through as well. Of course, officials have been urging people to stay off the road starting last night and all the way through tomorrow morning. They're hoping people can stay off the road so people like essential workers, like you're seeing right now, can make their way around. Looks like a fire EMS unit making their way through here in D.C., trying to get somewhere. These are the concerns that officials have when we have any type of weather. You know, they want to make sure that emergency vehicles can get around too. So the plowing is a whole process. They have at least 300 pieces of equipment here in D.C.'s Department of Public Works at height. That's what they expect to be out on the roads handling snow removal, and at least 800 employees out there as well. So this is a big force, of course, upping staffing all over the place, and not only here, but regions across the country, as we've got so many people dealing with the impacts from this storm. Some cars trying to make their way around too. It looks like we've got a sedan here, definitely taking it slow. But these are the things you have to think about if you do have to be out. You're going to be dealing with some snow-covered roads potentially. You're looking at some busy roads here that have been plowed, but it's those kind of alleyways and less traveled roads that end up being not plowed, and that's where you can get into some trouble. We haven't seen people getting stuck here, but we really haven't seen that many people out. So I think a lot of people are taking the warnings from officials, staying off the roads. We know for people who maybe had to travel today, the flight situation at the D.C. airports definitely trouble. It's the same situation in New York City too. Airports in both places are struggling because of this weather, and you can see crews over at Dulles Airport actually clearing snow so that they can get back on track at some point today.
And that's the big question, when we're going to be able to get back on track. So when we're dealing with the sleet, Katie, I do wonder. I mean, the atmosphere, as we know, is chaotic. So it's possible we can get a changeover to all snow. But from your account and from what we're hearing, because we hear that sleet beaten on your jacket and that microphone, the intensity. Have you seen it pick up in intensity once this transition's occurred?
It's been consistently intense. That's my take. You know, it's really been coming down consistently. And if anything, it's the wind that makes it worse. So we will at times get these big gusts of wind, and that will truly, it already kind of hurts when you're facing the pellets, but if the wind comes, it really feels like I gotta go check and see if I drew blood anywhere. That's how sharp it feels out here in the conditions when you get a gust of wind mixed in too.
It really doesn't help too.
Yeah, I'll say we should let Katie put the fur back on her hood. Maybe that'll help.
That's true. Put the fur on.
It acts like an eyelash. It protects your face from the things flying. Katie, you're a trooper. You know, this is just a really nasty setup for Washington, D.C., and for anybody trying to clean just the driveways and the sidewalks, remembering it makes it a lot heavier to lift it up. So, Katie, I hope that in between the hits with us, you can take a moment to get inside, at least to a car. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in Washington, D.C., and she'll be back with us in about 30 minutes or so. Rough in Washington, D.C. In New York City, in Times Square, it's just about the snow. The snow started to fall around 5 o'clock this morning. Before the sun came up, the snow was falling, and because it is so gosh darn cold, especially at the surface, that snow is piling up really quickly. This is a look outside at Fox Square. As you know or may not know, Fox Weather is headquartered here in Midtown Manhattan. And so right outside our window, that's what we're looking at. Stephen and I were walking there earlier getting our dose of caffeine and noting it was a very gentle snow. It took a second for the profile to saturate. It's been just so dry. But now that it has, we're in it, New York. In fact, you're seeing that precipitation shield move now over Connecticut and pushing into Rhode Island and into Massachusetts. So if you're not seeing it fall quite yet in those zones, you will as everything starts to fill up with moisture. Where Katie is, again, in D.C., you're maybe seeing more of a sleet, though it looks more like snow on radar. But through the Ohio Valley, that is a snow profile.
Yeah, it's the radar doing its best to try to understand what's actually happening. But you've got this, aren't we all? Like you said, got this mid-level warm layer, this nose that is going to edge north. I think what we see in New York City, depending on how much snow falls, this is going to be the bulk of it. There's that melting layer. Yeah, you can see it on radar with the new radars that we have, or the improved technology that the single-site radars have with the National Weather Service. Very, very helpful when you're talking and trying to identify precip type.
Yeah, radar is a very significant tool, especially in this scenario, because what it is, it's shooting those beams up at an angle. And so the higher up you can get into the atmosphere, you can get a better handle of what's actually making it down to the surface. And remembering all precip's going to be shaped in a different way. So the correlation coefficient will pick up on those different shapes and interpret it differently, which then indicates where it's not just a snowflake falling down.
Yeah, they look different.
Yeah.
They look different through with the radar signal and getting more sent back to the radar too, because it's ice. I mean, you're looking at the snow itself and the potential that we have in Philly to rack up several inches before that transition to sleet occurs. Same thing with New York City, but with the temperatures at around 5,000 feet, this is a very important layer. Where you're in the blue, dark blue, that's freezing. Where you don't see the blue, that teal beginning to emerge, that's where it's above freezing.
Yeah, and add in a coastal low and things get even more complicated for portions of the I-95, New York, Long Island, and portions of Connecticut as well. This is look at some of those local storm reports. Philadelphia International already reporting 1.6. Generally, we'll say 1.5 in the past 3 hours. But remembering a lot of this has only been falling for a couple of hours. We should see intensity pick up.
Hopefully we won't see that freezing rain, though, because where that freezing rain has been falling, the power outages have been climbing. We are tracking power outages across the country. We have eclipsed now more than 500,000. You see the numbers out of Tennessee alone. More than 200,000 customers. Johnson, Davidson, Hickman counties, and Nashville, unfortunately, right in the thick of it as we are dealing with a significant icing event as we speak. This is in the city of Nashville with a temperature of 32 degrees. Look at those tree branches. Goodness, hate to see it. Anything that's below freezing, you're going to have that rain stick to. Got to watch the situation, especially with that air remaining on the colder side. Keeping tabs on it. We'll be right back.
I'm Fox Weather's Ian Oliver. Are you ready to be a step ahead of the competition this football season? We've got you covered with our exclusive ROE, or risk of weather impact. And this season, it's all tuned up, dialed in for football. The ROE takes all of the important aspects of the forecast and combines them into a single metric to represent the overall impact on the game. Temperature, precipitation, and wind. These are all scored based on the latest Fox Weather forecast and weighted based on our historical analysis of how different weather conditions impact the game. The ROE then averages them together to give a total score from 0 to 10. That score is then classified from 0 to high. The ROE automatically updates in real time based on the latest forecast, so stay tuned to Fox Weather to make sure that you have that competitive edge. For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
All right, we continue to track how the thing is playing out here in, well, the Big Apple, right? The thing being this winter storm. The Bronx with that snow falling and drivers trying to get through using those hazards. As the snow falls now, we're going to ultimately see that transition to some sleet in New York City. But the snow, as it piles up, several inches of that fresh white stuff will be possible. But this system, with its expansiveness and also different elements, really creating some significant hazards and paying attention to where we're dealing with the worst of the weather. Focus on the backside of this snow as it is moving through St. Louis, really getting a nice increase in the intensity just to the west of the city, a little closer to the capital of Illinois, Springfield, Illinois. Farther to the east, we continue to watch that snow move through between Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. If radar is right along the Ohio River, we are seeing some intense bursts of snow. Also want to focus a little farther to the south because what we've seen play out, quite concerning and something that we need to pay attention to. In Middle Tennessee, out of the entire country, Tennessee right now has the most power outages. There are temperatures in Nashville right around 32 degrees. This isn't a sleet storm. This isn't a snowstorm. This is a developing ice storm, and it's always these nuances that we have to pay attention to, paying attention to what's happening in Middle Tennessee as that ice is really beginning to accrete, watching as that moisture continuing to stream in throughout the afternoon.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under negative 50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
You are joining us here on Weather Command Weekend. It is a Fox Weather Alert. I'm Marissa Torres. I've got Stephen Morgan alongside me, taking a look outside. Compliments of Brandon Kopic, our storm tracker that's in Ohio, in Dayton, Ohio, monitoring the road conditions there. It's snowy. A lot of the roads that Brandon has been featuring throughout the morning from Cincinnati to Dayton have been snow covered. That includes interstates. Haven't seen plows, at least from the shots that we've been sharing with you here, but I'm sure Brandon has come across several of them as they try to get those roads clear. The good news for Ohio is that you are expecting snow. That rain snow line is farther to the south, and so for you, the cold air has a stronghold, and it's just going to be a snow event. Can't say the same for areas further to the south and further to the east. If you are not only driving, but supposedly are supposed to travel, the airports are a mess. Anywhere that this storm has tracked, the airports have suffered as a result, from Dallas to Chicago to New York City. You have right now over 950 flights that are currently en route. In terms of delays, almost 700, but the bigger number, the biggest number, is 9,900 cancellations. Now, this is nationwide. You have these flights that are getting canceled because the weather is just too problematic. It's too difficult to get these planes up. Not only that, you're dealing with freezing rain. Those planes, they can't go into a garage like our cars can, so they get iced over as well. That's a look into the Northeast. Big problems coming out, especially of the New York City metro, where the snow is accumulating, visibility is dropping, and noticing Boston also included in that. JFK International, 900 flights that have been canceled. These are into and out of. We had one flight earlier. Oh, there's another one. There's two. There's three. A flight earlier that was departing out of the New York City metro looked like it was headed to Cancun. But noticing the clouds, I told you they'd lower, and they have, almost by 1,000 feet. So the cloud base is really low at this time, around 400 feet. Visibility down to a quarter mile in New York City. Compliments of that snow. Wind rather light, but it's that intensity of the snow that is making that visibility such a problem. Right now, your misery index is extreme. We're going to keep an eye on the airports as well as those roads throughout the morning, but in the meantime, just know it's going to be a very challenging, dangerous day across much of the Northeast.
Cold weather watch is in effect until Tuesday, so this Arctic blast is going to become the weather headline. Already is for a lot of people. This was Nashville yesterday. Looked like a snow globe, at least momentarily, before that ice moved on in. We had some freezing rain briefly, but then it transitioned to mostly sleet. That's what Music City has been dealing with. But yeah, this cold, it's expansive. We have cold weather warnings, watches and warnings. I guess we'll call them extreme cold warnings, right? Technically, that's the term, that extend from North Dakota all the way to, well, El Paso, close to El Paso, where we have the cold weather advisory. It's all encompassing. I know this shows through Monday morning, which most of these will expire then, but take, for example, places like Cincinnati, Ohio. We've got a cold weather watch for Tuesday morning. So there's an expansion to this cold weather that is going to be around for the first couple of days of next week. But it's very cold. I mean, by the numbers, I don't have to tell anybody, if you're living east of the Rockies, you feel it, even along the Rockies, as we saw in Denver, 7 degrees in Detroit, Sault Ste. Marie, 0, New York City, 10. Wind chills. I've never seen St. Louis at negative 19. That's significant. Chicago, negative 20. We've got negative 31 up in Minneapolis, too. You look at the type of air that we're dealing with here, and it goes without saying, but you've got that exposed skin, frost nip within a few minutes, frost bite, less than 30 if you're negative 30 or colder.
I checked in. I have family in the Twin Cities in Minneapolis. The air temperature was around 15 below zero. And that was last week or the weekend. Yeah. Are you okay? Michigan, family there too. It is brutally cold out. And, you know, for that reason, we have a lot of cities that have opened warming shelters. Anybody who needs access to warmth. And I guess the big concern too is when you consider the cold that's really spread out east of the Rockies, to lose power could be incredibly dangerous. To not be able to heat your home.
It's so true. And taking those precautions, because people who are suffering with this ice storm right now through the deep south, it's possible that power could be out for a few days. And speaking of the south, the high temperature departures, we're likely going to see low temperatures, new low temperatures set. Given the time of year, here late January, early February, several record lows are possible. This Arctic air is only assisted by what's on the ground. We've seen Bain in Dallas, Mike Seidel in Tulsa. There is a fresh snowpack. Even if it's sleet, kind of works the same. It's ice, right?
Yeah.
So you deal with that, and that's going to keep those temperatures, especially with clear skies, which will move in by perhaps later tonight. Those temperatures will really have no problem plummeting. And by the looks of it, we'll continue with this northwest flow. This pattern is going to maintain itself. Houston has had some freezing rain already this morning. Probably not going to warm much above freezing, but at least we'll get above freezing.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of schools, if they haven't been closed because of the snow, they're closed because of the cold air. I will say, on the lighter side of the cold temperatures, if you're able to get out safely, there's a lot of cold weather experiments you can do.
Yes, sir.
There are things you could freeze. We filled water balloons.
Filled water balloons.
And we put them outside to create ice globes. I get to check on them maybe today if I make it home.
Low bubbles, freeze some pasta.
You can freeze some pasta, freeze clothes. Whatever it is, if you do it, take a photo of it and send us your photos. Snow, ice, we want to see all of it again, but do so safely. scan the QR code on your screen that we have right there, or you can visit foxweather.com/connect. That's foxweather.com/connect. We've been loving what you've been sharing with us, so we so appreciate it as we continue to tell this weather story that's impacting so many of you. Keep it here. More Weather Command coming up after this break.
With electric XP Trike 2, 3 wheels means no limits. Turn signals, brake lights, and an upgraded hydraulic brake system for outstanding safety. A vibrant TFT color display and optional cargo racks for incredible convenience. A quiet motor and powerful battery for fantastic range and efficiency. Plus, it's backed by our award-winning customer support, so you can ride with confidence. The XP Trike 2, 3 wheels, no limits.
New Jersey, we got some snow moving through right now, and that snow falling at a pretty intense clip. This is video shared by you, and if you live in Jersey, well, you are getting in on the action. This is Route 46.
Just a dicey commute, even without the snow.
You got it.
But even that snow is going to slow folks down on Route 46, and this is Charlie the Snow Dog. This video sent in by Rosie out of Maryland this morning. Wow, she blends in. She blends in with that snow in Maryland.
Little fox. We also have Charlotte, North Carolina, where the Pooches have been bundled up as they're heading out. Charlotte kind of in a mix, so you're dealing with a little bit of sleet, or I should maybe say a lot of sleet, a little bit of snow based out of Charlotte.
You know, I thought the dog was named Charlotte. I was confused. Okay, this one's out of Maryland. As Stephen mentioned, somebody's shoveling. Wow, thank you guys for sending this in. And you know what? It's that lighter, fluffier snow, hopefully. Easier to shovel before it gets mixed in with some of that sleet. Are those?
And this is Marissa's backyard. She is a modern-day Snow White. Westfield, New York. Looks like a few deer.
Yes, they come to help me get ready every morning.
Yeah, and today, a lot of them out looking for some food. Look at that eyes. Eek.
Yeah, Mississippi, northern Mississippi, as anticipated, It's more of an ice threat. Look at the curvature, the weight of the ice weighing down on the branches. This is why they start to snap. They can't handle it, and so this becomes an issue for power. And just by the way, I know it's really fun to get videos of the trees covered in ice, but they can snap when you're outside.
Please be safe. Oxford, it's where Old Miss is. We spoke to the mayor late last week, preparing for this significant. Hey, scan that QR code. Go to foxweather.com/connect. Share your photos, especially if you're in this zone and you can do so, because the ice storm that we're seeing with this is real significant.
Yeah, speaking of Nashville, kind of the epicenter right now in Tennessee for the icing threat, and we've seen that ice accrete rather quickly, so we were able to get this up, so kudos to the team. A couple of camera shots from DOT. By the way, Tennessee DOT, they call them their help crews. They're out there responding to incidents. I think since midnight, the communications director, at least on X, saying about 20 or so incidents reported, crashes, tractor trailers that have jackknifed, and also disabled vehicles.
Just getting an update from Stephen McLeod and mentioning that around Nashville we've seen reports up to as much as 3/4 of an inch of ice. 33 degrees, that means maybe where that temperature is recorded, we've got some temperatures that are above freezing, but around the city it's a mess. I will mention, you get a half an inch of ice on about 300 foot of power lines, that adds about 280 pounds of weight. You add an inch of it, and it's even more than doubles that amount, 750 pounds or so.
It's ridiculous. The ground is going to look wet, but it's very likely just icy. It's called black ice. You know, you can't notice it, so please slow down. You shouldn't even be on the road to begin with, but Nashville, it's just it's a tug of war right now at these temperatures. So yeah, temperatures right around freezing at the surface. Not to mention, it does feel cold to the skin, but wind chill is that's how we respond to the cold and the wind, not the road.
Another update, Davidson County is the county that Nashville sits in. 86% of the county is without power. That is nearly 90%, so almost the entire county, and that would be most of the city of Nashville is in the dark this morning.
That's going to be,
significant.
It stays cold. So if you don't have heat, find a way to get it, and also being careful with those generators and finding ways to heat your home. We're going to wrap here for this block. We'll be right back after the break.
See where Woot can take you.
Okay, wow. The new deck is gorgeous. I know. It's all Decorators. I love the colors. Thanks! They have so many to choose from.
Feels sturdy. Reliable.
Yeah, it's durable. It's nice not to worry about any maintenance.
Is the railing new?
Yeah, they're from Decorators too.
Stunning.
Thanks, Phil. I'm gonna need more lemonade. When you build with Decorators, the neighbors will notice. Decorators, stand out.
Oh, I should get back to work.
I got game, she got game, we got game. Everybody say, half price games, half price games. Half price games, half price games. Tap in that car, got the whole squad bumping.
Half price games, 5 days a week, only at Dave & Buster's.
Watching continuing coverage of this winter storm across the U.S. I'm meteorologist Stephen Morgan. A record-breaking winter storm now unfolding across a good chunk of America. 240 million Americans with impacts this morning. And this system is stretching more than 2,300 miles. When it's all said and done, as we told you last week, it still holds true this morning. More than 40 states, or around 40 states, could likely be affected. We are seeing significant icing this morning, notably in the state of Tennessee. We'll get to that in just a minute. We've got more than 500,000 customers without power. That number now a little closer to 750,000. And as I had mentioned, the majority coming out of Tennessee. Where we have the top ice total, northern Louisiana, also dealing with a lot of power outages, more than 100,000 in Louisiana alone. And look at the snow total. It's out of Oblong, Illinois, where more than a foot of snow has fallen. Significant impacts that we're tracking with this storm. And it's not over yet. Out of the town of Catholic Point in Arkansas, if it's just sleet that we're measuring, I bet a little bit of snow was mixed into that. 5.5 inches. That's incredible. But some of these numbers will certainly change as we head deeper into this storm, as it's about to crank into overdrive for the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. Speaking of, we head live to Nashville, Tennessee, where that temperature has been flirting with freezing, a really dangerous situation unfolding. Nashville sits in the county of Davidson, where we have more than 80% of customers without power. Look at those trees. You see that white coating on those trees? It's freezing rain that's been falling. Now, if that temperature can rise just a few degrees, that'll make all the difference in the world. But as we speak, you are looking at a frozen Nashville. That's a sight that you hate to see, especially when you're talking about one of the largest cities in the state of Tennessee. We've also seen that ice extend farther south into Mississippi. Oxford, Mississippi, dealing with it. So same for southern Arkansas, parts of northern Louisiana. All of this moisture is moving north and east. I want to, Marissa, bring in the element of, well, uncertainty when you look at the precip type. You look over Nashville, radar doing the best it can to try to interpolate what's happening. Anytime you see this sort of a smattering of rain and sleet, it's likely some freezing rain that you're contending with. Hate to see that.
Yeah, I mean, radar is an incredible tool, but a lot of this, with this sort of forecasting, it comes down to those ground observations.
Right.
And it's going to vary, and it's going to change even within the hour. But Nashville, that ice storm is already having some significant impacts, especially when it comes to the outages. But we are seeing still widespread snow across the Ohio Valley, and maybe even some of that heavier snow where snowfall rates are around 1 inch per hour, if not maybe trying to creep up a little bit more.
We've got storms along the Gulf Coast that we're tracking as well. A lot of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, that pumping into this overall system. And we've had some cold air that has in ways been dammed by the Appalachians. So northern Georgia too, dealing with a mix of freezing rain and some sleet, even some snow. Speaking of snow, here's our thump. If you're living along the 95 corridor, which we're going to be heading out live to in just a minute, it is snow, heavy at times, snow rates 1 inch per hour.
And they could pick up later into the day, depending on if you're stuck under that more intense band of snow. But it is snow from Philadelphia up the I-95 into New York and into Rhode Island. But speaking of New York, speaking of the Big Apple, snow has been falling in New York City since about 5 o'clock this morning before the sun came up. And again, it is going to continue to fall as we inch further into the morning.
I did take a peek outside the window to make sure it was still snowing. Did you see it?
I did.
Yeah, we've got a couple of inches on the ground. Let's bring in Fox News correspondent CB Cotton. She is live across the river in Hoboken, New Jersey this morning. CB, much like New York City, those flakes are flying.
Hey guys, that's right. Yeah, it's really coming down here in Hoboken, New Jersey. I've got my hood on, but I'm still getting hit in the face by the snow because it's coming down in every direction. It feels bitterly cold out here. Despite that, I actually saw 2 people running this morning in shorts. Could not be me. I've also seen hard-working public works employees with shovels trying to clear the sidewalk. We're so thankful for their service. In fact, let's take a look at the accumulation that we're seeing over here. It's really starting to pile up. And then also this morning, I have seen salt trucks and plows working on the roadways. But I can tell you guys, as soon as a portion of the asphalt is clear, the snow quickly accumulates on top. So it's definitely a tough job. Earlier this morning, New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill said that further south of where we're at, she's already getting reports of blizzard-like conditions. Some parts of New Jersey are expected to get up to 14 inches of snowfall. after this snowstorm. Over in New York City, you guys have been talking about anywhere from 8 to 12 inches. But I'll tell you, newly elected Democratic Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani has already said no matter how much snowfall accumulates in the Big Apple, New York kids will not have, New York City kids, I should say, will not have a snow day tomorrow. It'll either be in person or remote learning. I also want to mention that sadly 5 people were found deceased in the Big Apple yesterday, and while officials have said that the official causes of death have not been determined, some believe that the cold weather may be linked. So elected leaders there really urging people to stay inside and stay bundled up because this cold is so serious. We also know that states of emergency are in effect here in New Jersey, over in New York, and for southern parts of Connecticut. So elected leaders really leaving no stone unturned, making sure everyone knows how serious this winter storm is. Again, I think we just saw some of the first responders moving here on the roadways. They are doing such a great job trying to keep everyone safe in this snowstorm. I've just been so impressed by the public works employees. They're so bundled up. They still have a smile on their face while they're doing really hard work with these shovels, trying to keep it as safe as possible for the people who are brave enough to come out here and walk around in this winter storm. I want to send it back over to you two in the studio.
All right, 12 degrees there in Hoboken, New Jersey. That's some of the, I know snow is cold by default, but that's some of the coldest snow I think that you'll experience in the Northeast. 12 degrees out there. CV Cotton, thank you. Stay warm out there. The video that we're getting in, yes, coming from Hoboken, but we've seen the transition to some sleet. This is earlier before the sun rose at our nation's capital at Dulles Airport, where they've been dealing with some big-time issues, those runways, trying to keep them cleared. We heard from JP Dice, who is a pilot and a meteorologist. JP telling us that snow is better than sleet, and freezing rain might make sense. You can easily brush off that snow, but you can't do that as easily with sleet and freezing rain, and that causes those planes to skid. Could very well be hard to take off and land, but that's why we have ground stops. And also airport closures, a handful of those. Looking at what we're dealing with in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, those temperatures are chilly, not just in Hoboken where CB is at, but a temperature of 8 degrees in Elmira. Buffalo, can't really blame it on lake effect snow this morning. We've got more of a synoptic storm, this larger scale system that is wrapping in some moisture for Buffalo. Not going to see the types of totals that you do get out of lake effect snow, but nonetheless, 8 degrees in Boston. But look at Nantucket, 22 degrees. It's wild, the influence of the water.
It can warm you up.
It's cold in the winter, but yeah.
It's a breeze off of the Atlantic that cools you down in the summer, and it can warm you up, but it's also what's going to give portions of the I-95 a very messy setup when it comes to precip type further into the day with that coastal low that'll emerge. But enjoy the snow for now, because even South Jersey into Philadelphia, you're getting snowfall totals around 2 inches now.
2 inches, and we're going to see that number grow. I mean, this has been the discussion that we have most of the state of New Jersey under what's called a mesoscale discussion. It's an MD, and that's text mentioning that heavy snow rates, possible about 1 inch an hour, going to continue over the next few hours. We'll wait for that melting line to move north. It's right now a little closer to DC, and as that does lift north, that will probably change the precip type. But let's continue to watch to see how things play out. Pittsburgh's under that same thing. You know, a lot of reports coming in.
A lot of reports. That'll fill up through the day. We've watched this system in phases emerging out of the southwest, the southern plains, those areas clearing out today. Now we're on to another chapter, and that's the northeast. It's the final chapter if you exclude the cold. Those snow reports coming in, 1.5 at Philadelphia International. And again, the snow is still falling. In fact, it's only picked up in intensity as we've gotten further into the morning. Metro airports in New York City, JFK, half a foot there. Central Park, now at 0.8 of an inch.
Yep. I can confirm it's more than 1/2 inch. We will see more.
Yeah.
The reports just come in, right, in real time. The ice still to come, though. This is what we're talking when we noted that precip change, as it will eventually happen. In DC, it's already begun. We could see some significant ice accumulations. We'll see. Hopefully, it will stay all sleet. That's a much better outcome than freezing rain, which is what we've been seeing play out in Nashville, Tennessee. But the snow total, someone's going to hit the jackpot. I think it's going to be somewhere in New England, Massachusetts, maybe New Hampshire, Maine, where more than 18 inches of snow will fall out of this system.
Yeah, if you had a trip planned to the Berkshires in Massachusetts, let's say in the next couple of days, what day is it? It's Sunday.
It's Sunday.
I'm thinking it's Monday. But getting out there now, bad idea. But once this system exits, you're going to have some great new snowpack if you're trying to get out to even the ski resorts that are in northern New Jersey, northwestern New Jersey. But this is where things get complicated.
Yeah, and here's that coastal low, right?
Yeah.
Just by 1 o'clock or so, it's slinging in some of that moisture. DC, right now sitting in the teens, will warm up close to 30 degrees. Remarkable, especially when you're dealing with such a shallow Arctic layer. That's some mid-level warming there that's mixing down to the surface. 29 degrees in Philadelphia by 5 p.m. Could get close to 30 degrees in New York City. That's, of course, if our Fox weather model verifies with these projected temperatures. But it is going to be a messy mix. Boston, very well, could maybe stay in the snow the entire time. One of our meteorologists always mentions your highest snow potential is when you're kissing the sleet or the rain.
Or the rain, yeah.
So you're so close to that line, but really seeing the maximum amount of snow potential. So we'll watch it, but it's going to get cold after this system moves on through. That's the other thing. I was thinking of Nashville. When temperatures start to drop tonight,
without power,
it's really going to be rough because that ice is probably not going to melt much.
And it sparks that concern for how people heat their home, right? So we'll be following this all the way through Monday. Not done yet, folks.
Yeah, and we're taking a look in Nashville right now. This is, well, with our Fox Weather Beast. 32 degrees there, and you see that mess on the roads. Looks like we're not dealing with any, yeah, there it is. I was looking for some raindrops that were trying to fall. There's Louisville, Kentucky as well, as we've got a mix of snow and sleet. The mayor is going to join us next. See?
So this is the deck everyone's talking about.
Everyone? The neighbors will notice. Decorators stand out.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured to share explicit content by someone they met on Roblox, you may qualify to file a claim. Estimated compensation varies depending on what happened and how it affected your child. For cases involving exposure to sexual materials, estimated compensation may range from $25,000 to $50,000. If your child was coerced into sending explicit content and is receiving ongoing mental health treatment, estimated compensation may range from $50,000 to $300,000. And in more serious cases, such as physical abuse, attempted rape, sexual assault, or trafficking, estimated compensation may range from $300,000 to over $1 million. Filing a claim is free, confidential, and takes just 2 to 3 minutes.
continue with our Fox weather alert as this massive winter storm moves out of the southern plains, and it's now affecting parts of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. That's where we're going to track the potential for big ice totals as well as big snow totals. Very well could have the highest snow totals coming out of New England. You see, as this system begins to depart, we want to start off in Washington, D.C., where temperatures will be warming, not by much, into the teens and the 20s as we head throughout the afternoon, but the possibility that we could deal with some freezing rain, depending on how deep that environment is aloft, where it's above freezing, that could drop some freezing rain. Then we'll talk a bit more about snow. Philadelphia, for example, we could see as much as 5 more inches before we see that transition to about a tenth, maybe a little less than a tenth of an inch. You see how that's going to play out on radar. The blue is snow, the pink is sleet and freezing rain, the green is that rain, but it's a cold rain. In New York City, the forecast still calling for about 8 to 12 inches of snow. That's still to come. Winds will be gusty, 20 to 30 miles an hour. But as we watch that snow move in, those rates have been pretty high, anywhere between 1 to closer to 2 inches of snow per hour. Already hearing reports out of LaGuardia picking up 3 inches of snow. We also have Boston, where up to 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet of snow could fall. If it stays all snow in Boston, that's how much snow we could see. But there's a chance that maybe a little sleet tries to mix in. Certainly, judging by the surface temperatures, you'd think I'm crazy for saying that, but the mid-levels of the atmosphere, that's where things are so warm. And then finally, Marissa, into Portland, Maine, also all snow, but might be too north. That Arctic air, believe it or not, is pretty dry, and that dry air could eat away some of the totals, but 12 to 18 inches still expected. A decent thump of snow, some of these numbers we haven't seen in about a decade.
Right, the expansiveness of this storm from New Mexico to Maine. And as we look into Louisville, Kentucky, another city that's going to be impacted, and not just by the very cold temperatures, but a mixture of that snow and ice. We could see at the end of this 3 to 5 inches of snow as we get into Monday. A little bit of snow that's already fallen, but even with some of that sleet, we have the mayor of Louisville joining us this morning, Mayor Craig Greenberg. Thank you, Mayor, for sharing a little bit of your time this morning. It's a complicated setup when it comes to what we're going to be dealing with in terms of the precipitation type, but I guess looking outside your window, how is it looking in your city?
Well, we definitely got a lot of snow overnight, and while it may not have been as much as was originally projected, it's certainly impacting our roads here, and so we're encouraging everyone across the city to stay at home today, just as we had asked them to, just as they've been doing throughout the beginning of this event from yesterday afternoon. We have about 3.5 inches already. It's still falling. We have sleet going on right now as well. So we have our crews are working the roads 24/7 and 7-hour shifts. We have 70 trucks out throughout the county that are going to continue to pave roads for at least the next day, probably the next 2 days.
Yeah, that's the massive undertaking that we have here with this air mass, Mayor, that's going to move in after the snow and sleet move on out, because it seems as if the snow is going to have some staying power, and for that matter, the sleet as well. Wondering, with the trucks that are out there, some people have to get out. They can't stay at home for other various reasons, but as far as resources available to residents, what do you guys have available to them if in the event, let's say, some residents lose power?
So far, we've been fortunate. We did have one outage last night that was a result of somebody releasing Mylar balloons, but thanks to the team at our utility company, LG&E, got them back on within the hour. So no power outages yet. We have our libraries are open today from 1 to 5 if people need a place to get warm. We have shelters that are open across the entire county that are operating under the conditions that anyone who needs a place can have access. We have teams going out if there are people who don't have a home that are still on the street. We're bringing them to shelters. In fact, one of our plow drivers, Zach Lewis, last night noticed a man was unconscious outside and saved his life with spotting that individual and being able to call for help from our first responders. So we're doing whatever we can to help people stay safe and stay warm. Yesterday morning, before the storm came, my team and we delivered 900 meals to seniors around the community so that they would have meals for the coming days and wouldn't have to leave their home. That's what Louisville is all about. We're about loving and supporting one another in challenging times.
Yeah, and this is one of those times, right? And it's also, you kind of are shedding light in terms of all of the different all the things that need to be taken care of, all the people that need to be looked out for. The plow drivers do so much. You know, sometimes the weather just gets so bad, whether it's visibility, whether it's just because it's too slippery. Have there been any moments throughout the past 24 hours, let's say, where even plow drivers had to sit out just for a little bit and instead roads just had to be shut down till somebody could get to them?
Unfortunately, we have not had to shut down any roads yet. I just hung up before I hopped on with you all, with the team, with a call with our entire snow team. We only have one minor accident with those, but everyone is continuing to operate well. Our trucks are working well. We've bought $3 million of new equipment over the past year or so. So we have a good, solid fleet. We were well prepared for this. And also around the county, people have been listening to the warnings. And so the 911 calls are not at a significantly elevated rate overnight. We're hoping that people stay home, watch football, get a good book, play some games with their friends, cook a new dish or something. There's lots to do on a Sunday. We're encouraging people to stay home so we can continue to do our work and get the roads plowed. I'm heading out here shortly to check on them myself and to thank the team for what they're doing.
Yeah, it's an important work that you guys are doing. Just checking in at the airport, Mayor, we got a temperature of 15 degrees there. Reports of ice pellets and some freezing fog, which is not an ideal condition. I don't know if you have any insight into the airport, but I haven't seen at least Louisville noting that there are a lot of airport closures today as a result of the weather. Do you know what's going on at the airport there?
Well, as of last night, a lot of airlines had begun to cancel flights. I'm going to check in on that right when I'm done here right now. So the airfield does a great job of keeping the airfield open, but of course the airlines make their own decisions about their respective flights. So we're encouraging everyone to check directly with their airport. And then, of course, the biggest user out at our airport is UPS. We're the largest freight airport in the entire North America. And so we're working closely with our partners at UPS so they can continue to have their operations going as soon as the snow stops.
Nice little note, because people are going to be looking at that update from UPS.
You know.
And it's not going to move much as a result of this storm. Hey, real quickly, too, did the Louisville School District make a decision yet in terms of classes for Monday?
They have not made an official decision yet. They're joining us at 2 o'clock today. We're having our afternoon briefing, and Jefferson County Public School System will be part of us, and they may have made a decision by that point in time. It's also going to be freezing cold weather, even once the snow and sleet stops for the coming days, with wind chills well below zero. So that's something that we're concerned about as well, and I'm sure the school system is looking at as well.
I know that we have cold weather alerts that extend from the Dakotas all the way down to, well, parts of the Ohio River Valley. So
Yeah.
significant amount of Americans that are going to be well below average. This extreme cold can be dangerous. Thanks for letting us check in with you, Mayor Craig Greenberg of Louisville, Kentucky. Be safe out there and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, you know, those power outages, really concerned about these. It's an inconvenience, yes, but it can be flat out dangerous because of that prolonged cold that we're going to be dealing with in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee. We're seeing outages grow as far east as Georgia and as far north now as North Carolina and into, actually I should say, Virginia. Kentucky also, we're noting the outages have grown there as well. We just checked in with the mayor of Louisville. Some areas in Kentucky actually just saw quite a bit of snow, some bigger totals coming from the western part of the state. Regardless, be smart about how you are heating your home. Nashville, Tennessee, a lot of outages that are pouring out of not just the Music City, but portions of Tennessee that are dealing with that freezing rain. And we've been able to get some images through some of the live cameras of that ice accretion on some of the tree limbs here into, I believe they call it Broadway. I think that's Broadway. The ice, that was Broadway, thank you. The road looks wet, but it very well could be icy, so please be careful. That temperature in Nashville is right around freezing, so at the surface, we're seeing some of that ice really build up. Even the camera looks like a frigid one. But noticing here at Vanderbilt University, I know it's Sunday, but more than likely students were allowed to have probably another day for tomorrow, with classes being limited as a result of this weather. It's stuck in just one of the worst spots you can be. It's that rain-snow line, and Nashville has found itself in the middle of it. Interesting perspective here. This is the Fox Weather Beast right there that I'm circling. The Fox Weather Beast out of Nashville, not sure who's driving it, but thank you, team. The thing about Tennessee, too, and the DOT mentioned this, the communications officer for the DOT, that it's not just the freezing rain, it's also a slush on the ground, and maybe even a little bit of sleet.
Yeah.
So all that's mixing together, and you can see that accumulation. But here, the roads just look wet. They
Yeah.
could be icy.
It's so true. That pre-treatment, when you're dealing with the temperature of 32, 33 degrees, that pre-treatment goes a long way,
Yeah.
as long as it's not getting washed off. But we've certainly seen, you can see it on the left side, a lot of moisture just pumping into Middle Tennessee. And you look at, I checked in at the airport, where the airport's reporting a temperature of 34 degrees. So that's good that we're barely above freezing. But the temperature is not uniform. It's not uniform in the atmosphere. It's not uniform where we live here on the surface.
Yeah.
You can have those valleys, areas just low lying that are below freezing. That's where you're seeing the ice accrete.
And look at the accretion out of Brentwood, Tennessee, at 3/4 of an inch. The other spot we had 3/4 of an inch, that was out of northern Louisiana, right?
You're right.
I think that was also reported earlier this morning. And this is where we have some of the worst outages. But all of these totals, even into Virginia, you're noticing at least half an inch. So outages, as well as just very dangerous to be outside, whether you're walking or walking around maybe your house to check infrastructure. Please be careful. These branches could snap at any time. That's a look at the outages. Over 278,000 customers currently without power. That includes Nashville, and we've seen that spike. Big
Johnson
time.
and Davidson counties, those two counties, Davidson is where Nashville sits, but you have a high population density there, and that's why we've seen just within the past hour, those numbers skyrocket because we've had the ice accrete, and tree limbs can easily fall down. Power lines too can take that significant, load and also weigh them down to where it's too much that it, starts to crack. So be paying attention to it. Fox Weather, we're your Winter Storm HQ. We got coverage 24/7 throughout the strongest winter storm of our season so far. We're streaming live on all your favorite platforms this winter storm. Just beginning to crank too for the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, eventually New England. Much more Fox Weather after the break.
This is Edmund in love. It can only be PRTG.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured to share explicit content by someone they met on Roblox, you may qualify to file a claim. Estimated compensation varies depending on what happened and how it affected your child. For cases involving exposure to sexual materials, estimated compensation may range from $25,000 to $50,000. If your child was coerced into sending explicit content and is receiving ongoing mental health treatment, estimated compensation may range from $50,000 to $300,000. And in more serious cases, such as physical abuse, attempted rape, sexual assault, or trafficking, estimated compensation may range from $300,000 to over $1 million. Filing a claim is free, confidential, and takes just 2 to 3 minutes.
for a storm that was featuring so much cold, a couple of records that might make you go, that's interesting. Florida, yesterday, a new record high, 86 degrees in Fort Myers. How about New Iberia, Louisiana, a new daily rain record, as there was a lot of moisture moving in from the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific. Record snow, though. We saw that in Kansas City. This is all yesterday. Got a lot more today. And then, of course, the cold. Watertown, New York, negative 34. Previous record was negative 31. An unbelievably dynamic system, one that we see here in the U.S. every once in a while, but not every year, at least not on average. But as we're taking a look at things this morning, we're still getting snow from New York down to Philly and D.C. That moisture continues to ride up farther to the north. The snow will continue for the next couple of hours in New York City, as we've already seen at the airport. 3 inches at LaGuardia. Those numbers going to increase to some. This is along the Ohio River, Columbus. The entire state of Ohio, in fact, based on radar, receiving snow as we speak. Farther to the south, where we had those daily rain records in Louisiana just yesterday, it's another day of some heavy rain. We could even be dealing with some severe weather for portions of the Gulf Coast as we head into the afternoon. Enough dynamics here where there might be a developing tornado threat for parts of Georgia, Alabama, as well as Florida. And then finally, really what's taken center stage, the state of Tennessee, where the clash of the air masses, very, very cold air at the surface with that overrunning event, plenty of moisture, Marissa, moving in. Nashville dealing with some significant icing, but that also extending all the way into Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, right now, in terms of Tennessee specifically, Nashville is the epicenter of that ice threat. We'll continue to see this until we're able to get the profile, that vertical profile, to agree on what exactly we're going to be doing. Are we going to stay above freezing or below? But it's a mixture. It's a tug of war, and freezing rain is a big old problem right now in Nashville. I do want to take it over to Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre. Sarah's in Nashville this morning. I mean, Sarah, we got confirmation from the National Weather Service. Right now, ice totals at 3/4 of an inch. So the weight of that I can see behind you playing out, snapping tree limbs, and that's reported across the city.
Marissa, absolutely. We are seeing this play out here across portions of Nashville, and we're seeing the implications of what this ice accretion does. Let's go here to take a better look at the development that we've seen really overnight as this rain has begun to take shape here. Things getting dicey, things getting icy. It just goes to show the thickness that we're seeing on this branch and the weight that carries as you see that cracked tree just there. We have a tree just beyond that. A similar imagery that we're seeing in this portion of downtown Nashville just goes to show you how heavy this ice can be. And if you put that ice on a transformer, I mean, guys, even 1/4 of an inch, that can weigh hundreds of pounds. I mean, the size of 2 full-grown men, essentially. And so that's going to produce some damages. This is where we're seeing these widespread power outages. I mean, just looking at Nashville specifically, look at that ice accretion there. 120,000 people were without power. That was about an hour ago. Here we are right now. That number here for the Nashville Metro, guys, 170,000 people currently without power. And I shouldn't say people, I should say customers. That represents one person. So if we look at this number and really kind of talk about the impacts for families in each household, a lot of folks without the proper resources right now. What we're seeing from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, they have issued shelters throughout the state. I believe there are 87 currently open warming centers for folks who don't have the resources. But this is where all the preparation ahead of time really comes in handy right now as we're in the thick of this winter weather here in Nashville and the impacts just playing out here. We're definitely feeling more of that freezing rain come down. Temperatures a little bit warmer, but we do expect that to drop soon, and that could just add to the layer of concern that we're here. But as you look around, it's very desolate here in downtown Nashville, and it looks like people are heeding the warning of the local officials here saying, hey, if you can, just please stay home. Those conditions, they're icy. If we're seeing this on the tree, we're seeing this on the roadway as well. Definitely a dangerous environment out here in Nashville, and just continuing to track this rain as it's coming down. It's been this way throughout the morning. Marissa, Stephen?
It's remarkable, Sarah, what we're seeing on those trees. I mean, that is a classic view of what an ice storm is. Have you heard branches crack? When you get weight that much, those branches just start to crack in real time.
Absolutely, and we're definitely being mindful too while we're out here, because that is the cause for concern. We want to heed our own warning as well. Another thing I want to share with you guys, we've seen the flashes of light too earlier this morning. Those transformers blowing out as well, and that just goes to show you what we've been seeing power outage wise. So it's been interesting to see the impacts really playing out in real time. Kind of alarming to see that flash, and we've seen several reports of it, experiencing it ourselves this morning, getting down to this location. So all the warnings that you guys have been giving us, we're just seeing really come into fruition and play out. So wanting to be on guard as we continue to experience this. We're not letting up just yet. This is going to continue throughout the morning into the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing you could do is stay home, and as you mentioned, being very aware, because you can hear at times the cracking of the trees as they succumb to the weight of that ice. So appreciate that update, just very visual, verifying a lot of what we're seeing on radar this morning. Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre out of Nashville this morning. From the freezing rain threat to maybe more of a sleet and snow threat, the forecast is really chaotic for all the cities that are underneath this winter storm, including for our nation's capital out of Washington, D.C. A live look at the Capitol building there. A little bit difficult to see as you have visibility reduced quite a bit because of the intensity of that snow, perhaps sleet as well mixing in. And we do have that winter storm warning that will remain in place through tomorrow morning.
Yeah, let's bring in Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne, because she's in D.C. Katie, looking at what plays out in Nashville, I remember storms have passed. I'm not saying that this is what happened in D.C., but if we get temperatures to warm, especially in the mid-levels later this afternoon in D.C., there's a chance we get freezing rain. And I remember storms, starts as snow, ends as freezing rain, and you've got this thick coat of just ice on top of that snow layer, and the temperature's crashing. We could be setting up for what might be a pretty challenging day in our nation's capital.
The dangers associated with all of that, Stephen, are one thing, but then also just working on trying to clean it up becomes even more challenging. We've been in this changeover to sleet here in D.C. for some time. We started out with snow, have at least 3 inches of it on the ground, but you can see on top of the snow, we have all of these little balls of ice that have been kind of accumulating since then. Another 1 to 3 inches of sleet is possible. So the combination of that is going to be tough for people who have to clean out their houses, their cars, things like that, because sleet is a lot heavier than snow. When you look around, you can tell we've got snow-covered roads here where we do see some plows making passes just in the last few minutes or so, trying to keep up with the snow. In fact, right down this street, there's a plow coming down the sidewalk trying to keep up with the snow that's kind of accumulating, in addition to now this sleet on top of it. Of course, D.C. is one of the worst places to travel in and out of if you're flying today. No one's really going anywhere. That's been the case in airports here, and the same situation in New York City, and now we're starting to see issues in Atlanta as well. Those are the worst 3 spots at this point right now to be flying in and out of, with cancellations an astounding number, at least 10,000, delays less than that number, around 900, which tells you that no one's really going anywhere. Everyone seems to be somewhat stuck, unless you're in a different part of the country. But of course, flights always seem to have a domino effect for folks who are trying to head somewhere. Your plane may be caught somewhere else because of the weather, though this is a storm impacting much of the country, so it may just be a situation where you just can't get around the conditions. We will keep you posted on everything that develops here in D.C. It's been several hours now where we've changed over into that sleet consistency. We're still keeping our eye on any other changes that we see in this precipitation, but for now, very quiet day out here. I think many folks are heeding those warnings from officials to stay home and off the roads.
Yeah,
guys.
Good idea, because it's really hard to make out where you're standing and where that road is.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing seems to be plowed, and we've got that precip continuing to come down. Katie Byrne in our nation's capital. Appreciate it, Katie.
Yeah, from Nashville to D.C., 2 really good perspectives. And how about we take it into New York City? New York City also frozen in some cases in ice, but the snow has been coming down in New York City. We're going to take a look at some of those snowfall totals, but this is where Fox Weather is headquartered, in Midtown Manhattan, and that's where the flakes have been flying since before the sun even came up. They'll continue to fly before we start to see that influence off of the Atlantic, and New York will very likely be dealing with some of that sleet as well. But I'll take sleet over freezing rain any day. Any day. That freezing rain is just far too dangerous. So this is a look at some of the weather reports, but snowfall totals that are now coming in. So this is for portions of New Jersey into the Philadelphia metro, noting that across and around Philadelphia, we're looking at about 1.5 inches That's what Philadelphia International is reporting there. Mount Laurel into New Jersey reporting also about 1.5 inches there. Portions of the Jersey Shore are also right around 2 inches, and the snow hasn't stopped. So these reports come in, and then we continue to see the snowfall. We'll be updating those totals throughout the day. But taking it into New York City, into the Metro Central Park, as I mentioned, 0.8 of an inch. And I believe this report is about an hour old. And since the snow hasn't stopped, we've more than likely already moved over 1 inch of snow. New York City LaGuardia winning the race, though. It is now coming in at 3 inches of snow there. Ice slip out on Long Island. It's just the beginning for you, my friends, at 1/10 of an inch. But it is measurable nonetheless. And for most, it is becoming plowable, like in New York City LaGuardia.
Based on that snow report out of LaGuardia, 2 inches per hour snow rate between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. Matthew Blue just letting us know.
Okay.
Significant.
That is.
That's a fast snow rate there, and we've got more to come. I mean, you look at where this system is, and while we watch Middle Tennessee, some of us are dealing with all snow, and that snow, a much better alternative than the sleet and freezing rain.
I know, and you know, radar, what an incredible tool we have here at Fox Weather to be able to bring you ground perspectives from Katie and DC, especially because radar is still showing snow. Now, granted, you can check in with the various weather stations, the METARs, and be able to get that verified as well with the precip type. But DC is seeing the mixing, whereas New York, also looking blue on radar, is just snow. There's a look at the temperatures around 5,000 feet. The deeper the blue, the purple, it's cold. But you get some of that warmer air to wedge itself in, and depending on how thick that warmer air is, the snowflake that falls through it can melt and then refreeze at the surface, or if you're in New York, that's a snowflake.
Going to see it. Hate to say it, but we are marching toward 1 million customers without power throughout the country. More than 700,000 are in the dark. It's really getting dicey in Tennessee. Nashville getting crushed by freezing rain with more than 220,000 without power.
I got game, she got game, we got game. Everybody say, Half Price Games, Half Price Games. Half Price Games, Half Price Games. Top in that car, got the whole squad bumping.
Half Price Games, 5 days a week, only at Dave & Buster's.
back here on Fox Weather. It's finally NFL Conference Championship weekend. We've got the Patriots facing off against the Broncos in Denver. This will likely be one of the coldest games that we've had all season for the Patriots. Broncos as well. I mean, they're dealing with some colder temperatures, abnormal for the Mile High City. We'll have the other game too as the Rams and Seahawks face off. But this is where the weather could be most impacted. From a precipitation perspective, which is going to be snow, it's pretty high, right? Our Rowie's at 10. The higher the number, the worse it is. Temperatures are also going to be pretty chilly at Empower Field. Kickoff is later this afternoon at 3 o'clock. So overall, that Rowie is a 7 out of 10. And when we look at the temperatures, yeah, it's cold, even by Denver standards. And it's possible with that Arctic air that's present, temperatures could be dropping down into the teens by about 5 o'clock. And it's later this evening that we're going to have the Rams and Seahawks face off at Lumen Field. This is at 6:30 Eastern time, Sunday, today. How about that rain? We are expecting some rain by midweek to move into the Pacific Northwest, but not today. Some good news there, right? Is the wind impact, the temperature impact, not going to be all that bad. In fact, when you look at it by late January standards, not too bad, Marissa, with a 0.9 Rowie. Compare that to what we're dealing with in Denver, and I'd take this game over that one. We're still a little on the cooler side, in the low 40s, dropping into the 30s by about 9 p.m. Two really important games. Final Four. I know you use that for basketball, but it works for football.
It does work. Hey, it works if you say it works. Whether or not you have skin in the game to be at that game, not bad, 40 degrees. A tough drive in Ohio. You have very cold temperatures. You have snow on the ground that's becoming compact, especially with some of the cars that have been over it. But there aren't a lot of cars out there except for, well, you have Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic that's driving around Dayton this morning. It looks like he's exiting the interstate there. Brandon was driving around Cincinnati as well. A lot of the interstates still look snow covered. In fact, I haven't been able to catch a snowplow, at least in his video. But even if you look at the road, it doesn't look like some of it has been plowed. And perhaps keeping up with those snowfall rates has been challenging at times. But across Ohio, across the Ohio Valley, it is purely a snow profile. So we're not as worried about that warmer air coming up from the south and messing up that profile and giving you a sleet or perhaps a freezing rain. That activity is further to the south. When you talk about travel, though, it's not just the roads that are going to be an issue. Planes flying also an issue, and that's really not a surprise. You have a well-forecasted storm, and I think because of that, a lot of airlines preemptively offered people to change their flight. You notice that out of Dallas, which was a big problem yesterday, in and out of Dallas, you had over 1,400 flights that were canceled. You're also noting out of Charlotte, we're having issues there, now up to 450 flights that have been canceled. For Charlotte, it's more of an icy threat. Nashville has quickly stepped up into the spotlight this morning because of the freezing rain, not even sleet, the freezing rain that has impacted many people across the city, primarily with outages. So you just shouldn't be leaving your home. You shouldn't even be thinking about exiting to the outside unless it's absolutely necessary. When you look right now at some of the air travel, you do still have flights that are flying. We've seen a couple take off out of the New York City Metro, but only maybe a handful, and a lot of them were flying south. Issues throughout the day for Boston. I'd say for the morning for sure, hopefully getting better into the evening, but not so much in terms of the actual air travel, though the forecast should hopefully be getting a little bit better as you get into early Monday morning. New York, LaGuardia, JFK, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, everything exits from west to east, but it could take the airports a while to catch up, especially if you were delayed and you're waiting on that flight to take off. Then you get into an issue of the hours that the pilots have worked. This is a look right now at the airport delays for Monday. Again, the system exits by Monday. And for New York City, a lot of that precept's going to come to an end by early Monday morning, perhaps 6, 7, 8 a.m. And you'll note that even as we look at the airports, there's still going to be a little bit of a challenge. So hopefully and hoping for better news, if you're on the road, it could take a little bit longer. You know, they're going to treat a lot of these plow crews and salt treatment crews. They're going to prioritize those main interstates, those main roads, before they can get to the secondary or even the tertiary roads, which means your neighborhood may be further down on the list. Regardless, the interstates, they could be slippery. And noting where we do have some of these temperatures, I-95, I-85, that are below freezing or right around freezing, it's not just a snow threat, it is an ice threat as well. So please be careful. But again, best advice, keep it at home.
Let's highlight those temperatures a little bit more, Marissa, because that is the big story with this departing winter storm. It's eventually going to happen in Nashville, a city that's dealing with some ice. Ignore the temperature right now. That is not the temperature in Nashville. Actually, we are 32, 33 degrees in the Music City, but what we're looking at is a very icy situation. And with cold air set to move in, a city like Nashville is under a cold weather advisory because tonight and tomorrow night, it's going to be very cold with wind chills dropping into the single digits, even below zero, well below zero, where we have those extreme cold warnings, which that's confined through parts of the upper Midwest and the high plains, and then also a big chunk, including Memphis, Tennessee, not Nashville, but Houston, Corpus Christi. Of course, these are subjective. These are based on what latitude we're found at. So along the Gulf Coast, obviously we're not going to have temperatures as extreme as what we have through the high plains, but the infrastructure is way different. For example, you've got exposed water lines along the Gulf Coast. Those are buried pretty deep when you head up into North Dakota and Minnesota. But overall, as we're looking at these threats that we have, the cold is going to be a really big concern, especially when we're dealing with ice this morning, that ice through Middle Tennessee. Through the upper Midwest, through the Great Lakes and Northeast, we do have some pretty cold temperatures that we're expecting later today. This is by tomorrow morning. We are still well below zero in Minneapolis for that wind chill. St. Louis, negative 19 will likely be that wind chill when we wake up tomorrow morning, already in that cold regime. But the snow with that fresh snowpack, sometimes these temperatures can really surprise us. You get clear skies, and anything that might be warm just escapes the lower levels of the atmosphere, and we can really bottom out. A little better in St. Louis by Tuesday morning, but then we're going to see through the interiors of the Northeast that reinforcing shot of Arctic air. It's not over by Tuesday. In fact, as we head throughout the rest of the week in the final few days of January, it does look like a cold pattern is going to dominate, especially through the Great Lakes, as those Great Lakes are quickly beginning to freeze. This is the type of air mass that we need, but when you look at it climatologically, that's what happens. Speaking of the Great Lakes, Duluth, Minnesota, look at those forecast wind chills over the next 6 days. When you say negative 22 is the warmest, I don't know if that even counts. What about Boston? Similarly in New England. Now, we're going to have a lot of snow in Boston, and the big question is how long will that snow stick around? I think it's safe to say that through Friday, it will be on the ground, so we got to get used to it. Not only, though, is it the high plains, the Great Lakes, the Midwest, and the Northeast, it's the southern plains. A lot of record low temperatures could happen through Tuesday, so this is considering tonight and tomorrow night. And given the air mass that we have, the departures could be some of the greatest in Texas, meaning where we should be this time of year compared to what the actual temperature is going to be. That difference is larger than what we see even through the Great Lakes. Not to ignore the fact that we've got quite a bit of snowpack, so that cold air, certainly winning out as we head into the final few days of January. I think when you look at the overall pattern here and you consider what we've dealt with, sure, we've had cold snaps that are a lot more extreme, say through Texas and Oklahoma, but there was a lot of moisture that we had with this system, so as a result, might be a while before we can get those streets totally cleared in places like Dallas with temperatures hanging out into the 20s. And these are real-time temperatures, not real-time, but real temperatures tomorrow, Marissa. -4 in Springfield, 23 degrees in Houston. That's a hard freeze. Anything exposed could very well burst. I'm thinking pipes. So protect what you can before this deep chill settles in tomorrow.
If you don't have cabin fever yet, give it another day or so. Well, it is the bottom of the hour, so you know what time it is then. It's time to look at some of the...
It's 7 minutes till the top of the hour.
That's exactly what it is. This is a look at, well, some of the viewer content that's been shared with us here at Fox Weather. This video out of Falling Waters. I'm not sure which state, but I do know that it's getting snow, and I do know that that's well, there's a lot of snow.
That's falling snow. That's not falling waters, but yes.
Technically, it is
get
falling water, though.
Technically, you're right. Just below freezing. Where's this one at? You have better eyes than I do.
That's out of Maryland, out of Galena.
Nice. A little bit of snow. The thing with Maryland and the Mid-Atlantic, we've seen that transition occur. So we're seeing a little bit more sleet, but the pooches, they still... Oh, my gosh, look at that.
Aww.
In the spirit of the...
That's
nice.
Oh, that's in Hope, New Jersey.
Is that a little schnauzer?
I don't... Or it looks like maybe a doodle of sorts.
Yeah, a doodle.
Doodles are very bouncy.
My sister has one. You better believe it. They are.
That was great. Okay, and another video out of Maryland, out of Oakland. Michael, thank you for sending this one in. It is very serene, right? When it's just the snow, it's not even blowing around, but it looks like that snowpack is settled.
Please share your photos. We do like to see it. With this being a very complex forecast, some are seeing sleet, others freezing rain, others snow. Scan the QR code. You can also go to foxweather.com/connect and upload your photos there. Let us know the city and state, because, you know, there's a bunch of cities in these different 50 states.
There are. All right. Well, that.
Thank you, Captain Avi.
Thank you, Captain Avi. Are we still going? We're still going.
Yeah, we're almost to the bottom of the hour.
Okay, almost to the bottom of the hour. Okay, well, we're at the bottom of the hour. To your point, depending on where you send video from, there are a lot of spots right now that are purely dealing with snow. We've seen actually that snow creep up the I-95 corridor, so very likely Boston, you're going to be seeing that within the next hour or so, but spreading across even Rhode Island into what am I thinking?
Rhode Island and Connecticut. Is that right? Am I right?
Saying Providence.
Lucky guess.
I want to say Providence.
Providence, okay.
Yeah.
Well, look at that swath of snow. This has been the zone, though.
Yeah.
I mean, right through Middle Tennessee, where the rain and that moisture moving in has created a really nasty situation around Nashville with the freezing rain, and those ice storm warnings still quite expansive. We've got them in East Texas. We also have them through the Carolinas and northern Georgia.
Yeah, Tennessee really did take the spotlight earlier because of the fact that it's dealing with freezing rain. But even with that sleet and everything in between, it's just a nasty setup. As we mentioned earlier, that trough is now starting to swing through the east, so it's helping energize and provide lift. And you are going to see, well, we've already seen some impressive snowfall rates, it looks like, out of the New York City metro, where we've had about 2 inches an hour.
Looking at that, draw a line from the base of the trough. That'll give us that indication of when it's all beginning to shift, perhaps even become negatively tilted. That's going to enhance what we always look at, where the base of the trough is just to the east of it. That's where you really see that upward motion.
It's going to be a long day, folks. Buckle up. The ride continues here on Weather Command Weekend, and we'll be breaking down every city and those threats that we have. We'll be right back after this.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured to share explicit content by someone they met on Roblox, you may qualify to file a claim. Estimated compensation varies depending on what happened and how it affected your child. For cases involving exposure to sexual materials, estimated compensation may range from $25,000 to $50,000. If your child was coerced into sending explicit content and is receiving ongoing mental health treatment, estimated compensation may range from $50,000 to $300,000. And in more serious cases, such as physical abuse, attempted rape, sexual assault, or trafficking, estimated compensation may range from $300,000 to over $1 million. Filing a claim is free, confidential, and takes just 2 to 3 minutes.
on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command Weekend. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres. Fox Weather's 24/7 coverage of this major, now historic winter storm, depending on where you are. It's been a long go of it since Friday, right? Nearly 800,000 customers are in the dark without power. A lot of it has to do the weight of the ice that we've seen really build up across portions of the Mississippi Valley and now into Tennessee, out of Nashville specifically.
Ice accretions closing in on 1 inch, which would add more than 2,000 pounds for every 300 foot of power line. It's just a remarkable storm that we've seen. And we want to start this hour in the ice storm. Our Fox Weather Beast, it's moving through this winter storm. It's not driving by itself, though. We got 2 people in that vehicle currently driving through Nashville, Tennessee, where we have seen the power outages skyrocket with temperatures hugging close to that freezing mark. That's allowing anything that is below freezing to get coated in ice. Look at those trees. You see how they're weighed down, even those power lines. Really a dangerous situation setting up.
And since the Beast has yet to get the driverless feature, we want to go ahead and take it to the faces behind the camera there. We have Nick Bills and John Bright joining us. John, I think you're the one behind the wheel. So Nick, I believe that means you are the one answering questions. Did I get that right?
Hey, yeah, that's right. Good morning.
Hey, Nick, good morning.
John is intrepidly navigating through this, through everything you can see here.
Yeah, I mean, well, and I know he has to focus. It's just, I'm looking at what you're seeing. Obviously, the weight of the trees, the tree limbs that are down, but also the ground. Is it slushy? Is it icy? Is it both?
So it's interesting. We're actually seeing the results of all the preparation overnight and yesterday, where they obviously salted as much as they possibly could. But we are in the warmest part of today, right? It's 33 and dropping. And so right now it's slushy. Right now it's dropped. We're driving on basically wet roads. But you can already see as we get into areas of the subdivision that are a little bit less traveled, we've already seen emergency vehicles. We've seen trees down. We just passed a big tree on the right there. Power lines coming down. Nobody has power. And that's not, and the driving conditions are only going to worsen as all that cold air arrives that you were referring to earlier.
That's what we're really concerned with because, yeah, I mean, Nick, the cold weather advisory that we have, it goes into Monday and it'll linger for some into Tuesday. So we've got that cold air that we're waiting on. I'm wondering, given how you guys have been navigating, we've got nearly 90% of Davidson County without power. I don't know if there's any way to indicate. What are your thoughts on these homes? Are they without power?
Yes. So if yesterday was really talking about the falling snow and snow and stuff, this morning it's definitely about the silence. Everything is without power. We were driving through a strip mall earlier today. Every business is closed, either for driving safety concerns or because there is no power. Probably both, honestly, right? All the traffic lights are out. All the businesses having to remain closed.
Look at that yard. It looks like an ice rink.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, every parking lot that hasn't been heavily treated looks like a hockey rink right now.
It is, and you brought up the snow because that's what's interesting too. We talk about the chaotic setup and the conflicting air masses. Nashville did have snow, pure snow yesterday, right? Then we saw a little bit of a switch to the sleet, and then more recently it's been the freezing rain.
Yes, and you can definitely see where as it got cold, everything. When we were driving through, we tried to make it all the way through Clarksville yesterday, and in the back roads in particular, there were multiple sections where if you didn't keep your tires in the tire tracks of the car that had preceded you, you were taking your life into your own hands. So as that freezing rain started to hit the ground, as soon as the sun went down, we lost all that solar energy. Everything started to really freeze up.
You did mention just a bit ago, Nick, that this is the warmest part of the storm. We are very close to freezing. Might just be a couple of degrees. I think we're coming upon what looks to be a pretty significant tree that's down just off on the right. I mean, the risk of these trees falling onto power lines and even homes, it's great. Does that mean those drops that we're seeing on the windshield? What are your thoughts? You think that's freezing rain?
No, so fortunately for us, it's amazing what you're happy for, right? When you get in situations like this, it's wet water, which is great, right? I'll take that. It's probably like 33, 34 degree water, balmy. I'll take it all day.
Yeah.
But like you said, as those temperatures start to drop, I would not at all be surprised. I'll tell you what concerns me the most to your earlier question about navigation. As the temperature continues to drop, eventually all the salt treatments on the road will become ineffective. You know, once we get to 20 degrees, I think it's where the chemistry really starts to work against us, and all of a sudden rock salt, it still just freezes, right? It's just salt water, and it still freezes. So that's, if we want to talk about what I'm most nervous about navigating through here, even with our gigantic weather beast, 20 degrees is where I start to really get nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the temperatures now. To your point, we're supposed to drop into the single digits tonight in Nashville. And remembering people don't have power, and that's what's just so scary, right? To not have power and the ability to heat your home. But in terms of the temperatures after tonight, we stay in the teens on Monday, and anything that is under the sun that is able to just get a little bit of melt, it is going to be frozen. And I mean, I'm looking at the trees now. It's kind of like a game of Frogger.
Right on the roadway.
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about, I'm sorry to cut you off, Marissa, but this really just illustrates the point y'all were making earlier about how heavy, how surprisingly heavy, even just a quarter inch of ice is. Just taking these trees out and power lines.
And I think, Nick, when you're looking at an ice storm like this, one of the elements that some ice storms bring is a significant wind. I don't necessarily notice winds being all that strong. This is just the weight of the ice.
I was just checking that. You're right. A wind out of the southeast, but light, around 5 miles per hour.
Yeah. Has that been generally the theme as you guys have driven?
We've been in mostly areas like this, and so the winds, we haven't really been in any major wind tunnels or wind corridors. So I guess that's a relief, though, right? That's one of the things we haven't actually been caught by too badly, at least just for us. Our experience specifically is not having to contend too much with that wind chill.
It is, yeah. I think it's not seeing cars on the road is really, it's really nice. Appreciate you guys bringing these looks. I mean, you got 4-wheel drive. The Beast is a super powered, well armored vehicle. But even for you guys, I'm wondering, what is the plan then? How are you feeling on the road? I guess we have John that's driving. How's John feeling?
I was gonna say I feel great. John is driving. Are you feeling, John? Big thumbs up from John. John Bright over here, 2 thumbs up. Sorry, only a single thumbs up, other hand firmly on the wheel.
Okay, yeah.
It's fascinating to even look at the tire tracks. I mean, I don't want to get too in the weeds, but certainly on the opposite side, farther away from those trees, that most people have been driving. But yeah, to Marissa's point, there's not a lot of people that are hanging out. We're glad that we're getting these perspectives. I'm telling you, when it comes to a winter storm, this is the most sinister part of any winter storm. It's the freezing rain potential, and seeing how the things have set up right over Nashville, just not ideal. Would you say that this is the worst that you've seen? I know you had mentioned, Nick, that you guys were in Clarksville yesterday.
Yes, I think, just in terms of how eerie it is for all of the lights to be out, houses, businesses, traffic lights, it's definitely eerier today to move through. I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with the southern restaurant chain Waffle House. Even the Waffle Houses are closed. So everybody who's in the southeast is like, oh, even the Waffle Houses are closed. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, I know. We've had a couple of correspondents out there. One of them who is holed up in Tulsa, and I think at one point the Waffle House was open. I don't even know if it still is, but yeah, it's always a great barometer in terms of if it's okay to get out.
We tried to go to Waffle House this morning. It's like, if there's one place we can count on, Waffle House will definitely be open. Oh, this is very serious. The Waffle House is closed.
And it becomes a problem, right? People don't have power. That could be, hopefully people are well stocked up. We really appreciate that perspective, guys, right? As we watch everything unfold in Nashville, Tennessee. We have John Bright, Nick Bills joining us out of the Fox Weather Beast. Stay safe, guys, and stay warm.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, Steven.
All right, yeah, 33, 34 degrees. Balmy.
For that tree.
As Nick said. We'll take those types of temperatures. That's a split.
Yeah. That's one of the bigger trees we saw that got taken out. Okay, we want to take it out of Nashville, and we want to take it further into the Northeast, into another city we all know very well, our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. A look at 16 degrees at the White House this morning.
Yeah, we got the flag in the front lawn, the flag on the south lawn. So we're looking at the precip type, though. It's the big question.
Yeah.
And our Katie Byrne has been there this morning. Katie, I know it's cold. Still dealing with sleet. Are you noticing anything with freezing rain? I'm worried about that mid-level warm nose that's going to try to work into our nation's capital.
No freezing rain just yet. We're still in the sleet, so it's very uncomfortable to stand in. You've got these shards of glass, essentially, what it feels like hitting you in the face. But some people are starting to venture out. It seems like now that we are into the day, the sun's been up for a while. Across the way, you're going to see those are staircases typically that lead you towards the Capitol. There are some families now sledding on them. But some people are also heading home from work, like Michelle, who I just met walking by. She actually works for Fox, helps on the hair and makeup team, but you have to get home at this point. Well, you're going to stay in a hotel because of the rough conditions?
Yes, I'm right around the corner, so it'll be a short walk.
How would you describe it out here?
It's windy, it's cold, and the snow definitely feels like it's exfoliating your skin right now, so it's cold.
I know. Talk more about the consistency of what it feels like when you're facing that.
It hurts, so you definitely want to face away from the snow because it's coming down pretty hard.
Yeah. Great insight, Michelle. Thank you so much for talking to us. We're going to be keeping everyone posted today on Fox Weather and across all Fox platforms on these changing conditions, which seem to change every hour or so. But for now, it continues to be pellets of ice, sharp, prickling your face, guys.
I mean, if it's exfoliating, then Katie, your face has got to be as smooth as a baby's bottom this morning. You're a trooper.
It's not the way to do it.
No.
There are many other methods that don't require us standing in temperatures in the teens. Thank you, Katie. Thanks for bringing us that shot. We'll be waiting on that preset to possibly change. So, we're looking in Nashville. We're live in D.C. as we continue to track this sprawling winter storm. A lot of trees and a lot of people without power in Davidson County in Nashville this morning. We're also going to take you into Kentucky, the bluegrass state, just north of Tennessee. The mayor of Louisville going to join us next.
Parents, if your child plays Roblox, listen up. You could qualify for up to $300,000 or more in compensation. If your child was sent sexual images or material, estimated compensation is between $25,000 and $50,000. If your child was coerced to share explicit content and is now in treatment, estimated compensation is between $50,000 and $300,000. For cases involving physical abuse or attempted assault by someone they met on the game, estimated compensation is between $300,000 and $1 million or more. You can file a claim anonymously in most states, and it only takes a couple minutes.
Oxford, Mississippi. It's located in northwest Mississippi, one of the many cities dealing with the significant ice threat associated with this winter storm. Also taking a look from the sky, Boonville, Mississippi. We have an ice storm warning, which includes the city of Oxford through this evening. And then as that moisture moves out, the cold moves in. An extreme cold warning also lasting until Tuesday.
And moving into Studio W, so to speak, the mayor of Oxford, Mississippi, we have Robin Tannehill joining us. Mayor, appreciate you sharing some time with us. What a challenging day it's been, I guess, in the past 24 hours, watching everything unfold, but really getting into today with that ice threat. You spoke to Stephen Morgan on Friday, right?
Yep.
Previewing this storm and how the city was going to be getting ready. How did that prep go, and how are you faring this morning?
Well, I'm not sure there was any way to prepare for what we've experienced over the past 12 hours. Yesterday was a huge success. We had put out 6,000 gallons of brine. All of the equipment that we had put in place worked. We were able to clear roadways yesterday pretty effectively. Unfortunately, last night at about 11 o'clock, once the trees started to freeze and branches started to fall, about 11 last night, we started having power outages, and by 2:30 this morning, 11 of our 16 circuits are down. More than 8,000 city customers without power right now, and it really looks like a tornado has gone through town. We've got trees down over roads, through houses, on cars. It has dealt us a pretty devastating blow, but you know, when you get dealt a hard blow, you get up and you give it all you've got, and that's what our teams are doing right now. We've got folks that are clearing roads so that we can get emergency vehicles, access to the hospital, which is, of course, our first priority, and then we will start trying to restore power.
That's the challenging thing here, too, because with the ice storm, Mayor, that we've seen already play out, we're seeing that shift now into Middle Tennessee with Nashville under the threat. You've got cold air that's going to move in behind it. On Friday when we spoke, we talked about some of those warming shelters, a police station that's opened. Are those still available for people that need to get to them if they are without power?
Absolutely. Those are all available for immediate needs right now, and we are putting plans in place as we speak to open some larger warming stations all over town. We're coordinating volunteers right now in spaces. You know, we're going to meet our citizens where they need us. And, you know, for starters, that is a warm place for you and your family to be. So that's our top priority.
Yeah, it's tough when you see the temperatures could dip below zero as we get into Monday night. So a prolonged cold. When it comes to getting the power back on, that's always a challenge, right? Because the ice can weigh down these power lines. What has been the messaging in terms of maybe when it could come back on with the utility company and even their ability to get back out there and start to service those needs?
Well, I'm not sure that I can give a time frame at this point. What we've got right now are 3 city crews and 5 contractor crews that are driving all of our circuits, identifying what infrastructure has to be replaced, what trees have to be moved for us to get there to restore those circuits. So that's step 1 is this assessment. Step 2 is for all of our street guys to get out there and get these trees moved so that we can get our trucks to these circuits to be able to restore them. This is not going to be a quick fix. As I said, it looks like a tornado has gone through the entire town. It's going to take a minute, but we'll get there. Oxford's a community that rallies and really steps up and takes care of each other in challenges, and that won't be any different for this storm.
It's a small town despite being one of the largest cities in Mississippi. I think it's among the top 20 largest cities. But Mayor, one of the things that gives Oxford such a nice hospitable feel, I would imagine, is the college, Ole Miss. What's the status of the college? I believe shortly after we spoke, the college called classes. They canceled classes for Monday, if I understood that correctly. Now with the power being such a problem, do you have any insight into what's going to be happening there at Ole Miss?
I don't. It will depend on when we can restore power to different buildings, obviously. You know, we are really just asking people to shelter in place right now. We've got power lines down that, you know, we're encouraging people to assume that every line that you see that's down is live. So right now, our number one goal is how do we keep people safe? how do we get roads cleared for emergency vehicles? How do we keep people warm? And, then restoration will begin, but we've got some steps before we can even get there.
Yeah, we're looking at the future radar to your left, and still that risk for some freezing precip even as we get further into the morning, and then it's just about the cold. So best of luck to you and to your community.
Thank you.
You mentioned you're still in the assessment, so really driving home, we're still in it, and we still have a long way to go, but best of luck. Stay safe, stay warm. Mayor of Oxford, Mississippi, Robin Tannehill, thank you.
We want to head elsewhere now, where this winter storm is not being kind. Augusta, Georgia, you see what we're dealing with there. Athens, Georgia as well. The Carolinas also dealing with some significant icing. Fox News reporter Oliviana Calmes is joining us from Charlotte. And Oliviana, when we're dealing with the type of precip that this storm has featured in the Carolinas, it truly is a mixed bag. A little bit of snow, but in large part it's been sleet.
Yeah, Stephen, Marissa, it's an interesting wintry mix here. The ice is the big story here in the Carolinas, and we have been seeing that mix you talked about with the rain and the sleet today. It was just giving freezing rain just now, and we have sleet on the ground, so it's really crunchy, this snow mix with the sleet here. Those little pellets were kind of hitting my face just a few minutes ago, but there is a pretty small accumulation of that snow and sleet over here, but it's still coming down lightly at the moment. But that crunchy layer is starting to settle with that freezing rain. If you look over here, just to show you how crunchy that is, that whole layer of just freezing rain that is just crunching off of just the plants and the grass here. And we know that as more accumulation we get of that, the more weighty that is on power lines, on trees, which is a huge concern here. The officials here are asking people to stay off the roads. Thankfully, we haven't seen a whole lot. There's one right there, but there haven't been many people over here. Now, I did see a couple of people braving the cold this morning to do a walk with their dog. I talked to one woman who wanted to capture this event. She's from Michigan. She says this is really not what she normally sees around here.
This is not going to be typical for the Charlotte area, so I just really wanted to capture some images with actual snow instead of just a little dusting. So I'm from Michigan, so this is not uncommon for me, so I know a lot of people wouldn't be out. So yeah, I just wanted to grab some pictures, and capture is not going to happen, 5-10 years from now, who knows?
Yeah, talking about this potential historic event here. She said the stores, those shelves have been pretty empty as far as the last couple of days. People having that time to stock up on essentials, make sure they've got everything they need in their car, any generators, propane, things like that. But we're also watching the power outages here in the state, and they're climbing up. Just this morning it was around 3,000. Now it's about 10,000 customers without power here. So that's creeping up. We're keeping an eye on that as all of this unfolds and we get more freezing rain and sleet, that wintry mix that you guys were talking about.
Yeah, I think driving home the point, even to folks in Charlotte, maybe it looks calm now, but there's still a long way to go. We got to get everything off to the east, and so still that threat for ice continuing into tonight. Oliviana, appreciate you joining us out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Oliviana Calmes, we'll see you later. See you in a little bit.
See ya.
Sometimes I forget I'm talking to somebody professional. See you in a little bit, girl.
See you in a little bit.
See you in a little bit.
Yeah. Stay warm.
It's just it's a tough weather setup. It is a very dynamic system, and you encompass that ice in the forecast, and this is the result. We're watching the power outages throughout the country, but look at the red that's highlighting not just Texas and Louisiana. We've added Mississippi to that. We've added Tennessee to that, and we've seen the outages grow in states like Kentucky, Georgia, and into Virginia. A lot of this has to do with the ice. Tennessee is, in fact, leading the board because of the icing threat that is ongoing. If you look at Nashville, which is the epicenter of some of that freezing rain, you have Davidson County, where Nashville is located, with 90% of customers without power. And the thing to keep in mind is that because this is still happening, because we're still looking at that ice accretion, we are not done yet. We still have a few hours to go, more than likely, with maybe even, honestly, more than that. We're going to be dealing with the buildup that could continue, and then we have the cold weather that'll be stuck in place. So we're not getting any melting. So waiting for that melt we have some time. We have some time. You look at some of the temperatures that are falling as a result. If you go just off to the north into Cairo, we have 14 degrees there. So temperatures will continue to fall. Memphis already at 14, Nashville at 33, so just above freezing. But again, those are going to continue to fall as we get into tonight.
I hate to say it, because we've got that Arctic air, which is knocking on the door. And the airport temperature, B&A, Nashville, is down to 32 degrees again. It was up to 34, had a little bit of warming. And that fluctuation in temperature, I mean, that temperature makes all the difference. We know water freezes at 32. So you deal with a temperature like that at the airport. You got other areas that are probably at or a little bit below, maybe a little bit above. But we need that moisture to turn off because that cold air, it's moving in.
We need some drier air to help eat up some of that moisture. I mean, look at the temperatures. Tomorrow morning you wake up, you're in the low teens, maybe the middle teens. But that is well below freezing. And the other thing to keep in mind is it's going to be tough for those utility crews to get out there to make those repairs. They still have to assess, as we heard from the mayor out of Oxford, Mississippi, you still have to assess the damage before you even know what to fix. So ice, Nashville, even into the neighboring suburbs, all the way down towards Murfreesboro, into Columbia, into Dixon. You'd have to go far off to the north and to the west to find some of that snow.
It resonated when the mayor of Oxford mentioned that it looks like a tornado moves through. Northern Mississippi, I mean, familiar with severe weather, and you get ice storms like this, and those branches way down. We're showing you video, I think this is from last night in Oxford, and those trees coated in just that ice. So concerning. Oh, it was after midnight. It was early this morning, and you see those transformers blowing. I mean, that's what Nashville is continuing with now, with some significant ice secretion, and it's ongoing.
0.8 of an inch of ice secretion. It is so heavy. Yeah, very dangerous.
Keep it here. Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. We have 24/7 coverage of what's been now the strongest winter storm of the season so far, and it's going to continue to crank, especially in the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast.
Already sent you a scribe with step-by-step instructions. Pretty cool, right? Do it once, share forever. Get Scribe.
What's up, you guys? Welcome back. I am Bob Van Dillen. I'm reporting live right now in Greenville, South Carolina, and you can see, does it look like South Carolina? Not really, right? Look at the sleet and the freezing rain accumulation that we've had overnight last night. Now, this is the only spot that's getting that kind of stuff. We had a little bit of snow to start out the business as well. That was after midnight last night. You see the roads? We have a lot of ice on them for sure. They're clearing them off right there, the sidewalks. Four-wheel drive so far looks like you can get around. This is right here in downtown Greenville, South Carolina. So upstate of South Carolina, getting towards the escarpment of the Blue Ridge Mountains, that's where you're going to start seeing more of this freezing rain. But let's go up to the north a little bit farther to Greensboro, North Carolina. Now they're starting to see the heavy belts of snow working right through the Carolina Piedmont, ultimately ending through Virginia and in New York City right now at the moment as well. So we've got Scott Mothersbaugh up. He's the Public Information Officer in Guilford County, North Carolina. Scott, thanks for joining me, sir. I appreciate it this morning. Things are starting to get a little bit on the wild side now for northern parts of North Carolina, right?
Yeah, we're seeing a situation a lot like what you're seeing down in South Carolina, but we got a fair amount of sleet overnight. There were some slick spots, but we're expecting that transition to freezing rains. So I think there's a really good chance that we might see things kind of shift a little bit throughout the day. We'll start moving around, and we may see some increasing incidents as we kind of get later in the day.
Yeah, understood. So how did this stuff start out? Did it start out as snow or did it start out as rain?
So it's actually, as a third option, it would start out as sleet. It's been sleet pretty consistently throughout, but it's been strangely kind of a dry sleet. It's a pretty nice powder at the moment, but I think that once it hits the freezing rain on top of that, we should start to get a little more interesting throughout the day.
Yeah, it is. And how do you treat something like this on the roads? Did you pre-treat the night before because you may be worried that maybe it was going to get washed off? What did you guys do?
Yeah, I'm definitely not an expert when it comes to treating the roads, but we've had some really good help from North Carolina DOT and some of our municipal partners. I know I saw a lot of salt melt down early, and then I think there was some strategy of leaving that sleet in place to make it easier to scrape when the freezing rain hits. So I'm seeing some scraping on the roads now, but they're actually leaving somewhat of a layer so they can get under it when the freezing rain shows up.
Yeah, I mean, that makes total sense because this is like a winter sandwich. You started with snow, sleet, freezing rain, possibly back to sleet and snow again. You've got a winter storm warning that goes all the way through 1 o'clock. How are we doing so far? 1 o'clock tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah, we've got a lot of folks around. We've made a whole lot of plans, and we've got people staying at the base so they can jump on the ambulances when they need to. But it's been an interesting logistical challenge, but things are running really smoothly so far.
Yeah, Scott, good luck to you. I know you guys are right in the heart and the teeth of it right now, and it's going to last through the rest of the morning into the early afternoon. Scott, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Marissa, Stephen, you can see what it looks like out here in Greenville, South Carolina. We still have dog walkers, no problems. It's a little chilly. Now, we got the wind chills that are about minus 1 or 2 later this afternoon when you're talking about northern parts, but now you're looking at about a 23-degree temperature here. Guys.
I feel like I last saw you in Georgia. I didn't realize you had shimmied your way over to Greenville, North Carolina. But still following, I guess, the ice threat, right? That's been a problem, and people are getting out, though, in Greenville.
Yeah. No, they are. This is really not that big of a problem at this point. I'm looking at it right there. The roads are clearly covered, but to me, Marissa, it looks like it's mostly sleet. If you look at it right there, we've been trying to scrape. I haven't seen anybody hit the roads yet with a plow, and it started after midnight last night. But you can see what it looks like right here. This is just plain old sleet, but we're going to get heavy freezing rain later this afternoon. That's going to be a huge problem. We're going to watch for that.
Yeah, and on top of all of that sleet, it just becomes really icy and really tough to clean. So if you're trying to shovel, that's going to be very heavy. Hey, Bob, appreciate you popping up here on Weather Command Weekend. Bob coming right out of Colorado, right into this winter storm. All right, let's continue on. We're going to take it out of South Carolina and take it into Tennessee, into Nashville,
where the ice storm has really materialized. Bob's talking about the possibility of ice. Sarah, it's realized for you.
Hey, Marissa, Stephen, yeah, absolutely. And we gave you some of those visuals the last time we saw you. Want to give you kind of more of this up-close look at what we're seeing here. Going to be very careful, but you just see the ice accretion develop on this branch, and it's such a good example of what we've seen here in Nashville and other parts of Tennessee. I mean, looking at the impacts here with the freezing rain, you know, yesterday we dealt with the snow, then turned sleet. That's absolutely an inconvenience, but what we're seeing now is more so the destructive element to it, because what's accumulating on this branch here, the accretion there, that's happening, the same story for those power lines around the area as well. And so with that, we have seen a lot of customers here in Nashville specifically without power. That number, guys, continues to jump. I believe the last time we talked to you was around 160, 170,000, and now we're nearly 200,000 people in Nashville Metro, so looking at NES there, without power currently. What we're seeing here, we're in downtown Nashville, and we've got the Nashville Downtown Partnership out. These folks are the heroes. I mean, they have been out with salt, with brine, along these walkways throughout the morning, just making sure these slick conditions, or at least just helping attenuate that just a little bit. And they have been out here throughout the entire morning. We've seen snowplow crews moving through as well here. And then we're panning to this tree again, an example of what we've seen with this ice accretion. And talking to these folks out here, they were telling us there are several parts of the downtown area where we're seeing a similar visual to this. So the snapping branches, the down trees, some down power lines as well from the ice that's developing. And, you know, we have felt those temperatures, guys, since we last talked to you, significantly dropped too. So getting a lot colder here, and that rain continuing here in the Nashville area. So we talked about the impacts when you're looking at widespread power outages, what this means with that ice accumulating on those wires there for the down trees as well. But then we also feel the impact, and you see the impact rather on the roadways. We've been talking with Tennessee Highway Patrol, urging folks, today is not the day to get in your car and drive. Listen.
People can travel some on snow, but ice, you just cannot maintain control of your vehicle, and that's what's scary. When responders have to get out to respond to these incidents, it puts them at danger as well as the person that's stuck. So we're going to do our best to get to everybody, but we want to encourage them. If they do not have to be out, please stay home. We're monitoring all areas. A key thing we're doing is running out the main interstates and state routes, but we're looking for people that are stranded. The temperatures are bone-chilling cold, and we don't want to see somebody freeze to death out here. So that's why we're trying to be as visible as we can on the interstates to look for people that are stranded.
Yeah, and just a closer look here, it just shows the weight of what we're experiencing, whether it be travel impact, just danger to infrastructure and folks, and then the lack of power too. And so we are seeing this throughout Nashville. Definitely want to be careful around these areas. We're making sure we're being mindful during this time, but we're feeling the impacts here across Nashville take shape too. A lot of folks without power. That's where those warming centers come in. I mean, we have 87 open right now throughout the state of Tennessee. We're also seeing impacts to the school system. Metro Nashville Public Schools, they won't be in class tomorrow and Tuesday. Hoping to follow those updates as we come, but we can just see the community reacting and responding to what we're experiencing right now here. We got some crews still out and about, just laying out salt and brine in this area, and just continuing to assess the damage and preventative measures as well, guys.
Yeah, but it's a bad situation in the Music City, getting even worse with that colder air moving in, because that freezing rain is going to only add to the already loaded trees, power lines, anything that is below freezing. Sarah Allegre, Fox News multimedia reporter, appreciate the update from Nashville.
And let's go ahead and just talk about what we can expect in areas even further off to the east and to the north. Look into New York City. Honestly, I was told this was a Central Park camera, but the visibility is greatly reduced because the snow intensity has picked up. We've seen the cloud base lowering throughout the morning, and New York has been dealing with some consistent snowfall. Now, out of Central Park, the latest measurement I'm still seeing is still from a couple of hours ago at 0.8 of an inch. I can pretty much assure you that we've surpassed that, because surrounding areas are around between 2 to 3, if not approaching 4 inches in spots around New York City. So the snow, it is falling. It'll continue to fall. It is going to be an interesting setup for cities like New York, out onto Long Island, New York, up to Connecticut. And we'll see into portions of coastal portions of New England, where we'll get some of that warmth off of the Atlantic to help interrupt that profile, and could see a mixing. You look right now at Real Color Satellite, always really impressive to see, especially as you can follow. The troughing is still coming out of the south. So right there is how the trough is somewhat organized. You can kind of follow the clouds and where that precip is at this time. At the surface, precip is variable. I was looking at Baltimore, and they're reporting ice pellets. So it's just really challenging for portions of even the Northeast this morning. Look at that fetch, not even fetch, that stretch, that length, about 1,500 miles from south to north of where we're watching that very chaotic moisture. Temperatures are chaotic as you look at the vertical levels of the atmosphere. There's a lot of places being impacted.
Wind chill in New York right now, -3. We have a temperature of 11 and a dew point of 7. And the fact that we're dealing with snow rates of 2 inches an hour is remarkable.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a type of snow that's very unique. It's not something that you often get with a winter storm, let alone with a nor'easter like this. But that Arctic air, it can do a number at the surface. But the mid-levels, they're going to be warming throughout the morning. Just within the past, I guess, 5-6 minutes, we've seen that sleet line try to nose through Washington, D.C. It's not quite to Philadelphia. Still seeing reports of all snow in Philly, but that's going to be moving in the direction of New York City throughout the afternoon. But right now, still, snow's falling fast.
Yeah, and a little windy, too. Some of those gusts out of the Battery, lower Manhattan around 20 miles per hour. And we do have visibility that's been cut down, not just out of the New York, though I think that might be not correct. But still noticing a quarter-mile visibility into portions of New York, Binghamton, Williamsport, Pittsburgh. And again, we are just in the beginning. So now it's our turn in the Northeast, but still dealing with some of that icing threat for areas further off to the west.
We are looking at that icing threat because we march toward 1 million customers throughout the country without power, and a lot of those customers living in Nashville, in Davidson County, where we have more than 150,000 alone. Fox Weather has you covered, as we've mentioned, streaming here 24/7. It's entirely free, and we're combining forces with Fox News to bring you all elements of this storm. We're back after this.
The AI note taker millions of people can't work without. Fireflies.ai accurately summarizes your meetings and generates detailed bullet point notes with clear action items assigned to each teammate. Easily send your notes to other apps and search across any conversation you've ever had in seconds. Fireflies captures every word, so you don't have to. Automate your notes. Focus on what matters. Try Fireflies.ai for free today.
Right, we're back here on Fox Weather. It's finally NFL Conference Championship weekend. We've got the Patriots facing off against the Broncos in Denver. This will likely be one of the coldest games that we've had all season for the Patriots. Broncos as well. I mean, they're dealing with some colder temperatures, abnormal for the Mile High City. We'll have the other game, too, as the Rams and Seahawks face off. But this is where the weather could be most impacted. From a precipitation perspective, which is going to be snow, it's pretty high, right? Our Roey's at 10. The higher the number, the worse it is. Temperatures are also going to be pretty chilly at Empower Field. Kickoff is later this afternoon at 3 o'clock. So overall, that Roey is a 7 out of 10. And when we look at the temperatures, yeah, it's cold, even by Denver standards. And it's possible with that Arctic air that's present, temperatures could be dropping down into the teens by about 5 o'clock. And it's later this evening that we're going to have the Rams and Seahawks face off at Lumen Field. This is at 6:30 Eastern Time, Sunday, today. How about that rain? We are expecting some rain by midweek to move into the Pacific Northwest, but not today. Some good news there, right? Is the wind impact, the temperature impact, not going to be all that bad. In fact, when you look at it by late January standards, not too bad, Marissa, with a 0.9 Roey. Compare that to what we're dealing with in Denver, and I'd take this game over that one. We're still a little on the cooler side, in the low 40s, dropping into the 30s by about 9 p.m. Two really important games. Final Four. I know you use that for basketball, but it works for football.
It does work. Hey, it works if you say it works. Whether or not you have skin in the game, to be at that game, not bad, 40 degrees. A tough drive in Ohio. You have very cold temperatures. You have snow on the ground that's becoming compact, especially with some of the cars that have been over it. But there aren't a lot of cars out there except for, well, you have Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic that's driving around Dayton this morning. It looks like he's exiting the interstate there. Brandon was driving around Cincinnati as well. A lot of the interstates still look snow covered. In fact, I haven't been able to catch a snowplow, at least in his video. But even if you look at the road, it doesn't look like some of it has been plowed. And perhaps keeping up with those snowfall rates has been challenging at times. But across Ohio, across the Ohio Valley, it is purely a snow profile. So we're not as worried about that warmer air coming up from the south and messing up that profile and giving you a sleet or perhaps a freezing rain. That activity is further to the south. When you talk about travel, though, it's not just the roads that are going to be an issue. Planes flying also an issue, and that's really not a surprise. You have a well-forecasted storm, and I think because of that, a lot of airlines preemptively offered people to change their flight. You notice that out of Dallas, which was a big problem yesterday, in and out of Dallas, you had over 1,400 flights that were canceled. You're also noting out of Charlotte, we're having issues there, now up to 450 flights that have been canceled. For Charlotte, it's more of an icy threat. Nashville has quickly stepped up into the spotlight this morning because of the freezing rain, not even sleet, the freezing rain that has impacted many people across the city, primarily with outages. So you just shouldn't be leaving your home. You shouldn't even be thinking about exiting to the outside unless it's absolutely necessary. When you look right now at some of the air travel, you do still have flights that are flying. We've seen a couple take off out of the New York City metro, but only maybe a handful, and a lot of them were flying south. Issues throughout the day for Boston. I'd say for the morning for sure, hopefully getting better into the evening, but not so much in terms of the actual air travel, though the forecast should hopefully be getting a little bit better as you get into early Monday morning. New York, LaGuardia, JFK, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, everything exits from west to east, but it could take the airports a while to catch up, especially if you were delayed and you're waiting on that flight to take off. Then you get into an issue of the hours that the pilots have worked. This is a look right now at the airport delays for Monday. Again, the system exits by Monday, and for New York City, a lot of that precept's going to come to an end by early Monday morning, perhaps 6, 7, 8 a.m. And you'll note that even as we look at the airports, there's still going to be a little bit of a challenge. So hopefully and hoping for better news, if you're on the road, it could take a little bit longer. They're going to treat a lot of these plow crews and salt treatment crews. They're going to prioritize those main interstates, those main roads, before they can get to the secondary or even the tertiary roads, which means your neighborhood may be further down on the list. Regardless, the interstates, they could be slippery. And noting where we do have some of these temperatures, I-95, I-85, that are below freezing or right around freezing, it's not just a snow threat, it is an ice threat as well. So please be careful. But again, best advice, keep it at home.
Let's highlight those temperatures a little bit more, Marissa, because that is the big story with this departing winter storm. It's eventually going to happen in Nashville, a city that's dealing with some ice. Ignore the temperature right now. That is not the temperature in Nashville. Actually, we are 32, 33 degrees in the Music City, but what we're looking at is a very icy situation. And with cold air set to move in, a city like Nashville is under a cold weather advisory because tonight and tomorrow night, it's going to be very cold with wind chills dropping into the single digits, even below zero, well below zero, where we have those extreme cold warnings, which that's confined through parts of the upper Midwest and the high plains, and then also a big chunk, including Memphis, Tennessee, not Nashville, but Houston, Corpus Christi. Of course, these are subjective. These are based on what latitude we're found at. So along the Gulf Coast, obviously we're not going to have temperatures as extreme as what we have through the high plains, but the infrastructure is way different. For example, you've got exposed water lines along the Gulf Coast. Those are buried pretty deep when you head up into North Dakota and Minnesota. But overall, as we're looking at these threats that we have, the cold is going to be a really big concern, especially when we're dealing with ice this morning, that ice through Middle Tennessee, through the upper Midwest, through the Great Lakes and Northeast. We do have some pretty cold temperatures that we're expecting later today. This is by tomorrow morning. We are still well below zero in Minneapolis for that wind chill. St. Louis, negative 19 will likely be that wind chill when we wake up tomorrow morning, already in that cold regime. But the snow with that fresh snowpack, sometimes these temperatures can really surprise us. You get clear skies, and anything that might be warm just escapes the lower levels of the atmosphere, and we can really bottom out. A little better in St. Louis by Tuesday morning, but then we're going to see through the interiors of the Northeast that reinforcing shot of Arctic air. It's not over by Tuesday. In fact, as we head throughout the rest of the week in the final few days of January, it does look like a cold pattern is going to dominate, especially through the Great Lakes, as those Great Lakes are quickly beginning to freeze. This is the type of air mass that we need, but when you look at it climatologically, that's what happens. Speaking of the Great Lakes, Duluth, Minnesota, look at those forecast wind chills over the next 6 days. When you say negative 22 is the warmest, I don't know if that even counts. What about Boston? Similarly in New England. Now, we're going to have a lot of snow in Boston, and the big question is how long will that snow stick around? I think it's safe to say that through Friday, it will be on the ground, so we got to get used to it. Not only, though, is it the high plains, the Great Lakes, the Midwest, and the Northeast, it's the southern plains. A lot of record low temperatures could happen through Tuesday, so this is considering tonight and tomorrow night. And given the air mass that we have, the departures could be some of the greatest in Texas, meaning where we should be this time of year compared to what the actual temperature is going to be. That difference is larger than what we see even through the Great Lakes. Not to ignore the fact that we've got quite a bit of snowpack. So that cold air, certainly winning out as we head into the final few days of January. I think when you look at the overall pattern here and you consider what we've dealt with, sure, we've had cold snaps that are a lot more extreme, say through Texas and Oklahoma, but there was a lot of moisture that we had with this system. So as a result, might be a while before we can get those streets totally cleared in places like Dallas with temperatures hanging out into the 20s. And these are real-time temperatures, not real-time, but real temperatures tomorrow, Marissa. -4 in Springfield, 23 degrees in Houston. That's a hard freeze. Anything exposed could very well burst. I'm thinking pipes. So protect what you can before this deep chill settles in tomorrow.
If you don't have cabin fever yet, give it another day or so. Well, it is the bottom of the hour, so you know what time it is then. It's time to look at some of the...
It's 7 minutes to the top of the hour.
That's exactly what it is. This is a look at, some of the viewer content that's been shared with us here at Fox Weather. This video out of Falling Waters. I'm not sure which state, but I do know that it's getting snow, and I do know that that's there's a lot of snow.
That's falling snow. That's not falling waters. But yes,
technically it is
I get
falling water, though.
Technically, you're right. Just below freezing. Where's this one at? You have better eyes than I do.
That's out of Maryland, out of Galena.
Nice. A little bit of snow. The thing with Maryland and the Mid-Atlantic, we've seen that transition occur. So we're seeing a little bit more sleet, but the pooches, they still, oh my gosh, look at that.
Aww.
In the spirit of the
Olympics.
That's nice.
Oh, that's in Hope, New Jersey.
Is that a little schnauzer?
I don't, or it looks like maybe a doodle of sorts.
Yeah, a doodle.
Doodles are very bouncy.
My sister has one. You better believe it.
That was great. Okay, and another video out of Maryland, out of Oakland. Michael, thank you for sending this one in. It is very serene, right? When it's just the snow, it's not even blowing around, but it looks like that snowpack is settled.
Please share your photos. We do like to see it. With this being a very complex forecast, some are seeing sleet, others freezing rain, others snow. Scan the QR code. You can also go to foxweather.com/connect and upload your photos there. Let us know the city and state because, you know, there's a bunch of cities in these different 50 states.
There are. All right. Well, that.
Thank you, Captain Avi.
Thank you, Captain Avi. Are we still going? We're still going.
Yeah, we're almost to the bottom of the
Okay,
hour.
almost to the bottom of the hour. Okay, well, we're at the bottom of the hour. To your point, depending on where you send video from, there are a lot of spots right now that are purely dealing with snow. We've seen actually that snow creep up the I-95 corridor, so very likely Boston, you're going to be seeing that within the next hour or so, but spreading across even Rhode Island into what am I thinking?
Rhode Island and Connecticut. Is that right? Am I right?
Saying Providence.
Lucky yes.
I want to say Providence.
Providence, okay.
Yeah.
Well, look at that swath of snow. This has been the zone, though.
Yeah.
I mean, right through Middle Tennessee, where the rain and that moisture moving in has created a really nasty situation around Nashville with the freezing rain. And those ice storm warnings still quite expansive. We've got them in East Texas. We also have them through the Carolinas and northern Georgia.
Yeah, Tennessee really did take the spotlight earlier because of the fact that it's dealing with freezing rain. But even with that sleet and everything in between, it's just a nasty setup. As we mentioned earlier, that trough is now starting to swing through the east, so it's helping energize and provide lift. And you are going to see, well, we've already seen some impressive snowfall rates, it looks like, out of the New York City metro, where we've had about 2 inches an hour.
Looking at that, draw a line from the base of the trough. That'll give us that indication of when it's all beginning to shift, perhaps even become negatively tilted. That's going to enhance what we always look at, where the base of the trough is just to the east of it. That's where you really see that upward motion.
It's going to be a long day, folks. Buckle up. The ride continues here on Weather Command Weekend, and we'll be breaking down every city and those threats that we have. We'll be right back after this.
Please sit down for your 6-hour financing experience.
Okay. Dude, she almost had you. 40% APR for a used Corolla? I didn't know there was another way. There is. It's called Carzing. You pre-qualify online, see real payments, and walk in ready. No traps, no bots. Welcome to the resistance. Pre-qualify today at carzing.com.
Hidden fees, dealership fees, APR, paperwork. Oh my.
into a new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command Weekend. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres. Fox Weather's 24/7 coverage of this major winter storm. It continues in this new hour as we approach noon Eastern. We've got nearly 800,000 customers without power this morning. That number quickly growing as we saw that ice threat also grow across portions of the Mississippi Valley and into Tennessee.
This is the Fox Weather Beast as we're taking a live look of what it looks like in Davidson County. This is the county that Nashville sits in, and to Marissa's point, with those more than 800,000 customers, nearly 300,000 of them reside in the state of Tennessee, and the vast majority here in Davidson County, where, as we've been hearing, looks as if power is out along streets here. Significant ice in Nashville.
And as we move further off to the east, we have a look into Charlotte, North Carolina. Both of the Carolinas looking at impact, maybe icy impacts as we get further into the afternoon. That ice threat will only grow as we get further into the day, noting that temperatures are already below freezing, in fact at 18 degrees, but feeling even a little bit colder than that.
Yeah, let's kick off this hour by bringing in meteorologist Bob Van Dillen again. He's in Greenville, South Carolina, watching where this freezing stuff, whether it be sleet or freezing rain, going to set up, Bob. It looks as if Greenville could be under that threat, especially later this afternoon.
Hey, I'm watching you guys. You guys can go ahead. Yeah, please. Yeah, we're in Greenville, South Carolina. People are actually, okay, go ahead. Go ahead. We're walking around here, and it's interesting to watch what's falling right here because it started about midnight last night. A little bit of snow, and it switched over to sleet. This is all sleet you see, you guys, right here that's piled up. The roads, a little bit icy, but if you have four-wheel drive, so far so good. It's turning into a little freezing drizzle at this point. But we've got this massive arc of high pressure building right down through the Carolinas into North Georgia. It's a massive wedge, right? So when that cold front comes in, very heavy rain right now across Alabama, stretching right down through northern parts of Florida. Might see a tornado watch out there later on today. But I want you to look at this sign because it's perfect. See, these guys are walking across the street. It says, Ice on Main. Perfect, because this is Main Street that I'm standing on, and Broad Street is right here behind me. Yeah, it's perfect. You couldn't put a banner up that looks any better than that. But what were we expecting? We're expecting more freezing rain to pile up. Probably as much as a quarter of an inch to closing in on a half-inch grand total all around the Greenville area, through the escarpment into the Blue Ridge of South Carolina mountains, North Carolina mountains, ultimately spreading right up I-85, up the gut, into Charlotte, North Carolina. Then, of course, as you know, it's all about the heavy snow. But so far, they've been treating the roads. They started here in Greenville, which is where I'm located, at 2 a.m. last night. So early this morning, started treating the roads. I wrote it down because I thought it was pretty good. 30 truck roads of salt, which is 150 tons. That's what they spread all around the roads. Obviously, didn't do much because we're still looking at the sleet piling up right there. They also had 4,000 pounds of ice melt that they threw across the roads as well. It's a little difficult to treat when it's just plain old sleet. That's what's bouncing around right now. But it had a little bit of freezing drizzle. This rock right there, it's got a coating of ice on it right there. So travel's going to be tricky, and I think it's going to get worse later this afternoon. That window for the very heavy freezing rain to pull in here again is probably going to be the early afternoon hours, so about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. And then the Arctic chill comes in. People that already got slammed with the heavy icing, you talk about Nashville, those temperatures, and you were talking about it all day. The beast is out there. You're talking about power outages is a big possibility. Temperatures are getting down to single digits, feeling like about -1 overnight tonight. So that's going to be a big-time problem. So that's what it looks like in South Carolina. North Carolina, about the same. Heavy snow now arcing right through Pennsylvania into northern Jersey. And that's where we find C.B. Cotton. She's been camped out there in Hudson. So we're going to throw to her just a little bit. I want to see what it looks like up there because it was coming down pretty well. Guys.
Wild to see. I mean, we're looking at the snow rates right now, Bob, in New York City, and they're approaching 2 inches an hour. And we have a temperature of 12 degrees.
Even Central Park is recording some of the, I think the last measurement was 0.8 of an inch, but it's adding up quickly. But if we could keep it pure snow, obviously that would be so much easier. But South Carolina has that risk for ice on top of that sleet, so maybe more so a freezing rain threat. Into Bethlehem, New Jersey. So into New Jersey, Bob, into the Jersey Shore, also seeing some totals around 4 inches this morning. Okay, I think we're going to wrap it up with Bob.
We're going to move into...
We're going to move into,
All All right, the Jersey, the Jersey Turnpike, every major thoroughfare that we have in New Jersey is right now getting hit with snow. I know that this is in Jersey. I don't know the specifics of it, but you can clearly see just how heavy that snow is. Some law enforcement out, but looks like it's the only vehicle that you see. I mean, the snow has been heavy since, I'd say, about 8:30, 8 o'clock or so this morning. I mean, those flakes started flying about 5 o'clock Eastern. This is in North Jersey.
In North Jersey. Yeah. I think that's one of the things surrounding New York City is the intensity of the snowfall rates. And a lot of folks in North Jersey do commute into New York City, though I'm thinking maybe today they take it off. By the way, I think we want to go ahead and bring in, I'm not sure, are we bringing in CB?
Are we trying to get CB Cotton, guys, or are we doing the Northeast hit? Okay. So we're showing you a video from Dulles Airport. This is where the snow has been pretty heavy. And do we have CB Cotton live, guys? No CB Cotton. Okay, so let's continue talking about the forecast in the Northeast, because this is where the snow has been, heaviest, and it's very likely where we're going to have some of the highest totals coming out of this event. This is Carlisle, Pennsylvania, also Somerset, Pennsylvania. I believe that the temperatures are beginning to work, so we've had some issues trying to get those accurate readings, but a 9-degree temperature, Dedham, Massachusetts, 8 degrees. That all sounds accurate.
It's tough to get out. A lot of kids are likely going to be home from school on Monday, but obviously it's Sunday.
Yeah.
So trying to play in the snow, it's hard to do.
Different type of snow, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fluffy snow, but it's just so cold that it's just remembering to put on the layers, and it seems obvious not to have exposed skin, but I know kids are going to want to be out in that.
We got these mesoscale discussions too popping up pretty frequently. There's 3 notable ones where those contours in blue are. Snow rates that could be easily 1 inch an hour through most of Jersey and Pennsylvania. That includes parts of the Delmarva. We also have just south of that zone a mainly sleet scenario playing out through early this evening. And then also Indiana and parts of Ohio, even far western PA, Pittsburgh, for example, steady heavy snow for the next few hours. There's so many dynamics playing out. One of the notable ones is a coastal low that's going to be slinging some additional moisture and maybe even some warmer air through the mid-levels that could transition along the 95 corridor, maybe some of that snow to sleet. We'll see how it ultimately plays out, but no doubt about it, the snow reports are coming in.
Yeah, well over 800, nearing 900 snow reports. Some of those have to do with totals, and these totals out of the Philadelphia airport, Philadelphia Metro, around 1 to 3. We're waiting for them to get updated. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag on those snow totals, but they probably more than likely have exceeded some of what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Some of them are over an hour old, and if we have snowfall rates that are 1 inch to 2 inches, you can do the math, and if those sustain, they're going to be growing.
These are very old too, so I mean, we're looking at what we have been contending with and what we're going to be dealing with. I mean, more snow is on the way, and we could very well see some significant snow accumulations. Looking at what's still to come, there's an indication that near New York we could have an additional 5 to 8 inches. Obviously, the highest totals looking to come from the Hudson Valley into western Massachusetts, the Berkshires, the Green and White Mountains. Boston, though, could very well pick up on 18 to 24 inches of snow. We have a live report out of Boston coming up in just a little bit. So certainly a storm that's going to be memorable, especially given the snow deficit that the Northeast has been dealing with.
Boston with a snow deficit. I think noting that this is 1 o'clock this afternoon, as we get into today, this afternoon, that line of pink is indicating where we get more of a mix, perhaps more of a sleet. It'd be better than the freezing rain potential, but that could interrupt things for New York City, for Philly, and into Connecticut and Rhode Island. Boston, though, seems to stay on the northern edge of it. That coastal low is just too close.
Too close.
For places like New York City. We would need it further off to the east to be able to capture more of that cold air. And maybe the cold air will win out.
We'll see. There's always a chance. You're looking at a temp of 12 degrees at Central Park, and I know it's all about, the surface temp is just one element, but really cold air to overcome here.
Yeah, even with the influence of the Atlantic. Want to take it into the southeast now. This is new video into Fox Weather out of Cary, North Carolina. This is another spot within the storm path that is at risk for some ice and accumulating ice. I know we've already seen some snow and even some sleet in some of these areas in North Carolina. but we still have another round to go. We have to wait for this entire system to exit off the eastern seaboard, and until then, you're at risk for all that moisture that is still off to the west. You look right now into Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, we've been focusing in on. It is one of the bigger cities this morning that's really seen those outages jump very quickly as a result of that ice accretion. You can actually see on the camera lens how it's iced over. This is a shot at Vanderbilt University, more than likely. Did they intentionally clear the V for Vanderbilt? Is that heated?
It's possible.
How is that so perfect?
Looks
it looks like they
it's been
shoveled it, right?
Yeah, looks like it's been shoveled.
Interesting. Okay, well, that's Vanderbilt. I mean, more than likely, college students are going to be home tomorrow. More than likely, we're going to have schools canceled tomorrow throughout Nashville, Davidson County, where we're at 90% of Davidson County without power, which is where Nashville is located.
That 31-degree temperature, I hate to see that. In Nashville with freezing rain, a live look at what we're dealing with, the Fox Weather Beast, being navigated this morning. I do worry that we still have a few hours to go, and those temperatures are only going to drop in Nashville.
Yeah, and I think the roads look wet.
Yeah.
But they could very well be icy. We have well over 1,000 miles of coverage because of this one system. And again, we're waiting on that coastal low to take shape. But look at all the lightning also. You know, you talk about the dynamics of this system. We have a storm threat, a severe threat for portions of the Gulf Coast. That'll emerge as we get further into the afternoon. Otherwise, it's the wintry side of it in Nashville.
Thinking about your next step? You have what it takes to excel in a healthcare career. At Mercy College of Health Sciences, we have faith in you. Learn more at mchs.edu.
Quite the storm on our hands as we're watching this trek through the southern plains and the southeast, mid-Atlantic, northeast, and New England is up next. It's a 95 corridor where we're seeing throughout the atmosphere this transition occur, where an area of low pressure developing just off the Carolina coastline, we're going to see some of these snow totals really enhance throughout the afternoon. In fact, as we're looking at Washington, D.C., that enhancement of the moisture is also warming the temperatures a little bit. So what was snow going to continue to fall as sleet, maybe even a little freezing rain mixing in as those temperatures will be warming throughout the afternoon. Look, by 3 p.m., 25 degrees, wild, especially since we were close to the single digits in D.C. earlier this morning. Still about a half an inch to upwards, a quarter of an inch to upwards of a half an inch expected in D.C. Philadelphia, a similar story, but just a little colder, 1 to 3 inches. You notice the overall trend. Also, that forecast in Philly expected to warm into the 20s, mid to upper 20s, and we'll see that transition later this afternoon. Similarly, in New York City, the Big Apple, snow still to come here in the city, 5 to 8 inches. Not forecasting a ton of ice, so maybe less than a tenth of an inch or so. With that air so shallow at the surface, that Arctic air, it's possible we could be in the low 20s, but we have sleet falling from the sky, so close to that line. In fact, when you look at the difference between New York City, as we wait for that transition to occur, and Boston, 18 to 24 inches, doesn't look like we'll be dealing with any ice in Boston. We'll see how things play out. Certainly, those temperatures will be gradually warming, but if we can get away with all snow in Beantown, I think, Marissa, maybe 2 feet, won't be widespread, but a possibility in isolated spots.
I mean, if I had to pick a city that's going to be falling underneath some of the hazards of this winter storm, I would choose Boston. That seems to be the spot to be to keep that snow profile. We know there's a deficit in Boston. In terms of the Northeast overall, look at Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, into Pittsfield, Massachusetts. The snow, it is falling, and we're only going to see that intensity pick up as we get further into the afternoon.
Let's bring in Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis in Boston this morning. It's true, Brian, that when we look at possible snow totals, Boston could hit the jackpot if you're a fan of the snow.